He awoke, lying in a battlefield of blood and rain. As a transmigrator, he perfectly merged with the soul and memories of Minato, inheriting the catastrophic beginning of this tale. Yet, he adamantly refused to accept the predetermined fate. The system activated, granting him the power of the Yin Nine Tails. With a swift strike, he severed Obito's arm and sealed it on the spot, remarking, "This hand holds significant research value." Utilizing the Yin chakra to sustain his wife, he defied the established belief in the ninja world that host vessels must perish. Faced with the destructive tailed beast bomb, he needed no hand seals. With a mere gesture, he unleashed the long-lost Vortex secret technique, Diamond Lock. When the Third Hokage exclaimed, "This does not resemble ninjutsu," he had already transformed into Konoha's true guardian deity. This is the story of a savior. Chapter 1. Catastrophic Beginning. I, Minato, shall defy destiny, blood. The scent of rust mingled with the sweetness of iron invaded his nostrils with a brutal insistence. The cold rain mixed with warm liquid clung to Minato's cheeks like a grim reminder. His vision swam in confusion. In his ears, the piercing cry of an infant, the faint breath of his wife, and in the distance, the roar of a colossal beast, heralding calamity. What a catastrophic beginning. Minato, or rather the occupant of this body, struggled to prop himself up, his consciousness finally merging amidst the chaos and agony. He was not the original Fourth Hokage. He was a soul from a higher dimensional civilization, a researcher who devoted his life to unraveling the mysteries of existence and the cosmos. Now he found himself ensconced in the vessel known as Minato, perfectly integrated with the original inhabitant. The timeline coincided with the QB's rampage in the original narrative, the tragic demise of his wife, and Naruto's nightmarish start. What an intriguing energy form. Feral, chaotic, yet brimming with astonishing vitality. His mind, teetering on the brink, remained unervingly calm as he analyzed the chakra conglomerate known as the Nine Tails. For a moment, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, he possessed half of the unconscious Yin Nine Tails. Consequently, chakra shortages were the least of his concerns. The unfortunate news was that he had just battled Obito, while the Nine Tails wreaked havoc in Konoha, leaving the village in turmoil. Moreover, his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, had just given birth and was now bereft of her tailed beast. The situation was dire. It was critical to remember that even the Uzumaki clan's tenacity would not allow survival once their tailed beast was extracted. Good heavens, he thought. A beginning where I must choose between my wife and child? No, it's a matter of losing both. This is truly a catastrophic start. He rubbed his temples, quickly regaining composure. After all, he could not allow Naruto to start his journey as a member of a single-parent household in such a grim manner. His body acted before his thoughts could catch up. Minato raced through strategies in his mind. What must I do to salvage everything? Firstly, the Nine Tails had to be sealed. Otherwise, the village would surely be obliterated. This creature was the legendary strongest tailed beast. Its destructive power was not to be underestimated. Secondly, regardless of the circumstances, he must protect the lives of his wife and child. Otherwise, what meaning would his actions in the ninja world hold? It would be no different from choosing to perish like the original. With this resolve, his gaze sharpened, his determination unyielding. This time, I shall not tread the same path. I shall have it all. However, at that moment, he felt a surge of deep, tranquil chakra within him, suddenly erupting like a tempest. What is this? Initially, Minato was taken aback. Then realization dawned. It was the golden finger he brought with him, the half-conscious Yin Nine Tails. An overwhelming and pure power flooded his entire being. I have a way. Just as he felt elation, a slightly flamboyant voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting that the host is facing an unprecedented catastrophic beginning worthy of being inscribed in history. This dire situation is the perfect stage for a hero's emergence. The Ninja World Savior System, splendidly activated. This system notification was rather intense. A peculiar thought flickered through Minato's mind. Urgent mission issued. Within 5 minutes, save your beloved wife and future son, and quell the turmoil of the Nine Tails in the most perfect manner. Mission reward. Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Diamond lock. 5 minutes? They certainly held me in high regard. However, it was sufficient. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within, Minato hesitated no longer. Because in 1 minute, everything shall be resolved. His form flickered, vanishing from his original position. On a distant tower, a man donned in a tiger-striped mask admired his handiwork. His finished teacher. For the village, you'll make the same choice I anticipated. Sacrifice yourself, sacrifice everything. He muttered to himself, his words dripping with distorted pleasure. History would be written by him, Uchiha Obito. Is that so? The script is not yours to write. Suddenly, a calm question resonated behind him. What? The man's hair stood on end as he spun around, preparing to activate his space-time ninjutsu. But a golden flash was faster than he could react. It was not a Rasengan. Instead, it was a kunai wrapped in dark red chakra, slicing through the air with lethal intent. Thud! An arm was severed, soaring into the air. Impossible. How could your speed surpass what it was before? Obito's face, concealed beneath the mask, was filled with disbelief. Yet, Minato remained unfazed. This hand holds significant research value. His voice was devoid of emotion that I hereby accept. With a fleeting thought, he swiftly produced a scroll with his left hand. Swish! The scroll unfurled in midair, the sealing technique flashing momentarily as the severed arm was instantaneously absorbed before it could touch the ground, vanishing from sight. Sealing complete. Almost simultaneously, the kunai's momentum continued unabated, followed by the sharp sound of shattering. The eerie tiger-striped mask cracked down the middle, falling to the ground. Beneath the mask was a young, contorted face. Ah! Uchiha Obito clutched the wound where his arm had been severed, emitting a pained howl he could not comprehend. Why was Minato present here, and why had he unleashed such terrifying power? Moreover, his arm had been instantaneously severed and sealed. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Roar! At that moment, the nine tails rampaging below paused. Its massive form stiffened for a moment, and amidst its furious roar, a flicker of instinctive fear emerged. It sensed a chakra of the same origin, yet purer and more elevated. As the nine tails paused on the ground, the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, who was evacuating villagers, halted in his tracks and gazed up at the colossal beast. Look, it's Lord Fourth, exclaimed an Umbu ninja. That chakra, is it truly Lord Fourth's? How could it be so immense? It feels more ominous than the nine tails, yet. Isensa no Malisa, the sheer volume of chakra. Has the Fourth used the tail beasts as a power source? The ninjas of Konoha were engulfed in a profound shock and confusion. Did he escape using Kamui? Minato did not cast another glance at Obito. At that moment, he was merely an inconsequential character. Minato's figure vanished once more, only to reappear beside Kushina. He knelt down, assessing his wife's condition. Her chakra had dwindled to an extreme, her body cold. Minato! Kushina weakly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Naruto! Protect Naruto! She believed she was nearing death, trembling as she reached out, yearning for one last touch of her child. Minato grasped her icy hand. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss upon Kushina's smooth forehead. Do not fear, Kushina. His words were clear and resolute. This time, our family of 3 shall not perish. Not a single person shall be lost from the family register. This promise thundered like a bolt of lightning within Kushina's heart. She stared blankly at her husband. He remained the gentle Minato, yet something about him seemed irrevocably changed. Hold on. Minato placed one hand on Kushina's lower abdomen, where the 8 trigrams seal once resided. The calm yet formidable chakra of the nine tails was cautiously drawn forth, gradually infusing into Kushina's body. This was not the ferocious yang chakra, but an energy closer to the essence of life itself. The resilient vitality of the Uzumaki clan ignited like kindling thrown into a fire, showing signs of revival. Kushina's previously feeble breaths began to steady and strengthen, a hint of color returning to her pallid face. What is this? Just as Hiruzen arrived, he witnessed this extraordinary scene. This is unusual. This cannot be the work of ninjutsu. He struggled to comprehend how a Jinchuriki, from whom the tailed beast had been extracted, could still receive chakra. And such an immense, undefined chakra at that. Could it be that a Jinchuriki could be revived even after the extraction of the tailed beast? What exactly had Minato done? Having stabilized Kushina's condition, Minato rose, turning to face the agitated nine tails, disturbed by his presence. Reward distribution in progress. Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Adamantine confinement. Analysis commencing. Analysis complete. Host has mastered. The system's notification chimed in perfectly. Roar! The Ninetales seemed to sense the genuine threat. It abandoned its destruction of Konoha, opening its massive jaws as a high-density purple chakra sphere swiftly formed. Not good, it's the tailed beast ball. The target was aimed directly at Minato, and behind him, Kushina and Naruto. Hiruzen's heart leaped to his throat in an instant. Was it that just as hope was emerging, it would plummet once more? No. Even if it meant risking his own life, he must intercept this attack. Minato, get out of the way, he shouted loudly, preparing to form hand seals for a technique. However, Minato merely stood still. He slowly raised one hand, palm facing the oncoming tailed beast ball, capable of flattening a mountain. No hand seals were formed, nor was there a flash of the flying thunder god technique. Golden sigils radiated from his palm, spreading through the air to create a complex and magnificent array. Golden chains shot forth from the array, meeting the destructive energy sphere head-on. Adamantine confinement. Chapter 2. Could the tailed beast ball really backfire? The purple-black sphere of chakra was swelling at a visibly alarming rate. The air around it was compressed to an extreme, emitting a spine-chilling wail as the fierce winds spiraled outward, lifting debris and dust into the air. The Leaf Village ninjas on the ground felt the overwhelming force capable of annihilating everything, making even breathing a challenge. It's the tailed beast ball. Everyone, take cover. A seasoned Jonin shouted in despair, but everyone understood that any defense would be futile against such a direct onslaught of energy. It's over. At this distance, the entire village would be reduced to ruins. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart nearly ceased its rhythm as he began forming hand seals, prepared to sacrifice his life to buy even a second for Minato. But Minato was right at the center of the explosion. How could he escape? At that moment, as the Ninetales opened its massive jaws, a blindingly destructive light prepared to unleash the deadly sphere. Suddenly, the golden array before Minato blazed brightly. Buzz! Dozens of golden chakra chains shot forth like living creatures, tracing brilliant golden arcs through the air. Their target was not the terrifying tailed beast ball, but the Ninetales itself. The chains wrapped around the beast's enormous maw in a brutish manner. 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops, binding it tightly, staunching the impending surge of destructive energy. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. What was happening? Was he attempting to block the Ninetales' mouth with chains? Had he lost his mind? An astute Jonin exclaimed, "That's the Vortex Clan's Adamantine Sealing." This revelation rippled through the crowd like a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, inciting greater uproar. The secret technique of the Vortex Clan? How could the fourth Hokage wield it? Was he not of common origin? This defied all logic. Can a bloodline limit be learned later in life? This question arose in everyone's minds, yet none could answer it. They could only gaze at the golden figure standing before the colossal beast. The Ninetales was equally bewildered. It had a deep-seated memory of these golden chains, a suppression from the previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, a shackle to its freedom. But this time felt entirely different. It thrashed violently, muscles straining, attempting to break free from its bindings. However, the chains were unimaginably sturdy. No matter how fiercely it struggled, they tightened further. Damn it, not this again. But this time, how was it an upgraded version? The quality of this chakra was purer and more resilient than Kushina's. This was impossible. Then, in a moment of collective astonishment, a thunderous explosion echoed from within the Ninetales. Its massive form shuddered, its Ninetales drooping weakly as if all strength had been drained from it. Black smoke mixed with embers seeped through the gaps in the chains, carrying the acrid scent of charred flesh. The tailed beast ball, capable of leveling mountains, detonated within its own mouth. The ninjas of Konoha were initially engulfed in a deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, then, an eruption of ecstatic realization. There's a way to do that. Good heavens, detonating the tailed beast ball in its mouth? A genius move. I declare, the fourth Hokage is a master of manipulation. Truly, our beloved fourth Hokage. Relief from the brink of disaster and admiration for Minato's incredible maneuver swept across the battlefield. Kushina was equally stunned, leaning against a rock. She watched her husband's silhouette to use the adamantine sealing to block the Ninetales' mouth and cause the tailed beast ball to explode. Such a radical application was beyond her wildest imagination. Minato, she gasped, suppressing her shock, urging him, "Don't worry about me. Quickly, seal it away while you can." Sealing it within Naruto was the only way. This was the fate of our Vortex clan. However, Minato did not act immediately. He turned to Kushina, offering a warm smile. "No, Kushina. This smile sent every heart racing once more. Fate. I shall rewrite destiny. He began forming hand seals. But the gestures were not those expected for the Shiki Fujin or any conventional sealing technique. Minato, what are you doing? Kushina exclaimed in alarm. Hiruzen sensed something was amiss. That seal is the 8 trigram sealing. But who is he using it on? Under the astonished gazes of all, Minato directed his palm toward the still reeling Nine Tails, which was retching violently. This time, as a family, none shall endure suffering. The script is meant for a different author. His words were soft, yet clearly resonated in everyone's ears. The 8 trigram sealing, not merely a simple seal, but a sophisticated application of sealing techniques. He intends to forcibly divide the Nine Tails. Has he lost his mind? Manually splitting a tailed beast? This was unprecedented. The ninjas gasped in disbelief. A terrifying chakra storm erupted, centering on the Nine Tails. The vast chakra of the Nine Tails was forcibly torn in two under the 8 trigrams sealing S technique. One half, symbolizing life and vitality, shone with the brilliance of the sun. The other half, representing spirit and energy, resembled the profound depths of night. Indeed, it is feasible. Minato ignored the crowd's shock as he expertly controlled the two tumultuous energies. The fiery yang chakra of the Nine Tails surged into Kushina's body. Kushina felt a warm and immense life force flood through her, her previously cold body rapidly regaining warmth as her depleted chakra began to replenish. She even sensed that she was brimming with more power than before the tailed beast was extracted. Meanwhile, the deeper, more potent Yin chakra was guided by Minato into the small infant on the altar. The sealing technique flashed across Naruto's abdomen, ultimately forming a perfect 8 trigrams pattern. This time, with me here, Naruto will not have to adapt to the yang and yin powers of the Nine Tails. They share the same essence. And I will personally guide him, Minato explained. His wife was no longer the complete Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, gaining a new life. His son became the new Jinchuriki. But with his father's guidance, the future was promising. It was a perfect conclusion, unforeseen by anyone. With his efforts, he transformed a catastrophic beginning into a divine turnaround. No one had anticipated that the calamity of the Nine Tails that nearly obliterated Konoha would conclude in such a manner. In the distance, Obito, having just escaped with his formidable powers, caught sight of a scene that shattered his understanding through a narrow slit of his eye. How infuriating! He clutched his severed arm. His facial muscles contorted in anguish. The entire plan had unraveled. Minato was alive, and Kushina had also survived. Obito, it seems, we have miscalculated. White Zetsu's mocking tone echoed in his mind. A rare sight, indeed. You resemble a stray dog in this state. Obito did not respond. He cast one last glance at the golden figure, akin to a deity, and without hesitation activated his space-time ninjutsu, vanishing completely. He dared not linger for another second, fearing Minato might sense his presence. With a resounding crack, as the Nine Tails was completely sealed, the barrier laid down by Kushina dissipated as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by a host of Umbu, finally reached Minato's side. Minato, Sarutobi began, his face a mixture of relief and trepidation. However, a cold, harsh voice interjected. Namake's Minato. Shimura Danzo emerged from the crowd, leaning on his cane. With his remaining eye, he scrutinized Minato, his tone laden with accusations. Why did you do this? To split the Nine Tails and bestow half its power upon a woman who should no longer be a Jinchuriki. You are diluting the village's tailed beast strength, weakening Konoha's combat power. Chapter 3. Danzo teaches how to act? Minato, I am the Hokage. Danzo's words reverberated through the ruins, imbued with a sense of self-evident judgment. The air around them suddenly grew thick with tension. The ninjas, who had just escaped the clutches of the Nine Tails, still wearing expressions of relief, now found themselves bewildered by this unexpected internal scrutiny. Danzo's counsel seemed to possess a semblance of validity. However, the fourth Hokage had saved them all. Whispers began to circulate, and people's stances began to waver. Tsurugi Kohara stepped from the shadows, echoing, Danzo is right, Minato. You not only divided the Nine Tails, but also sealed half of it within a newborn infant. How could he possibly wield such power? For the next decade, Konoha effectively loses half of its strongest combat capability. Mito Kaze followed suit, adjusting his glasses. Your actions are overly sentimental. As Hokage, every decision should prioritize the village's paramount interests. At that moment, the three high-ranking advisors of Konoha formed a united front, encircling Minato and creating an invisible pressure. Sarutobi opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. He merely held his pipe in hand, unlit. Everyone assumed that, faced with the combined pressure of the three advisors, the typically mild-mannered fourth Hokage would, as usual, provide a detailed explanation and seek compromise. After all, this was the prevailing political climate of Konoha. However, Minato calmly handed Naruto into Kushina's arms, not even glancing at the three advisors. Weakened, Minato uttered two words, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. He turned and slowly approached the three figures representing the old power of Konoha. My wife has survived, my son is safe, the Nine Tails has been resealed, and the main structures of Konoha have been preserved. Pray tell, Elder Danzo, Advisor Koharu, and Advisor Mito, where exactly does this so-called weakening manifest? Each of his steps resonated like the heartbeat of the crowd, deliberate yet imbued with immense authority. The surrounding ninjas fell into a profound silence. Something felt amiss. The fourth Hokage's reaction was entirely unlike what they had anticipated. There were no explanations, no defenses, only the most direct of counter-questions. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Danzo's single eye. He had not expected Minato to be so resolute. You are distorting the concept. Danzo's cane struck heavily against the ground with a dull thud. The Nine Tails, as the strongest tailed beast, is a crucial bargaining chip in maintaining the balance of power among the ninja nations. By splitting it in two, its strength is significantly diminished. This is the greatest weakening of Konoha. Moreover, Uzumaki Kushina is no longer a Jinchuriki. Why should she retain half of the Nine Tails chakra? This power must be reclaimed and resealed for future contingencies. This is for the village. Danzo's words resonated with undeniable authority, claiming the moral high ground. Many ninjas instinctively nodded, finding his argument irrefutable. For the village? Minato reiterated, then let out a faint laugh. Danzo, have you forgotten? I am the Hokage. Boom. Those 5 words were more shocking than the explosion of the Nine Tails-tailed beast bomb. They struck like an invisible shockwave, instantly engulfing the hearts and minds of everyone present. Saratobi's pipe fell to the ground with a clatter. Tsurugi Koharu and Mito Kaze's expressions froze. The surrounding Umbu and Jonin felt as if their ears were malfunctioning. What was the fourth Hokage saying? He was directly confronting Elder Danzo. What did you say? Danzo could hardly believe his ears, stepping forward, trembling with agitation. Minato did not repeat himself. He simply stood there quietly, his golden hair swaying gently in the night breeze. Elder Danzo, are you questioning my decisions? Or do you believe your judgment surpasses that of the Hokage? Each word was a piercing strike to the heart, a blatant declaration of power. You, Namake's Minato. Danzo's fury ignited entirely, pointing an accusatory finger at Minato, his voice quivering with rage. You are insufferable. Do you think that becoming Hokage grants you the right to act as you please? The village does not belong solely to you. Major decisions must be made through the collective resolution of U.S. advisors and the Jonin. I am correcting your errors. At that moment, a slightly exaggerated system notification echoed in Minato's mind. Ding. Detected that the host is confronting the old obstinacy of Konoha directly, the aura of Hokage begins to shine forth. Side quest released. Completely take control of the dark roots of Konoha. Quest description. The roots are the shadows of Konoha and a breeding ground for turmoil. As the savior of the ninja world, how can one tolerate the existence of such an uncontrollable organization? Please bring the roots directly under the Hokage's authority within 3 months, or completely disband them. Quest reward. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama's cells. Hashirama's cells. Minato's heart skipped a beat. This reward could alter the landscape of the ninja world. The cells of Hashirama, a coveted power sought by countless individuals yet unattainable. Perfect compatibility meant he could acquire vitality and chakra akin to the first Hokage without any side effects, not to mention the other benefits it could bring. Very well. This performance is ready to transition into the next act. Correcting my errors? Minato seemed to have heard an amusing joke. Elder Danzo, it appears you have forgotten something quite important. He surveyed the surroundings, finally locking his gaze on Danzo. In the recent Kyubi incident, the assailants had precisely calculated the time and location of Kushina's childbirth, even accounting for the moment when the sealing was weakened to its utmost. One must inquire. What was the root, responsible for Konoha's internal intelligence and vigilance, doing at that time? At this utterance, an eerie silence blanketed the room. Danzo's breath hitched abruptly. This was a question he could neither evade nor answer. Minato did not grant him a moment's respite, advancing with relentless purpose. An enemy capable of utilizing space-time ninjutsu to silently infiltrate the core barrier of Konoha, and one who possessed intimate knowledge of the Jinchuriki sealing techniques. Yet, Your proud root was utterly oblivious, allowing calamity to unfold. Danzo, is this truly how you protect the village? Minato called him out by name. This was no longer merely a junior's inquiry towards a senior. It was the Hokage holding his subordinate accountable. Danzo was rendered speechless by Minato's words, the ground beneath his cane cracking under the pressure. Minato pressed on. Koharu, Hamura, he turned to the other two. As advisors of Konoha, you bask in the village's respect. Yet at the most critical moment, you failed to provide any effective warnings or strategies. Now, I am left to quell the disaster. And you both are the first to arise and accuse me of weakening the village's strength. I must pose a question. Minato paused, each word striking like a heavy hammer. Have you truly aged? Perhaps it is time to relinquish your burdens and take a well-deserved rest. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen shot up. Koharu and Hamura stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Retire them? This was no mere rebuke. It was the genesis of a bloodless coup. Befall Minato. How dare you? Danzo finally erupted, an overwhelming chakra surging uncontrollably from him. I have dedicated my life to this village. What gives you the right to demand my retirement? Very well. Minato nodded, seemingly anticipating this reaction. Since Elder Danzo wishes to continue serving the village, I shall not refuse. He shifted his tone. In light of the significant intelligence failures during this incident, as well as the Roots organization operating outside the Hokage's oversight for an extended period, posing a grave security risk, I hereby declare, in the name of the Fourth Hokage, the dissolution of the Root. All Root members will have their curse seals lifted and will be subjected to re-examination and reorganization by the Hokage's direct ANBU. This matter requires no further discussion. Minato's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Dissolve the Root? Danzo stood frozen, as if struck by a paralysis jutsu. His life's work, his greatest leverage in controlling the shadowy side of Konoha, his trump card for ascending to the Hokage's position, was to be eradicated by Minato's most mundane declaration. Crack. The rigid wooden cane in Danzo's hand splintered under his immense force, a crack forming from his grip down to the bottom. Chapter 4. Minato flips the table. Danzo. Times have changed. The sound of shattering echoed painfully in the stillness of the ruins. Danzo's lone eye fixated on Minato, his face, lined with wrinkles, contorted as his muscles twitched. Befall Minato, you are digging your own grave. His roar no longer concealed. It brimmed with resentment. Dissolve the Root? What gives you the right? The Root exists to protect Konoha's darkness, to handle the unsightly affairs that a Hokage like you, basking in the sunlight, wishes to avoid. You are severing your own arms. Danzo stepped forward, shadows around him revealing several figures. They donned plain white masks, exuding an aura of deathly silence. Root ninjas. The surrounding jonin retreated in unison. The atmosphere suddenly tense. To openly reveal private soldiers before the Hokage was a blatant act of rebellion. Minato, withdraw your command. Koharu commanded sharply, do not act rashly. The village cannot withstand internal strife. Hamura chimed in. This is not the time for reckoning. Quelling the situation is paramount. Your actions are too extreme. The pipe fell from Hiruzen's hand as he opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to speak, but ultimately let out a deep sigh. Minato, is this truly your decision? He understood that events had slipped into an irretrievable abyss. Minato merely watched them quietly, observing these three representatives of Konoha's old order, who, after his efforts to save the village, were the first to leap forth attempting to divide his power. Internal strife? Minato repeated the term. You are mistaken. This is not internal strife. This is a thorough cleansing. As his words fell, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures emerged simultaneously from rooftops, ruins, and shadows. They wore various animal masks, clad in the standard garb of the Hokage's ANBU, their ninja blades reflecting a chilling glimmer in the moonlight. A circle of encirclement swiftly formed, trapping Danzo and the Root ninjas at the center. Their numbers were over tenfold. A ninja with a raccoon mask knelt on one knee. Fourth Hokage, all ANBU have assembled. Please give your orders. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without any hint of delay. Everyone understood. From the moment Minato declared the dissolution of the Root, he had already prepared a thunderous response. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a meticulously planned purge. Danzo's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. He finally realized that the golden flash before him was no longer the gentle junior who sought their counsel on every matter. You had intended this all along. Indeed, Minato readily admitted. Elder Danzo, you just asked me on what grounds. He stepped forward, moving to the perimeter of the encircled group. Now I shall answer you. simply by virtue of being the Hokage, simply by the incompetence of the root, allowing a masked rogue ninja to run amok in the village. Even more so, by your actions, in the face of the village's imminent destruction, prioritizing the preservation of your own positions over repelling the enemy. His words grew heavier, each phrase striking at their hearts. Shimura Danzo, Nara Koharu, Mito Hamura. Minato pronounced their full names directly. For your dereliction of duty during the QB incident, and for openly defying the Hokage's orders, inciting the suspicion of internal rebellion, I, in the name of the Fourth Hokage, hereby strip you of your advisory positions and order your immediate detention, pending further judgment. At this declaration, the room was filled with astonishment. Not only Danzo, but Koharu and Hamura were also to be dealt with. This was a direct breach of Konoha's upper echelons. Befall Minato, how dare you? Koharu and Hamura shrieked in unison. Their earlier composure shattered. Seize them. Minato uttered not another word. The ENBU ninjas sprang into action, figures transforming into fleeting shadows as they charged towards the three. The root ninjas attempted to resist, but they were met with a storm of blades far exceeding their own. Thud, thud. In an instant, the battle concluded. The root ninjas were swiftly subdued, their white masks stained with blood. Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura found themselves bound by special chakra chains, rendered immobile by the umbu. May the winds of fate be cruel to you, Minato, Danzo cursed, though his words fell powerless. Minato paid no heed to the lamentations of the vanquished. He turned to face the silent assembly of Konoha ninjas. From this day forth, Konoha shall heed but one voice, that of the Hokage. All commands shall be issued from the Hokage's office. Should there be dissent, one may appeal through the proper channels. However, those who defy orders shall be treated as traitors to the village. His words resonated clearly, establishing his undeniable authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly picked up the pipe from the ground. Gazing at the three former comrades being led away, their hunched figures betraying their age, he understood the era of Konoha had irrevocably changed. Half an hour later, though the Hokage's office remained intact, it was in disarray. Minato sat behind a hastily relocated desk, attending to the mountain of documents before him. Kushina and Naruto had been securely placed under the dual protection of medical ninjas and umbu. His immediate task was to restore order to the village from the chaos. A knock echoed at the door. Enter. A slender boy with silver hair stepped inside, standing tall despite his frailty. It was Hatake Kakashi. Fresh from his evacuation mission at the front lines, he bore traces of dust and blood. Sensei. Kakashi's address carried a hint of youthful detachment. Have a seat, Kakashi. Minato set down his pen. I've summoned you for a mission, an S-rank task that only you can undertake. Kakashi remained silent, awaiting further details. Instead of divulging the task, Minato posed an unrelated question. What are your thoughts on the enemy who attacked Konoha, the man wearing the tiger-striped mask? Kakashi paused, contemplating. He is formidable. His space-time ninjutsu can even evade your attacks. Is that so? Minato regarded his former student intently. What if I told you his name is Uchiha Obito? A thunderous shock coursed through Kakashi, freezing him in place. The name struck like a long-buried blade, piercing through the facade of rules and indifference he had constructed. No, it can't be. His voice trembled, laden with disbelief. Obito died at the Canopy Bridge. I saw it with my own eyes. He did not perish, Minato interjected. He survived and has acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan. I severed one of his arms, and he escaped using Kamui. Each word Minato spoke felt like a hammer striking at Kakashi's heart, igniting a tumult of hope, anguish, guilt, and confusion within him. Why? Kakashi managed to utter. His voice strained. I do not know what he has endured, but I am certain that hatred has clouded his judgment. His transformation is not solely a result of that war. Minato slid a scroll across the desk towards Kakashi. The crimson symbol of root adorned its surface. The village's interior is rotting. Danzo's root has spread like a malignant tumor. They have committed unspeakable acts, potentially linked to this attack. Obito's fall may be connected to them. Kakashi's gaze shot up. Sensei, are you implying? I want you to eradicate this tumor completely. Minato's voice was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible force. Danzo and the council elders have been apprehended, but that is merely the surface. The root is deeply entangled, with numerous members lurking throughout the village. I need you to lead a team to root them out. Here are the locations of their strongholds and a list of some members. Kakashi picked up the scroll, its chills seeping into his grasp. What is the objective of this mission? Capture or? Minato rose and approached Kakashi. To bring Obito back from the abyss. You must become stronger, strong enough to confront the malice of the entire world. This mission is your first step on the path to true strength. He paused, ensuring Kakashi could hear each subsequent word clearly. All strongholds must be eradicated. All resistors shall be executed without exception. Chapter 5. The Dictator Cleansing His Comrades? Executed without exception. These 4 words echoed in Kakashi's mind, sharper than the cry of 1,000 birds. He led 3 Umbu teams through the sewage system beneath Konoha. The air was damp, mingled with the sense of rust and decay. This was the innards of Konoha, a shadowy corner untouched by sunlight, and the perfect breeding ground for the root. Captain, it's here. A sensory ninja pointed to an unremarkable wall ahead. Kakashi formed a single-handed seal. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Instead of using the technique defensively, he infused chakra into the wall. With a resounding crash, the heavy stone wall collapsed inward, revealing a dark, deep opening. No alarms. No traps. This in itself was the greatest anomaly. Breach. Kakashi's voice remained steady. A dozen shadows slipped into the darkness. The eruption and cessation of battle transpired in the blink of an eye. The root ninjas were strong, each possessing near Jonin capabilities, ruthless in their strikes, aiming to kill. Yet they faced the elite of the Hokage's direct Umbu, caught off guard. With a final thrust, the last root ninja was pierced through the chest by a ninja blade, extinguishing all resistance within the stronghold. The scent of blood swiftly overpowered the previous odors of the sewer. Secure the area, bring the survivors to the interrogation room, Kakashi commanded. He ventured deeper into the stronghold, gazing at the enormous, faceless mask totem emblazoned on the wall. Is this the ninja world you witnessed, Obito? Is this the reason for your despair? Kakashi Captain. An Umbu clad in a lynx mask approached, reporting that they had apprehended a squad leader from the Yamenka clan for questioning, but he bore a protective curse seal that was exceedingly troublesome. I will take a look. Inside the makeshift interrogation room, the atmosphere was oppressive. The captured root squad leader was bound to a chair, his eyes closed, silent. The interrogator, Yamanaka Inoichi, was sweating profusely. It's no use. His mental barrier is protected by a particularly vicious curse seal. If we attempt to break through, he will suffer instant brain death. Gasping, Yamanaka noted. Danzo is a genius in this regard. A genius wasted on such endeavors. Kakashi's voice was frigid as he stepped before the squad leader. Speak now. If you surrender, Lord Hokage will grant you a fair trial. The squad leader's eyes flew open, a strange smile creeping across his face. For the root, he emitted a silent scream, the curse seal on his tongue igniting in an instant. A tumultuous surge of chakra erupted from his body, visibly expanding at an alarming rate. This is bad. It's a degraded version of the 4 symbols sealing self-detonation technique. Yamenka Ino retreated in horror, urging everyone to flee. The surrounding Umbu instinctively attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. At this distance, everyone would be caught in the blast. Kakashi's body was already in motion, the lightning blade gathering brilliance in his palm. Yet, he knew he might not reach in time. In that critical moment, a flash of golden light appeared. Namake's Minato materialized in the interrogation room without warning, positioning himself between the self-destructing root ninja and Yamenka Ino. Time seemed to slow. Minato did not turn back, nor did he glance at the impending explosion. He merely extended a hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and with a speed akin to lightning, he touched the forehead of the squad leader. A resounding hum filled the air as a golden technique, 100 times more intricate than the root's curse mark, unfurled in an instant from his fingertips, enveloping the squad leader entirely. The violent chakra, poised to wreak havoc, was extinguished as if plunged into frigid waters. The inflated body rapidly shriveled back to its original state. Everything had concluded. From appearance to cessation, it took less than a second. In the interrogation room, silence was palpable. All the Umbu stood frozen, unable to comprehend how Minato had achieved this. Teacher, Kakashi, how did you arrive? Kakashi inquired, as the lightning in his palm dissipated. I left the Flying Thunder God technique on each member of your team. It sensed the violent chakra fluctuations, Minato replied calmly, turning to face them. It seems I arrived just in time. His words warmed the hearts of all present Umbu. It turned out that the 4th Hokage had been silently guarding them all along. The root squad leader on the ground lay limp as if made of clay, his curse mark suppressed, unable even to commit suicide. He gazed at Minato, his face contorted with despair and malice. Namake's Minato, do you believe you have triumphed? Your atrocities will cause the entire Konoha to fracture. You will become a dictator who purges his comrades. Lord Danzo's will shall be inherited by us. He continued to rant. attempting to sway the hearts of the crowd with lofty ideals. However, Minato merely regarded him with the expression of one observing a jester. Is that so? Minato retrieved a scroll from within his robes and tossed it at Kakashi's feet. Open it. Kakashi picked up the scroll, perplexed, and unfurled it. As he discerned its contents, he was struck dumb. The surrounding umbu gathered closer. The scroll bore orders penned in Danzo's handwriting. Upon the commencement of the cleansing, activate the martyr plan. Command the squad leaders at each outpost to initiate self-detonation with the curse marks when captured by the umbu, perishing alongside the umbu interrogators. This was to fabricate the falsehood that the Fourth Hokage was purging dissenters, ruthlessly suppressing and slaughtering fellow ninja of the village, inciting distrust among the Jonin class and various clans against the Hokage. The root would be reborn from the ashes. At the scroll's conclusion, there was Danzo Shimura's handwritten signature and the root seal. A profound silence ensued. A chilling dread surged from the feet of every umbu member, coursing to the crown of their heads. This was the advisor they once revered? This was the man who professed to act for the shadows of the village? He intended to use the lives of his subordinates to frame the Hokage, to tear apart the very fabric of Konoha. Bastard. An umbu ninja trembled as he uttered the two words. He wasn't acting for the village. He was only serving his own interests. We nearly became sacrifices in his plot. Anger and fear rippled through the crowd. The root squad leader, sprawled on the ground, also beheld the contents of the scroll. His faith shattered in that instant. And no, it's impossible. Lord Danzo. Minato did not cast him another glance. Kakashi. Seal all documents here and return them to the Hokage building. Leave no survivors at this outpost. Yes. This time, Kakashi's response carried an unprecedented resolve. During the process of clearing the outpost, an umbu made a new discovery. Fourth Hokage, there's a hidden chamber. The door to the chamber swung open, revealing not a vault nor a scroll of ninjutsu, but a small laboratory filled with the scent of potions. On the table lay a plethora of documents concerning human experimentation. Kakashi picked up one of the papers, and its content was horrifying. Cell fusion, bloodline limit transplantation, forced mental separation. Each item was a forbidden technique explicitly prohibited by the village. At the scroll's end, he noticed an inconspicuous mark. A coiled serpent, exhaling venom. Orochimaru. Minato took the scroll, glanced at it, and spoke that name. The most favored disciple of the Third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, now an S-rank criminal on the run. All clues seemed to intertwine. Meanwhile, in the deepest solitary cell of Konoha prison, Shimura Danzo sat cross-legged, his body shuddering violently. He felt it. The curse marks he had placed in the minds of the core members of Root were being forcibly erased one by a power far superior and more domineering. It was not destruction, but rather an overriding force. He had lost all control over those pawns. He spat out a mouthful of foul air. In the darkness, his remaining eye slowly opened. There was no fury, no loss of composure. Namikaze Minato, you have indeed surprised me. A low, mocking laugh resonated in the cell, quickly fading into silence. Yet, the root could not be entirely eradicated. Chapter 6. Danzo the Old Thief. Evidence is conclusive. The entire village seeks his blood. In the Hokage building, the highest conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could wring water. The heads of Konoha's major ninja clans and representatives from the Jonin class were all present. Their seats encircled a massive round table. But all attention was fixated on the three individuals standing in the center of the room. Shimura Danzo, Tsunade Haruno, and Mido Kazuma. Once respected elder advisors of Konoha, they were now mere prisoners. They bore no chains, yet the four umbu surrounding them served as invisible shackles. Namikaze Minato occupied the principal seat, with Sarutobi Hiruzen at his left, silently polishing his crystal ball. Everyone is present. Minato broke the silence. The purpose of calling you all today is to address the handling of the three advisors during the Nine Tails incident, as well as the subsequent management of Root, which requires a formal resolution. At this declaration, a subtle commotion stirred within the room. Nara Shikaku, the wise head of the Nara clan, exchanged glances with Akimichi Choza and Yamenka Ino. They discerned the gravity of the situation from each other's expressions. This was to be a political reckoning. Minato, you have already made your decision. Why prolong this? Tsunade scoffed. Summoning us here is merely to subject us to humiliation once more in front of everyone. Indeed, Mido Minion's words echoed with the sentiment of victors and vanquished, leaving us with nothing to say. However, the notion of bowing our heads in acknowledgement of wrongdoing is utterly implausible. Minato did not heed their remarks. His gaze settled upon the silent Danzo, who had remained mute throughout. Elder Danzo, do you have anything to say? Danzo slowly lifted his head, his solitary eye scanning each individual present before finally fixing upon Minato. Do you believe you have triumphed, Namikaze Minato? His tone was calm, yet laced with an icy chill. For the sake of your personal power, you have disbanded the root that has sacrificed countless lives for Konoha in the shadows. You have imprisoned those who served under the Third Hokage. You are destroying your own foundation. You are leading Konoha down a perilous path of dictatorship. He turned to the clan leaders present, raising his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, are you truly willing to watch a tyrannical Hokage dismantle the power balance established through the toil of the first and second Hokages? Today, he can act against us. Tomorrow, he may turn his hand against your families. For the future of Konoha, we must stop him. Danzo's words were highly inflammatory, causing many in attendance to display signs of hesitation. Hyuga Hisashi lightly tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly weighing the pros and cons Saratobi Hiruzen's side. Placing down the crystal ball, just as he was about to speak, Minato raised his hand to halt him. Have you finished? Minato inquired calmly. Very well. He neither refuted nor defended himself. Kakashi. The door to the conference room swung open, and Hatake Kakashi stepped in. He placed a stack of sealed scrolls heavily on the round table's center. What is this? Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow. These are portions of documents collected from various root bases. Minato gestured. Kakashi, please read the top one aloud for everyone. Kakashi picked up the top scroll and unfurled it before the assembly. Root's secret order, martyrdom plan. His voice was devoid of inflection, yet it sent a jolt through the hearts of all present. The order for all squad leaders at each base, upon capture and interrogation by the Umbu, to activate self-detonation seals, perishing alongside the Umbu interrogators. This is to create the illusion that the fourth Hokage ruthlessly suppresses and slaughters fellow ninjas under the guise of eliminating dissidents. The root shall be reborn from the ashes. Upon finishing, Kakashi displayed the scrolls into all, revealing Danzo's signature and the root seal. Boom. A thunderous shockwave erupted in the minds of all clan leaders and Jonin representatives. Is this real? To implicate the Hokage with the lives of his own subordinates? Insanity. He is utterly mad. Yamashiro always trembled with rage. As the head of the interrogation department, he understood the implications all too well. If Minato had not arrived in time, his clansmen, Konoha's Umbu, would have become the victims of this conspiracy. This is slander. Danzo's roar reverberated through the conference room. You forged this evidence. Forged? Minato chuckled softly. Elder Aoi, would you please verify publicly the chakra residue and the authenticity of the handwriting on this scroll? Yamashiro Aoi stepped forward, placing his hands on the scroll and closing his eyes. Moments later, he opened them, his face aflame with uncontrollable fury. Report to the fourth Hokage. The scroll and signature are authentic. The crowd erupted into chaos. All hesitations, all deliberations, vanished in that instant, leaving only fear and anger toward Danzo's vile scheme. The faces of Toji Koharu and Mito Minyin turned ashen. They gazed at Danzo, their lips quivering, unable to utter a word. They understood that everything was over. Chapter 7. Minato flips the table. Danzo, this is not how the script is written. Minato did not pause. He gestured for Kakashi to unveil the second scroll. Orochimaru's Human Experimentation Raw Data, Backup Number 13. Kakashi read the title aloud. Experiment Project, Feasibility Report on the Fusion of First Hokage Cells and Sharingan. Experimental materials sourced from the root, comprising fallen Uchiha clansmen during the war and abducted civilian orphans. Collaborator, Shimura Danzo. If the first scroll was a bomb, this one was akin to a tailed beast bomb capable of obliterating everything. Hyuga Hisashi suddenly stood, causing the table to shake with the force of his movement. Collaborating with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to conduct human experiments on our own ninjas and civilians? His voice was frigid. Every individual present felt the marrow-deep chill. This was no longer a struggle for power. This was a crime against humanity. Danzo. Saratobi Hiruzen finally could no longer remain silent, his voice booming as his aged body radiated an overwhelming chakra. How could you possibly commit such acts? He was aware of the previous research on Hashirama's cells, but due to the exorbitant cost, that plan should have long been abandoned. It was unimaginable that this man, driven by greed for the first's power, would secretly collaborate with Orochimaru for further research, even utilizing the village's own ninjas and civilians for human experimentation. This was utterly outrageous. Danzo's body trembled with immense fury, the pressure emanating from him causing the temperature in the conference room to drop. Confronted by the wrath of former comrades, a twisted, grotesque expression emerged on his face. Hiruzen, what right do you have to accuse me? He bellowed, veins bulging on his neck. If it weren't for your weakness, if it weren't for your indulgence of Orochimaru, would he have defected? Everything I do is to clean up your mess. For the village. Everything I do is for the village. You sunlit fools cannot comprehend the necessity of darkness. Danzo's words were those of a cornered beast, making one last desperate lunge. Yet this time, no one was swayed by his self-righteousness. Enough. Minato's voice, though quiet, instantly quelled Danzo's roar. He rose and walked to the round table, placing his hand on the scroll regarding human experimentation. Danzo, you claim to act for the village. Then tell me, what was the original intention of the first Hokage in establishing this village? Minato did not wait for his reply. It was to allow ninjas from different clans to set aside their hatreds and coexist harmoniously. It was to provide a safe haven for children who have suffered the ravages of war, to laugh freely and chase their dreams. Not a dark lair that exchanges the corpses of fellow ninjas for forbidden techniques with rogue ninjas. His words rang out emphatically, reverberating throughout the conference room, striking at the hearts of all present. What you protect is not Konoha. Minato's finger pressed heavily upon the scroll. It is merely your ambition known as Hokage. Danzo's body quaked violently, his mouth agape, yet he could muster no retort. The words of Watergate struck like the sharpest of blades, slicing through all the noble facades he had cloaked himself in, laying bare his deepest desires for all to witness. The troublesome Nara Shikako leaned back against his chair, lazily uttering words that betrayed an icy undercurrent. But this time, you have overstepped your bounds, Danzo. I concur, chimed in Akimichi Choza, his voice resonating in the room. Hyuga Hizashi resumed his seat, adjusting his sleeves. The Hyuga clan fully supports any decision made by the fourth Hokage. His declaration echoed the sentiments of Konoha's most ancient noble house. As Hizashi spoke, other shinobi representatives and clan heads added their voices in unison. The Inuzuka clan supports the fourth Hokage. The Yamanaka clan supports the fourth Hokage. Our shinobi class has no objections. The chorus of support surged like a tidal wave, one voice following another. Tojo Komatsu and Mito Gate's faces turned ashen, their heads bowed, unable to meet anyone's gaze. The tide had turned. No, it had been lost from the moment Watergate presented that evidence. They were utterly defeated. Watergate returned to his rightful seat. Since there are no objections, I hereby declare, in the name of the fourth Hokage, the final resolution, the revocation of all positions and honors held by Shimura Danzo, Tojo Komatsu, and Mito Gate due to their grievous crimes endangering the village's safety and subverting the core principles of Konoha. They are sentenced to lifelong imprisonment, without the possibility of pardon. Immediate execution. Understood. Furumbu stepped forward, seizing the arms of the three individuals. As Danzo was escorted towards the exit, he suddenly halted, not looking back, but emitting a low, chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. Do you think this is the end? His voice echoed eerily in the silent conference room. Watergate remained unresponsive, gazing out the window at the village, which was beginning to rebuild in the morning light. This cleansing was merely the beginning. The true challenge had only just begun. Danzo's laughter faded at the door, but his final words lingered in the air. With a resounding clang, the iron door of the cell closed, cutting off the last vestiges of light. Chapter 8. Watergate. Next, Uchiha. Within the conference room, only the heads of the various ninja clans and the shinobi representatives remained. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. This meeting had devolved into a public execution of Konoha's dark side, and the executioner was none other than their fourth Hokage. Gentlemen, Watergate resumed his position. The crimes of Danzo and the others will be adjudicated by a specialized tribunal. The remnants of Root will continue to be purged by the Umbu. Konoha requires a new order. His words heralded a declaration for the future. Everyone present understood that from this day forth, the authority of the Hokage would face no hindrance. After a lengthy pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, picking up a pipe from the table without igniting it. Watergate, there is one more matter. He broke the silence. The source of the Ninetales incident. The enemy who controlled the beast. Hiruzen's words heightened everyone's tension once more. According to intelligence, only the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan could control the Ninetales. Shwa. All gazes converged upon Uchiha Fugaku. Though his body remained still, his hands clenched tightly in his lap. What do you mean, Third Hokage? His tone was steady, devoid of any emotion. Fugaku, I do not intend to place blame upon you. Hiruzen's expression grew grave. However, for the stability of the village, we must take preventive measures. I propose temporarily relocating the Uchiha clan's territory to the outskirts of the village. Additionally, the authority of the Konoha police force must be redefined. And I will suggest the establishment of a new security department to share their responsibilities. This proposal rendered the atmosphere in the conference room exceedingly delicate. It was a blatant act of isolation and disempowerment. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, sensing the trouble brewing. Cornering a powerful clan was never a wise course of action. Everyone turned to Watergate, awaiting his decision. To them, this seemed a reasonable plan, one that could soothe the villagers' sentiments while preventing future conflicts. Hiruzen's proposal reflected the entrenched thinking of Konoha's upper echelons. However, Watergate simply listened in silence. Third Hokage, he finally spoke. I have already devised a preliminary plan regarding the Uchiha clan's relocation. Hiruzen was taken aback. Everyone present was stunned. They had anticipated an urgent discussion on what they believed to be a pressing issue. Yet, Watergate's demeanor suggested he had already begun addressing the matter. Isolating them will only breed suspicion and hatred. Watergate's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. This will not resolve the issue. It will only create a bigger problem. An isolated Uchiha is far more dangerous than one situated at the heart of the village. Hiruzen opened his mouth, finding himself at a loss for words. Watergate's insight transcended mere precaution. It tackled the root of the problem. So what do you propose? This matter, I will handle personally. Watergate revealed no further details. This meeting is adjourned. He rose, unequivocally concluding this gathering, which would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Konoha's history. As night fell, the lights in the Hokage's office still burned brightly. Watergate sat behind his desk, not poring over reports on post-war reconstruction, but rather examining files concerning the Uchiha clan. From the founding of the village to the establishment of the police force by the second Hokage, and through the Third Shinobi World War. Each file chronicled the glories and struggles of this proud family. Knock, knock. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's leader. He had changed out of his formal clan attire, now dressed simply in casual wear. Hokage-sama, he bowed slightly. Fugaku, is there something you need at this late hour? Watergate put down the scroll in his hands. I have come regarding the matters discussed during the meeting earlier today. Fugaku approached, his eyes not meeting Watergate's, but instead fixated upon the files concerning the Uchiha. Rumors have begun circulating in the village that the Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha. My clan members are forbidden from leaving, and the police force's activities have been suspended. They are anxious and enraged. Fugaku's account was measured. I assured them that Hokage-sama would deliver a just verdict. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Watergate. I need a promise, Watergate. He addressed him informally, dropping the honorific. I once defied the odds and preserved Obito's eye, entrusting it to your student, Kakashi, because I believed in you, in your ability to lead Konoha into a new era. One free from prejudice. Do not let me down. The words of Fugaku fell like a stone cast into the tranquil lake of Minato's heart. At that very moment, a somewhat ostentatious system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected facing a Uchiha dilemma. The crossroads of history has emerged once more. Side quest released. The Uchiha clan's return to loyalty. Quest description. The Uchiha clan is one of Konoha's most powerful families and also the most unstable factor. Resolve their conflicts with the village and transform them into your most loyal blade. Quest reward. The ability to awaken the Sharingan. Passive. The ability to awaken the Sharingan. Minato paused momentarily. This reward. He gazed at Fugaku, observing the myriad emotions concealed within his dark eyes. A bold, almost reckless plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Fugaku. Minato stood and approached him. I shall not only offer you a promise. I will also provide you and the entire Uchiha clan with a brand new future. Fugaku's body trembled slightly. Minato did not elaborate further. He turned back to his desk, seized a blank scroll and a pen. He hesitated to write immediately, instead mulling over the name of that reward in his mind. The ability to awaken the Sharingan. Perhaps this was the sole key capable of thoroughly resolving the issue. Chapter 9. No more being a mere patrolman. Minato painted a grander vision for the Uchihas. He dipped the pen into ink, hovering it over the scroll. Fugaku's breath nearly halted. He watched Minato, noting the youthful countenance that bore the weight of the entire Konoha. He was uncertain of what to anticipate. A soothing promise? An order to return the police force? Or perhaps a subtler separation plan akin to that of the Third Hokage? Rustle. The pen finally descended. Minato began to write. His pace unhurried, yet each word resonated with clarity and strength. Fugaku's gaze was irresistibly drawn in. The first word he saw was neither police force nor resettlement, but rather intelligence. Preliminary proposal for the establishment of a special threat response and tactical intelligence department in Konoha. This was the title. Fugaku's mind momentarily blanked. What is this? He continued reading. In light of the recent Ninetales incident, the severe inadequacies of the current defense system in countering unknown space-time ninjutsu and advanced ocular genjutsu mental control threats have been exposed. To address the village's shortcomings in counter-espionage, counter-sabotage, advanced genjutsu countermeasures, and strategic early warning, it is proposed to establish a new department independent of the Umbu and Root, now disbanded. Core functions of the department. 1. Conduct intelligence analysis and tracking of high-value targets from hostile forces. 2. Counter and neutralize enemy ocular genjutsu and advanced genjutsu. 3. Assess and monitor potential non-physical threats within the village. Fugaku's body began to tremble slightly. The more he read, the more tumultuous his inner waves became. This was not a plan for handling the Uchiha clan. This was a blueprint to reshape the entire intelligence and defense system of Konoha. Hokage-sama, what are you? He struggled to speak, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Minato paused his writing and pushed the scroll toward him. Fugaku, which clan do you believe is most suited to lead this new department? Boom. This question struck like a bolt of lightning, directly penetrating Fugaku's consciousness. He stumbled back a step, his face etched with disbelief. This is impossible, he exclaimed. To entrust the village's strategic intelligence core to the Uchiha. The Elder Council will never agree. The other clans will never consent. This is madness. Allowing the Uchihas to serve as police was already a compromise made by the second Hokage to exclude them from the center of power. Now, Minato Namikaze's wish to place them at the helm of a department even more central than the Umbu? This was not trust. It was placing the entire Uchiha clan on a pyre. Why not? Minato countered. In terms of insight, breaking genjutsu, and tracking chakra traces, what could be more suitable than the Sharingan? To have a group of ninjas endowed with the strongest eyes performing basic patrol and security duties is, in itself, a gross misallocation of talent. Minato rose and approached the window. Fugaku, do you think I am unaware of what those in the village think? They fear the power of the Uchihas, thus confining you, granting you a nominal title of police chief, distancing you from the center of power. They believe this maintains the village's stability. They are mistaken. This merely confines a fierce tiger in a cage. The cage may hold it temporarily, but it only serves to intensify its resentment and sharpen its claws until one day it breaks free and tears everything apart. Minato turned back. I wish to avoid that day. Hence, I choose to open the cage, granting this fierce tiger a broader forest to hunt true enemies, rather than bared fangs at its comrades within the village. The office fell into a profound silence. Fugaku stood in a daze, each of Minato's words striking deep within him. Resentment, claws, cage. Everything the Uchiha clan had endured over the years had been seen so clearly by this fourth Hokage. But what of trust? Fugaku's voice was hoarse. Even if you trust us, what of the others in the village? They will only perceive this as your compromise and appeasement towards the Uchiha following the Ninetales incident. They will be even more wary of us. Indeed, Minato nodded. Thus, this trust cannot be granted by me. It must be earned back by you, the Uchiha. He returned to his desk, pointing to the blank section of the scroll. This new department will not have any current police force members. What I desire are those within the Uchiha who are the most intelligent, the most loyal, and also the least known. They will undergo the most rigorous training and scrutiny. Their first mission will not be to confront external enemies, but to assist the Umbu in investigating all village personnel connected to Danzo and Orochimaru's experiments. They must cleanse the filth from Konoha with their own hands, proving to everyone that the Uchiha Sharingan exists to safeguard Konoha. Fugaku's breath quickened. This plan was intricately woven. So meticulous it instilled fear within him. Initially presenting an irresistible temptation, it irrevocably linked the future of the Uchiha clan with the village's safety. Then, using an internal cleansing task as a token of loyalty, it compelled the Uchiha to sever any ties with their dark past while simultaneously submitting a loyalty pledge to the entire village. This was not charity. It was an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to be reborn and genuinely integrate into Konoha. Fugaku opened his mouth, finding his throat dry. He recalled those clansmen who, due to isolation, harbored deep grievances within the clan lands. He thought of those young prodigies, forever barred from the core of power simply for being Uchiha. Recalling his son Itachi, who bore the weight of too much, caught between family and village, he pondered. What should I do? This question signified his acceptance of the audacious plan. Return, Minato instructed, handing him a blank list. Secretly select 10 individuals you deem most suitable. Remember, I seek not the strongest, but those with clarity of mind and a sense of belonging to the village. This is the first and most crucial step. Fugaku took the light sheet of paper, feeling its weight like 1,000 pounds. He bowed deeply to Minato. Yes, Lord Hokage. This time, he refrained from using Minato's name. As Fugaku's figure disappeared through the door, Minato slowly sat down. He gazed at the plan he had penned, his heart devoid of tumult. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully persuading the Uchiha clan leader, taking a pivotal step towards strategizing against the Uchiha. The system's voice chimed in teasingly. Minato paid it no heed, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The plan was flawless. Yet, there remained one critical element he had not disclosed to Fugaku: how to ensure this new department. This blade wielded by the Uchiha would never turn against Konoha. The answer lay within the reward known as the Sharingan's awakening ability. He picked up his pen and inscribed the official name of the new department at the end of the scroll, the Konoha Surveillance Department. Chapter 10, Minato's Night Visit to the Uchiha. Itachi, cradling Sasuke, was astounded by what he overheard. The following morning, sunlight penetrated the thin mist, casting itself upon the streets of Konoha, yet failing to deliver warmth. The atmosphere in the Uchiha compound was more oppressive than any corner of the village. The emblem of the Konoha police force, a colossal amalgamation of shuriken and fan, lay shrouded in dust. The once patrolling clan members had vanished, leaving the streets desolate, with only tightly shut doors and windows. A flash of gold appeared. The figure of Minato Namikaze materialized before the entrance of the compound. Clad not in the Hokage's ceremonial robe but in a simple Jonin uniform, he was met by Fugaku Uchiha, who approached alone. Lord Hokage. His address was respectful, yet bore an unmistakable distance. Take me to your study, Fugaku. Minato forwent any unnecessary pleasantries. Inside the study, the air was laced with the scent of incense. Fugaku poured tea for Minato as they sat opposite each other across a low table. I pondered over your proposal from last night, Fugaku began cautiously. Establishing a new department for the Uchiha to oversee strategic intelligence is indeed an unexpected strategy. But as I mentioned last night, the issue of trust remains. The village's suspicion of the Uchiha stems from the Nine-Tails incident. Until this root cause is addressed, any plan is merely a castle in the air. Minato raised the teacup but did not drink. You are correct. That is precisely why I am here today, to resolve this fundamental issue. Fugaku hesitated momentarily. Minato placed the teacup back on the low table with a soft clink. Fugaku, the masked man who attacked Konoha and controlled the Nine-Tails. He is one of the Uchiha. The teacup in Fugaku's hand shattered on the floor. Impossible, he retorted emphatically. I swear by my honor as the Uchiha clan leader, none of our clan members were involved. I am aware, Minato's words momentarily halted Fugaku's fury, for that individual had long been recorded as deceased in the village's records. Minato's gaze bore into Fugaku's. His name is Uchiha Obito. A thunderclap of realization struck Fugaku, leaving him paralyzed, his mind blank. Obito? The boy who sacrificed himself during the battle at Kanabi Bridge to protect his comrades? The hero who entrusted his Sharingan to Kakashi? Unthinkable. This is absolutely impossible. Fugaku shouted. He has already died. His gravestone lies beside the memorial stone. He did not die, Minato calmly interjected. He survived and awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. His space-time ninjutsu is called Kamui. Not only did he control the Nine-Tails, but he also extracted the tailed beast from Kushina. Each word struck Fugaku's heart like a hammer. He yearned to refute, to denounce this as absurdity, yet Minato's undeniable conviction rendered him speechless. Evidence. Fugaku's voice was hoarse. Do you have proof? Yes. Minato produced a sealing scroll from within his robes and placed it on the low table. He formed hand seals with one hand and released the seal. With a loud bang, a cloud of white mist dispersed, revealing a severed arm atop the table. The cut was smooth, clearly severed by an exceptionally sharp ninjutsu. But what horrified Fugaku the most was the arm's appearance. The pale skin bore tree-like patterns and protrusions, reminiscent of twisted roots. This is the arm I severed from him, Minato explained. You may have your clan's medical ninjas examine it. The chakra and cell structure belong to Uchiha Obito. As for the wood-like portions, Minato paused. Those are the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Fugaka staggered back, colliding with the bookshelf behind him. The pieces fell into place. He understood why Obito had survived and possessed such formidable power. There were undoubtedly more than one individual, like Orochimaru, coveting the cells of the first Hokage. A chilling dread coursed through Fugaku, reaching the crown of his head. Why? Why is this happening? He murmured. A hero who should have perished had transformed into a demon intent on destroying the village. An Uchiha genius now bore the power of the Senju. The hidden truth behind this revelation sent shivers down his spine. Just then, a faint rustle of fabric came from beyond the paper sliding door. Almost imperceptible. Fugaka's body remained motionless, as did Minato, seemingly unaware. Why do you think Danzo was quick to point the finger at the Uchiha during the meeting? Minato continued, his voice low yet clear enough for those outside to hear. Fugaka's body trembled. You mean, Danzo's root is secretly collaborating with Orochimaru? If Orochimaru could acquire Hashirama's cells, Danzo certainly could as well. A deceased Uchiha. A Sharingan wielder capable of controlling the Nine Tails, all framed upon the entire Uchiha clan. Once the Nine Tails incident settles, the village will inevitably fracture due to suspicion, with the Jonin class and various clans dissatisfied with the Hokage's actions. At that point, who will be the greatest beneficiary? Minato refrained from naming the individual. Yet the answer was glaringly obvious. Shimura Danzo. He not only covets the position of Hokage, but is even willing to instigate a catastrophe that could annihilate Konoha to pave the way for himself. The Uchiha clan, from the very beginning, was merely a pawn in his sinister scheme. That scoundrel. Fugaka's teeth clenched audibly. He finally comprehended the truth. This was not a mere case of prejudice and suspicion. It was a malicious conspiracy directed entirely against the Uchiha clan. They had nearly become the collateral damage of Danzo's ambitions. Forever nailed to the pillar of shame in Konoha's history, unable to rise again. Following the fury, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Had it not been for Minato's decisive suppression of Danzo, had Minato not revealed the truth to him at this moment, the future of the Uchiha would have been unthinkable. Do you still believe that establishing the Konoha monitoring department is a mad proposal? Minato inquired. Fugaku fell silent. He gazed at Minato, this younger man who had already ascended to the pinnacle of power. In that moment, all his doubts and defenses evaporated, replaced by a sense of relief from surviving a calamity, along with hope. I understand now. Fugaku inhaled deeply. The monitoring department will be taken over by the Uchiha. This is our debt to the village and our sole opportunity to reclaim our honor. Excellent, Minato nodded. He stood up, preparing to leave. Have you made progress on the list I asked you to prepare last night? There are already several candidates, Fugaku responded, one of whom you may know. Oh, Itachi Uchiha. The boy renowned for his shunshin technique, extraordinarily gifted, and possesses unwavering loyalty to the village. Itachi is indeed a commendable choice. Minato seemed to recall something. He approached the door, his hand resting on the paper sliding door. Fugaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. The power of the Sharingan is far more formidable and perilous than you can imagine. Minato stated without turning back. It brings not only glory but also an accompanying curse. I understand that curse better than you do. With that, he opened the door and vanished into the courtyard. In the study, only Fugaku remained, standing in a daze, repeatedly pondering Minato's final words. Understand it better than I do? He lowered his gaze to the blank list Minato had given him the previous night, the paper light, yet feeling as heavy as a mountain. Father. Outside, a youth clad in Uchiha clan attire emerged from the shadows of the pillars, cradling an infant no more than a few months old. Itachi Uchiha. He watched Minato's departing figure, an unprecedented brilliance swirling in his black eyes. I must join this organization, no matter what. Then he looked down at the child in his arms, a smile gracing Itachi's face. Sasuke, don't cry. It seems our clan and the village may have a new turning point. Chapter 11. The Ultimate Secret of the Uchiha? Minato's Revelation. Days later, the reconstruction of Konoha proceeded in an orderly fashion. Under the sun, newly erected beams replaced the charred remnants of walls, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh wood and earth, dispelling the bloodshed and terror left in the wake of the Nine Tails incident. An unprecedented vitality was quietly germinating within the village. Minato completed the last document, his fingertips lightly tapping on the table. Ding! The perfect compatibility progress of Senju Hashirama's cells has reached 80. System notification: there are still roots lurking in the darkness that have not been eradicated. Please complete a 100 cleanup as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Indeed, that scoundrel Danzo will not fall so easily. Just then, a knock echoed on the office door. Come in. The person entering was Fugaku Uchiha. He was not dressed in the police force uniform nor the ceremonial attire of the clan leader, but simply wore plain dark clothing. Hokage-sama, regarding the previous matter, I would like to take you somewhere. Minato asked no further questions, merely standing up. Lead the way. The two walked in succession through the gradually reviving streets. However, their direction was not toward the Uchiha compound, but rather to the ancient and solemn Nangi shrine at the village's edge. Inside the shrine, it was empty. Fugaku did not linger in the main hall, but walked straight to the backyard, stopping beside a dry well. He formed hand seals, and with a deep chakra pulse, a massive stone slab slowly shifted aside, revealing a deep staircase leading underground. Hokage-sama, please. As they descended the staircase, torches on either side ignited automatically, dispelling the darkness that had lingered for centuries. Below lay a vast stone chamber, at the end of which stood an enormous stone tablet. The tablet was inscribed with ancient characters, exuding a chilling pressure. The sacred ground of the Uchiha clan. Here lies the most core secrets of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice echoed in the vast stone chamber. He turned to face Minato. The future you envision for the Uchiha is both grand and unsettling. I need a final confirmation. Hokage-sama, how much do you truly understand about the Sharingan? Fugaku's words carried a hint of probing. Do you know? The pinnacle of the Sharingan's evolution, the Mangekyo Sharingan, is in fact a cursed power. The price of awakening it is immense suffering, and the cost of its utilization is light itself. Each time its power is invoked, the holder's world inches closer to eternal darkness. Fugaku paused, observing Minato's reaction. This was a despairing secret that only those Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo could touch. He wanted to see how this young Hokage would react upon hearing the price that could move any strong individual. Would it be sympathy, apprehension, or would he reassess the value of the Uchiha? However, Minato simply listened calmly. I certainly understand, he began, his voice low yet sending a jolt through Fugaku's body. Fed by the death of loved ones or immense sorrow, the Sharingan blooms with greater power. Yet that power is essentially a rootless tree. Each use depletes the very essence of the eye. Ultimately, light fades, leaving only darkness. Minato's words precisely articulated all the characteristics of the Mangekyo Sharingan, even more profoundly than Fugaku's own understanding. How is this possible? But, Fugaku, Minato shifted his tone. Every curse has a method of resolution. Darkness will consume light. So let us inject it with a new, eternal light. Fugaku's breath hitched. What do you mean? Brother, the purest blood ties between siblings, between father and son. That is the new light. Minato strode toward the enormous stone tablet. When a pair of eyes on the verge of blindness transplant the Mangekyo of their brother, the two powers will merge, giving birth to an entirely new ocular power. That will be eternal light, no longer to be consumed by darkness. This is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, transcending the Mangekyo. Boom. Fugaku's mind went blank, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan? How could such a concept, one that exists solely in the realm of myth and legend, be known to Minato Namikaze? The stone tablet before them bears the ancient inscriptions of the Sage of the Six Paths, and only the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can decipher the secrets of the eternal kaleidoscope. Yet, Minato does not even possess the Sharingan. Fugaku's voice trembled with shock. I know much more than that. Minato turned to face him. I am aware that your Uchiha clan considers itself the descendants of Indra, destined to be eternal foes of the Senju clan, the descendants of Ashura. However, this tablet does not reveal the entire truth. It has been tampered with. What? Fugaku recoiled, his back hitting the cold stone wall with a heavy thud. The notion of the tablet being altered was a more profound upheaval than the secret of the eternal kaleidoscope. Fugaku, are you still entangled in the fate of the past? What I offer you is a glimpse of the future. Minato stepped forward, locking eyes with him. The Umbu is not a cage to bind you, but a means to arm yourselves for protection. I will allocate the village's finest medical resources to establish a specialized research institute, led by your Uchiha clan, to study the evolution and preservation of the Sharingan. I aim not only to restore your honor, but also to ensure that every clan member who awakens the kaleidoscope has the opportunity to pursue that eternal light, rather than wither away in despair within the darkness. This is my promise to the Uchiha as Hokage. His words shattered the last remnants of resistance within Fugaku. It was not mere charity or surveillance, but genuine acknowledgement and support from the heart. What he offered was the respect and future that the Uchiha clan had long desired, yet never received. Is it acceptable to reduce the Uchiha clan, which should be the strongest force in the ninja world, to a burden for the village? Have the second and third Hokages lost their way? If so, allow me, the fourth Hokage, to take charge. Fugaku's body ceased to tremble as he slowly adjusted his attire. Then, before Minato, the proud leader of the Uchiha knelt on one knee, bowing his head, something he had never done before. Uchiha Fugaku, along with the entire Uchiha clan, pledges our unwavering loyalty to you from this day forth. You shall be the singular will of the Uchiha. Beep. Key figure Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi have sworn allegiance. The completion rate of the side quest regarding the Uchiha clan's return has significantly increased. Mission reward, Sharingan Awakening Ability, Passive. Unlock progress has reached 70. System prompt. To fully subdue the Uchiha clan, you must assist Uchiha Fugaku in gaining the approval of the clan's Elder Council. The system's notification flashed through Minato's mind. Indeed, the situation was not so simple. The allegiance of a clan is never solely the business of its leader. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows at the entrance of the stone chamber. Father, a cold voice echoed. Fugaku's head snapped up. Shock and a hint of anger etched across his face as he recognized the newcomer. Itachi, what are you doing here? The figure was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Ignoring his father, he walked straight to Minato and knelt on one knee, mirroring Fugaku's earlier gesture. Hokage-sama, I have heard your entire conversation with my father. I am willing to become a cornerstone in the future you envision. Please allow me to join your direct umbu. Itachi lifted his head, the flames of determination burning in his youthful black eyes. I aspire to become the sharpest blade in your hand, severing all darkness that seeks to undermine the village. In the deepest recesses of Konoha prison, an ominous figure, Shimura Danzo, suddenly opened his remaining eye wide. A shadow slithered from the corner of the cell, kneeling before him. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku has completely sided with the fourth Hokage. He has handed over the core positions of the Umbu to the Uchiha clan. Crack. The rough ceramic teacup in Danzo's hand shattered, scalding tea mingling with shards raining down from his fingers. Minato Namikaze. His suppressed howl reverberated through the airless prison cell. Chapter 12. Unlocking the kaleidoscope with a single click? Minato, as long as you have hands, it's possible. Kakashi, have you learned? Inside the study. Fragrant incense wafted through the air. Uchiha Fugaku sat opposite Minato, the tea on the low table already cooling. Hokage-sama, what brings you to visit so late at night? Fugaku broke the silence. Minato did not respond directly but instead pushed a scroll of intelligence across the table. News has come from the prison. Danzo is making moves. Fugaku picked up the scroll and quickly scanned its contents, his body tensing immediately. An escape? How dare he? He certainly dares, Minato replied calmly. An ambitious man stripped of everything would not willingly resign himself to a life in a cell. Do you need me to dispatch the police force to bolster security? No. Minato shook his head. I came to you with a plan. Fugaku's movements halted. Minato continued, rather than passively guarding against him. Why not provide him with an opportunity to expose himself, allowing us to eliminate this malignant tumor entirely? Furthermore, we can utilize this chance for another significant endeavor. Minato turned his gaze to Fugaku, a matter of utmost importance to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku remained silent, awaiting elaboration. You are surely aware of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, yes? Indeed. It is a cursed power that can only be awakened through the profound pain of losing a loved one. Fugaku's response echoed Itachi's sentiments, revealing a hint of concealment. Not entirely correct, Minato countered. What is required is not merely death, but the intense psychological shock that accompanies the loss of such emotions. Death is merely one of the simplest and most brutal methods. Fugaku's heart began to race as he faintly grasped Minato's intentions. The village was well aware of Danzo's greed for the Sharingan. Upon his escape, the most likely target would be the Uchiha. Minato lowered his voice, especially for Shursui, who possesses the strongest Jinjutsu. We can stage a performance. Danzo will play the villain, while Shursui will play the sacrificial role, with your son Itachi as the audience. Fugaku abruptly stood, causing the low table to shake and tea to spill. This is madness. To wager my son's psyche? This is a chance, Minato also stood, confronting Fugaku's agitation. A chance for Itachi to safely awaken the kaleidoscope, allowing the Uchiha to gain new strength. It is also an opportunity to expose Danzo's crimes before all eyes, leaving him with no avenue for redemption. A script that kills two birds with one stone. At the edge of the cliffs of the Nanga River, the wind howled fiercely. Uchiha Shursui stood at the precipice, his garments fluttering wildly, with turbulent waters below. Danzo, you dare to escape from prison. Shursui's roar was torn apart by the wind. From the shadows of the forest across, a figure entirely wrapped in bandages slowly emerged. It was Shimura Danzo, who had been granted the opportunity to escape. In an instant, you have come to meet your demise? Danzo's voice rasped like sandpaper. Concealed in the distance, Itachi's heart raced violently within his chest. This was a mission entrusted by Lord Hokage, led by Shursui, to recapture Danzo. However, he was unaware that the script had quietly altered. A dark shadow dashed past like lightning. Ah! Shursui let out a heart-wrenching scream. Itachi's pupils constricted to their utmost limit. He clearly witnessed Danzo's hand mercilessly plunging into Shursui's right eye socket. Blood sprayed forth. Shursui, clutching his bleeding face, collapsed to the ground. In Danzo's hand, he clutched a still-spinning Sharingan. This I shall claim. His figure instantly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Shursui, Itachi dashed to Shursui's side, eager to support him. Stay back. Shursui pushed him away with force. He staggered to his feet, the flickering flames of despair ignited in his remaining left eye. Itachi, I am no longer of use. Danzo has acquired my eye. He will use it to harm the village with Konoha Tsukumi. Listen, Itachi. Shursui's left hand trembled as it reached towards his only remaining eye. No. Shursui, don't. Itachi howled. It was all too late. Shursui gouged out his left eye, offering it to Itachi. With my eye and my will, he staggered back to the edge of the cliff, a gruesome smile adorning his face. To protect the village and the Uchiha name. Before his words faded, he fell backward, plunging into the turbulent waters of the southern He River below. No. In that moment, Itachi's world shattered completely. Endless pain, regret, and despair surged forth like a flood, overwhelming his reason. His vision plunged into darkness, and soon afterward, a spiral of red and black exploded in his mind. A brand new pattern, 3 swirling blades, was etched deep within his consciousness. The kaleidoscope Sharingan awakened. Just as that immense ocular power and sorrow were about to consume him, the entire world cracked with a snap. The roaring sound of the river ceased. The biting cold wind halted. The blood on his hands vanished. The world before him, like a painting soaked in water, quickly faded and dissolved. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself still standing in the tranquil courtyard of the Uchiha clan. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze caressed him. His father, Fugaku, stood before him. And beside Fugaku, Shursui stood unharmed, both eyes intact, gazing at him with a mix of concern and relief. Itachi, are you all right? Itachi's mind was a blank slate. He looked at Shursui, then at his own hands, a single word squeezed from his dry throat. Genjutsu? Indeed. A calm voice emerged from beside him as Minato Namikaze stepped out from the shadow of the eaves with Kakashi. A Genjutsu tailored specifically for you, to awaken the kaleidoscope. Itachi froze completely. He looked towards Shursui, his mind unable to process the reality before him. That heart-wrenching pain, that despair of watching his dear friend die, was all an illusion? How could this be? He murmured, that sense of reality, my chakra could not possibly escape. Because the chakra providing it is not yours. Shursui replied with a bitter smile. It is the fourth Hokage. I am merely a transit point, transforming the vast chakra of the fourth Hokage into Genjutsu, Shursui lamented. Otherwise, to maintain such an intense Genjutsu on an elite ninja with a 3-tomo Sharingan, I wouldn't last a few minutes. Shock and realization filled Fugaku's face. To forcibly awaken the kaleidoscope by simulating the trauma of loss, he turned to Minato, his voice trembling. Lord Hokage, this method, for the Uchiha, it is a complete revolution. They no longer need to exchange their kin's blood and tragedies for that cursed power. Those involved are often blinded, Minato calmly responded. You are too fixated on the curse of blood, forgetting that the essence of power lies in the fusion of chakra and spirit. He looked at the 3 Uchiha before him. Now then, since your eyes are awakened, tell me your abilities. Fugaku, Shursui, and the newly awakened Itachi each detailed the powers of their kaleidoscope. After listening, Minato turned to the previously silent Kakashi. Kakashi, yes. Have you seen it? This question, devoid of context, left the 3 Uchiha in stunned silence. Seen what? Kakashi nodded. In the next moment, under the incredulous gaze of the 3, Kakashi's left eye, belonging to Obito, began to transform. The 3-tomo spun rapidly, eventually connecting to form a brand new pattern. A 3-blade boomerang. It was identical to Obito's kaleidoscope Sharingan. This. Fugaku was left utterly speechless. Replication? You can even replicate the evolution of a bloodline limit? No, this is not replication. The man named Minato Namikaze had completely deciphered the essence of the Sharingan. Kakashi, his disciple, inherently possessed the ability to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Today, he merely returned the key to their hands. All right, the warm-up is over. Minato clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Itachi, your first mission has arrived. His words jolted Itachi back to reality amidst the overwhelming shock. Completely eliminate the escaping Danzo. Shursui, Kakashi, assist from the sidelines. This is your new Eye's first practical combat. The three figures accepted their orders and instantly vanished from sight. In an abandoned root base, Danzo was preparing to initiate his final plan. Swish, swish, swish. Three figures surrounded him tightly. Danzo. Itachi's fury threatened to manifest physically. Upon seeing Danzo's right arm, wrapped in bandages, everything became self-evident. Danzo slowly unwound the bandages. On that arm, over a dozen scarlet Sharingan were embedded, writhing like grotesque insect eggs. You bastard. You dare to use our clansman's eyes. Shursue's murderous intent nearly boiled over. You little brats, witness true darkness. Danzo wasted no time and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A massive compressed sphere of wind howled towards the center of the three, intending to obliterate them in a single strike. Kakashi stepped forward, the pattern of his kaleidoscope spinning rapidly in his left eye. Kamui. Space visibly warped. That wind sphere, capable of destroying everything, was devoured by an unseen maw at the moment it touched the distorted center, vanishing into thin air. The residual shockwave brushed past Kakashi's sides, shattering the wall behind him into rubble. Danzo's movements faltered. Space-time ninjutsu. That eye belongs to Obito. He swiftly altered his strategy, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging directly at Shursui, whom he perceived to be the master of illusion. Yet, Shursue's kaleidoscope was also in motion. Danzo's body abruptly froze as he felt the kunai in his hand pierce through warm flesh. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the kunai was embedded in his own arm, which was adorned with Sharingan, piercing through one of his eyes. The excruciating pain liberated him from the illusion momentarily, but that brief hesitation proved fatal. Amaterasu. Itachi's voice resonated. Devoid of emotion, a cluster of black flames erupted spontaneously upon Danzo's right shoulder, spreading with terrifying speed. This was not an ordinary fire. It was the sun's flame capable of incinerating all. Damn you, Uchiha brat. Danzo screamed in anguish, drawing another kunai with his left hand and without hesitation, severing his own burning right arm. The sound of flesh parting echoed, his severed arm falling to the ground, rapidly consumed by the black flames. Itachi, Shursui, and Kakashi assumed the battle was over. However, in the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded. From the hollow of Danzo's right shoulder, flesh rapidly regenerated like a writhing monster, restoring a perfect arm, still embedded with Sharingan. Yet, one of the eyes remained eternally closed. Izanagi. He had audaciously utilized the eyes of his clan to perform this forbidden technique that defied life and death. Shursue's voice brimmed with incredulous fury. Gasping heavily, Danzo realized he could not compete against three fully powered Sharingan. He halted his assault and roared, "Foolish brats. This is the sacrifice they made for the village. Their glory. You do not understand. To protect Konoha, someone must delve into darkness. Sarutobi is too weak, and Minato is too naive. Only I." He continued to attempt to sway the young men before him with his antiquated ideals. Witnessing the bizarre and powerful nature of Izanagi, Itachi and Shursui felt a slight, almost imperceptible wavering within their resolve upon hearing his words. Now, a fierce glint flashed in Danzo's eyes as he lunged at what he believed to be the weakest link. Itachi. He intended to use his final sealing technique, the Shiki Fuin, to take a Uchiha genius down with him. However, his body froze midair. A golden light flickered. Suddenly, Minato appeared behind Danzo without warning, the kunai in his hand slicing cleanly across his throat. Yet in that fleeting moment, it was not merely a life that was taken. Countless dense black runes erupted from the wound, instantaneously crawling across Danzo's entire body. The crimson Sharingan on his arm extinguished one by one, like lanterns doused in ink. Furthermore, the Izanagi he had prepared to invoke was forcibly severed by this overwhelming force. When a stream of blood erupted, Danzo's single eye brimmed with utter astonishment and confusion. He had not only failed to perceive the attack, but also could not comprehend why his final trump card had failed. Sealing technique? It not only sealed my chakra flow, but also rendered all my Sharingan ineffective. He collapsed heavily, his body convulsing, the Sharingan on his arm losing their luster forever. Minato wiped the blood from his kunai. No need for words with a traitor. Chapter 13. The prophesied child is actually beside me? Jiraiya's worldview crumbles. Danzo's body turned to ashes in the black flames. Minato, with a clean motion, flicked the blood off his kunai. No need for words with a traitor. Itachi, Shursui, and Kakashi stood still, the power of their Mangekyo still surging, yet the battle had concluded too abruptly. Kakashi. Minato did not turn back. Yes. The remnants of Root are in your hands. Minato issued commands, ensuring every outpost and personnel were accounted for. Itachi, Shursui, assist him. This is the first official mission of the monitoring department and the final cleanup task. I want the skies of Konoha free of shadows lurking underground. The three figures vanished in an instant. Minato remained where he was, the chakra belonging to Danzo, mingled with death and resentment, dissipating completely. Ding. Side quest. Eradicate the tumor has been completed. Reward. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama's cells, 100. System notification. Congratulations, host. You can now perfectly merge with the cells of the first Hokage, with no risk of rejection. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Perfect compatibility. This indicated that he would acquire the legendary immense vitality and chakra capable of quelling chaos. Sage body. Minato raised his palm, golden chakra swirling around. The nine tails. Flying thunder god, sage mode, plus the sage body. He seemed to be heading towards an unprecedented direction. At the entrance of Konoha village, a figure staggered along the distant road. Long white hair was disheveled, coated in dust and grass. The red outer robe had lost its vibrant color, appearing dull and even torn in places. Jiraiya's face bore unmistakable fatigue. Ever since he received news of the Nine Tails rampaging in Konoha, he had rushed day and night, expending a considerable amount of chakra to return as swiftly as possible. Countless grim scenarios played out in his mind. The village reduced to ruins, its people displaced. Kushina might be gone, and Minato, his most esteemed disciple, must be bearing immense pain, single-handedly supporting the shattered village. He was even prepared to console a grieving Hokage who had lost his wife while raising the Jinchuriki child alone. However, when he finally reached the village entrance and beheld the familiar, intact gate, he was taken aback. The two Chunin guarding the gate straightened immediately upon seeing him. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand, his mind momentarily sluggish. How is the village? He opened his mouth, bracing for the worst possible answer. One of the Chunin displayed a mix of admiration and pride on his face. Report, Lord Jiraiya. The village is safe. The chaos caused by the Nine Tails has been perfectly quelled by the fourth Hokage. Perfectly quelled? One person resolved it? Jiraiya mulled over the word, feeling it was utterly absurd. This was the Nine Tails, a calamity capable of annihilating a nation. How could it be described as perfect? It was akin to saying a typhoon was fended off by a butterfly's flap. He passed through the gate and walked along the main street of the village. There were no ruins as he had imagined, no cries or wails. Although he could see some houses being repaired, there were far more bustling and vibrant figures. This spirited atmosphere was not something that belonged to a village that had just endured a catastrophe. This was impossible. It absolutely could not be. Jiraiya quickened his pace, nearly running towards the Hokage building. He forcefully pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Inside, Minato Namikaze sat behind his desk, diligently reviewing documents. Upon raising his head, he noticed Jiraiya, who was covered in dust, and greeted him with a warm smile. Jiraiya-sensei, you've returned. Welcome back. Jiraiya stood dazed at the doorway, taken aback by Minato's remarkable condition. He appeared too well, almost unnaturally so. There were no signs of injury on him. His chakra was steady and powerful, even more profound than before. His expression bore no sorrow or strain. It exuded an aura of calm control that seemed unfitting for a man who had just endured the loss of a wife and the destruction of his village. Where is Kushina? And Naruto? Jiraiya rushed to the desk, slamming his hands onto its surface, desperately seeking a reassuring answer, even if it was bad news. They are both well, Minato replied, setting down his pen. Kushina is at home taking care of Naruto. Her recovery is progressing quite well. Progressing quite well? Jiraiya could hardly comprehend. After all, the extraction of the tailed beast from her should have meant certain death. How could it be described as progressing well? Was Minato so deeply affected by the tragedy that he had lost his sanity? As he observed Minato's tranquil demeanor, an unsettling chill crept into his heart. This was no longer mere resilience, but an almost inhuman composure. Wasn't the tailed beast extracted from her? Yes. I have resealed the yang chakra of the nine tails back into her, Minato explained nonchalantly. Jiraiya's mind went blank. To reseal the extracted tailed beast's chakra? Such an act defied the very foundations of sealing techniques and violated the law of conservation of chakra. This was beyond the realm of genius. It was a feat only a deity could accomplish. Then, your son Naruto contains the Yin Nine Tails? Minato had actually torn the nine tails in two. Jiraiya felt his understanding of the world being utterly overturned. Tailed beasts were pure conglomerates of chakra, indivisible entities, a fundamental law of the shinobi world. Minato had not only shattered this law, but had obliterated it entirely. At that moment, the office door swung open again. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, holding his pipe. He paused upon seeing Jiraiya, then sighed. Jiraiya, you have returned. Old man, Jiraiya exclaimed, feeling a surge of relief. What on earth is happening? Minato, Hiruzen interrupted him, moving to the window to gaze at the thriving village below. Much has transpired in Konoha during your absence. His voice was calm, yet laced with a complexity born of experience. Minato not only quelled the Nine Tails turmoil, but also saved Kushina and Naruto. He exposed the mastermind behind the Nine Tails control and, incidentally, dismantled Danzo's root. Dismantled root? Jiraiya's mind buzzed. The dark organization that had lurked beneath Konoha, one that even the Third Hokage could not fully control, had been casually dismantled? This revelation was even more astounding than the news of Minato tearing the Nine Tails apart. Hiruzen continued, in front of all the Jonin and clan heads. He presented irrefutable evidence of Danzo's collusion with rogue ninja Orochimaru for human experiments. Tsunade and Mito were also dismissed for their negligence. And now all three have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Jiraiya's mouth fell slightly open. Danzo, Tsunade, Mito, those three elder advisors who had stood alongside his mentor, wielding power over Konoha for decades, had been swiftly sent to prison by his gentle and kind student. This was not mere political maneuvering. This was a complete regime change. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke. As for the Uchiha, Minato established a new department, the Konoha Inspection Department, fully led by the Uchiha clan, responsible for internal oversight and strategic intelligence. Just a few days ago, Fugaku Uchiha and his clan swore allegiance to the Fourth Hokage. Jiraiya was left utterly speechless. To elevate the Uchiha clan from the fringes of power to the very core, this was the most extreme solution to a long-standing ailment. Such audacity and decisiveness filled him with unfamiliarity and even fear. The image of his disciple as a sunny, gentle soul who struggled to refuse others was being entirely dismantled. In its place was a shrewd, ruthless, and decisive ruler. Sensei, times have changed. Minato stood, moving beside Jiraiya, patting his shoulder. Jiraiya's body stiffened. He gazed at Minato, and then at the new Konoha outside. A wildly absurd thought began to burgeon within him. The prophecy of the great sage frog regarding the child of prophecy, the one who would bring profound change to the shinobi world. He had always believed it would be a disciple he would eventually encounter. Yet, was there any transformation more complete than what lay before him? Jiraiya's gaze drifted to the Hokage rock outside, where the youthful visage of the fourth Hokage seemed to radiate an unprecedented brilliance in the sunlight. Chapter 14, An Unexpected Sage Mode. Minato, why is my wood release activation rate only 1? The youthful face on Hokage rock shone with an unprecedented light, and Jiraiya felt his worldview crumbling and reshaping in an irreversible manner. Sensei, please stay. Minato's voice pulled him back from the depths of his stupor. Konoha needs you. Jiraiya opened his mouth, his throat dry. Stay? I returned to clean up the mess, to comfort my disciple, and then continue my endless quest for the child of prophecy. Yet now, prophecy and transformation stood vividly before him, calming the Nine Tails, dismantling the higher-ups, subduing the Uchiha. Any one of these actions could have stirred a tremendous upheaval within the shinobi world. In just a matter of days, Minato had accomplished them all. Jiraiya's journey across the 5 great nations suddenly felt like a mere joke. Jiraiya managed to utter, agree. The single word seemed to drain him of all his strength. He consented, not due to the Hokage's command, but driven by the fervent thought within him. He wished to remain and witness firsthand the path his beloved disciple, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, would take to lead this world. Upon hearing Jiraiya's agreement, Minato merely nodded. Everything was under control. Minato, Jiraiya suddenly recalled something, his tone growing serious. Leave Naruto's training to me. From the moment he can walk, I will personally guide him. Jiraiya clenched his fist. With the blood of the Uzumaki clan and your Namake's lineage, he is destined to be a prodigy in ninjutsu. I will not allow his talent to go to waste. Nor will I let him become the underdog in anyone's eyes. This was a promise from a mentor. The only way he could assist a disciple who had become utterly inscrutable. Minato did not refuse. It is indeed a labor of love, my esteemed teacher. I have gained a wealth of knowledge, serving as both a top-tier educator and a caretaker, entirely without charge. Speaking of which, Jiraiya scratched his disheveled white hair. Recalling that during my travels, I encountered some surviving members of the Uzumaki clan near the Land of Grass. They were extremely cautious, living under assumed identities. And I inadvertently detected their unique chakra. Survivors of the Uzumaki clan? Minato committed this information to memory. After the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the scattered clansmen remained an everlasting sorrow in Kushina's heart. If we could reunite them and help rebuild their home in Konoha, it would be a boon not only for Kushina, but for the entire village. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Come in. Uchiha Fugaku entered. Dressed in simple attire, yet his aura was markedly different from just a few days prior. It exuded a calmness and sharpness, as if he had shed heavy shackles. Hokage-sama. He bowed respectfully to Minato before acknowledging Jiraiya with a slight nod. Jiraiya instinctively tensed. The head of the Uchiha clan, a man whose relationship with the higher-ups of Konoha had always been delicate. Fugaku, what brings you here? Minato inquired. Hokage-sama. There are lingering doubts among the elders regarding the establishment of the inspection department. Fugaku's report was straightforward. In 3 days, the Uchiha will convene the highest-level elder meeting to finalize this matter. They hope you can attend personally. When Fugaku expressed this, he himself found it somewhat incredulous. Inviting the Hokage to an internal clan meeting was previously unimaginable. It was both a test and a statement. They wished to see firsthand the 4th Hokage who had granted the Uchiha a new future. Jiraiya's heart raced. The Uchiha hardliners would be formidable adversaries. How would Minato respond? With a firm rejection or a gentle refusal? Oh, the ultimate bosses of the Uchiha novice village wish to meet me? Very well. It's an opportune moment for a presentation. Yes, Minato replied without a trace of hesitation. I shall attend. Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. Teacher Jiraiya. Minato suddenly turned to Jiraiya. You should come along as well. What? The exclamation came from both Jiraiya and Fugaku. Inviting an outsider, particularly one of the legendary 3, to witness the Uchiha's most prestigious family meeting? It was tantamount to putting the Uchiha's dignity and secrets on display. Fugaku's mind went blank. He could not comprehend Minato's decision. Jiraiya shook his head vigorously. Minato, this is inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Minato interjected. The inspection department will be the core of Konoha, not a private militia of the Uchiha. As a respected elder of the village, Teacher Jiraiya has the right to observe. His words left no room for rebuttal. Fugaku opened his mouth, but ultimately bowed his head in submission. Yes, Hokage-sama. He understood that Minato was signaling to all Uchiha that from now on, there would be no secrets. The so-called clan was primarily a part of Konoha. After Fugaku departed, still in shock, Jiraiya regained his voice. Minato, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic. Minato merely smiled, offering no explanation. The night was as dark as ink. The lights in the Hokage's office remained aglow. Minato sat alone behind his desk, eyes closed in meditation. Ding. Side quest to eradicate the malignant tumor has been completed. Reward granted. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama's cells, 100. System prompt. Congratulations, host. You can now perfectly fuse with the first Hokage cells without any risk of rejection. At last it has arrived. Minato opened his palm, revealing a scroll containing a small piece of tissue. It was the initial cell sample extracted from Obito's arm. He unrolled the scroll and pressed the tissue against his chest. In the next moment, a warm current erupted from his chest, enveloping his entire being. It was not chakra, but a more primal life force. Buzz. Minato could distinctly hear every cell within him humming joyfully, akin to parched earth welcoming its first rain, greedily absorbing that immense vitality. Every corner of his body underwent transformative changes. His bones became denser, muscle fibers intertwined and restructured in novel ways. Even the tiniest meridians were widened and reinforced by this force. The chakra within him began to undergo a qualitative transformation. What once flowed like a rushing river now felt as if infused with the weight of mountains, becoming incredibly dense and substantial. The total amount of chakra surged at a terrifying speed, doubling, tripling, in just a few breaths. The total chakra within him exceeded the limits he had once reached as a prodigious ninja, and it continued to rise. This was Sage Mode. Minato slowly rose to his feet, gently clenching his fist. Crack! The air emitted a sound under pressure. An unprecedented feeling of strength coursed through his limbs. He felt as though he could effortlessly punch through a mountain. This enhancement in power was at least over 30%. And this was merely the elevation of his physical attributes and chakra volume. The immense life force derived from the first Hokage endowed him with near-immortal recovery capabilities. More importantly, under the influence of Sage Mode, the duration for entering Sage Mode would be significantly shortened. He would no longer need to remain still to gather natural energy. It was well known that the most critical issue with Minato's Sage Mode lay in its sustainability and preparation time. Now, having acquired the power of Sage Mode, these challenges would gradually cease to exist. Ding! Congratulations, host has initially mastered Sage Mode. Would release awakening progress at 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Would release? Only 1? What a dismal drop rate. Minato extended a finger towards a potted plant on the desk, his expression focused. 1 second. 2 seconds. The plant remained utterly still. Damn. Chapter 15. Bringing back my wife's family. Minato. Konoha's registration. I demand it. The lights in the Hokage's office remained lit. Minato sat alone at his desk, attempting to harness that newfound power within him. He extended a finger towards the potted plant, his expression concentrated. 1 second. 2 seconds. The plant remained motionless. Damn. Ding. Would release awakening progress at 2. Please continue to strive, host, and do not abandon your efforts due to minor setbacks. The system's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Minato withdrew his fingers, undeterred. The fusion of the sage body, the chakra of the nine tails, and the cells of Hashirama Senju would inevitably awaken would release. It was merely a matter of time. A success rate of 2 was certainly superior to 0. A gentle sensation enveloped him from behind as a pair of arms wrapped tenderly around his waist. You have worked hard these days, came the voice of Kushina. Her chin rested softly on Minato's shoulder, and her warm breath brushed against his neck. Minato gently patted the back of her hand. This is what I should do. As Hokage, one must possess the resolve of a Hokage. I have been prepared for this from the very beginning. At his words, Kushina tightened her embrace. This man, always shouldering too many responsibilities. From the tumult of the Nine Tails incident, saving her and Naruto, to resolutely restructuring the village, purging the upper echelons, and reclaiming the power of Konoha into the hands of the Hokage, he had scarcely rested a single day. Yet, the most exceptional person in the world was right beside her. This realization filled her with immeasurable joy. By the way, Kushina, Minato turned his head. I heard some news from Jiraiya-sensei today regarding the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's body stiffened. There were survivors of their clan near the land of grass. Boom. This news was more monumental than any ninjutsu. Kushina abruptly released her hold and moved in front of Minato, her hands pressing on his shoulders. Is what you said true, Minato? Her voice trembled with disbelief. After the fall of the land of whirlpools, she had thought she was the last pure-blooded Uzumaki in the world. Indeed, Minato affirmed. Jiraiya-sensei discovered them inadvertently. They have been living in hiding to evade persecution. A wave of elation instantly engulfed Kushina. She covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Relatives, she still had relatives. Yet, mere seconds later, that joy was swiftly replaced by a deeper concern. She understood better than anyone what the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan signified in the ninja world. Their formidable vitality, vast chakra reserves, and top-tier sealing techniques capable of containing tailed beasts. They were not mere survivors. They were walking treasures, targets coveted by countless ambitious individuals. Are they doing well? Not particularly. Minato did not conceal the truth. Without the protection of the land of whirlpools, they were like rootless reeds, susceptible to being devoured at any moment. Kushina fell silent. She could envision her kin hiding in fear, struggling to survive amidst uncertainty. The anguish of their blood connection twisted her heart. Minato, she lifted her head. Is there anything we can do for them? I am preparing to bring them to Konoha. Minato stated his plan directly. Kushina was taken aback. To relocate an entire clan that had already perished to Konoha? This was not merely about offering refuge. It was about allowing the Uzumaki clan to take root in Konoha once more. After a moment of shock, an overwhelming sense of gratitude washed over her. Minato, you She knew he was doing this entirely for her. But soon, another thought crossed her mind. But will the people in the village accept them? An external clan, once powerful, suddenly integrating into Konoha might raise suspicions and cause exclusion, right? I don't want to put you in a difficult position because of my ties. Her concerns were not unfounded. The political landscape of Konoha was far more intricate than it appeared. A misstep could fracture the absolute authority Minato had just established. Leave it to me, Minato grasped her hand. Konoha currently requires a singular voice. Moreover, my intent in bringing them here is not solely for you. Minato rose and approached the window, gazing down at the village, which had regained its vitality. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan represented the pinnacle of wealth in the ninja world. Their physical constitution also made them prime candidates for exceptional ninjas. Having endured the Nine Tails incident and cleansed the roots, Konoha was in dire need of fresh blood. I am not offering charity. I am inviting a powerful force to join us. Any dissenting voices will hold no significance in the face of Konoha's future. His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. He was not negotiating. He was informing the entirety of Konoha in his capacity as Hokage. Kushina gazed at her husband's silhouette, which, though not extraordinarily robust, now supported a sky that brought her peace. All her worries dissipated. She stepped forward and embraced him from behind once more. This time, no words were spoken. Ding! Triggered a new main quest, the revival of the Uzumaki. Quest description: within Konoha, rebuild the homeland of the Uzumaki clan and restore their glory. Quest rewards: progress in mastering would release. System prompt: this quest is a long-term endeavor. Rewards will be distributed in phases based on completion. Phase 1 objective: safely bring the surviving Uzumaki clan members back to Konoha. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Minato comfortingly patted Kushina's hand. Everything was proceeding as planned, whether it be the return of the Uchiha or the revival of the Uzumaki. His task was not merely to protect this village. He aimed to weave all potential strengths into a singular fabric, forging an unprecedented and truly formidable Konoha. 3 days later, Uchiha clan grounds. The once austere police force compound now emanated an unusual gravity. Along the path leading to the deepest conference hall of the clan, elite Uchiha clansmen stood in silence, forming two walls without a sound. All eyes converged at the end of the path where two figures approached leisurely. At the forefront was Minato, clad in the ceremonial robe of the Fourth Hokage. Following him was Jiraiya, dressed in a red outer robe and wooden clogs, hands tucked in his sleeves. Jiraiya's gait was somewhat casual as he glanced left and right, whistling at the expressionless Uchiha clansman. Hey, Minato. Are you sure this is more entertaining than arguing with Gamabunta on Mount Myaboku? This spectacle was far more daunting than when he lost his temper. Minato ignored his jest. He reached the door of the conference hall and halted. The enormous emblem of the Uchiha clan, a flaming fan, reflected a cold light in the sunlight. Beyond the door awaited the elders of the Uchiha clan, all wielding the power of discourse. This was the final courtroom to determine the future of the Uchiha, as well as the last barrier to fully subduing this proud clan. Uchiha Fugaku had long been waiting at the entrance, his expression more serious than ever. He bowed deeply to Minato. Lord Hokage, the elders have been waiting for you. Chapter 16. The Mass Production Plan of the Eternal Kaleidoscope. The elders of the Uchiha clan fall silent. With a creak, the heavy wooden door was pulled open from the inside. Light poured into the dimly lit conference hall, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Within the hall, several figures sat with an air of solemnity. Most were aged, their faces resembling withered bark. And the emblem of the Uchiha's glory, the flame fan, appeared somewhat antiquated. Silence. A stifling silence. This was the elder council of the Uchiha clan, the true power core of this proud family. Minato stepped inside, followed closely by Jiraiya, his hands tucked casually into his sleeves, a demeanor that starkly contrasted with the atmosphere around him. Hey, Minato, Jiraiya murmured, his voice barely audible. The atmosphere here is worse than when the great toad sage forgets what he had for lunch. Minato remained unresponsive as he strode directly to the head of the conference table, choosing not to take a seat, but calmly surveying each elder present. Fugaku stood nearby, his palms already slick with perspiration. Lord Hokage, a voice broke the silence, belonging to the elder seated furthest to the right. His hair was completely white, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles. What is an outsider doing in the Uchiha clan meeting? His inquiry carried no anger, but was as piercing as an ice-cold blade, directed squarely at Jiraiya. Here it comes, the first hurdle. Fugaku's body tensed, poised to offer an explanation. But Minato spoke first. The Uchiha Monitoring Department is part of Konoha's oversight. His voice was soft yet resonated throughout the hall. Teacher Jiraiya is here in the capacity of Hokage advisor, attending the establishment meeting of Konoha's core department. Do any of the elders have objections to this? With this statement, he elevated the nature of the issue from a family affair to an official village agenda. You are not merely conducting a clan meeting. You are participating in Konoha's departmental assembly. Jiraiya is not an outsider. He is here to supervise on behalf of the village. The elders' lips moved. Yet not a single word emerged. To refute this would equate to publicly declaring that the Uchiha intended to privatize the monitoring department and elevate it above the village, a charge no one could bear. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence once more. Jiraiya blinked in surprise, a silent smile creeping onto his face. Well done, kid. Fugaku let out a quiet sigh of relief, his admiration for Minato deepening. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed to the next matter, another elder spoke. His voice gravelly, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Lord Hokage, we are grateful for the unprecedented power you have bestowed upon the Uchiha. However, the monitoring department requires the utmost insight, which necessitates more of our clan members awakening their Mangekyo Sharingan. He paused, his tone sharpening. But you are aware that the Mangekyo Sharingan is a cursed power. Each use consumes life and light. You are asking us to trade the futures of our finest youths for the achievements of this department. With all due respect, how is this any different from drinking poison to quench thirst? This inquiry struck more viciously than the previous one, directly targeting the Uchiha's most profound fear, blindness. Fugaku's heart raced. He knew Minato had an answer, but whether it could convince these obstinate elders remained uncertain. I am indeed aware, Minato replied calmly. A great sorrow begins with the awakening and ends in endless darkness. However, he shifted his tone. Every curse has a method of resolution. If darkness consumes the light, then we must infuse it with a new, everlasting brilliance. He turned to Fugaku, who immediately understood. Stepping forward, he spoke gravely, esteemed elders. Lord Hokage has discovered the method to break the curse of the Mangekyo. When a pair of soon-to-be blind Mangekyo is transplanted with that of a close kin, the two powers will merge, giving birth to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom. The term exploded in the minds of all the elders like a true-tailed beast bomb. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Wasn't he that merely a legend from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, recorded on stone tablets? Absurd. Nonsense. Fugaku, have you been bewitched by this young Hokage? The elders erupted in dissent, voices clashing in confusion. Silence. Minato's voice boomed once more, imbued with an undeniable authority. The raucous hall quieted instantly. This is not idle talk. I will allocate the village's most elite medical resources to establish a dedicated research institute right within Uchiha territory. Led by you Uchiha, to study the evolution and preservation of the Sharingan, tackling the technical challenges of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What I require is not a series of geniuses wilting in the dark, but a formidable force capable of confronting any threat, endowed with everlasting light. This is my expectation for the monitoring department and for the Uchiha. His words left the elders momentarily speechless. This was not mere empty promises. It was a commitment of funds, personnel, and resources to realize a dream that had existed solely in myths. The deepest fears transformed into tangible hope. The shock left their minds blank. Jiraiya stood by, utterly at a loss for words. He felt as if he were not merely attending a meeting, but witnessing the birth of a legend. What else could this kid Minato possibly be hiding that could upend the very norms of the ninja world? In the conference hall, an extended silence ensued. Finally, the eldest elder, who had remained silent throughout, slowly opened his murky eyes. His presence weighed heavier than all the others combined. Lord Hokage, your grand vision is awe-inspiring. However, I have one more question. Power is the most perilous thing in this world. Today, you grant the Uchiha the authority to oversee, for which we are immensely grateful. Yet, what if the next Hokage, or the one after, harbors apprehensions toward the Uchiha, much like the second and third Hokage did? At that time, will this monitoring department, which you have so carefully nurtured, become the sharpest blade poised over the Uchiha's head? Could this power turn into the root of our annihilation? This question struck like a bolt of black lightning, piercing the hearts of all Uchiha present. This was their most fundamental and unresolved fear. Trust is mutable. The human heart is fickle. Hokages can change. When Minato Namikaze is no longer here, who will safeguard the Uchiha's future? Fugaku's expression turned grave. The question was unresolvable. Yet, Minato simply smiled. He retrieved a scroll from his robe, and gently placed it on the table before him. I do not believe in ephemeral promises. I only trust in systems written in black and white. He unfurled the scroll. This is the draft for the amendment of the fundamental law of Konoha, which I have formulated in the name of the Fourth Hokage. One of its provisions states that the newly established minister of the Konoha Inspection Department shall automatically become a member of the Hokage's Council of Advisors, possessing the power to veto decisions related to the village's internal security. This position will coexist with the Uchiha Inspection Department. As long as the Inspection Department exists, the Uchiha will retain a place at the core of power in Konoha. My friends, your future does not rely on the benevolence or grace of any Hokage. It shall be inscribed into the fundamental law of Konoha, with the entire village's system providing eternal assurance for your honor and status. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If the plan for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan offered them a dream, then this amendment draft provided them with an indomitable guarantee, a talisman etched into the very marrow of Konoha. This transcended mere political maneuvering. It was a reconfiguration of the power dynamics within Konoha. Jiraiya gaped, feeling as if a toad had lodged itself in his throat, unable to utter a single word. Madness. This kid has truly lost his mind. He intends to cement the Uchiha, the most unstable element in the village, directly onto the throne of power. Finally, the eldest elder who had posed a question slowly rose from his seat, his body trembling slightly. He looked at Minato, and something within his murky eyes shattered completely. He adjusted his robes, and, under the incredulous gaze of all present, knelt on one knee. Thud! He bowed deeply to Minato. The Uchiha harbored no more dissent. One by one, like a line of falling dominoes, all the Uchiha elders in the conference hall rose and then knelt in unison. Willing to pledge everything to the Hokage. Fugaku watched the scene unfold before him, his eyes instantly brimming with tears. Containing his emotions, he too knelt on one knee, lowering his proud head alongside his clansmen. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall serve only the Hokage's commands. Ding! Keynote: the Uchiha Elder Council has sworn allegiance. Side quest: the Uchiha clan's loyalty has reached 100. Quest completed. Quest reward: the ability to awaken the Sharingan, passive, has been fully unlocked. New quest unlocked: awaken the first pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for the Uchiha clan. Quest reward: Mangekyo Sharingan, flawless version. The system's prompt echoed in Minato's mind. It is done. Minato gazed at the Uchiha kneeling before him, his heart calm and unperturbed. He stepped forward slowly, helping the eldest elder to his feet. From this day forward, Konoha shall have but one voice. As Minato and Jiraiya exited the Uchiha compound, the setting sun bathed the sky in golden hues. Jiraiya remained silent throughout, appearing deeply troubled. It was not until they neared the Hokage building that he finally managed to speak. Minato? What you did in there wasn't ninjutsu. Jiraiya's expression was exceedingly complex. Then what was it? Minato turned his head, facing the setting sun, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It was politics, my teacher. He offered no further explanation, instead quietly contemplating the new task the system had just bestowed upon him. It seems the plan to mass-produce the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan must be expedited. Chapter 17. Sage Mode with Sharingan. Minato, I want it all. The night deepened, and the Hokage's office was left with only Minato. He attended to no official business, merely sitting quietly in his chair, pondering the family he had just thoroughly subdued. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This plan had taken shape in his mind from the very beginning. Although Orochimaru had defected, the forbidden research he left behind regarding cloning and cellular fusion was an invaluable treasure trove. By utilizing that technology, he could clone the eyes of every Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo. During the cultivation of these cloned eyes, a hint of their bloodline's genes could be infused. Thus, an eye possessing the effects of bloodline, yet not truly as siblings I would be born. This would serve as the most perfect spare part. The second Hokage could not achieve this, nor could the third. It was not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather a lack of absolute power to control a more formidable Uchiha. But Minato was different. In this era, he was the strongest shadow. Be it a dragon or a tiger, one must learn to tame them. The Uchiha clan could only be permitted to unseal their potential if they became the sharpest blade in his hand. As the surroundings fell into utter silence, Minato gradually closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a ring of orange-red shadow had manifested on either side of his cheeks. Sage Mode. Since his arrival in this world, He had never once neglected this technique that significantly enhanced his combat prowess. A vast amount of natural energy surged into his body, perfectly merging with his chakra. His perception expanded geometrically at that moment, enveloping all of Konoha and even reaching further beyond. Yet, this was not the end. Within his eyes, which had transformed from azure to the horizontal pupils of a toad, crimson hues surged forth. 3 obsidian tomo emerged, beginning to rotate slowly. The 3 tomo Sharingan. The immense perception of Sage Mode and the ultimate insight of the Sharingan underwent a wondrous chemical reaction at this moment. The world was entirely reconstructed within his perception. The flow of air, the trajectory of dust, the distant flutter of insects' wings, all was infinitely slowed down and analyzed. He could even see every detail of chakra flowing through the meridians. The limits of the Flying Thunder God technique were once again elevated. At that moment, Minato's actions paused. At the edge of his vast perceptual web, familiar chakra fluctuations emanated from the direction of the Uchiha clan's rear mountains. Among those chakra signatures were mingled feelings of rage, resentment, and a hint of determination. They were rapidly distancing themselves from the village. A soft chuckle echoed in the empty office. There were indeed Uchiha who disagreed with the elders and were unwilling to submit. Choosing to defect? Minato stood up. Just right, a lesson to be learned. In the dense forest at the edge of Konoha, several shadows darted swiftly between the trees. Leading them was an elite Uchiha Jonin, his face filled with fury. Lord Fugaku and the elders have gone mad. They actually knelt before that blonde brat. This is a disgrace for the Uchiha. The young clansmen following him echoed in agreement. Exactly. What inspection department? They merely wish to turn us Uchiha into the Hokage's dogs. We refuse to be anyone's lackeys. Having left Konoha with our Sharingan, we can rise above anywhere. As we prepare to unleash the kaleidoscope and return to Konoha, to let them know who truly is that young man, the words abruptly ceased. The entire team came to a sudden halt, all eyes wide with shock as they gazed ahead. Right in their path, upon a sturdy tree trunk, stood an unexpected figure. Golden hair cascaded down, and he wore a divine robe adorned with red patterns. He stood there quietly, as if he had always belonged to that place. Minato. How could this be? We moved in secrecy. How did he discover our presence? The leading elite Jonin's voice trembled. His Sharingan spun wildly. Yet he could not comprehend the unfolding events. There was no chakra fluctuation, no spatial ripples. How had this individual appeared? Fear gripped their hearts like a chilling serpent. Lord Forth, a young Uchiha, nearly crumpled to the ground. Yet, Minato offered them no chance for explanation. With a flash of gold, his figure vanished from the tree. The elite Jonin felt a surge of instinctive panic as he leaped backward. Stay calm. There are 5 of us. He is but 1. Regardless, the advantage lay with them. They formed a formation. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing the very spot where Minato had stood. Yet, he did not relent. His Sharingan still failed to capture the golden figure. Where is he? Behind you. A voice, calm to the point of despair, whispered in his ear. He stiffly turned his head. A face, mere inches away, came into view. It bore the orange-red hue of sage eyes, and within those eyes, which should have been horizontal, 3 tomo spun mockingly. Buzz! A rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere expanded before him. The Rasengan. He barely had time to scream. The violent rotational force tore through his armor, crushed his ribs, and reduced his innards to a pulp. With a thud, the elite Jonin's body flew backward like a discarded sack, crashing against the tree trunk before collapsing to the ground. Silence fell. An instant kill. The surrounding lackeys stood in utter shock, their minds blank, their bodies rooted to the spot, immobile. Dead. An elite Jonin, strong enough to rank among the top 10 in their clan, had perished without even receiving a single blow in return. In the quiet forest, only heavy breathing remained. Minato descended slowly to the ground, brushing off his hands as if merely shaking off dust. He lifted his gaze, his eyes, a fusion of sage power and bloodline, calmly swept over the remaining individuals. The forest lay in a deathly silence. How could this be? An elite Jonin, just like that? The surviving Uchiha trembled as if their legs had turned to jelly. They looked at Minato, then at the mutilated corpse on the ground. This man was no human. He was a demon. Chapter 18. Itachi becomes an instant admirer. Instant body technique. The golden flash is remarkable. They had envisioned countless possibilities. Perhaps they would be pursued by the Umbu, engaging in a chase along the border. Or perhaps the barrier of Konoha would sense them, drawing a horde of ninjas to encircle them. Yet they could never have anticipated that their plan would come to an abrupt and decisive end in such a manner. They hadn't even glimpsed the village gates. The strongest leader, a seasoned elite jonin, was erased in an instant by that man, without even a scream. The soft thud of his body hitting the ground now felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the remaining few. They had not even witnessed the movement of that golden figure. Pure terror seized their throats, rendering them breathless, especially when their gazes met Minato's eyes. Those eyes, a combination of sage power and bloodline, with a crimson base and 3 tomos slowly spinning, bore a resemblance to their Uchiha Sharingan, yet radiated an incomprehensible, higher-dimensional sense of oppression, as if a deity was gazing down upon mere ants. Thud! A young Uchiha could no longer hold himself up, his legs giving way as he sank to the damp earth. This action triggered the first domino to fall. One by one, the others followed suit, kneeling in the mud, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Forgive us, Hokage-sama. We were misguided. It is our fault. We shall never dare again. Please, in light of the clan leader's recent oath of allegiance, spare us this once. We are willing to serve you faithfully from now on. The cries for mercy echoed through the silent woods, jarring in their desperation. However, Minato simply stood there, his expression devoid of superfluous emotion. It is too late to plead for mercy now. His voice was soft, yet it silenced all cries. This group, consumed by their discontent and so-called freedom, had never contemplated the catastrophic blow their defection would deal to the Uchiha clan, which had just begun to find its footing. The villagers of Konoha, having just lowered their guard, would be set ablaze with suspicion once more. The bridge of trust that Minato had just constructed between the village and the Uchiha would suffer its first fracture due to their selfishness. Indeed, this might become the final straw that would plunge the Uchiha once more into isolation and suspicion. As Hokage, he must eradicate these potential risks before they blossom into calamity. Mercy would only lead to greater chaos. Cutting off what should be severed prevents further turmoil, Minato mused aloud. Fugaku, wouldn't you agree? As his words fell, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of a great tree. It was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. His face bore an indescribable complexity of emotions. Anger, disappointment, but more so, a profound sense of shame. Forgive me for the embarrassment, Hokage-sama. Fugaku bowed deeply to Minato. Family matters should not be aired publicly. We Uchiha will handle this ourselves. With his words, 2 young figures appeared behind him, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. The kneeling traitors, upon seeing these 3, felt the last vestiges of color drain from their faces. Despair, utter despair. It seemed the clan leader had foreseen everything. Indeed, Fugaku had anticipated it all. After the conclusion of the elders' meeting, he surmised that there would inevitably be some extreme-minded youths within the clan who could not accept the reality of kneeling before the Hokage. His original plan was to discreetly eliminate these individuals alongside Itachi and Shisui, ensuring that the process was silent and left no trace. This would allow him to cleanse the clan without bringing such disgrace to the forefront, thereby preserving the 4th Hokage's dignity. However, he never anticipated that Minato would act even more swiftly and directly. This left him feeling a burning shame. Just as he had sworn allegiance, a rebellion was unfolding, with the Hokage himself capturing the traitors. It was a profound embarrassment for the Uchiha clan, displayed before the entirety of Konoha. Itachi and Shisui stood silently behind Fugaku. Yet within their hearts, tumultuous waves were surging. They had witnessed everything. The moment of that fleeting golden flash, the speed so unparalleled that even the Sharingan could not perceive it. And that seemingly ordinary, yet cataclysmically powerful blue chakra sphere. It was clean, precise, and formidable. This was the pinnacle of Konoha, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Within Itachi, an idol was being reshaped. In the past, he had revered the strong, but now, he idolized Minato, not merely for his unmatched power, but for his resolute decisiveness in forsaking all emotions for the sake of the village. This was the true essence of a ninja, the genuine Hokage. This was the path he aspired to pursue for a lifetime. Shisui's astonishment arose from another dimension. He had always taken pride in his title as Shunshin Shisui. His body flicker technique was unmatched in Konoha and even across the entire ninja world. Yet, after witnessing that legendary golden flash, he realized the disparity between true fireflies and the bright moon. In the presence of such prowess, his own technique seemed trivial, hardly worth mentioning. That transcended mere technique. It was an art that pushed space-time ninjutsu to its utmost limits. If only I could reach such heights one day, Shursui mused inwardly. Minato regarded Fugaku, who bore an expression of shame, and the two youths behind him whose eyes were filled with admiration, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. He said no more, turning away and leaving the stage to them. Cleansing the clan is your first lesson in the Umbu. I do not wish to see this happen again. With those words, his figure vanished in a flash of gold, leaving the forest once more cloaked in silence. Only the kneeling traitors remained, alongside the Uchiha clan leader and two of its most extraordinary prodigies. Fugaku slowly lifted his head, the shame on his face having dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented coldness. He looked at the former clan members as if they were mere corpses. You have brought shame upon the Uchiha. You have shamed the Hokage. One of the traitors, grasping at the last straw of hope, crawled towards Fugaku. Clan leader, we were wrong. We truly were wrong. Please give us another chance. Fugaku ignored his wails. He simply closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, three Tomo were spinning wildly in his obsidian gaze, ultimately forming an unusual triangular pinwheel pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. An ominous and powerful chakra erupted with a thunderous force. Itachi, Shursui. Fugaku's voice was devoid of emotion. Silence them forever. Chapter 19. A bloodbath in the Uchiha clan. Minato, I merely wish to set an example, yet you have brought the flower fruit mountain upon us. The forest lay in a deathly silence. Fugaku's voice remained emotionless. Silence them forever. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed simultaneously. Itachi and Shursui did not even form hand seals. Two shadowy figures crossed paths in a blur, leaving only afterimages. The kneeling traitors froze, a line of blood slowly expanding across their necks. They did not even have the chance to emit a complete cry of despair before life was swiftly extinguished. Bodies fell one after another, thudding heavily against the damp earth. Fugaku's Tomo-patterned eyes gradually returned to their inky blackness, and he did not cast another glance at the corpses on the ground. Take them away. Yes. Itachi and Shursui responded in unison, each lifting two still warm bodies with a practiced ease, as if they had done it countless times before. In the Uchiha clan's compound, the night was ablaze with light, yet the atmosphere was more oppressive than any previous night. In the clearing in front of the ancestral hall, several bodies lay carelessly arranged, their lifeless faces still bearing traces of terror and resentment. All the Uchiha who had received the urgent summons stood silently, gazing at those who had been vibrant just moments ago. On the steps of the hall, Fugaku stood with his hands clasped behind him, his face flickering in the firelight. Do you all see clearly? His voice was not loud, yet it struck like a hammer upon each heart. This is the fate of those who betray the village, who betray the Hokage. No one responded. Foolish, short-sighted, self-righteous. Fugaku's chest heaved with fury, nearly boiling over. Do you think that by leaving Konoha, you can evade justice with these eyes? That you can declare yourselves kings? Look at them. They didn't even make it out of the village gates. He pointed at the corpses on the ground, each word forced through gritted teeth. Do you think the Hokage is unaware? He knows everything. He simply offered us Uchiha a chance to reintegrate into Konoha and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us. Yet, it is these rats that insist on dragging our entire clan into an abyss of no return. Fugaku's words caused many young clansmen to bow their heads in shame. Some among them had harbored thoughts similar to those of the traitors after the elders' meeting. How fortunate I am not to have gone. It is terrifying. The fourth Hokage took action himself. It is said that he used only one move, one that even elite jonin could not withstand. Whispers spread among the crowd, fear fermenting. Fugaku absorbed it all in silence, then subtly nodded towards the shadows behind him. Itachi emerged from the darkness, standing beside him. From this day forth, the Umbu will be established. Itachi's voice was calm, yet carried a determination not typical of his age. All Uchiha clansmen will be under the supervision of the Umbu. If there are still those who harbor inappropriate thoughts about the Hokage, about the village. He paused, then slowly continued. I will personally eradicate them before the Hokage takes action. In that instant, Itachi's previously dark eyes transformed. Three Tomo appeared, spinning wildly, ultimately converging into a brand new shuriken-like pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. A chill, ominous, yet overwhelmingly potent chakra erupted from his slender frame. All who gazed upon him felt as though their spirits were ensnared by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating. What? That is the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Impossible. How could Itachi, so young, have awakened the kaleidoscope? The crowd erupted in shock, utterly astonished by the scene before them. Uchiha Itachi, a prodigy hailed once in a century, had indeed reached this pinnacle. Yet, the astonishment was far from over. On the other side, Shursui stepped forward, silently activating his own kaleidoscope Sharingan, the unique 4-point windmill pattern emanating a similarly potent aura. Another one. In an instant, Shursui had also awakened the kaleidoscope. If Itachi's kaleidoscope was unexpected, Shursui's was within reason. However, when two young geniuses possessed such power simultaneously, the impact was exponentially overwhelming. Finally, there stood Fugaku. He slowly turned, revealing the triangular windmill pattern of the kaleidoscope that belonged to the clan leader. 3 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan. 3 immensely powerful chakra sources converged before the Uchiha shrine, creating an aura of dread. The entire clan grounds fell silent. All Uchiha members, whether spirited youths or esteemed elders, found their minds blank. They were aware that the clan leader possessed a kaleidoscope, but they could never have imagined that both Itachi and Shursui, these remarkably youthful descendants, not only awakened their kaleidoscopes, but did so with a mastery that was evidently beyond the nascent stage. 3 kaleidoscope bearers. At this moment, the Uchiha clan displayed a terrifying power capable of overturning any ninja village. Yet, this power was not wielded for rebellion or power struggles, but rather to pledge allegiance to the Hokage. This realization shattered the last vestiges of hope and discontent within all hearts. Fugaku seized this opportunity. I hereby declare that starting tomorrow, all shops and businesses under the Uchiha name will allocate half of their income as a special tax, to be directly submitted to the Hokage, who will have full discretion over its use. He surveyed everyone, his voice resolute. This is the Uchiha's sincerity. Is there anyone who opposes? No one dared to speak. Oppose? With what? To confront those 3 pairs of ominous kaleidoscopes with their own 3 tomo? A day later, in the Hokage's office, Minato looked at the report presented by the Umbu, along with the property transfer agreement personally signed by Uchiha Fugaku, and found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Half of the income. The Uchiha clan had operated in Konoha for decades, their businesses spanning numerous industries. Half of that income was an astronomical figure that would make any feudal lord envious. I merely intended to teach these proud individuals a lesson and set an example. Yet, instead of fleeing, this monkey has brought the entire flower fruit mountain as tribute. This maneuver was truly beyond his comprehension. Nevertheless, the funds were undeniably enticing. With this substantial sum, Konoha's finances, already strained due to the Nine Tails incident and reconstruction, suddenly became extraordinarily robust. They could expand the Ninja Academy, increase educational investment, enhance mission rewards, and improve the welfare of ninjas. They could significantly invest in medical and research departments, paving the way for the Eternal Kaleidoscope project. They could even prepare a generous settlement for the soon-arriving Uzumaki clan members. Each of these endeavors required massive financial support. And now, Uchiha Fugaku had resolved this monumental challenge for him. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on urgently, the sound imbued with palpable anxiety. Enter. An Umbu ninja knelt, barely catching his breath. Hokage-sama. Urgent intelligence. The message from Jiraiya-sama in the Land of Grass revealed that after sending Umbu personnel, they discovered that the surviving Uzumaki clan settlement was under attack by an unidentified force. Chapter 20. Uzumaki Clan. The arrival of a mighty man. Wait, is this mighty man the 4th Hokage? An attack? Minato frowned slightly. The ink on the intelligence scroll was still wet, yet the content felt as sharp as tempered steel. He had just decided to bring the surviving Uzumaki clan members back to Konoha, even drafting half of the welcome plan. Yet before he could retrieve them, an urgent alarm of an attack had arrived. It seemed that the ninja world delighted in playing such unamusing jokes on him. Where's Kakashi? He inquired. To be cautious. After dispatching the first wave of Umbu reconnaissance teams, he had also sent Kakashi out. The kneeling Umbu ninja swiftly replied, Report, Hokage-sama. According to the latest intelligence, Kakashi-senpai's team is still half a day's journey from the target location. Half a day? For an ongoing attack, that time frame was sufficient for everything to be settled. Minato lightly tapped his fingertips against the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Which mobile team is closest to the Land of Grass? Team 3. Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and Ebisu. The Umbu reported the names. Minato paused his tapping fingers. Guy's team. Their youthful vigor would surely suffice to charge through a mountain. However, for handling a sudden incident that might involve foreign ninjas requiring precise rescue, something felt amiss. What he needed was a scalpel, not a battering ram. Inform Kakashi and Might Guy to abandon their original route and proceed at full speed towards the Uzumaki clan settlement at the border of the Land of Grass. Yes, the Umbu ninja accepted the order, preparing to leave in an instant. Wait, Minato called him back, rising from the Hokage's seat. He took the white ceremonial robe hanging on the chair. No need to inform them. He draped the robe over his shoulders, his movements slow yet imbued with undeniable resolve. I will go myself. The Umbu ninja was taken aback. Hokage-sama, you intend to mobilize personally? For a group of refugees outside the village? Yet, he saw no explanation. Only the silhouette of the golden-haired man vanished in a silent golden glow. In the office, only the weighty words lingered in the air. One moment. The nostrils were filled with the musty scent of piled documents and ink. The next, a heavy stench of blood and burning would assaulted the senses. The cries of anguish mingled with the sharp clang of weapons, and the thunderous roar of jutsu erupted in his ears. At the border of the Land of Grass, in a canyon surrounded by dense forest, what should have been a sanctuary for the surviving Uzumaki clan had transformed into a hellfire. Dozens of ninjas bearing the forehead protectors of the grass village were grinning malevolently as they slaughtered the civilians in the settlement. Their movements were swift and practiced. Clearly not their first time committing such heinous acts. Haha. The vitality of these red-haired bastards is indeed tenacious. A grass ninja forcefully kicked open a wooden door, his eyes gleaming with greed as he beheld the huddled women and children within. Take everything of value. Spare neither the women nor the children. I've heard that the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is worth a fortune on the black market. Meanwhile, a tall grass ninja captain held a kunai menacingly against a young woman's throat. She bore the distinctive red hair of the Uzumaki clan, fiercely shielding a child behind her. Trembling violently with fear, but refusing to step back. Give up, girl, the captain sneered with a revolting laugh. Your bloodline is your original sin. Today marks the complete annihilation of your clan. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp kunai was poised to slice through her delicate neck. Despair washed over her as she closed her eyes. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed, the sound of a blade piercing flesh. The anticipated agony did not arrive. Hesitantly, she opened her eyes to witness an unforgettable sight. The previously grinning grass ninja captain stood frozen in place, his arms severed at the shoulder. The kunai clattering to the ground as blood gushed from the stump. Behind him stood a figure, clad in a white robe adorned with red patterns, golden hair cascading down. The man silently rested a hand on the captain's shoulder, as if offering a friendly greeting. Who? The captain stammered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Pain eluded him. His mind could not process the presence of this mysterious individual. In response, a rapidly enlarging blue sphere of chakra surged into his view. Buzz! The violent rotation of energy tore through his armor, shattered his bones, and reduced his insides to a pulp. The captain's body flew backward like a discarded sack, crashing heavily into a burning wooden structure. Silence enveloped the battlefield, as if the world had hit pause. All the grass ninjas and Uzumaki clansmen stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the golden figure that had appeared so suddenly. Their captain had been killed? What was happening? Who was this person? A momentary death? They had no time to react. The surviving grass ninjas were left in shock. Their captain was a true elite jonin, a ruthless survivor of the Third Great Ninja War. How could he be defeated in a single move? Don't panic. He is alone. A small-headed grass ninja shouted, attempting to rally their spirits. We have dozens of us. Let's overwhelm him. Use ninjutsu to drown him. Form up. Earth release. Netherworld swamp. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Several grass ninjas snapped to attention, forming hand signs. Yet, the man, known as Minato, merely lifted his head calmly. In his cerulean eyes, a ring of orange shadow quietly emerged, transforming his pupils into those of a toad. Sage mode. Simultaneously, 3 black tomo materialized within his horizontal pupils, beginning to rotate slowly. The world around him was meticulously deconstructed in his perception, the flow of air, the trajectory of chakra, the slightest muscle twitch of every enemy. Nothing could escape his notice. Too slow. A soft sigh escaped him. Swish. A flash of gold. His figure vanished from sight. Where is he? Watch your back. Screams erupted as those forming hand signs stiffened and collapsed, their necks marked by delicate crimson lines. A golden streak wove through the chaotic crowd, each flicker marking the end of a life. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided, elegant, and efficient massacre. The surviving grass ninjas crumbled into despair. They could not perceive their enemy's movements, only the golden trajectory reminiscent of a grim reaper's scythe. Fear, like a chilling tide, submerged their reason. Devil. It's a devil. Run. We stand no chance. They discarded their weapons, fleeing into the depths of the forest. Yet, the golden light pursued them with unerring precision, catching each one. In less than 10 seconds, the battlefield returned to silence. Dozens of grass ninjas lay lifeless in pools of blood. Minato descended gently into the center of the settlement, shaking off the bloodied kunai from his hand. His pristine white robe remained untouched. Turning, he dispelled sage mode, the immense natural pressure dissipating alongside it. He approached the red-haired woman he had saved first, offering her a gentle smile. Are you all right? The woman, still cradling the child, stared at him in a daze, unable to utter a word. The surrounding Uzumaki clan members mirrored her expression, lost in a haze of disbelief. They gazed at the corpses strewn about, then back at this godlike man, feeling as though they were trapped in a surreal dream. At that moment, an elder of the Uzumaki clan, leaning on a cane, approached unsteadily. His lips quivered as his murky gaze fixated on the robe behind Minato, its vivid red characters igniting like flames. Fourth Hokage. His voice was rough and hoarse. Like sandpaper, the title echoed like thunder, reverberating through the minds of all survivors. Fourth Hokage? Which fourth Hokage? A young clan member murmured, recalling a legendary tale. Could it be the yellow flash of Konoha? Boom. Every mind buzzed, blanketed in astonishment. The fourth Hokage of Konoha? One of the pinnacle figures in the ninja world. The legendary Yellow Flash had come to this forsaken place to rescue them, the remnants of a forgotten clan? How could this be possible? The elder could no longer maintain his composure. His legs buckled, and he knelt before Minato, bowing deeply. I am Uzumaki Yashihira, honored to meet you, fourth Hokage. With a rustle, all Uzumaki clan members, regardless of age or gender, knelt in reverence. Awe, gratitude, and a profound sense of confusion intermingled on their faces. Why are you here, Hokage-sama? Yashihira dared to voice the collective question. Minato did not respond immediately. He stepped forward, gently assisting the elderly man to his feet. No need for formalities. His touch was light, yet carried an undeniable strength. He surveyed the clan members, their appearances worn and ragged, yet still retaining a trace of the stubbornness inherent in their bloodline, and felt a pang of emotion. He smiled, a warmth akin to the sun in winter. Kushina sends her regards to you all. A single phrase left the entire Uzumaki clan momentarily speechless. Kushina? The very princess they believed had perished in the war of annihilation against the land of whirlpools? Moreover, Minato paused, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. I have come to bring you home. Home. These two words bore an enchanting power. In an instant, they struck at the softest and most painful corners of every Uzumaki heart. Elder Uzumaki Masahiko trembled violently, gazing at Minato, as something uncontrollable surged forth from his murky old eyes. Home. Chapter 21. The Emperor Kai gains a personal tutor. Minato, do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Home. These two syllables acted as a key, unlocking the long-sealed hearts of the Uzumaki clan. Tears cascaded from the elder Uzumaki Masahiko's clouded eyes. He clutched Minato's arm with a grip as if seizing the last life-saving straw, his body shaking with emotion. Home. We still have a home. Behind him, the suppressed sounds of sobbing arose, soon merging into a collective lament. Over the years, they had hidden like hunted mice, fleeing from the pursuit of enemies, forsaking their names, their dignity, and everything in between to prevent their dwindling bloodline from extinguishing entirely. They believed themselves to be forgotten souls, lost to the world. Yet now, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the pinnacle of the ninja realm, stood before them, proclaiming that they could return home. This revelation was enough to shatter the defenses they had built over decades of suffering. Is Lady Kushina well? The first red-haired woman rescued by Minato, cradling a child, asked timidly. She is well. Minato smiled gently. She is now a hero of Konoha and my wife. He surveyed the emaciated yet inherently resilient faces of his kin. Konoha will be your strongest support. There, your children will have access to the finest ninja academies, and your sealing techniques will receive the utmost respect and opportunity for expression. You are no longer aimless drifters. Each of his words illuminated the hearts of these weathered Uzumaki clansmen like a warm ray of light. A few bold youths peeked out from behind their parents, gazing at Minato with eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Are you the legendary Yellow Flash? You appeared in a flash just now. So impressive. Can I become as powerful as you in the future? The children's excited chatter diluted the sorrow and bloodshed of the battlefield. Minato knelt and ruffled the hair of a small red-haired boy. As long as you desire it. You can. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the forest, carrying an exaggeratedly fiery aura. Burn, youth. Boom. A green figure descended from the sky like a cannonball, landing heavily on a nearby patch of ground, shaking the earth beneath. Tremble before the malevolent foes in the proud blue beast of Konoha. The newcomer struck a pose, flexing his muscles, his teeth glinting with confidence in the sunlight. Then, he froze. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Aside from the corpses strewn about and a group of stunned red-haired civilians, there were no living enemies in sight. Might Guy's smile froze on his face. Huh, where are the enemies? Hokage-sama. Several figures leaped from the trees. Leading the way was Kakashi Hatake. He surveyed the fallen grass ninja corpses, then glanced at Minato, standing amidst the crowd in immaculate robes, and understood everything. It seems we have arrived late, sensei. Only then did Might Guy notice Minato, and he immediately discarded his flamboyant pose, standing at attention. Reporting to you, Hokage-sama. Team 3 of Konoha, Might Guy? Here to provide support. Minato nodded in acknowledgement. Guy's curiosity was piqued as he leaned toward Kakashi, lowering his voice. Hey, Kakashi, what is going on? I feel like my youth hasn't even begun to blaze before the battle is over. Kakashi ignored him, focusing instead on examining a grass ninja corpse. And after a moment, he reached a conclusion. The fatal wound is on the neck, a single strike, the incision smooth. It is the work of Sensei's special kunai. He stood up, looking at Minato's back. A complex emotion filled the visible eye. This is Sensei's strength. Even a casual strike holds an understanding of precision and destructive power that is beyond comprehension. Wow. Kakashi, when did you become so impressive? You saw through all of that in an instant. Might Guy circled Kakashi as if he were a rare animal. No, something is off with you. He abruptly stopped, leaning in close to Kakashi, nearly nose to nose. Your aura has changed. That lazy, lethargic vibe that seemed ready to doze off is gone. In its place, there's a roaring fire of youthful passion. Kakashi pushed his face away in disdain. I simply do not wish to waste time on trivial matters anymore. Trivial matters? Might Guy was taken aback. That phrase sounded particularly strange coming from Kakashi. Weren't you always fond of doing trivial things? Kakashi paused for a moment. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, I could do nothing. I watched the village be ravaged, witnessing Sensei and Lady Kushina risk their lives. I realized how laughable my so-called genius truly was. He lifted his gaze toward Minato, who was calming the Uzumaki clan not far away. It was Sensei who made me understand that weakness itself is a sin. Thus, from that day forth, I have trained every day. As long as I do not train to death, I will train harder. Might Guy's mouth slowly dropped open. He looked at Kakashi, whose face was usually concealed by a mask, and in the only visible eye, he saw an unprecedented seriousness. The rival he regarded as his lifelong opponent, who always seemed carefree and uninterested, was now putting in effort. Furthermore, from the sound of it, he was training with an intensity that even surpassed his own diligent efforts. A tremendous impact surged through Might Guy's naive worldview. The next moment, hot tears erupted from his expressive eyes. Kakashi. He embraced Kakashi, crying like a 300-pound child. You finally understand the essence of youth. I am so moved. My rival. My dear friend. You have finally embarked on this path of shedding sweat and tears. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. He attempted to break free but found the other's strength astonishingly overwhelming. You. Let go of me. No. I shall use my fervent tears to bless your belated youth. Minato, hearing the commotion behind him, shook his head in helplessness. Kai, that fellow, is still brimming with vitality. However, Kakashi's transformation indeed fills him with joy. That raw gem, once shrouded in pain and confusion, has finally begun to shine on its own. Might Guy wept for a while before sniffling and releasing Kakashi, who was nearly suffocated by his embrace. He wiped away his tears and, with a tone of profound envy, spoke to Kakashi as if conversing with the air itself. But you, my friend, are truly fortunate, Kakashi, to receive the personal guidance of the Hokage. Alas, if only I could have such an opportunity. My youthful fire would burn even brighter, illuminating the entire ninja world. With his hands on his hips, he sighed skyward, completely immersed in his own fantasy. The surrounding ninjas were accustomed to his antics and paid little heed to his words. However, a calm voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Do you wish for me to instruct you?" Guy's exclamations abruptly ceased. He stiffly turned his head and beheld Minato, who had approached him at some point, looking at him with serene composure. The atmosphere became instantly hushed, with all eyes fixated on these two remarkably contrasting figures. Guy's mind went blank. "The Hokage is speaking to me?" He pointed at himself with uncertainty. "Are you asking me?" Minato nodded. "Yes." His answer was succinct, a mere affirmation. Guy felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his heart, then released it in a sudden rush. A tremendous, unbelievable ecstasy erupted from his chest, like a volcano. He extended a trembling finger toward Minato, then back to himself. "You mean, you are willing to guide me?" Minato nodded again, offering no elaborate explanations, just a simple, affirmative gesture. Boom. Guy's mind was utterly vacant. He felt as if struck by a golden lightning bolt, every cell in his body rejoicing and leaping with joy. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. His face, flushed from overwhelming excitement, held back for several seconds. Finally, all emotions converged into a resounding, exuberant shout filled with youth and vitality. "Yush!" The shout startled the birds in the forest, sending them fluttering into the air. The surrounding Uzumaki clan members recoiled in unison, their faces filled with bewilderment. They could not fathom why this green-clad individual would suddenly erupt with emotions even more fervent than during the recent battle. Kakashi discreetly stepped aside, attempting to distance himself from this overly exuberant being. "Idiot," he muttered under his breath. Minato merely smiled, not curbing Guy's exuberance. Taijutsu is an indispensable force in Konoha, and Guy possesses the potential to elevate this power to its zenith. Nurturing him holds significant importance for Konoha's future combat capabilities. "All right, Guy," Minato spoke, interrupting Guy, who was still striking a victorious pose. The moment for reminiscing had concluded. He turned to Uzumaki Yashihira. "Elder, please gather the clan members and account for the injured and supplies. We will depart for Konoha immediately." Chapter 22. Full Transmission. "Konoha, is our Hokage a monster?" As Minato's words fell, a look of confusion crossed Elder Yashihira's face. "Hokage-sama, the journey back to Konoha is long. With the elderly and children, I fear." He need not finish, for everyone understood that walking back would take weeks, fraught with peril, an endeavor beyond the capabilities of their frail and ailing members. "No need for such complications," Minato replied with a smile. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he unfurled a sealing scroll, producing a large quantity of specially crafted kunai. "Everyone, take one and hold on tight." Though the Uzumaki clan members were perplexed, they complied. The cold metallic texture of the tri-pronged kunai felt foreign in their hands. Kakashi and Guy's team observed from the side. As Minato retrieved his kunai, Kakashi sensed an unusual ripple in the air. Meanwhile, Guy was lost in his fantasies. "A keepsake. Kunai handcrafted by the fourth Hokage. This is a testament to our youthful encounter." Minato ignored the commotion and formed a simple hand sign. "Hold tight." Buzz. A blinding golden light erupted from Minato's center. Not merely a flash, but forming a massive golden sphere that enveloped all the over 100 Uzumaki clan members. Along with Kakashi's team, Yashihira felt an overwhelming pull, as if the world around him was torn apart and then instantly reassembled. The next moment, the stench of blood and charred remnants vanished, replaced by fresh air and the bustling sounds of the marketplace. Beneath their feet, the slick mud transformed into solid, even cobblestones. In the distance, the colossal Hokage rock loomed over the village, casting its gaze upon all. Konoha Hidden Village. They had arrived. One moment, they were in a remote canyon of the Land of Grass, and the next, they stood on one of Konoha's most bustling streets. Incredible. It was utterly astonishing. Have we arrived? My goodness. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The entire Uzumaki clan stood frozen, their kunai clattering to the ground. They gazed at the lively streets and the villagers casting astonished glances, their minds blank. The Konoha barrier team erupted into chaos. Alarm! Alarm! A large, unidentified chakra reaction has appeared at the village center. Numbers exceeding 100. Stabilizing rapidly. Impossible. There are no signs of a breach in the barrier. Several figures appeared in an instant. Ninja from the Konoha security team. They took defensive stances upon seeing the suddenly materialized red-haired men, women, and children. "Who are you?" Just then, The golden light dissipated, revealing the central figure. Everyone stand down. Minato's voice was calm. Upon seeing the white ceremonial robe and golden hair, all the security team members froze. The fourth Hokage. They swiftly sheathed their weapons, kneeling on one knee. The villagers also recognized their Hokage, bowing in respect, though their curious glances never ceased. My heavens! That golden light just now was conjured by the Hokage? How did he manage that? To suddenly bring forth so many people? Whispers of astonishment filled the air. On the other hand, Guy's reaction was the most exaggerated. His legs turned to jelly, and he plopped down onto the ground, bracing himself with his hands to avoid collapsing entirely. What just happened? He turned to Kakashi, his movements somewhat stiff. Are we not in the land of grass? How could it be that in the blink of an eye, Kakashi stood beside him, trying to maintain his composure, yet the shock lingered in his exposed eye. He was familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique, but he had never imagined it could be utilized to such an extent. This was no longer merely a ninjutsu. It was a miracle. This was the Flying Thunder God. Kakashi explained in a dry tone, don't think about it. Even I cannot master this. Might Guy opened his mouth, speechless. For the first time, he felt his youthful fervor and passion rendered insignificant in the face of a power that transcended all. Suddenly, he was filled with unparalleled anticipation for the guidance promised by Minato. What kind of martial arts could a man who had developed the Flying Thunder God to such heights impart? At that moment, a bespectacled man, resembling a bureaucratic jonin, rushed in with two umbu. Lord Hokage. He bowed before looking at the hundreds of Uzumaki clan members, his face etched with anxiety and confusion. You have returned. But the village's perception barrier showed no reaction. This is unprecedented. With such a massive group teleportation, what if they are enemies? This was not only a challenge to the Hokage's actions, but also a reflexive response from a technical officer. Minato merely glanced at him. I brought them back. Those 6 simple words carried an undeniable weight. The bureaucratic jonin was momentarily stunned. You brought them back? Using space-time ninjutsu? Over 100 people? His voice rose sharply, tinged with disbelief. The surrounding ninjas gasped in astonishment. They had heard of space-time ninjutsu and were well aware of the Flying Thunder God technique. But to conduct a group teleportation of this magnitude? What kind of concept was that? What immense and terrifying chakra reserves would one require to accomplish such a feat? Unbelievable. Just like the first Hokage. Someone murmured. No, the first used would release to create life, while the fourth distorted space. These are 2 entirely different kinds of monsters. Our Hokage has grown so powerful. Awe, admiration, and fervor surged through the crowd. The bureaucratic jonin's face flushed red as he realized the foolishness of his question. Before absolute power, all rules and procedures seemed utterly impotent. I misspoke. He bowed deeply. Just then, a fiery red figure emerged from the crowd. Minato. Kushina had arrived. She first spotted Minato, and then her gaze passed over him to the bewildered red-haired clan members. She saw Elder Uzumaki Masahiko, the aunt who had once held her, and many familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Kushina froze. Masahiko? She called tentatively. Elder Masahiko's dim old eyes widened instantly. He gazed at the spirited red-haired woman before him, her face gradually merging with that of the little princess in his memory. Kushina, it's me. Kushina could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace the tearful elder. I'm back. I brought you all home. No, it was Minato who brought us home. Kushina held her kin tightly, then turned to Minato, walking briskly towards him. She said nothing, simply opened her arms and embraced her husband fiercely. Thank you, Minato. Her body trembled slightly. Thank you for helping me find my family. Minato gently patted her back, feeling her excitement and joy. Everything was worthwhile. He entrusted the subsequent arrangements to the Sarutobi clan's ninjas, allowing Kushina to accompany them while he led Kakashi and Might Guy to the training ground. It was time to address these 2 troublesome students. Minato observed Might Guy, who was overjoyed at finally receiving guidance, and then glanced at Kakashi, who remained silent, yet clearly filled with expectation. His sage mode had significantly increased his chakra, and his perception of natural energy had reached new heights. Yet, mere enhancement was insufficient. During the Ninetales attack, Obito's manifestation of the Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, along with that eerie intangibility, had sounded alarms in his mind. In the future, adversaries within the ninja world would only become stronger, potentially even reaching the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. His Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, and Sage Mode all had room for improvement, particularly in the realm of Taijutsu. The Taijutsu of Sage Mode, though powerful, was not enough. Before him lay a ready-made supreme treasury of martial arts, the 8 gates. This forbidden technique, which exchanged life for a momentary surge of power, had once allowed a man named Might Guy to kick his way to a grand finale. Guy. Minato halted. Yes, Lord Hokage. Might Guy stood at attention immediately. Minato regarded him, a bold plan forming in his mind. The principle of the 8 gates is to release the body's restrictions on chakra, unleashing power that surpasses limits. But what if Sage Mode could be used to open the 8 gates, utilizing an endless supply of vitality and recovery to counteract the immense side effects of the 8 gates? Would that be feasible? He needed to explore this. He needed to personally experience the power of the 8 gates. Your training will be arduous, Minato began. I fear no hardship. For the sake of youth, I am willing to do anything. Might Guy proclaimed loudly. Minato smiled. Very well, then before I guide you, let me see where your limits lie. Come at me with all your strength. Chapter 23. A palm that annihilates the peacock. Guy, my youth has been decisively rejected by Lord Hokage. In the training ground, come at me with all your strength. Minato's calm words froze the fiery expression on Might Guy's face. Lord Hokage. Guy hesitated. The 8 gates were a forbidden technique. Once opened, power would increase exponentially, making it difficult for him to control, even for himself. Moreover, his opponent was the Hokage. Injuring the Hokage would be a grave sin. Are you worried about hurting me? Minato saw through his thoughts and chuckled. Guy, cast aside your ridiculous concerns. If you cannot even move your feet to let me dodge, then this guidance will hold no meaning. Kakashi silently stepped back, creating ample space for the two. Internally, he was far from as calm as he appeared. Just how powerful was the teacher's taijutsu? This question, perhaps, only a handful of people in Konoha knew the answer to. For no enemy had ever forced the Yellow Flash to abandon his elusive space-time ninjutsu in favor of resolving matters with fists and feet. Today, he might witness the tip of the iceberg. I understand. Kai's hesitation was completely dispelled by Minato's words. Indeed, the other party was the 4th Hokage, the pinnacle of the ninja world. His own concerns were, in essence, a form of distrust. Thus, Lord Hokage, I beg your pardon. Kai's body suddenly sank as he assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist. The 8 gates. First gate, open. Boom. A massive surge of chakra erupted from within Kai, breaking through the first limitation. His skin took on a faint red hue, and his muscles visibly swelled. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. So fast. Kakashi's single eye widened in astonishment. This speed surpassed that of the vast majority of Jonin. Kai reappeared at Minato's right side, delivering a fierce whip kick, accompanied by a cutting sound that tore through the air, aimed directly at Minato's head. Minato remained still. He simply raised his left hand casually, accurately blocking the trajectory of the kick. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Kai's kick, capable of breaking a giant tree, was effortlessly deflected by Minato. In fact, Minato's body did not even tremble. Kai did not relent. Second gate, rest gate. Open. The chakra surged once more. His speed and strength escalated to another level, transforming him into a flurry of green afterimages, unleashing a tempest of attacks from all directions upon Minato. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Each strike was heavy with force. Yet, Minato stood there, his hands moving like butterflies among the flowers, effortlessly blocking and deflecting all of Kai's attacks with minimal movement and perfect precision. It was almost too easy, bordering on boredom. Kakashi watched from the side, beads of sweat forming in his palms. He wondered if he could withstand such a relentless assault from Kai for even 10 seconds, yet his teacher appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. Is this all you can muster, Kai? Minato spoke, a hint of obvious disappointment in his voice. Not enough. Far from enough. Your power is far too scattered. Each of your attacks wastes at least 30% of your strength. Is this how you squander your burning youth? Each of Minato's words struck Kai's heart like a heavy hammer. Ah! Kai let out a furious roar. Third gate, life gate. Open. Fourth gate, wound gate. Open. Boom. Green chakra steam erupted from Kai's body like a tangible force. His speed surged once again, a punch unleashed with such ferocity that it created a sonic boom. Rising Lotus. This time, Minato did not block. As Kai's fist was about to make contact with his face, he flickered and vanished. Kai's punch swung through empty air, the tremendous force nearly causing him to lose his balance. I'm behind you. Minato's voice echoed. Kai's body froze instantly. Ding. Host detected deep engagement with the 8 gates, triggering a special mission. Mission name: Mastery of Taijutsu Development Plan. Mission objective. During this spar, assist Might Guy in comprehending the deeper essence of the 8 gates and successfully unlock the 6th gate, View Gate. Mission reward. Doubling the experience gain speed for understanding the 8 gates. Conceptual blueprint for perfect level Taijutsu Night Guy. Here it comes. Minato's heart stirred. He had intentionally feigned weakness and provoked Kai with his words, waiting for this moment. The 8 gates, this ultimate taijutsu, he was determined to acquire. Especially in conjunction with his sage body, it could potentially create a new form of sage technique with the 8 gates, devoid of side effects. Your speed is still too slow. Minato's palm gently pressed against the center of Kai's back. Moreover, there are numerous openings. A gentle yet irresistible force surged through, causing Kai's chakra to momentarily stagnate, abruptly halting that explosive power. Kai gasped heavily, sweat soaking through his green bodysuit. He had been defeated. A complete and utter defeat. From beginning to end, he had failed to make the Hokage move even an inch. Why? Kai's voice was hoarse. My attacks were utterly ineffective. Because your strength lacks foundation. Minato withdrew his hand. You merely recklessly unleashed your body's limitations, allowing chakra to flow freely without learning how to harness it. Like a 3-year-old wielding a divine weapon. It may appear intimidating, but a mere push sends it tumbling. Minato's words left both Kai and Kakashi stunned. Harness? The power of the 8 gates can be harnessed? Do you mean, Lord Hokage? Kai asked in confusion. Minato did not respond directly. Continue. 5th gate, door of dew. Open. Minato called out the command for him. What? Kai exclaimed in shock. Lord Hokage, after the 5th gate, my body will. You won't die with me here, Minato interrupted. Open. Kai gritted his teeth, choosing to trust. 5th gate, door of dew. Open. Boom. An even more terrifying surge of chakra erupted forth, Kai's muscles bulging prominently, every vein in his body visible. He felt every cell within him screaming in agony. Now, feel the chakra 3 inches below your right knee. It is spiraling out of control. Control it. Reel it back. Minato's voice thundered in Kai's mind. Instinctively, Kai complied. He focused his thoughts and indeed felt a violent energy rampaging there. With all his might, he attempted to rein in that power. Buzz. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. As he guided the uncontrollable chakra back on track, he felt a slight enhancement in his control over his body. The agonizing pain that had felt like tearing was somewhat alleviated. Left shoulder. Your strength falters there. Connect it. Waist. The core of your power. Don't let the chakra merely flow. Let it form a vortex there. While easily evading Kai's attacks, Minato continuously offered guidance. Kakashi was utterly mesmerized. What is happening? Live teaching in the midst of battle? And he was teaching the forbidden technique of the 8 gates. How could his teacher possess such profound knowledge of the 8 gates? This was even more outrageous than actually having the 8 gates himself. Under Minato's guidance, Kai felt he was entering a mysterious realm. His control over his body and the utilization of chakra were escalating at an astonishing rate. He felt he could grow even stronger. 6th gate, View Gate. Open. This time, it was Kai who shouted it out with fervor. Boom. Green steam shot skyward, forming a colossal tornado that cracked the ground beneath it. Kai's body was completely enveloped in a boiling green energy. His presence had become so powerful that even Kakashi felt breathless. He succeeded. Kai felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, unleashing an excited roar. Lord Hokage, receive my technique. Morning Peacock. He swung his fist, and countless fiery punches enveloped in green flames rained down upon Minato like a meteor shower. Each fireball possessed destructive force rivaling that of an A-rank fire technique. Kakashi's scalp prickled with alarm. How could one evade such an onslaught? Yet, Minato remained steadfast, showing no inclination to dodge. He merely raised his right hand. In the very moment the fiery storm was about to descend, he gently pushed forward. Disperse. With a single word, an invisible and vast natural energy emanated from his palm. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar. The cataclysmic rain of fire that could have laid waste to the entire training ground vanished upon contact with that energy, dissipating like melting snow, silently and without a trace. The world fell into silence. Kai held his fist aloft, frozen in place. Kakashi gaped, utterly speechless. Minato retracted his hand, and the overwhelming natural pressure dissipated with it. He looked at the dazed Kai and smiled. Have you learned? Use your mind to harness your youth. Chapter 24. Kakashi gains an advantage. Minato, want to use the Sharingan? First, Master Lightning release to create stars. The training ground was enveloped in eerie silence. The fiery storm had vanished without a sound, as if it had never existed. The air was tinged with a faint charred scent, mingling with the refreshing essence of natural energy, creating a peculiar balance. Might Guy remained in his punching stance, the green steam enveloping him dissipating rapidly. His face, flushed from the activation of the 8 gates, was now filled with confusion. His most powerful technique, Morning Peacock, had simply vanished. Not even a ripple was stirred. Minato calmly observed his 2 students as he withdrew his palm. Ding. Special mission. Mastery of Taijutsu has been completed. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Mission reward. Permanent doubling of experience gain for the 8 gates. Perfect level Taijutsu blueprint for Night Guy. A torrent of complex information flooded Minato's mind. It was not merely a simple blueprint, but a pure concept. The power of burning life to its utmost. How to channel it through specific meridian pathways and condense it into a singular point. Surpassing the limits of speed, even distorting space itself. A single kick, and it would be the end. So this is the true culmination of the 8 gates. Thud. Might Guy could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, every muscle in his body crying out in agony. Yet he paid no heed to his suffering. He merely stared blankly at Minato, the man who hadn't even stirred his clothing. Lord Hokage, what was that technique you just used? Sage art, Minato replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. He had noticed another individual who had been silent since the beginning, Kakashi Hitaki. He stood there, hands in his pockets, head bowed, obscuring his expression. But Minato could sense the change in Kakashi's aura. It was a tumultuous blend of shock, frustration, and profound desire. A ravenous wolf fixated on an unattainable prey. Minato was all too familiar with this feeling. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, when Kakashi lay helpless amidst the ruins, he radiated the same aura, loathing for his own weakness and an insatiable thirst for power. Kakashi, Minato began. Kakashi's body quivered imperceptibly as he slowly raised his head. You wish to grow stronger. Minato stated it as a fact. Kakashi offered no reply, yet his silence resonated louder than words. Might Guy sensed the unusual energy from his friend and struggled to rise. Kakashi, I can teach you. Minato interrupted Guy's words. He held Kakashi, his own disciple, in high regard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept him close lately. Since Kakashi sought strength, Minato had no reason to allow him to languish in mediocrity. Coincidentally, having recently activated his Sharingan, Minato had gained insights into its application. Thus, a brilliant plan began to form in his mind. Kakashi suddenly looked towards Minato. Sensei, your issue is not a lack of talent or effort. Minato stepped closer. Your problem lies in waste. Waste. Kakashi was puzzled. That eye of yours. Minato pointed to Kakashi's left eye, obscured by his forehead protector. It is akin to a leaky faucet, perpetually draining your chakra. Your body is not Uchiha. You cannot activate and deactivate it at will. Thus, you are perpetually in a state of deficit. Kakashi's body stiffened. This was his greatest secret and his most significant weakness. Due to insufficient chakra, he could not sustain high-intensity jutsu for extended periods. Because of that eye, he was even depleting his energy while asleep. Sensei, this was left to me by Obito. I never said to remove it, Minato smiled. I merely stated that I will teach you how to deactivate it. Deactivate it? Even Might Guy gasped in astonishment. The idea of turning off the Sharingan was entirely beyond their comprehension. Theoretically feasible, Minato replied nonchalantly, as if discussing dinner plans. The activation of the Sharingan results from chakra flowing through specific meridians in the eye. If it can flow in, it can certainly be interrupted. If your body cannot do so independently, we shall employ external force. Using your most proficient lightning release chakra, condense it into invisible needles to precisely stimulate several key acupoints around the eye, temporarily cutting off the chakra supply. Minato spoke casually, yet both Kakashi and Guy felt a chill run down their spines. Using lightning release chakra as needles, stimulating the acupoints around the eyes. That was the most densely packed area of the brain and visual nerves. A minor miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. At best, permanent blindness. At worst, turning into a complete imbecile. Sensei, this is far too dangerous. Kakashi immediately protested. Thus, you must practice. Minato seemed to have anticipated his reaction, pulling an unremarkable rubber ball filled with water from his ninja tool pouch. What is this? Kakashi was taken aback. Your new training tool. Minato tossed the water ball to him. Before you learn to perform surgery on goldfish with lightning release chakra, start by practicing with this. Practice? Indeed. Minato extended a finger. Your objective is to use your lightning chakra to intricately shape this water balloon into a perfect pentagram from within, all without rupturing it. And maintain this form for a minimum of 10 minutes. Kakashi stood frozen, holding the water balloon. To manipulate the liquid's form inside a soft water sphere using lightning chakra? This transcends mere control. Such feats are reserved for the divine. Is it beyond your capabilities? Asked Minato. Kakashi fell into silence, then abandoned the notion. Minato's tone was calm. Continue to allow that precious eye of yours to drain you dry. Kakashi clenched the water balloon tightly, recalling the chaos of the Nine Tails incident, where he could only watch helplessly as his teacher and Kushina perished. He remembered how, just moments ago, Guy had unleashed tremendous power, yet his teacher had effortlessly neutralized it. And what of himself? What could he, the so-called genius, accomplish? I will do it. The words erupted from Kakashi's lips. Excellent, Minato nodded in approval. He turned to the still-breathing Guy on the ground. As for you, Guy. Yes. Hokage-sama. Guy sprang to his feet with a flourish. Your challenge lies in your inability to retract. From this day forth, your training will focus on precise chakra control while in the 8-gate state. For instance, embroidering while in the 3rd gate. Huh. Guy's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Embroidering while in the 3rd gate? What sort of devilish training is this? When you can effortlessly thread a needle while in the 4th gate, you will be ready. Minato clapped his hands, dismissing his 2 petrified disciples. Very well. My teaching time has concluded. The path has been laid before you. How far you venture is entirely up to you. He turned and walked towards the training ground's exit. Teacher, where are you going? Kakashi instinctively inquired. Minato did not look back, merely waving his hand. To arrange accommodations for your returning teacher's family. The sunlight stretched his shadow long, and his white ceremonial robe fluttered in the breeze. On the training ground, only Kakashi and Might Guy remained, exchanging glances. After a long pause, Guy suddenly embraced Kakashi, tears brimming in his eyes. Kakashi, my dear friend, are you about to ignite your youthful passion as well? I am deeply moved. Kakashi pushed him away in disdain. He gazed down at the water balloon in his hand, his face, usually marked by laziness, now radiating unprecedented focus. He extended his right index finger, a barely visible arc of electricity dancing at its tip. Carefully, he pressed his fingertip against the surface of the rubber water balloon. A faint current coursed through. Inside the water balloon, the once tranquil surface rippled. He yearned to grow stronger, to possess the might to protect all. Chapter 25. The birth of the first volume king of Konoha. 3 months later, the streets of Konoha buzzed with a vibrant energy characteristic of post-war reconstruction. Particularly, the newly planned residential area on the eastern side of the village resonated daily with joyous laughter. Hokage-sama. Good morning. A red-haired woman with her hair in a bun waved her vegetable basket enthusiastically upon spotting Minato. You look even more handsome. My son is about to be named Uzumaki Minato. What do you think? Minato's smile faltered momentarily. This marked the 3rd Uzumaki clan member seeking to name their child after him. Ever since he had welcomed the survivors of the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha, granting them official citizenship and the best resources, such fervent enthusiasm had become a part of his daily life. Hokage-sama, please try our freshly made rice cakes. They are undoubtedly the most authentic recipe from our clan. Another red-haired youth squeezed through, unceremoniously thrusting an oil paper-wrapped treat into Minato's arms. Thank you, everyone. Minato felt as if he were about to be submerged in a sea of adoring villagers. He hurriedly fled, seeking a moment of solitude. The 3rd training ground proved to be a perfect refuge. Before he even approached, he heard the deafening roar, punctuated by vibrant shouts. Minato silently landed atop a large tree. The scene at the training ground was somewhat peculiar. Might Guy was performing a single-finger handstand in an extremely contorted posture, his muscles trembling, skin flushed an unnatural red. The 4th gate, the injury gate. Open, he chanted fervently. Youth is about discovering exquisite finesse amidst excruciating pain. Before him lay an embroidery frame, and with his other hand, he delicately held a slender embroidery needle, painstakingly threading it. Sweat dripped from his forehead, hitting the ground with a soft sound. At last, the thread passed through the needle's eye. Yish! Guy erupted with a thunderous cheer, nearly losing his balance in the handstand. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi sat cross-legged, cradling a water balloon in his hands, his movements intensely focused. A delicate thread of lightning chakra, resembling a living tendril, probed into the water balloon's interior. meticulously sculpting its form. Minato observed with great interest. Kakashi's chakra control had advanced significantly since 3 months prior. Just then, Kakashi's movements halted. He exhaled deeply. Inside the pristine water balloon, the water had been expertly shaped into a flawless pentagram, quietly suspended. He had succeeded. Kakashi slowly lowered his forehead protector, revealing his left eye. A perfectly ordinary black pupil. He blinked that eye effortlessly, feeling no discomfort. In the next moment, with a mere thought, chakra surged once more. In that ordinary eye, 3 pitch-black tomo suddenly materialized, slowly spinning. The Sharingan activated. With another thought, the 3 tomo vanished, returning to the ordinary eye. He had become, aside from Minato, the first ninja able to freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan without relying on the Uchiha bloodline. Teacher, Hokage-sama. Kakashi and Guy simultaneously spotted Minato perched in the tree, promptly halting their training and standing at attention. Well done. Minato leapt down from the tree, landing before the two. Thank you, teacher, Kakashi sincerely expressed. Without you, I might never have escaped that water faucet's shadow. Now, he finally understood the sensation of chakra surging within him. Hokage-sama. So do I. Guy dashed forward, tears glistening in his eyes. I can now perfectly control the 6th gate. I even feel that the 7th gate is not so distant anymore. He pounded his chest confidently. Excellent. Minato nodded in satisfaction. It appears my training methods are indeed effective. He flexed his wrist. However, in these past 3 months, the progress has not been limited to just you. Kakashi and Guy were momentarily taken aback. Sensei? Minato smiled faintly, offering no explanation. He merely leaned slightly, a tremendous chakra beginning to awaken within him. First gate, open. Boom. The shockwave radiated outwards from his center. Kakashi and Guy's expressions transformed instantaneously. This aura was the 8 gates. Second gate, rest gate. Open. Third gate, life gate. Open. Minato's voice remained steady, as if he were merely counting. Yet, with each utterance, Kakashi and Guy's hearts raced uncontrollably. Their teacher had also mastered the 8 gates, and so effortlessly. Fourth gate, wound gate. Open. Fifth gate, limit gate. Open. Verdant chakra steam began to rise from Minato's body. He did not exhibit the reddening of skin or bulging veins like Guy. His body, bolstered by the formidable vitality of the Senju Hashirama's cells, perfectly withstood this power. Sixth gate, view gate. Open. Boom. A surge of green steam erupted skyward. Akin to Guy's activation, yet Minato's presence was markedly more composed and substantial. Kakashi and Guy were rendered speechless, their eyes fixated. They beheld their teacher ascend to a realm that had taken Guy years of arduous training to reach, all within mere seconds. Yet, this was not the end. Minato lifted his gaze, a glimmer flashing in his azure eyes. Seventh gate, shock gate. Open. Boom. A shockwave tenfold more intense than before erupted. Terrifying blue steam burst forth from every part of Minato, enveloping him entirely. The training ground quaked under the immense pressure, cracking underfoot. Kakashi and Guy were forced to retreat repeatedly, their faces etched with disbelief. The 7th gate, a domain even Guy dared only to dream of, never truly touching. At the height of their astonishment, Minato, surrounded by swirling blue steam, slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! A rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere coalesced within his palm. Rasengan. Kakashi and Guy's minds went blank. This was not mere shock, it was the collapse of their worldview. This was impossible. Kakashi's voice turned shrill from sheer horror. Guy pointed at Minato, his finger trembling like a leaf. Utilizing ninjutsu while opening the 8 gates. The 8 gates are a pure taijutsu forbidden technique, demanding the sacrifice of one's life to attain extraordinary physical prowess. Once activated, all chakra is devoted to enhancing the body, leaving no room to focus on gathering chakra for the intricate control required for ninjutsu. This is the ironclad rule of forbidden techniques. It is the consensus among all taijutsu ninjas. Yet now, Minato shattered that belief. Not only had he unlocked the formidable 7th gate, but he also effortlessly executed an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan. In this state, holding the stable, spinning Rasengan, Minato sensed the ceaseless power flowing within him. The combination of Sage Mode and the 8 gates exceeded his expectations of perfection. He smiled at his 2 utterly petrified students. Chakra is precisely utilized in this manner. Chapter 26. Using ninjutsu while opening the 8 gates? Guy, my youth has ignited. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Rasengan spun quietly in Minato's palm, emanating a steady blue glow. The blue steam surrounding him marked the activation of the seventh gate, its terrifying energy even causing slight distortions in space. Yet, Minato himself remained as tranquil as a leisurely stroll in a garden. Chakra is precisely utilized in this manner. This phrase became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Thud. My guy knelt on both knees, not from exhaustion, but from a complete mental collapse. He lifted his head, his face, always ablaze with fervor, now appeared vacant. Utilizing ninjutsu while opening the 8 gates? And the 7th gate. This transcended ninjutsu. It was sage art. It was a miraculous feat. In the next moment, 2 streams of hot tears gushed forth from Guy's expressive eyes, more fervent than ever before. Yuish. A shout reverberated through the heavens, even cracking his voice. Erupting from his mouth, he sprang from the ground, sliding forward to Minato, clasping his leg tightly. Hokage-sama. Guy wept uncontrollably, his voice faltering. You are the true embodiment of youth. My youth pales before you, like the light of a firefly. You are the sun, the youthful sun illuminating the entire ninja world. Please take me as your disciple. No, allow me to follow you. I, Might Guy, am willing to dedicate everything to your magnificent youth. His words tumbled out in a fervent rush. The man who had lived by the creed of hard work, with the goal of surpassing Kakashi, had found a new, unreachable deity today. Kakashi silently shifted a step to the side. He felt as though his mind were gasping for air. Everything unfolding before him had completely surpassed his comprehension. The 8 gates, he understood. The Rasengan, he too could perform. But when these 2 elements intertwined in a manner that defied all logic, the resultant impact was devastating. He, the so-called Leaf's top genius, felt like a mere child fresh from the ninja academy in Minato's presence. No, he was even less than a child. A child still retains a sense of wonder about the world. Yet he, Kakashi, had lost even the right to dream. For Minato had vividly placed that impossible dream right before him. Minato gazed somewhat wearily at the green figure clinging to his leg. He had merely intended to showcase the feasibility of Sage Mode in conjunction with the 8 gates, and to give these 2 future powerhouses a gentle nudge. He never anticipated Guy's reaction would be so profound. He casually dispelled the Rasengan. Whoosh. The terrifying blue steam receded into his body like a receding tide. His exterior bore no scars, nor even a hint of fatigue. This scene once again caused Kakashi's heart to twitch. The 7th gate without side effects. A monster. A true monster. All right, Guy, let go. Minato spoke. No, not unless you promise me. Guy clung even tighter. Minato sighed. Kakashi. He glanced to the side. Yes, sensei. Kakashi immediately regained focus. I have a mission for you. Minato's demeanor grew serious. Head to the border of the Land of Rain. Recent intelligence indicates that a new organization has emerged there, covertly recruiting rogue ninjas from various nations. I require you to investigate their backgrounds, the number of individuals involved, the identity of their leader, and their ultimate objectives. Kakashi immediately acknowledged, yes? Lord Hokage, I wish to accompany you. Might Guy abruptly released his grip, standing at attention with such swiftness that a blur was left in his wake. Pursuing evil. Igniting youth. This is my mission. He struck a pose to showcase his muscles, his teeth glimmering in the sunlight. Please, allow me to join Kakashi. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. An uncontrollable image surfaced in his mind, the Land of Rain. In a shadowy underground exchange, he and Guy were surrounded by a group of rogue ninjas. The leader of the rogue ninjas demanded, which village do you belong to? State your name. Kakashi was ready to engage with a set of standard diplomatic phrases when Guy, wearing a comically exaggerated mask with thick brows and large eyes, stepped forward. No comment. The rogue leader responded, Guy exclaimed, Konoha's great whirlwind. In the next moment, chaos ensued within the exchange, leaving destruction in its wake. The infiltration mission ended in complete failure. Kakashi shuddered. He quickly spoke, Sensei, this mission requires utmost secrecy. I alone, Watergate interrupted, for this mission. You will adhere to all of Kakashi's commands. Yes, Lord Hokage, Guy boisterously replied. Watergate then turned to Kakashi. One more person means an additional ally, especially one capable of turning the tide. Kakashi fell silent, understanding his teacher's implication. With the 8 gates technique, Guy, in a sense, was indeed a nuclear option. Very well. Kakashi conceded reluctantly. However, you must wear an umbu mask and remain silent throughout. No problem. Guy gave him a thumbs up, his teeth radiating confidence. At that moment, a figure appeared instantaneously in the training ground. It was an umbu. Lord Hokage. The umbu knelt on one knee. What is it? Regarding the Uzumaki clan you brought back. Some unfavorable remarks have emerged within the village. Watergate's usually gentle demeanor darkened instantly. Speak. Yes. The umbu felt an invisible pressure. Some villagers and lower-ranking ninjas have been murmuring, claiming that the Uzumaki clan consumes too many village resources. Their children, upon returning, directly entered the best classes in the ninja academy, and they allege that they have diluted the task allocations available to other ninjas. This sentiment is a classic manifestation of exclusion. Watergate had anticipated this issue long ago. He was about to instruct the umbu to summon Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Fugaku, but the umbu's subsequent words left him dumbfounded. However, Lord Hokage, just half an hour ago, the situation changed. The Uchiha clan's monitoring department has taken the initiative. Kakashi and Guy exchanged astonished glances. The Uchiha? That most arrogant and exclusionary clan would proactively involve themselves in such trivial matters? The umbu continued, his voice tinged with disbelief. Uchiha Daikaku and Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by a team, went directly to the taverns and training grounds where the rumors were concentrated. They did not resort to violence, but publicly recited the fundamental regulations of Konoha and your personally issued Hokage decree. The umbu unconsciously mimicked the scene from that moment. By the decree of the fourth Hokage, the Uzumaki clan is a distinguished guest of Konoha, as well as a citizen, enjoying rights and obligations equal to those of other villagers. Their sealing techniques are exceptional, representing an indispensable strategic force for Konoha's future. The monitoring department reiterated that any discriminatory remarks against the Uzumaki clan could be viewed as a blatant provocation of the Hokage's orders. Anyone who disagreed with resource allocation could submit a formal document to the Hokage building rather than gossiping behind closed doors. The umbu swallowed hard. At that time, a drunken special jounin attempted to retort, claiming the Uchiha was meddling in affairs. Uchiha Daikaku simply asked him calmly, "Is our duty to uphold the will of the Hokage and ensure village stability in question, or is it the Hokage's authority you are questioning?" The special jounin sobered up instantly, bowed in apology, and fled. Now, all rumors have ceased. The monitoring department has also dispatched personnel to conduct 24-hour patrols around the Uzumaki residential area. The training ground fell silent. Kakashi and Guy were left at a loss for how to respond to this news. The Uchiha had become the most steadfast executors and guardians of the Hokage's will. What on earth was happening in this world? Watergate stood still, speechless for a long while. The surprise on his face gradually transformed into a genuine, heartfelt smile. Fugaku. Well done. He had entrusted the Uchiha with a blade, and Fugaku not only grasped the weapon but also learned how to wield it as a broom, sweeping away the dust from his master's doorstep. This was beyond his expectations. Kakashi, Guy, Watergate spoke. Yes. The two responded immediately. The previous mission is temporarily cancelled. Huh. Kakashi was taken aback. Watergate turned, heading toward the village. Plans have changed. We shall visit the monitoring department. He paused and added, and bring along some tokens of consolation. Chapter 27. Guy joins the umbu. Asuma remarked, "How does this mask not cover your eyebrows?" The Uchiha monitoring department's headquarters is situated at the very heart of their clan territory, adjacent to the South He Shrine. This location once served as the headquarters for the police force, now adorned with a new plaque and a fresh atmosphere. When Watergate, accompanied by Kakashi and Guy, arrived, the Uchiha guards stationed at the entrance immediately took notice of them. Two Uchiha ninjas stiffened, instinctively attempting to bow, yet hesitated in their actions. They had grown accustomed to maintaining vigilance towards the village's higher-ups. Lord Hokage. Ultimately, they chose to bow. Watergate paid no mind to these details, handing over several large packages he carried. Tokens of consolation. I heard about your actions. They were outstanding. These are for everyone in the monitoring department. The station ninjas were momentarily taken aback, gazing at the hefty packages, unsure if they should accept them. The Hokage personally delivering tokens of consolation? Just for reading a few decrees at a tavern? Take them. They contain new ninja tools and medical supplies. Watergate added, the work of the monitoring department is crucial. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. One of the ninjas finally reacted, hurriedly stepping forward to accept the packages. They were heavy, seemingly filled with a mix of metals and medicinal materials. Yet, this weight brought an unusual warmth to his heart. At that moment, Fugaku and Itachi swiftly emerged from within the gate. Lord Hokage, What brings you here personally? Fugaku's face bore a hint of apprehension, along with an unmistakable excitement. I came to see how well my blade has been sharpened, Watergate replied half-jokingly. He bypassed Fugaku and strode directly into the courtyard of the inspection department. Within the yard, dozens of Uchiha clansmen, clad in uniform attire, were engaged in drills. Upon spotting Minato, all their movements came to an abrupt halt. The courtyard was engulfed in silence, as every Uchiha turned their attention to the man adorned in the ceremonial robe. Gentlemen, Minato began, surveying the group. I have heard about the matters concerning the Uzumaki clan. You have performed admirably. The duty of the inspection department extends beyond mere oversight. It is also about safeguarding, upholding the orders of the Hokage, and maintaining the stability of Konoha. Your actions have proven that you are worthy of this trust. His words, though not laden with weight, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. An Uchiha instinctively straightened his posture, while another quietly nudged his companion's arm, mouthing silently, "The Hokage is praising us." They had grown accustomed to suspicion and exclusion, never imagining that one day the Hokage would personally visit, offering such solemn affirmation for what they deemed a trivial matter. Fugaku stood behind Minato, feeling the emotional shift among his clansmen, filled with profound reflections. He had made the right choice. Minato provided the Uchiha with more than just a department or a position. He bestowed upon them a sense of respect, of being needed and acknowledged. Fugaku, Minato turned, "Let us distribute the supplies." Fugaku immediately understood, instructing his subordinates to unveil the large packages. Gleaming special kunai, glinting steel wires, meticulously wrapped medical bandages, and soldier pills were all presented before the assembly. While these materials were not particularly significant for the Uchiha, their symbolic weight was invaluable. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." It was uncertain who initiated it, but the Uchiha clansmen simultaneously knelt on one knee, their movements synchronized and powerful. In that moment, the Uchiha's support for Minato reached its zenith. Minato surveyed the scene before him, satisfaction swelling in his heart. This was precisely the effect he had desired. A blade must not only be sharp, but also understand the purpose behind its draw. The Uchiha of today were a blade that comprehended the need to protect Konoha. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice shattered the solemn atmosphere. "Hokage-sama, I want some too. I want the supplies." Might Guy squeezed through, his face brimming with anticipation. Minato chuckled. "Your supplies are rather special." He produced a neatly folded set of clothing and a mask from his robe, the standard gear of the Umbu. "From today onward, you will also be under my direct command. Let us start by familiarizing you with this uniform." Yush! Guy's exuberance erupted once more as he snatched the clothes and dashed into a nearby empty room with remarkable speed. Moments later, a figure clad in Umbu attire and donning a raccoon mask emerged before the crowd. Beneath the mask, a spirited "all right" resonated, accompanied by a pose showcasing his muscles. Kakashi silently averted his gaze, feeling embarrassed. Fugaku and Itachi exchanged peculiar looks. This was the Hokage's newly appointed subordinate? He seemed overly exuberant. "Let us go? I'll take you to meet some old friends." Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Minato led Kakashi and the raccoon-masked Umbu away from the Uchiha compound. They had scarcely reached the street when they encountered a few individuals, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. "Hey, Kakashi." Asuma greeted lazily, a half-lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. His gaze lingered momentarily on the Umbu beside Kakashi. "New partner? Seems quite spirited," he remarked uncertainly. Kurenai also eyed the raccoon mask with curiosity. Just as Kakashi was about to explain, the raccoon-masked Umbu stepped forward, giving Asuma and Kurenai a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming beneath the mask in a classic nice guy gesture. Asuma's cigarette fell to the ground with a soft thud, and Kurenai covered her mouth in surprise. "Guy," they exclaimed in unison. That signature gesture, that unmistakable youthful energy, they would recognize it anywhere. "Don't be ridiculous. I don't know any Guy. I'm just an ordinary Umbu of Konoha." The voice from beneath the raccoon mask attempted to sound aloof, yet could not conceal the fervor within. Asuma picked up his cigarette, incredulous. "What on earth are you doing? Playing dress-up?" "Asuma, don't speak carelessly." Kakashi sighed, stepping in to clarify. "Guy is now under the direct command of Hokage-sama and is receiving personal guidance." "What?" Asuma and Kurenai's expressions shifted from playful to astonished. "Personal guidance? From the fourth Hokage?" They looked at Guy's attire, envy unmistakable in their eyes. That was the fourth Hokage, the pinnacle of the ninja world. Receiving even a word of instruction from him was a coveted honor for countless ninjas. Yet, Guy had become his direct subordinate. Is this for real? Guy, what kind of luck have you stumbled upon? Asuma said, a hint of jealousy in his tone. This is the recognition I earned through the flames of my youth, Guy proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. As the group exchanged light-hearted banter, a sudden figure appeared in the middle of the street with no warning. It was another Umbu, wearing a crow mask and exuding an air of urgency. Upon his arrival, he immediately knelt before Minato. The lively atmosphere of the street froze instantly. Minato's smile faded. Hokage-sama, urgent intelligence from the border, the Umbu reported. Trouble does not act alone. The internal consolidation of the village has just begun to gain momentum, and the external wolves have caught wind of it. Speak. Yes. The Umbu dared not raise his head. Our informants embedded in various nations have concurrently reported alarming military movements. The 4 major hidden villages, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure, have all exhibited unusual military activity. It appears that our frequent maneuvers in Konoha have led to an overdoubling of their patrols along the borders, and their conduct is highly provocative. The Umbu paused, seemingly gathering more grave details. Just an hour ago, our patrol team at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth engaged in direct conflict with the Wagakure's forces. Casualties have already been reported. Chapter 28. A day's rush to the 4 nations' borders. The yellow flash, no, the golden death god. The lively atmosphere of the street abruptly solidified. The crow-masked Umbu knelt before Minato, emanating the scent of blood and earth. Casualties. The tone of Minato was remarkably flat, devoid of emotion. Indeed, the 3rd Patrol Squad encountered an ambush by a company from the Rock Village, resulting in the death of Captain Nakajima and severe injuries to 3 of his team members. The Rock Village did not pursue. Instead, after clearing the battlefield, they left behind the lifeless body of one of our ninjas in front of our outpost. A blatant provocation. Asuma Sarutobi's cigarette had fallen to the ground, unnoticed, and the air of nonchalance that had adorned his face vanished without a trace. Yugao Yuzuki's hands instinctively clenched. The shadow of war descended with alarming swiftness. I understood. Minato's voice remained calm. He turned to Kakashi and Guy. You too follow me. Yes. We will accomplish the mission. The voice behind the cat mask brimming with vitality, yet deepened the tension in the air. Minato disregarded Asuma and Yugao, leading the 3 of them away. Their figures flickering and vanishing from sight, leaving behind 2 old classmates with complex expressions and a crowd of bewildered onlookers. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the sea before a storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, Narashikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, the highest decision-makers of Konoha, had all gathered. An operative from the intelligence department was reporting more detailed information. Analysis revealed that the military mobilization of the 4 great ninja villages commenced almost simultaneously. The Cloud Village had established 3 permanent fortresses along the border, while the Rock Village frequently crossed the buffer zone. The Mist Village's assassination unit exhibited unusual activity along the shores of the Water Country, and the Sand Village, under the pretext of hunting rogue ninjas, had repeatedly sent operatives deep into the heart of the Fire Country. This was not a mere test. Narashikaku's usually languid tone took on a serious note for the first time. This is a coordinated action. Those 4 words sent a chill through the entire office. Jiraiya's expression darkened. They believed that after the chaos of the 9 Tails, Konoha had been severely weakened and was ripe for exploitation. Preposterous. Choza slammed his fist on the table. Do they think Konoha is a soft target? Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. The Uchiha clan is ready for battle at any moment. He spoke with a straightened posture. Representing the Uchiha clan for the first time in a high-level meeting after the establishment of the monitoring department. The conference room erupted with fervor, voices clamoring for war. Yet Minato leaned silently against the Hokage's chair, remaining utterly still, listening intently. Only after everyone had finished speaking did he slowly begin to address them. Shikaku. Yes. Narashikaku promptly responded. If we engage in battle now, fighting on 4 fronts, what are our chances of victory? His mind raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Very low, he finally replied. Our forces would be severely stretched, and our supply lines would be extended to their limits. The collapse of any front would trigger a chain reaction. The best outcome would be a Pyrrhic victory, but the village could be left in ruins. The office fell silent once more. Only Konoha would dare to speak of fighting on 4 fronts. However, this was the stark reality. No matter how strong Konoha was, it could not contend with the entire ninja world simultaneously. Thus, we cannot engage in battle. Minato finally delivered his conclusion. The room fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled, about to offer words of comfort. But we cannot remain idle. Minato's subsequent words lifted everyone's hearts to their throats. If they seek to test us, I shall provide them with an answer. Minato rose, walking towards the large map of the ninja world, striking it with his fist. Better to strike first than to be struck 100 times. He extended his hand, gently tapping on the location of Konoha. War is merely the continuation of politics by other means. Sometimes, the most direct form of violence is the most effective politics. He turned to Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi, yes. You and Guy will lead the 7th Division of the Umbu, departing immediately for the border of the Earth Country. He then glanced at Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, who had remained in the shadows. Itachi, Shursui, you will lead the 1st Division of the Monitoring Department to the border of the Lightning Country. Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. Each send one elite jonin to form a 3rd squad under your command, Shikaku, to head to the border of the Wind Country. Lord 3rd, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato addressed the 2 elders. I leave the situation in the Mist Village to you. A series of orders, clear, decisive, and indisputable. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden deployment. Minato, Jiraiya was the first to react. What are you planning? Sending out all our elite teams. What will happen to the village? Moreover, this was merely a drop in the bucket. They were facing a large force. Who said they were going to battle? Minato smiled, retrieving 4 specially designed kunai marked with distinct symbols from his ninja tool pouch. They are my coordinates. I intend to personally pay a visit to our 4 esteemed neighbors within a single day. Buzz. In the office, everyone's minds felt as if struck by a hammer, leaving them in a daze. A single day? Inspecting the borders of the 4 great nations. This was no longer madness. This was a myth. Impossible. Nara Shikaku shouted in disbelief, Hokage-sama. The chakra consumption of your flying thunder god technique. My chakra is sufficient. Minato interrupted him, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. I am not going to negotiate, nor am I going to fight. I am delivering a gift of condolence. A gift from Konoha that they will never forget. 1 hour later, at the border between the Fire Country and the Earth Country, in a valley shrouded by rocks, several rock village ninjas were gathered around a campfire, laughing boisterously. Haha, Konoha's ninjas are nothing special. That Captain Nakajima was easily dispatched by our leader with a single Earth-style technique. The Yellow Flash? Now he is the 4th Hokage. He spends all day in the office signing documents. His body must be rusting away. The leader, a rock village jonin with a long scar across his face, scoffed dismissively. Don't let your guard down. Lord 3rd Tsuchikage said this is merely a warning. But if Konoha dares to retaliate, let them know what true resolve looks like. At the border, the words of the rock village jonin echoed amidst the crackling of the campfire. Before he could finish his sentence, a barely audible sound sliced through the air. A uniquely shaped kunai spun silently, embedding itself in the ground beside the campfire, the talisman on its hilt fluttering slightly. What is that? A rock ninja instinctively reached for it. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold steel, a golden light erupted around the kunai. As the brilliance faded, a man draped in the ceremonial robes of the 4th Hokage stood before them. His feet rested upon the circular ring of the shuriken, his form unwavering as a mountain. The air in the valley became instantly still. One of the rock-hidden ninjas had barely uttered a word when the figure of Minato vanished from the shuriken. In a flash, he appeared behind the ninja, his elbow striking his nape with an impeccable angle. Crack! The ninja fell without a sound, his body succumbing to unconsciousness. Here, another rock ninja, now alert, swiftly formed hand seals. The technique of earth release was yet to be completed when a golden flash illuminated the air. Minato's silhouette materialized before him. Too slow. A simple knife hand strike landed on his wrist. Excruciating pain surged, abruptly halting the flow of chakra. The ninja clutched his wrist, collapsing to the ground in agony. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The scarred-faced rock ninja finally reacted, unleashing a furious roar as his chakra erupted. Earth release, rock hardening technique. His skin transformed into a rocky brown, fists clenched like a furious bear charging at Minato. Yet, Minato paid him no heed. Another golden flash. He moved like a specter wandering through a courtyard, each flicker placing him beside a different rock ninja. Either palm, fist, or finger, Each strike was concise, efficient, and aimed at vital points. There were no flamboyant jutsu, only the purest speed and strength. One after another, the rock ninjas fell silently, as if mowed down like wheat, unable to discern their adversaries' movements, only feeling the rush of wind before slipping into darkness. The attacks from the scarred-faced ninja landed on empty air, creating craters in the ground. He watched helplessly as his subordinates fell, the flames of rage in his heart gradually replaced by an icy fear. He halted, incredulously staring at the golden figure weaving through his men. This was not combat. It was a one-sided extermination. At last, only the scarred ninja stood. Minato's figure flickered one last time, returning to the original shuriken as if he had never moved. Who are you? The scarred ninja's voice trembled with terror. Minato offered no reply. He slowly raised his hand, extracting the flying thunder god shuriken from the ground. Then, he tossed it gently into the air. The scarred ninja's pupils dilated. He fixated on the spinning shuriken, every muscle in his body tensed. He knew that when it fell, it would signify his demise. He could not sit idly by. Earth release, mastery of transformation. He channeled all his chakra into his arms, his rock-formed limbs swelling as he prepared for one last effort. However, as he focused entirely on the descending shuriken, a cold voice echoed behind him. Farewell. The scarred ninja's body froze instantly. He sensed a chilling, murderous intent approaching from behind. When? A sickening sound punctuated the air as blood erupted from his neck. The shuriken, having reached its apex, fell back into Minato's grasp. Blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the campfire. The scarred ninja's head soared into the air. In his final moments, he glimpsed the man still standing at his original spot, the shuriken in his hand devoid of any blood. Return and inform Inoki. Minato's voice was akin to a frigid wind from the netherworld, devoid of emotion. I've delivered the condolences from Konoha. Next time, it will not be as simple as a mere head. Oh, I forgot to mention, you won't be going back. With that, he cast a glance at the still spinning head and vanished like a golden flash. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, at the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, smashed his fist down, shattering the desk before him. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless trash. He bellowed at his subordinates. To be driven back by a mere Umbu squad from Konoha during a border skirmish. Where is Killer B? Send him. I want the heads of those brats from Konoha. As he raged, the office door was flung open. A Kumogakure Jonin tumbled in, his face a mask of indescribable terror. Raikage-sama. His voice quivered with shock. It's bad. It's terrible. A snapped, what is it now? At the border, the third fortress. It's gone. Gone. What do you mean gone? A's brow furrowed in confusion. It's just gone. The Jonin was nearly in tears. A massive Rasengan fell from the sky and flattened the entire fortress. What? A's pupils widened in disbelief. Rasengan. That technique belongs to him. Who did this? The surviving sentinels only saw a golden flash. Minato Namikaze. A spat through clenched teeth. At that moment, another Umbu burst through the window at an even swifter pace. Raikage-sama. We just received an urgent communication from the second fortress. A yellow flash has appeared there, requesting assistance. Damn it. A's fury erupted entirely. Blue lightning chakra surging like flames from his body, causing his hair to stand on end. Who does he think he is to provoke us in such a manner? Relay my orders. Assemble all forces. I will personally take his head. Roaring, Raikage's muscles swelled as he transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, ready to charge out of the office. However, just as he was about to burst through the door, a voice, calm to the point of indifference, resonated within his office. No need for such trouble, Raikage-sama. I have arrived. A's body froze. His lightning-encased head turned slowly. He beheld the man who should have been far across the border. The one cloaked in the robes of the fourth Hokage, standing quietly in the center of his office. In Minato's hand was a cup of untouched tea he had taken from the side table, and he even offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. A's mind went blank. An invasion? No. This was an arrival. Silently, and without a trace. It descended directly into the power center of one of the 5 great shinobi villages, the village hidden in the clouds. After a brief moment of emptiness, an eruption of fury followed. Minato Namikaze. A thunderous roar escaped A's lips, and the lightning coursing through his body surged to its zenith. You seek death. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. He propelled himself to the limits of his speed, transforming into an indomitable battle axe, replete with the weight of 1,000 thunders. hurtling straight towards Minato. This strike was potent enough to shatter mountains. Yet, Minato merely gazed at him calmly. He slowly set down the teacup in his hand. Then, at the very moment when the Raikage's formidable blow was about to connect with his body, he lifted his right hand. His index finger gently pointed forward. Buzz. A spiraling sphere, no larger than a marble but astonishingly stable, quietly formed at his fingertip. In the next instant, his fingertip met the elbow of the Raikage, enveloped in raging lightning. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint pop. A's formidable lightning armor, capable of splitting mountains, disintegrated upon contact with that minuscule Rasengan. Like a punctured balloon, dispersing into a multitude of electric arcs. An irresistible spiraling force surged through his elbow, flooding into his body. A felt as if he had collided with a high-speed spinning top, his entire strength spiraling out of control. His massive frame was propelled backward at a speed surpassing his approach. Boom! He crashed heavily into the wall of the office, creating a massive human-shaped dent in the wall reinforced with special alloys. A collapsed onto the ground, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. He looked down at his arm, still trembling slightly, the lightning having completely dissipated. His face was etched with disbelief. Was his greatest speed and power, his pride, the lightning armor, reduced to nothing by a mere finger? Minato retracted his finger, and the minuscule Rasengan dissipated as well. He regarded the dazed Raikage and spoke slowly. This is my consolation prize. Next time, it won't be your armor that shatters. Chapter 29, Jiraiya, I set the fire. Third Hokage, I provide the entertainment. Minato, step aside, let me blow things up. Meanwhile, on the border between the land of fire and the land of water, a marsh perpetually shrouded in thick mist lay before them. The air was damp and viscous, with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. The only sound was the soft patter of dripping water. For the mist ninjas, this was paradise. Captain Aoki, leading the Konoha patrol team, was just ahead, consisting of 2 members. A mist ninja appeared like a specter from the dense fog, kneeling on one knee. The man, called Aoki, was the overall leader of this operation involving 3 elite teams. He carried a ninja blade resembling a sewing needle, a reserve member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. 2 members? Aoki paused momentarily. Wasn't the intelligence indicating a lack of military presence at the Konoha border? Who did they think they were looking down upon? Indeed, the chakra response was quite strong, yet there were only 2. Aoki stood up, preparing to strike swiftly. The third Mizukage desired a show of strength, not to become ensnared in a quagmire. Yes, the 3 teams, nearly 30 elite mist ninjas, silently spread out in the fog, forming a vast encirclement. They were adept at assassination in the mist, confident they could tear the 2 unfortunate Konoha ninjas to shreds within 10 seconds. At the center of the encirclement, Jiraiya fiddled with his ear, displaying clear impatience. I say, old man, are you sure this is the place Minato mentioned? This cursed spot doesn't even have a bird, let alone mist ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, exhaling smoke that melded into the surrounding mist. Minato's intelligence is never wrong. All right. Jiraiya stretched lazily. Let us wrap this up quickly. I need to return for materials. With so many new ladies from the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, my inspiration. Before he could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his pipe from his mouth and tapped it against a nearby tree trunk. Thud. They're coming. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of figures, cloaked in murderous intent, surged forth from the mist. Countless shurikens and kunai fell like black raindrops, overwhelming the area. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Sinister water dragons and towering waves surged from various directions, intent on drowning the 2 figures at the center. Aoki stood at a distance, ready to witness a perfect slaughter. However, in the next second, his confidence froze. Faced with the cataclysmic assault, the 2 figures at the center remained utterly still. The white-haired man merely formed a hand sign. Ninjutsu Needle Jizo. Boom. His long white hair surged forth, transforming into a gigantic hedgehog that enveloped the 2 completely. All the shurikens, kunai, and even the water dragons collided with the white spikes, as if striking the hardest steel, shattering into nothingness. What? Aoki's movements froze. This technique, this iconic white hair. Before he could process it, the other elder with the pipe joined his hands together. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Rumble. The ground within 100 meters of the 2 transformed into an inescapable mire. The mist ninjas that had just landed had not yet launched another attack when they found themselves sinking uncontrollably. Not good. It's Earth release. Quickly. Use the body flicker technique to escape. Panic cries erupted, but it was already too late. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a torrent of flames. Roaring thunderously, the enormous fire dragon surged toward the mist ninjas, now trapped in the mire. The chilling screams echoed across the wetlands. How is this possible? The scale of this fire release. Aoki watched in shock, his mind blank. In a single encounter, his side had lost nearly 1/3 of their forces. This was far from an ordinary Konoha patrol team. Just then, the protective white spikes surrounding the two slowly retracted, revealing Jiraiya's playful grin and Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm demeanor. Jiraiya surveyed the surroundings and whistled. Wow, old man, Minato sure knows how to assemble a team. 3 elite squads, nearly 10 jonin and special jonin. If any other team had come, they wouldn't be going back today. He grinned widely. We've caught ourselves a big fish. Boom. As the names Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi converged with the faces before them, the surviving mist ninja felt as if something explosive had erupted within their minds. The white-haired sage. Jiraiya, the third Hokage, master of the smoke and illusion techniques. It must be a trick. One of the mist ninja, overwhelmed by shock, found his voice transformed in pitch. Why were they here? Has Konoha gone mad? Inviting the legendary Sannin and the former Hokage to patrol the borders. Aoki's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally understood why there were only 2 of them. Because 2 were more than sufficient. This was not merely a patrol. It was a sentence of execution. Run. Aoki shouted with all his might. Scatter and flee. Save whoever can. Inform Lord Mizukage of the situation. Fear triumphed over all. The remaining mist ninjas scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in every direction. Thinking of escape, Jiraiya formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and a toad, as large as a small hill, landed with a thunderous crash. Toad oil bomb. Jiraiya stood atop the toad gamabunta, unleashing torrents of toad oil that rained down upon the entire area. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi's shadow clones appeared in various positions, each spewing forth enormous fireballs. Oil met flame. Boom! A sea of fire instantaneously engulfed the entire wetland. However, at that moment, a flash of golden light flickered without warning at the heart of the inferno. The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared between Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Teacher, Lord Third, thank you for your hard work. His appearance momentarily stunned both Jiraiya and Hiruzen. Minato? What brings you here? Jiraiya inquired. I resolved the situation with a Wagakure and Kumogakure and thought I would stop by. Minato replied calmly, as if merely stating a trivial matter. Resolved? Jiraiya and Hiruzen exchanged glances, both astonished by the other's expression. That was the border force of 2 major ninja villages. Minato did not afford them much time to ponder. He gazed at those struggling in the sea of flames, attempting to break free from the encirclement. Since this is a gift, it must be delivered thoroughly. He formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A howling gale erupted from his mouth. Yet, rather than extinguishing the flames, this wind, with exquisite control, whipped up Jiraiya's toad oil and Hiruzen's fireballs. The wind fueled the flames. The oil intensified the fire's might. At that moment, the 3 forces merged perfectly, forming a colossal flaming vortex that connected heaven and earth. The terrifying sound of the wind howled like the wails of vengeful spirits. Where the fire tornado passed, trees, rocks, and those mist ninja were vaporized in an instant, leaving not even ash behind. The sea of flames extinguished. The wetland vanished. All that remained was a massive, charred, glass-like crater, still emitting wisps of smoke. Jiraiya stood atop Gamabunta, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, had forgotten to inhale. They gazed at the vast glassy pit, then looked at the composed figure of the 4th Hokage beside them. The power, the control, the perfect fusion of 3 distinct elemental techniques. Was this truly a gift from Konoha? It felt more like divine retribution. All right, Minato dusted off his hands. It's time to head to the last location. With a flash of golden light, his figure vanished once more, leaving Jiraiya and Hiruzen standing amidst the desolation, exchanging bewildered glances. Hey, old man, Jiraiya's voice was somewhat hoarse. Did I just imagine that? Hiruzen did not respond. He merely silently reignited his extinguished pipe. The hand holding the lighter trembled slightly. After this, the name of the 4th Hokage would surely resonate once more throughout the ninja world. Chapter 30. Minato, dare to trespass on my borders? I shall simply take your prince. At the border of the Wind Country, swirling yellow sands danced violently, the wind whipping up debris that clattered against the rocks. In stark contrast to the tension of the other three battlefields, this area felt unnaturally quiet. Shikaku, do we really have to wait here until nightfall? Akimichi Chozo inquired, patting his belly, somewhat bored. Nara Shikaku languidly leaned against a large stone shadow, eyes closed as if napping. Patience, Chozo. Fish require time to bite. Beside them, Yamanaka and Noichi kept his eyes closed, fingers pressed to his temples, sensing everything around him. They are coming. Inoichi suddenly spoke. 37 individuals to the northeast. They move quickly and show no intention of concealing their chakra. Chozo instantly straightened, excitement lighting his face. Finally, Shikaku leisurely opened his eyes, yawning. They're 10 minutes later than I anticipated. The efficiency of Sunagakure remains frustratingly slow. Rising, he brushed the sand off his clothing. Inoichi, prepare to surprise them. Chozo, flank them from the left and disrupt their formation. Understood. Received. The leading jonin of Sunagakure, named Maki, one of the 4th Kazekage's trusted aides, led a team of elite shinobi, preparing to extend another friendly greeting to Konoha's outpost. Everyone, stay alert. Maki shouted to his subordinates. Last time was just a minor skirmish. This time, we will show them Sunagakure's resolve. Yes. Just as they stepped into a canyon, Maki suddenly felt his body stiffen. Looking down, he saw his shadow tethered to a black line. What? Shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikaku's voice drifted down from above the canyon. Not good. It's an ambush. Maki's heart raced with dread. How could this be? How did they know our route? Stay calm. Break free. Before he could finish his command, a Sunagakure Chunin beside him froze mid-motion, then suddenly turned and thrust his kunai at a nearby comrade. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered. What are you doing? The Sunagakure ranks erupted into chaos. A massive meatball, like an uncontrollable war chariot, barreled in from the other side of the canyon, crashing violently into their disordered formation. The meatball assault. Bodies were sent flying. Screams and shouts filled the air, chaos reigning supreme. Maki watched in horror as events unfolded before him, his body paralyzed with fear. A tumultuous wave of dread surging within him. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio. The renowned team from Konoha. What could possibly bring them here? It felt as if they had meticulously prepared a trap, waiting for them to unwittingly leap into it. It was over. The voice of Jiku sounded like a death sentence. The battle, or rather, an overwhelming one-sided slaughter, concluded after a mere 10 minutes. When the golden light flashed and Minato Namikaze appeared on the battlefield, he was greeted by the sight of groaning sand shinobi scattered across the ground and the trio of Ino, Shika, Cho striking varied poses. Lord Hokage. The three bowed in unison. Well done, Minato nodded appreciatively. He glanced at Maki, who lay bound by shadows, despair written across his face. It seemed that Sunagakure had yet to learn its lesson. Jiku spoke up. Lord Hokage, shall we eliminate them all? He made a gesture across his throat. No, Minato shook his head. That would be too merciful. He turned towards the depths of the land of wind. A warning would not suffice to deter the greedy. Only severing their claws would impart the necessary pain. The trio Jiku, Haichi, and Dingza were momentarily taken aback. Did the Hokage mean we shall pay a visit to Sunagakure? Minato announced calmly. What? Even the astute Nara Jiku could not maintain his composure at that moment. Lord Hokage, are we declaring war? War? Minato chuckled softly. No. I merely intend to reclaim something that never rightfully belonged to them. And, incidentally, deliver a memorable gift to the 4th Kazekage. Without waiting for further inquiries, Minato extended his hands, allowing them to rest on his shoulders. Steady yourselves. A hum resonated. In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures vanished from their location. Sunagakure. In the center of the village, the barrier squad was suddenly engulfed in a piercing alarm. Alarm! Alarm! An extraordinarily high chakra signature has appeared directly above the village. Impossible. The defensive barrier has not been breached. Quick! Inform the Kazekage. The entire Sunagakure was instantly roused from the shrill sound of the alarm. Countless shinobi rushed from their homes. Gazing up at the sky, they beheld 4 figures suspended in the air, akin to deities, hovering 100 meters above the village. The foremost figure donned the ceremonial robes of the 4th Hokage, his golden hair billowing in the wind. It was the yellow flash of Konoha. How could he be here? Ino, Shika, Cho. It was indeed Konoha's Ino, Shika, Cho. Panic spread through the crowd like a contagion. Swish. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, appeared instantaneously atop the Kazekage building, flanked by 2 guards. He looked up at the figures in the sky, astonished and furious. Minato Namikaze. His voice, infused with chakra, reverberated through the heavens. What is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to ignite the 4th Great Ninja War? It seemed the marks left from the previous 3rd Great Ninja War had indeed served their purpose. Minato looked down, surveying the village established amidst the desert, and gazed upon the blusterous Raza. He did not respond to Raza's query. His perception spread like an invisible net, enveloping the entire village. Soon, he pinpointed his target. In a heavily guarded room, a baby swathed in layers of seals lay imprisoned. The Jinchuriki of One Tail, Gaara. War? Minato finally spoke, his voice soft yet clear, reaching every Sand Shinobi's ears. No, Kazekage, you misunderstand. I am merely here to retrieve something. Raza was taken aback. What is it? Your ultimate weapon. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Minato's figure vanished from the air. A flash of gold. Raza's pupils constricted. He sensed a spatial fluctuation behind him, within the special building housing the Jinchuriki. Alarmed, he turned. Another golden flash. Minato had returned to his original position. Yet, now he cradled a baby still wrapped in swaddling cloth. The infant, with red hair and a small face marked by a circle of darkness, appeared startled by the sudden change, on the verge of crying. Minato infused a gentle flow of chakra into the child's body, and the baby soon fell back into a peaceful slumber. Sunagakure stood in an eerie silence. Everyone was entranced by the scene. On the rooftop of the Kazekage building, Raza's body froze. The color drained from his face at a perceivable rate, turning ghostly pale. The strongest weapon of Sunagakure, the future safeguard, its Jinchuriki, had been taken right before the eyes of the entire village's shinobi, as if it were a mere piece of luggage. Minato Namikaze. Raza's voice trembled with profound rage and fear. Return the child to me. Return him? Minato looked down at the infant in his arms. Let him continue to be wielded as a weapon by you, a failed father, hated by all, ultimately becoming a mere monster of slaughter? Minato's voice struck Raza's heart like a hammer. How could he know? From this day forth, this child shall be raised by Konoha. Minato's voice resounded once more throughout Sunagakure. He will grow alongside my son, receiving the finest education, learning to control his power, and becoming a true ninja, rather than an instrument of war. You may consider him a hostage of Konoha. Should Sunagakure dare to provoke Konoha again, Minato raised his gaze, his calm eyes sending a chill down Raza's spine. You shall forever lose your one tail. With that, he disregarded the faces below, etched with shock, fear, and fury. He nodded at the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. The gift has been delivered. It is time for us to return home. Another flash of gold illuminated the air. The 4 figures, along with the stolen infant, vanished completely, leaving behind a Sunagakure shrouded in immense humiliation and terror. Raza stood atop the Kazekage building, facing the howling winds, motionless like a petrified statue. It was over. Everything was over. Chapter 31. The 5 Kage Summit. A great earthquake in the shinobi world. A golden light flashed once more. In the next moment, Minato Namikaze, Narajiku, Yamanaka Haichi, and Akimichi Dingza reappeared from the skies above Sunagakure, now back at the canyon on the borders of the Land of Wind. Below, the Sand Shinobi, including the leading Jonin Maki, lay bound by the shadow binding technique, subdued by the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. They beheld the return of 4 figures. And within the embrace of Minato lay an infant swaddled in cloth. In an instant, the pupils of Maki constricted to the size of pinpricks. This was impossible. He yearned to scream, to question, yet the shadow binding technique rendered him utterly motionless, forced to watch helplessly. Minato did not cast them a glance. He calmly placed his hand once more upon the shoulders of his 3 companions. We are home. A hum resonated as golden light flared for the 3rd time. And the silhouettes of the 4, along with the infant, vanished entirely amidst the swirling sands, leaving behind a desolate landscape of despair and an eerie silence in the canyon. In the Hokage office of Konoha, the light dissipated. The consecutive long-distance space transfers caused Akimichi Choza to stagger, nearly losing his balance. Yamanaka and Noichi leaned against the wall, his complexion pale. Only Nara Shikaku, though equally ashen, managed to steady himself. His gaze remained fixed on the man who was calmly inspecting the infant in his arms. The man adorned in the ceremonial robes of a god. Shikaku's mind, once hailed as the sharpest in the leaf, now buzzed with chaos. An assault on Sunagakure. under the watchful eyes of the entire village's shinobi, seizing their Jinchuriki, and then returning unscathed. This was not war. This was not strategy. It was the very declaration of existence by the god of ninjas. Trouble indeed, Shikaku unconsciously muttered his catchphrase, but this time, there was no trace of languor in his voice, only a profound tremor of dread and reverence. The office door burst open, and Kushina Uzumaki, her fiery red hair resembling flames, rushed in. Minato. The barrier team reported that the flying thunder god technique in the village was overloaded. Her words faltered as she beheld the infant in Minato's arms. That striking red hair. That faint yet unmistakable chakra signature of a tailed beast. As a former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina instantly comprehended. The anxiety and concern etched on her face were swiftly replaced by a tumult of emotions, shock, disbelief, yet more profoundly, a deep, instinctual empathy and compassion stemming from her bloodline. This child, a Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Minato's voice was calm and unwavering. He is Gaara. He stepped forward slowly, gently placing the still sleeping infant into Kushina's arms. From this day forth, he is our family. Instinctively, Kushina tightened her embrace around the child, using her warmth to soothe him. Gaara seemed to sense the familiar warmth of chakra from his kin, his tiny brow unfurling as he sank into a deeper slumber. Sunagakure will go mad. Yamanaka and Noichi finally regained his voice, incredulity dripping from his tone. Let them go mad. Minato's response was dismissive. Bang! The office door was thrust open once more, and Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed in almost simultaneously. Minato, the intelligence department reported that you. Jiraiya's words halted mid-sentence as he took in the bizarre scene within the office. Minato's expression was unruffled. The Ino Shikicho trio appeared as if their souls had been drained, and Kushina was cradling a red-haired infant. Jiraiya's gaze locked onto the child, his nose twitching as he inhaled the air. The chakra of the One Tail. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment. You can't be serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, nearly dropping his pipe in shock. He looked to Shikaku, seeking an explanation through his eyes. Shikaku could only offer a weary, bitter smile. As you can see, Third Hokage. We made a trip to Sunagakure. A trip? Jiraiya's voice escalated in pitch, incredulous. And then you just brought back their Jinchuriki. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Jiraiya erupted into thunderous laughter, tears streaming down his face as he gasped for breath. You madman. You are an absolute lunatic. He pointed a trembling finger at his student. But, well done. This is what it means to be a hero. This is the boldness that a Hokage should possess. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not share in the laughter. His expression was grave, unprecedentedly serious. Minato, you are too impulsive. His voice was laden with concern. What you have done will position Konohagakure against the entire shinobi world. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure will unite out of sheer terror. If that occurs, it will spark the fourth great ninja war, and we shall be the sole adversary. Jiraiya's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The vibrant atmosphere in the office plummeted to an icy silence. Shikaku's heart sank. This was precisely what he feared. A cornered beast will fight back without restraint. Minato, however, merely turned slowly, walking to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the thriving and peaceful village below. Third Hokage, you are mistaken. His voice was soft yet unwavering. They will not unite. He turned, his azure eyes brimming with absolute confidence. For fear does not breed unity. It only fosters suspicion. He began to pace within the office, each word falling from his lips like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of all present. Today, I spent an entire day visiting 4 locations. At the border of the land of Earth, I annihilated the vanguard of Iwagakure, leaving only one survivor. In the land of Lightning, I destroyed 2 frontline fortresses of Kumogakure and, within the Raikage's office, effortlessly defeated the 4th Raikage. At the border of the land of Water, I, alongside my teacher Jiraiya and Third Hokage, eradicated 3 assassination units of Kirigakure, along with that wetland, from the map. Finally, before the eyes of all the shinobi in Sunagakure, I seized their most treasured weapon. With each declaration, the air in the office grew heavier. The wild bravado vanished from Jiraiya's expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe had long since extinguished. The Ino Shikicho trio felt a chill run down their spines. In a single day, I struck 4 nations and repelled 4 Kage. This is beyond human capability. What I delivered was not provocation. Minato halted, surveying the gathered faces. What I conveyed was a message. This message is not that Konohagakure is strong. Rather, it is that I, Namikaze Minato, am omnipresent and unparalleled. Right now,
the Third Hokage, Onoki, is pondering why the Fourth Hokage was merely defeated while his entire force was obliterated. The Fourth Hokage, is seething with rage over why I dismantled his fortresses yet walked away with the son of the Fourth Kazekage. The Fourth Kazekage, Raza, trembled in fear as he contemplated why Konoha possessed the audacity to strike simultaneously against the four great shinobi villages. Their present anxiety was not centered on devising strategies to counter Konoha, but rather on the dread of whom I would next appear before, as they all understood that before my Flying Thunder God technique, any coalition would be rendered a mere farce. After returning to his desk, Minato slowly settled into the expansive Hokage chair, intertwining his fingers before him. The era of mutual checks and balances among the nations of the shinobi world had come to an end. He raised his gaze and calmly declared that from this day forth, there would be but one order in the shinobi realm, that of Konoha. Silence. A profound silence. Nara Shikaku's mind, a brilliant synthesis capable of simulating countless battle scenarios, faltered for the first time in his life. He found no loopholes to refute Minato's assertions, for his logic transcended the realms of tactics and strategy. It was founded upon an absolute power, so pure and unreasonable, that it could distort the very rules of the world. Jiraiya stared blankly at his pupil, the once bright and cheerful youth now merging with the figure of an absolute ruler who could subdue the entire shinobi world with a single hand. The prophesied child. Was this truly the means by which the great sage of the Toad foretold would bring transformation to the shinobi realm? Not through love and understanding, but through absolute force to dictate peace. Kushina gazed at her husband, then looked down at the sleeping Gaara in her arms, and suddenly it dawned upon her. This was not cruelty. This was the utmost gentleness, ensuring that no one would ever dare to threaten their home again by becoming the world's singular, greatest threat. At that moment, whoosh, a member of the Umbu, clad in a raven mask, appeared without warning in the center of the office, kneeling on one knee and shattering the frozen silence. Hokage-sama. The Umbu's voice trembled slightly with excitement and reverence. The four great shinobi villages had simultaneously sent the highest level of emergency communications. Minato leaned slightly forward. What do they say? The Umbu took a deep breath, seemingly to steady his racing heart. They request an immediate summit of the 5 Kage. Chapter 32. The new order of the shinobi world begins with the teaching of the Four Shadows. Their request for an immediate summit of the 5 Kage rippled through the room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The previously stiff air was stirred once more. Jiraiya's wild laughter froze, and he looked at Minato as if he were gazing upon a monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe clattered to the ground. Nara Shikaku's mind finally rebooted from its previous state of shock. He rubbed his forehead, feeling dizzy. A summit of the 5 Kage? Absurd. This was no summit. It was the mournful whimper of four thoroughly defeated dogs, surrendering to their master. How intriguing. Minato rose from the Hokage seat and walked to Kushina's side, gently caressing Gaara's sleeping face. Agree to their request. His decision was made without the slightest hesitation. Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself. This could be a trap. They may seize this opportunity to unite against you. Unite? Minato turned, countering. What would they unite with? In the face of absolute speed, any gathering of numbers was rendered meaningless. This summit was not for negotiation. Minato approached his desk and donned the Hokage hat once more. It was to establish new rules for them. As the news spread, Konoha erupted with fervor. The Fourth Hokage had traversed 4 nations in a single day, repelling the Four Shadows, and even returned with their Jinchuriki from Sunagakure. Such mythic feats straightened the backs of every Konoha villager. Have you heard? The borders are so quiet that not even a bird dares to fly over. Indeed. My relative in the patrol team said that those once arrogant Awagakure and Kumogakure ninjas now steer clear of our Konoha headbands. This is the deterrent power of our Fourth Hokage. In the izakaya, such exhilarated discussions echoed. The atmosphere in the village was unprecedentedly high. The panic and unease that had once arisen from the Nine-Tails incident were wholly replaced by a sentiment called pride. Konoha now possessed both the Nine-Tails and the One-Tail. This was something once thought impossible, but now, under the leadership of the Fourth Hokage, it was no longer a threat, but rather the finest testament to Konoha's formidable strength. The faces of the villagers radiated genuine smiles and a sense of security. They knew that as long as that golden figure remained, Konoha was invincible. Days later, at the border of the land of rain, bordering the land of fire and the land of earth, where perpetual rain cast a dreary atmosphere, A makeshift meeting place was set up, a simple wooden hut. Inside, a massive round table was occupied by the third Hokage, Inoki. Floating in midair with arms crossed and an irritable expression, the fourth Hokage, seated with taut muscles exuding a tempestuous aura, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, pallid and seemingly drained of spirit, and the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, quietly seated, emanating an unexpected composure for his age. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Suddenly, the wooden door creaked open. Minato Namikaze, draped in ceremonial robes, entered alone and unaccompanied, moving with calm assurance. He surveyed the room, pulled out the last vacant chair, and sat down. "Thank you for your patience." His words shattered the oppressive silence in the hut. Minato Namikaze. The first to erupt was the third Hokage, Inoki, who slammed his hand on the table. Though he floated, the table quaked under the force of his chakra. "Are you out of your mind? Do you even comprehend what you've done? You're declaring war on the entire shinobi world." War declaration? Minato leaned back slightly in his chair. "Hokage Dano, I do not quite grasp your meaning. You don't understand." The fourth Hokage, shouted in fury. "You destroyed my fortress. You attacked me in my own office. This is blatant aggression. And me." The fourth Kazekage, Raza, suddenly rose, trembling with rage. "Return my son to me." In an instant, the room was filled with vehement denunciations directed at Konoha and Minato Namikaze. Three Kage, each embodying a different fury, yet all aimed at the same target. Minato offered no defense. He simply listened in silence. Once they had finished expressing all they wished to say, the room fell into a brief silence. Watergate leisurely began to speak. "Are we done?" He lifted the teacup before him, gently blowing away the steam. "Now, it is my turn to pose a few questions." He set down the cup and turned his gaze towards Inoki. "Lord Hokage, if I recall correctly, it was your village's forces that first ambushed my patrol team at the border, was it not?" Inoki faltered momentarily. Watergate then shifted his attention to Hokage. "Lord Hokage, prior to my visit, your village amassed a military strength several times greater than usual at the border. Were you planning a visit to my land of fire?" Hokage AI's breath hitched. Finally, Watergate looked at Raza. "Lord Kazekage, your elite unit, accompanied by the captain of your Wind Shadow's personal guard, also came for a friendly visit?" Each of these three inquiries struck like a resounding slap across the faces of the three shadows. The room was so quiet one could hear the sound of raindrops falling from the eaves. Inoki's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Hokage AI clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Raza appeared as though the last vestiges of his strength had been drained, slumping back in his seat. They were aware of their wrongdoing, but were unwilling to concede. "I merely," Watergate's voice rose again, calm yet imbued with undeniable finality. "I have simply extended a greeting in a manner you can understand. It seems to have been quite effective." His words cut deeper than any mockery. Humiliation, anger, and resentment surged within the three shadows, yet they could not utter a single word. For the truth was evident. They had been the first to extend their claws, only to have their arms severed by a force of thunderous might. Now that greetings have been exchanged, let us discuss more pressing matters. Watergate leaned forward, intertwining his fingers on the table. "From this day forth, let us restore peace. All irregular military deployments at the border must be withdrawn. No nation shall engage in any form of military provocation." His words were not a suggestion, but a proclamation. "By what authority?" Inoki finally erupted. "You declare peace as if it were a mere whim? What do you consider the rules of the ninja world to be?" "Rules?" Watergate chuckled. "From this day forward, what I say shall be the rule." "You." Inoki was shaking with rage. "Enough." Watergate stood. "I did not come here for idle banter. My words have been spoken. You may consider them at your leisure. Of course, you may also choose to reject them." He turned, striding towards the door. "However, I cannot guarantee where my next greeting will be delivered. Will it be to the Hokage's office, the Hokage's bedroom, or perhaps directly to reclaim the remaining tailed beasts?" As he reached the threshold, he paused without looking back. Lord Kazekage, I have taken your son under my wing. He will grow healthily in Konoha, and I shall teach him how to harness his power, how to become a true ninja. When the village of Sunagakure learns what true peace entails, you may come to see him again." With that, he pushed the door open, disappearing into the relentless downpour. Inside, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Inoki, Hokage AI, and Raza, three of the most powerful figures in the ninja world, stood as if their throats had been constricted, unable to utter a sound. It seemed that their era had been irrevocably concluded by that golden silhouette. In Watergate's heart, a grander scheme began to take shape at that very moment. The self-governing ninja villages would ultimately bring about endless conflict. Perhaps it was time to devise a plan that would unify the entire ninja world under a single voice. Chapter 33. Watergate. Are you the only one called the demigod? The rain continued to fall. The cold droplets pelted the humble wooden house's eaves, washing away the muddy ground outside. Namake's Watergate walked alone into the unending curtain of rain. Behind him, within the wooden house, for shadows remained ensnared in silence, grappling with a reality potent enough to upend the entire ninja world. Watergate refrained from glancing back. His mission had been accomplished. Yet, as he took his 10th step, a voice only he could hear echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has initially established an absolute military deterrence against the 4 major ninja villages. The structure of the ninja world has entered a new phase. Epic mission activated. Unification of the ninja world. Mission description. End the tumultuous state that has persisted since the Warring States period and establish a unified, peaceful, and singular new order for the ninja world. Phase 1 mission. Strike the mountain to scare the tiger. Mission objective. Conduct a thorough disciplinary overhaul of the leader of the village hidden in the rain, Hanzo the Salamander. Mission rationale. As an ally of the Land of Fire, its leader, Hanzo, has recently exhibited tendencies of dissent and displayed a lack of fundamental respect for the authority of the Hokage. Mission reward. Immunity to toxins. Watergate paused momentarily. Hanzo the Salamander? A name he had nearly relegated to the recesses of his memory. Once a formidable adversary of his teacher Jiraiya. The man who had conferred the title of the legendary 3 ninjas upon the trio of Konoha. A disciplinary overhaul. Watergate repeated the phrase, finding it somewhat amusing. Very well. If a new order is to be established, then all unstable remnants of the old era must be swept into the annals of history. Let us begin with this so-called demigod. The village hidden in the rain, central tower. At the summit, Hanzo the Salamander occupied his exclusive space. He stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the cold, rain-soaked steel city below. Damn it! He slammed his fist against the adjacent steel wall, leaving a shallow dent. The 5 Kage summit. How dare they choose my rain village as the venue? Without informing me. Without a single word of notification. Not even a shred of respect. His chest heaved violently. Beneath his ever-present breathing mask, heavy pants escaped. Once upon a time, he, Hanzo the Salamander, was the one true king of this land. He had single-handedly defeated the young legendary 3 ninjas, instilling fear throughout the ninja world, and earned the title of demigod. In the Second Shinobi World War, the village hidden in the rain had emerged as the true victor. But now, the shadows of the 5 great nations convened as if they were in their own backyard, deliberating on matters that would influence the fate of the world, treating him, the rightful owner, as though he were invisible. What a profound humiliation. The names of the 5 great nations, Konoha and Namake's Watergate, echoed in Hanzo's mind, his resentment nearly spilling forth from the seams of his mask. He acknowledged that the yellow flash was undeniably powerful. Yet, no matter how strong, he remained merely a junior. The student of Jiraiya, who had once fled in disgrace before him. How dare a junior disregard him so brazenly? Just then, he sensed something, a faint ripple in the fabric of space materializing within his chamber. Instantly, Hanzo's body tensed, his battle-hardened instincts propelling him to leap backward. His hand already gripping his prized scythe. Who is it? A flash of gold illuminated the room as a figure abruptly appeared in the exact spot he had just vacated. Clad in the ceremonial robes of the 4th Hokage, golden hair glimmered like a beacon in the dimly lit space. He regarded Hanzo with an expression of calm, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll after dinner and had stumbled upon this place by chance. Minato Namake's. Hanzo's body froze. How could this be possible? This was the summit of the central tower, the most fortified point of Amigakure. How did he manage to enter? The sensory barriers scattered throughout the village had not even registered a hint of his presence. Good to meet you for the first time, Lord Hanzo. Minato broke the silence, surveying his surroundings. The last time he had visited Amigakure was during the Great Ninja War. Everything seemed largely unchanged. You. Hanzo forced a word through clenched teeth, his astonishment surging like a tempest within him. This was not mere infiltration. This was an arrival. I recall you are Jiraiya's student? Hanzo compelled himself to regain composure, attempting to reclaim some semblance of authority as a senior. He appraised Minato with an air of feigned disdain. Humph, you possess far more courage than your teacher. daring to intrude upon me alone. He believed his words might provoke a flicker of uncertainty in the young man. However, Minato merely smiled. My teacher often speaks highly of you. He says you are one of the most esteemed adversaries he has encountered. This compliment provided a fleeting satisfaction to Hanzo's vanity. And just as he prepared to exchange pleasantries, Minato's subsequent words crystallized his arrogance into a solid freeze. Thus, as we clear away the remnants of the old era, I have decided to reserve your position for the latter stages, as a sign of respect for my teacher. What did you say? Hanzo was utterly incensed. Remnants? The legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod among ninjas, was deemed mere refuse by this golden-haired brat. Seeking death, fury consumed his reason entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his scythe, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle aimed directly at Minato's face. He was confident that no one could evade such a potent attack infused with his life's mastery at such close range. Yet, the tip of the scythe passed through an afterimage. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Hanzo's mind. He instinctively prepared to activate the body flicker technique. But it was too late. A cold touch gently rested upon his neck. It was a seemingly ordinary kunai, yet in that moment, it felt deadlier than any renowned blade in existence. Minato had appeared behind him, like a relentless specter. Too slow. Minato's voice whispered in his ear. Hanzo's body went rigid, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The speed he prided himself on, the taijutsu that had earned him fame, felt like mere child's play before this man. In a single exchange, barely an exchange, he had been utterly defeated, so completely, so decisively, and so humiliatingly. You. Hanzo's voice quivered with sheer terror. What kind of monster are you? I merely came to inform you that the times have changed, Minato replied, moving to the window, gazing out at the rain-soaked city. The Five Kage Summit is convening here, and indeed, I failed to notify you. I apologize for that. Hanzo was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this godlike figure would suddenly offer an apology. Yet, before he could respond, Minato's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. In my view, informing the leader of a region about to be taken over is quite superfluous. What did you say? Taken over. From this day forth, Amigakure will be incorporated as the first special administrative region under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire, Minato calmly announced. All your powers and positions will be retained. But you must answer to Konoha. You are insane. Hanzo shouted. This is an invasion. The entire ninja world will not stand for this. They will, Minato replied, approaching the door. Soon, you will receive a joint statement from the other 4 great ninja villages, welcoming and fully supporting Amigakure's integration into the Konoha family. Now, you can choose to accept this new identity. Minato paused at the doorway. Or I can make the choice for you. With a flash of gold, the figure vanished completely from the room, leaving Hanzo alone, rooted to the spot. His body trembled uncontrollably. Demigod, the honorific title he had borne throughout his life, now seemed utterly pale and absurd. He finally comprehended. That man was not here to negotiate or to demonstrate power. He had come simply to deliver an ultimatum that could not be refused. The rain outside seemed to intensify. A new era was dawning in the ninja world. Chapter 34. The Fall of a Demigod. Minato, apologies, I must return to deliver a final blow. Hanzo stood atop the tower, the rain outside washing over the cold steel city. The room behind him was empty. The golden figure had vanished. Yet the words left behind echoed like a curse within the chamber. Taken over? Special administrative region? Hanzo repeated these phrases softly, letting out a guttural grunt filled with rage. He could never have imagined such an absurd conclusion for himself and Amigakure. Once, the people of Konoha had approached him with great humility. The man named Danzo had sat there, cloaked in the facade of cooperation, while secretly weaving his schemes. Not long ago, he had heard that Danzo had also been killed by Minato. This deepened his wariness of the man. However, caution did not equate to fear. Hanzo, the salamander, was no coward to kneel and beg for mercy at mere threats. Minato Namikaze. He slammed his fist into the nearby steel wall, leaving a clear imprint in the hard surface. You are indeed fast. Much too fast for a mere human. Yet the title of demigod cannot be attained solely through swiftness. Hanzo's body trembled slightly from rage, and beneath the breathing mask he had worn for years, intense gasps escaped. This time, he had underestimated speed. He had let his guard down. The next time they crossed paths, he would not afford his opponent the chance to close in. He intended to unleash his prideful poison, transforming that blinding yellow flash into a rigid corpse. He was confident that no matter how fast a ninja might be, Once they inhaled the deadly toxin from his toxic salamander, they would dissolve in endless agony, leaving nothing but bones behind. As Hanzo concocted his vengeance in his mind, a voice, audible only to Minato, echoed within his thoughts. Ding! Phase 1 task, strike the mountain and startle the tiger has been completed. Detected that the host has thoroughly disciplined Hanzo the salamander, instigating a fierce desire for murder within him, who now plans to employ deadly poison. Task reward granted. Immunity to toxins, passive. Effect, immunity to all known and unknown toxins in the ninja realm, including but not limited to neurotoxins, cell-destroying toxins, and chakra-disrupting toxins. Minato remained blissfully unaware, as did Hanzo. Lord Hanzo, a sudden appearance of a ranged shinobi from the Umbu, kneeling on one knee, interrupted the silence. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, a fellow named Yahiko, requests an audience. Akatsuki? Hanzo, at the height of his fury, felt his anger surge further upon hearing the name. This was an organization burgeoning right under his nose, yet beyond his control. A group of reckless youths. Tell them to leave. However, the Umbu hesitated, adding, "They say it concerns the future of the Rain Village, and they have something of utmost importance to discuss with you." The future? Hanzo scoffed coldly. The future of the Rain Village is currently grasped firmly in the hands of that Hokage from Konoha. When did a bunch of children gain the right to dictate terms? Let them in. I wish to see what they have to say. Moments later, 3 youthful figures ascended to the top of the tower. Leading them was a young man with orange hair, Yahiko, flanked by the composed Nagato and the aloof Konan. "Lord Hanzo," Yahiko exclaimed eagerly upon entering, his voice brimming with idealistic fervor. "We have heard of the 5 Kage summit and the pressures facing our village. We, the Akatsuki, wish to cooperate with you. To bring true peace to the Rain Village and the entire ninja world through dialogue, not war." Yahiko's words were impassioned. However, Hanzo merely regarded him with indifference, as if observing a fool. Peace. Dialogue. How naive. How laughable. Under my rule, the Rain Village has always been peaceful. Hanzo's voice, emanating from beneath his mask, bore no warmth. It is you, an uncontrollable organization thriving within my village, who are the greatest source of instability. His pent-up fury found an outlet at that moment. He could not move against Minato for now, but these audacious youths were within his grasp to extinguish. It seems that before discussing peace, I must first impart a lesson. I shall teach you what true power is and what absolute order entails. As his words fell, an invisible, odorless gas began to seep from the seams of his breathing mask. Yahiko froze mid-motion, feeling his breath stifle, his body swiftly succumbing to paralysis. "This is poison," he managed to gasp before collapsing. "Yahiko," Konan gasped, rushing to support him, only to feel herself spin in disorientation. Damn it! Nagato was both alarmed and furious, readying to form a hand seal. At that moment, a brilliant golden light flashed unexpectedly in the center of the room. Minato's figure reappeared. "Ah, my apologies, Lord Hanzo. I am back." His sudden arrival stunned all present. Minato scratched his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face. "I remembered something halfway out. I forgot to discuss the specific demarcation of the Leaf forces stationed in the Rain Village. I came back to clarify this detail." His casual tone clashed with the tense atmosphere in the room. He then noticed Yahiko and Konan collapsed on the ground, along with the faint, peculiar scent lingering in the air. Minato sniffed. "Is this the toxic mist of the salamander?" He stepped forward, placing a hand on Yahiko's shoulder, channeling a gentle chakra into him. Yahiko coughed violently a few times, color flooding back to his face as the numbness vanished instantly. Hanzo stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. He beheld the golden figure, moving effortlessly in his hallowed poison mist, even saving others with ease, leaving his mind blank. "Why?" he shouted, his voice laced with disbelief and terror. "My poison? Why does it not affect you? This is impossible. It cannot be." His toxic salamander's venom was his most guarded secret, the foundation of his demigod title. It was the ultimate weapon feared even by the 5 great nations. Why did it seem as harmless as air before this man? Nagato was equally stunned. Supporting Yahiko, he gazed at the man who had effortlessly defused a dire situation. Is this the 4th Hokage of Konoha, the Yellow Flash? Not only can he ignore Hanzo's poison, but he can also neutralize it in an instant. Did I not mention? Minato turned, calmly observing the utterly unhinged Hanzo. Times have changed. Your antiquated ways have long since become obsolete. He casually threw a specially crafted kunai, The kunai spun through the air, whizzing past Hanzo's ear before embedding itself into the wall behind him. Hanzo, recognizing the familiar motion, let out a furious roar. The same trick. Do you think it will still work on me? His chakra surged explosively, bracing for Minato's imminent teleportation attack. However, Minato's figure merely vanished from sight. The next moment, he materialized at the location of the kunai, having circled behind Hanzo. Flying Thunder God, second step. What? Hanzo's reaction was a beat too slow. A piercing sense of danger surged from behind. He could only catch a glimpse of a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere enlarging in his vision. Rasengan. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted. The Rasengan struck Hanzo the salamander squarely on the back, the violent rotational force exploding forth. His specially crafted armor shattered like paper. Bang! He soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing violently against the wall opposite him before collapsing and sliding down, lifeless. The room fell into an immediate silence. Yahiko and Konan stood, mouths agape, in shock at the scene before them. The man who had dominated Amigakure for decades, revered as a demigod, had been defeated in a single move. Nagato gazed at the golden figure, slowly retracting his hand, and at the fallen demigod, now unsure of his fate. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 35. Nagato, another student of my teacher, a human catastrophe. The room was enveloped in an oppressive stillness, broken only by the relentless patter of rain outside, marking the passage of time. Yahiko and Konan remained frozen in their stupor, their minds blank. The man who had ruled Amigakure for years, Hanzo the Salamander, now resembled a heap of discarded refuse, embedded in the distant wall, his life hanging by a thread. The one responsible for this carnage merely withdrew his hand, as if he had swatted away an annoying fly. Nagato steadied the still wobbling Yahiko, his body trembling with an inability to contain his emotions. He observed the golden figure, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness rooted deep within him, mingled with profound fear, engulfing his entire being. At that moment, a voice only audible to Minato resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completely dismantled the old ruling class of Amigakure, clearing the way for the establishment of a new order. Major Epic Quest. Unification of the Ninja World. Phase 2 has been activated. Phase 2 Quest. Change of Dynasties. Quest Objective. Support a pro-Konoha regime in Amigakure. Quest Reward. Uzumaki Clan Bloodline Power. Sage Body Completion Plan. The bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan? Minato felt a stir of interest. Although his sage body was formidable, it was not original. If he could acquire the bloodline of the Uzumaki, a distant relative of the Senju, it might enhance his sage body to perfection. His attention shifted from the wall decorations to the three young individuals before him. Supporting a new regime? Did he not have suitable candidates right before him? Minato paused momentarily, noticing Nagato's striking red hair. In Konoha, he encountered such hues daily. That red hair. Minato broke the silence that had engulfed the room. Nagato's body stiffened abruptly. Was he from the Uzumaki clan? Boom. Those words detonated like a tailed beast ball in Nagato's mind. He froze, instinctively taking a step back. How could he know of the Uzumaki clan? That red hair, which had brought him countless discrimination and calamity since childhood, he had always believed to be a cursed mark of misfortune. Do not be alarmed. Minato sensed his apprehension. Your kin are safe now in Konoha. I have brought all the surviving Uzumaki back home. Home. Kin. These two words felt so distant and foreign to Nagato. He stared blankly at Minato, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. He recalled what his teacher Jiraiya had once said. The teacher mentioned he had two disciples. One, inheriting his heroic legacy, was Minato. The other, embodying his ideals of peace, was Nagato himself. The teacher had also said that one among them would be the prophesied child destined to bring change to the ninja world, the true savior. Nagato had always believed that person to be himself. Yet now, he looked at the man before him, of similar age, who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. He had effortlessly slain a demigod, neutralized deadly poison, and located his lost kin, providing them with a home. And what of Nagato? He had just nearly been crushed, alongside his comrades, by Hanzo, as if they were mere insects, all in the name of an ideal of peace. A savior? How utterly absurd. He realized he was merely a naive child lost in a dream. The true prophesied child had never been him. Yahiko finally regained his senses from the overwhelming shock. He looked at the distraught Nagato, and then at the godlike Fourth Hokage. Taking a deep breath, he he summoned all his courage. Lord Hokage, we Akatsuki seek to bring true peace to this world. We hope to end this era filled with hatred and war through dialogue and understanding. His words were impassioned, his eyes gleaming with idealism. Minato turned to him, calmly regarding him. Peace. He echoed the word, then posed a question that took Yahiko by surprise. Naive. Pray tell, Yahiko, whose understanding are you referring to? Is it that of a Konoha orphan who lost his parents in war, expected to empathize with a Wagakure's plight for resources? Or should the common folk of the Rain Country, trampled by the 5 great nations for generations, understand the national interests spoken of by powerful ninja? Stepping closer, each word from Minato's lips cut through Yahiko's idealistic facade like a cold scalpel. Your notion of understanding is flimsy, crumbling before the most basic needs for survival. Beneath towering national borders and the blood-soaked animosities that have festered for centuries among ninja villages. Even more ludicrous is the idea of relinquishing hatred. Hatred is not born from nothing, Yahiko. It is not the root cause, it is merely a symptom. The true ailment is this warped world of ninja, where the strong prey on the weak. You demand the patient cease coughing without treating the disease itself. Is that not absurd? This arrogance from a height signifies a cruelty towards all victims. Yahiko's lips trembled, yearning to retort, yet found himself voiceless. Not a single word Minato uttered was wrong. Look at that man. Minato casually gestured towards the indentation in the wall where Hanzo once stood. Hanzo the salamander brought decades of peace to Amigakure through fear. It is crude, yet it reveals a truth. In the face of absolute power, all discord is forcibly suppressed. Yet he was mistaken. His vision was too limited. He merely aspired to be the king of this small pond. Minato strolled to the window, gazing down at the cold steel city standing resolutely in the rain. What I desire is to upend the entire chessboard. His voice was soft, yet charged the air with palpable tension. I seek to establish not a fragile peace sustained by ephemeral understanding, but an absolute order so powerful that no nation or village will ever again have the option to wage war. Under this order, when slaughter and plunder cease to be means of resolution, and when all exist in a tranquility unburdened by the fear of losing their homes by dawn, it is your mutual understanding that has the chance to sprout from the scorched earth of hatred. Nagato turned, and within his azure gaze lay a near-divine indifference and compassion. My peace serves as a foundation, staunch, cold, and even unsightly. In contrast, your peace is akin to the blossoms flourishing upon this foundation. Without my steadfast base capable of withstanding all tempests, your flowers could only bloom in the realm of unrealistic dreams. Thus, I do not deny your ideals, Yahiko. Rather, I reveal to you the singular path to realize them. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood utterly transfixed. Nagato's words sliced through their utopian theories of peace like the sharpest blade, leaving them fragmented. Yet amidst the ruins, he reconstructed a grander, more solid, yet undeniably harsher blueprint. They could not refute it, for they had come to realize that perhaps the road to paradise must indeed be paved by a monster in the most ruthless manner. Their dialogue yielded Hanzo's poison, while Nagato's power brought forth the fall of demigods and the silence of the entire village. Yahiko's lips trembled as if grasping the last lifeline. Then please, join us in Akatsuki. Lead us to achieve true peace. He bowed deeply before Nagato. Nagato's expression grew peculiar. Join Akatsuki? That jest is hardly amusing. Joining is unnecessary. He shook his head. Yahiko swayed slightly, disappointment etched across his face. However, Nagato shifted his tone. Now that the rebel Hanzo has been dealt with, the Rain Village is left leaderless. Why not let you assume the mantle of leadership for the new generation of the Rain Village? What? The three simultaneously lifted their heads, disbelief evident on their faces. Us as leaders? Yahiko's voice trembled. Indeed, Nagato affirmed. Do you not seek to achieve peace? Now, I present you with a village to realize that dream. Rest assured, Konoha will fully support you in terms of resources, economy, and defense. We shall share our strengths and face challenges together, transforming the Rain Village into the first bastion of peace in the shinobi world, a model for others. An overwhelming wave of ecstasy engulfed Yahiko. He had thought himself plunged into an abyss, only to find that he had been thrust into the clouds. I am willing. Yahiko, am eager to become the new Rain Shadow. He was nearly on the verge of leaping in excitement. Nagato nodded in satisfaction. The second phase of the mission appeared to be progressing smoothly. At that moment, the previously silent Nagato finally spoke. He took a step forward. his Rinnegan eyes filled with complex emotions. Mr. Minato, he hesitated, still addressing him respectfully. I have heard that you were also a disciple of Master Jiraiya. Indeed. Minato did not deny it. Nagato's body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and summoned all his strength to voice the request that had lingered in his heart for so long. I wish to visit Konoha. I want to see my people. Chapter 36. The Utopian Rain Village in Konoha. I wish to visit Konoha. Nagato's voice held a tremor he was unaware of. I want to see my people. This request cast a subtle unease over the previously eased atmosphere in the room. Yahiko and Konan tensed, anxiously watching Minato, almost anticipating a refusal. After all, Nagato's identity was far too sensitive. However, Minato merely displayed an expression of casual acceptance. Of course, those two nonchalant words left Yahiko and Konan momentarily speechless. Is it really that simple? Yahiko found it hard to believe his ears. He is my wife's kin, and also a member of Konoha. Minato's response was so logically sound that it was irrefutable. It was entirely normal for family to wish to return home. Yahiko was rendered speechless. He had envisioned countless scenarios, such as Minato imposing conditions, or using Nagato as leverage, or at the very least, a probationary period. Yet, he had done none of that. He simply agreed. But the distance is great. Let me prepare some provisions and water for you. Yahiko, shaken from the immense shock, awkwardly suggested. Minato chuckled and shook his head. No need for such trouble. He gently placed a hand on Nagato's shoulder. Nagato stiffened, feeling the oceanic depths of chakra radiating from that hand, steady and gentle. For me, the journey is short. Buzz. Before Yahiko and Nagato could grasp the meaning of his words, a blinding golden light erupted in the room. The air seemed to twist into a knot, emitting a faint sound of distortion. In the next moment, as the brilliance dissipated, the room returned to darkness. The spot where Minato and Nagato had stood was now empty. On the top floor of the tower, only Yahiko and Konan remained, staring at each other in disbelief. Yahiko's throat felt parched. Could someone truly transport another through space and time? He knew that the yellow flash was fast, but he never anticipated that this speed transcended human comprehension. Such a high-level ninjutsu was said to consume vast amounts of chakra, yet he had managed to execute it with Nagato so effortlessly. Yahiko staggered, sinking back into the cold chair. For the first time, he felt how minuscule and laughable his ambitions to change the world were in the face of such overwhelming power. What manner of monster are we conversing with? The sensation of dizziness lasted less than a second. One moment, Nagato was ensconced within the cold, oppressive tower of the Rain Village. The next, a wave of warmth infused with sunlight, earth, and the aroma of food enveloped him. He stumbled, his legs weak and nearly unable to support him. Beneath him lay not the cold steel but warm, dry soil. The incessant sound of rain was replaced by the laughter of children and the calls of vendors. Vibrant with life, sunlight, genuine sunlight, unobscured by storm clouds, lazily bathed him, bringing an unfamiliar warmth. He struggled to open his eyes, the blinding light momentarily disorienting him. This was Konoha, 100 times more prosperous and 1,000 times more peaceful than he had imagined. A profound sense of bittersweetness surged within his heart. He gazed at the villagers on the street, their faces adorned with smiles, at the neat and tidy shops, and at the children frolicking joyously under the sun. This place possessed everything that rain-hidden village lacked. Here lay the ideal realm he, Yahiko, and Konan had dreamt of establishing, yet had never glimpsed even a semblance of its form. A hand once again rested upon his shoulder. If you are willing, whispered Minato's calm voice, flowing into his frigid heart like a warm current. This is your second home. Home. The very word made Nagato's heart skip a beat. They strolled along the village's main thoroughfare, the sights along the way incessantly challenging Nagato's perceptions. Lord Hokage, you have returned. A woman hanging laundry waved from afar, her face radiating genuine joy. Minato smiled in return. Yes, I just returned. An elderly man running a dango shop also spotted them. Fourth Hokage. And who is this? His gaze quickly fell upon Nagato's striking red hair. Ah, is this another member of the Uzumaki clan you brought back last time? Welcome home. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man deftly wrapped a skewer of dango and thrust it into Nagato's hand. Here, child. Try our Konoha specialty. Don't be shy. Nagato was utterly frozen. He looked down at the fragrant dango in his hand, then up at the elderly man's face, which was etched with wrinkles yet radiated sincerity. His red hair. This hair that had brought him endless calamity and discrimination. Throughout his life, It had only brought him exclusion, fear, and estrangement. Yet here, it had become a passport, a reason for welcome, a symbol of kinship. He turned to Minato. The villagers surrounded their Hokage, their faces devoid of fear, filled instead with pure admiration and trust. This was not the false peace procured through iron and poison as offered by Hanzo the salamander. This was authentic. Nagato felt his worldview crumbling inch by inch. Minato, you finally returned. A bright and energetic female voice pierced through the crowd. Suddenly, a blaze of red, more brilliant than fire, pushed its way through. The newcomer was a young woman in an apron, her hair a more vibrant shade of red than Nagato's. On her simple apron, she bore the Uzumaki crest embroidered with needle and thread. It was Kushina Uzumaki. In her arms, she cradled a golden-haired, blue-eyed infant, who was babbling and reaching out his tiny hand towards Minato. Oh! Kushina's gaze was instantly drawn to Nagato. The joy on her face was swiftly replaced by overwhelming, incredulous delight. Red hair. Minato, is this child one of our clan? She didn't afford Minato a chance to respond, rushing toward Nagato in a few quick strides. Her violet-black eyes sparkled with pure, unadulterated happiness. Wonderful. Another one found. Welcome home. Following Kushina was an elder from the Uzumaki clan, who also held a baby in her arms. This infant, too, had a head of red hair, peacefully asleep. The elder looked at Nagato, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Surely, this child belongs to the Uzumaki clan. The hair color and aura are unmistakable. Nagato felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Rendered motionless, he was surrounded by his kin. He saw the family crest that existed only in memories. He witnessed the Hokage's wife, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, cradling her son with love in her eyes. He beheld another Jinchuriki, the one tail, tenderly held by the elder, rather than being imprisoned like a weapon shrouded in darkness. Two entities once deemed the most fearsome weapons in the world were now cherished as the most precious treasures. A clan thought to be long extinct was reuniting here, embraced and treated kindly by the entire village. The philosophy he had upheld for half his life, trading pain for peace, and the eyes he took pride in, revered as the eyes of the gods, felt so pale and ludicrous before this heartwarming yet almost cruel scene. He struggled to divert his gaze from the harmonious family back to Minato. This pinnacle of the ninja world merely stood there, smiling. It was he who had single-handedly forged the miracle before him. He did not speak of peace. Instead, he created it through absolute strength. He made no promises of returning home, but brought all his family back home directly. Jiraiya-sensei had taken on two disciples. One inherited the teacher's yearning for peace, while the other had already grasped it in his hands. Slowly, Nagato lowered his head, gazing at the skewer of still-warm dango in his hand. A thought emerged clearly amidst the ruins of his crumbling beliefs. So this was the answer. Chapter 37. One moment enlightening the Sage of Six Paths. The next moment capturing material from Jiraiya. Nagato stood dazed, the skewer of sweet-smelling dango in his hand becoming his sole connection to this world. His worldview was collapsing. Yet before this living canvas, it was being pieced back together, bit by bit. Oh dear, this child looks so thin. He must have suffered a lot out there. Kushina Uzumaki bustled over, her apron bearing the Uzumaki emblem tightening Nagato's heart once more. She familiarly took Nagato's hand, the warmth radiating from her palm, so real it nearly brought him to tears. Minato, look quickly. This child resembles me so much. Kushina pulled Nagato beside Minato, proudly gesturing. Minato simply smiled, gently patting Kushina's head, then carefully presenting the infant in his arms to Nagato. His name is Naruto. He is my child. With golden hair, azure eyes, and faint whisker-like markings on his cheeks, little Naruto curiously regarded Nagato, reaching out with his chubby hand, seemingly wanting to grasp his striking red hair. Nagato instinctively held his breath. This was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He saw no pain, no coldness of being treated as a weapon. Instead, he witnessed a normal, happy baby enveloped in the love of his parents. And then, Minato pointed to another infant in the arms of the Uzumaki elder. This child, too, had a head of red hair, peacefully asleep, his little face devoid of any shadow of sorrow. His name is Gaara. He is also our family. Nagato looked at the two children, who were meant to be the village's ultimate weapons. One was being spoiled in his mother's embrace, while the other peacefully slept in the arms of an elder. He swallowed hard, his throat dry and pained. He shifted his gaze from the two infants back to Naruto. How adorable he is. Nagato's voice was soft, tinged with an unrecognized huskiness. One day, he will undoubtedly become an outstanding person, just like you, Hokage-sama. You can call me Minato. Minato's response was gentle and natural. We are family, are we not? Family. The word acted as a key, unlocking the final shackles that bound Nagato's heart. He took a deep breath, as if making a profound decision. Mr. Minato. He stepped forward, and the surrounding villagers and members of the Uzumaki clan looked on with curiosity. There is something I believe you must know. Nagato raised his hand and slowly pushed aside the bangs that obscured half of his face. A swirling pattern of purple ripples, centered around his pupils, was suddenly exposed to the brilliant sunlight of Konoha. The Rinnegan. At that moment, the air froze. Kushina's smile faltered. The villagers emitted muffled gasps, instinctively taking a step back. The eyes held an inhuman, divine pressure that made it difficult to gaze directly at them. Nagato's heart sank. Indeed, wherever he went, these eyes only brought forth fear and alienation. Yet, Minato did not retreat. He even leaned in with keen interest, scrutinizing the legendary eyes. Ah, so this is the Rinnegan. His reaction was calm, as if he were admiring a rare work of art. The eyes of the god of creation, the ocular technique of the sage of six paths. Minato stroked his chin, even letting out a soft sigh. To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious. What? Nagato was utterly bewildered. He had imagined countless reactions: shock, greed, wariness, fear, yet never envy. Do you not feel afraid? Nagato stammered. Why should I be afraid? Minato countered. Isn't it magnificent? Magnificent? Nagato's mind completely short-circuited. Moreover, why are you not the least bit surprised? That is the crux of the matter. Oh, about that. Minato found a perfect excuse. Jiraiya-sensei mentioned it to me previously. He said that during a mission in the Land of Rain, he encountered a war orphan with divine eyes. At the time, I did not pay it much heed. But it seems he was referring to you. This explanation was reasonable, elegantly shifting all responsibility to that unreliable teacher. Minato crouched down to meet Nagato's gaze. Rather than my perspective, I am more curious about how you perceive these eyes, Nagato. This question struck Nagato's innermost softness like a needle. He fell silent. After a long pause, he responded in a barely audible voice. They have brought me endless suffering. My parents were slain by the blades of Konoha ninjas. And on that day, I awakened these eyes and personally killed those two ninjas. Since that day, they have been like a curse. They granted me power beyond anyone's reach, yet stripped me of the right to live like a normal person. Yahiko and Konan are my only friends willing to accept this monster. I thought that with these eyes, I could protect them and fulfill our shared dream of peace. But the result? Nagato chuckled bitterly. In Hanzo's poisonous mist, I could do nothing. If it were not for your appearance, the three of us would already be cold corpses. These eyes are not divine. They are merely a more advanced tool for killing, a curse that brings destruction and misfortune. Nagato's emotions surged, and the ripples in his eyes seemed to deepen with the fluctuation of chakra. Minato did not interrupt him, simply listening quietly. Once Nagato had poured out all his negative feelings, Minato slowly spoke. Nagato, do you think this kunai in my hand is good or bad? A specially crafted three-pronged kunai had appeared in Minato's hand, without Nagato noticing. Nagato was taken aback, unsure why he was being asked this. It is just a tool. It bears no inherent good or evil. Precisely. Minato affirmed his answer. Tools possess no morality. It is the wielder who defines their purpose. I can use it to kill an enemy in an instant, or I can use it to lead my companions to safety. Minato stood up, pointing to his own head. My Flying Thunder God technique is known as the fastest space-time ninjutsu in the shinobi world. Yet, at its core, it is merely a tool for movement. I choose to use it to protect the village and establish order, which is why I am the fourth Hokage. Were I to employ it for assassination and destruction, I would be the most terrifying rogue ninja in the shinobi realm. He placed his hand back on Nagato's shoulder. The Rinnegan is the same, Nagato. It is not a curse. It is the pinnacle of power in the shinobi world, a tool with infinite possibilities. You can use it to inflict suffering and wage war, just like those before you. Then you would be the next demigod, the next remnant of a bygone era to be discarded by time. But you can also choose to use it to protect your comrades, safeguard your family, and build a new world. Minato gestured to the villagers around them, who gazed at him with trust and affection. At that point, you would truly be the savior who inherits the will of the Sage of Six Paths. The choice is in your hands. Minato's words pierced through the years of darkness that had shrouded Nagato's heart like a ray of light. Curse. Tool? Savior? He stared at his slightly trembling hands, stirred by emotion. Yes, power itself knows no right or wrong. The fault lies not in the power but in the wielder and their method of use. He had long been blinded by the pain these eyes brought, never considering that he could become their true master. He raised his head and looked back at Minato. I understand. The confusion and pain in Nagato's eyes were replaced by an unprecedented determination. I want to be like you. I will use the power of these eyes in the way you taught me, Mr. Minato. I will protect my family and this village with these eyes. Seeing the rekindled fighting spirit in the young man, Minato nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Detected that Nagato, one of the prophesied children, has established a new life goal, greatly enhancing his sense of belonging. Phase 2 task, change of era, completion rate improved. Just at this poignant moment, a peculiar rustling sound suddenly emanated from a public bathhouse beside the street. Minato and Nagato nearly simultaneously turned their heads toward the source of the sound. They saw a sneaky figure tiptoeing by the tall wooden fence of the women's bathhouse, straining to peek through a gap. That iconic white hair, that familiar red coat. The individual, while covertly observing, held a pen and fervently scribbled in a small notebook. Occasionally, he emitted a series of lewd chuckles. The smile on Minato's face instantly froze. Nagato also recognized the figure. Jiraiya-sensei. What is he doing? Chapter 38. Jiraiya. Research in progress. Please do not disturb. The warm atmosphere of the street abruptly solidified. Following Minato's gaze, Nagato noticed the figure lurking by the wall of the women's bathhouse. The distinctive white hair, the familiar red cloak, and the crouched, stretching pose all pointed to one identity. Nagato felt a stiffness envelop him. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's facial muscles twitched slightly. This restless teacher indeed possessed an unusual obsession with bathhouses. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's voice was low, yet it reached the ears of the figure clearly. The man froze, his notebook and pen clattering to the ground. He rigidly turned, and upon seeing Minato and the crowd beside him, an extremely forced smile contorted his face. Ah, Minato. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. What a coincidence. You're out for a stroll too. As he spoke, he attempted to shield the wall behind him with his ample frame, as if that could erase the incident that had just transpired. Minato remained silent, simply standing there, calmly observing him. This silence bore a weight greater than any interrogation. I was merely gathering material. Yes, research. Jiraiya's instinct for survival ignited, and he awkwardly tousled his messy white hair. You see, art springs from life, and life is replete with unintended inspiration. I've been holed up in the village for too long. I'm nearly out of material for my novels. The plot has come to a grinding halt. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, as if truly engaged in some lofty artistic endeavor. That kid, Kakashi, has nearly worn a hole through my doorstep. He pesters me daily, asking when the next volume will be released. He claims he is dying without the warmth of paradise. I'm merely striving to meet the urgent demands of my loyal readers, working diligently to contribute to the cultural endeavors of the village. At that moment, his actions and words abruptly ceased. He finally noticed the youth beside Minato, a boy with striking red hair, wearing an expression of profound complexity as he gazed at him. The look on Jiraiya's face shifted from awkward defense to pure, unadulterated disbelief. He was utterly stunned, his voice involuntarily rising an octave, tinged with a tremor. Nagato, how is it you? Jiraiya could hardly fathom encountering his long-lost disciple, whom he presumed had perished amidst the ravages of war, on the bustling streets of Konoha. The boy before him had grown considerably since their last meeting, shedding his youthful innocence. Yet, the unmistakable red hair and those unique eyes left no room for error. Nagato regarded his long-absent teacher, taking in the disheveled appearance that hardly matched the legendary status of the Sannin. A flood of emotions surged within him. He respectfully bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Teacher, he had just begun to explain how Minato had found him in the Rain Village and brought him back. However, at that moment, a loud commotion erupted from the other end of the street, like a tidal wave of sound, sweeping through the village and interrupting everyone's thoughts. Extra! Extra! A Konoha Chunin responsible for information dissemination rushed through the crowd like a gust of wind, his face alight with uncontainable joy and excitement, his voice hoarse from exertion. Urgent intelligence has arrived from the direction of the Rain Village. Just moments ago, the Fourth Hokage single-handedly confronted and killed Hanzo of the Salamander at the central tower of the Rain Village. Boom. This proclamation struck like a depth charge dropped into a tranquil lake, igniting a powder keg. Konoha erupted into a frenzy. The silence lasted but a second before being drowned out by a tumultuous roar of cheers. What? Is that true? Hanzo is dead? A woman shopping for vegetables grabbed the arm of a nearby person, her excitement palpable. The legendary half-god? The monster who once subdued our 3 Sannin single-handedly? Killed by the 4th Hokage? A patrolling ninja halted, his face a mask of incredulity. I knew it. I knew it. The 4th Hokage is the strongest. He is the guardian spirit of Konoha. A young genin raised his arms in fervent adoration, his face radiant with enthusiasm. Haha, what half-god of the ninja world? Before our 4th Hokage, he is nothing more than a minor nuisance. The door to a tavern swung open, and a man, rosy-cheeked from drink, raised his cup and shouted, eliciting a chorus of cheers. The villagers' jubilations, shouts, and discussions coalesced into a fervent tide. The shadows of despair and uncertainty cast by the Nine-Tails incident were washed away in that moment, replaced by an unprecedented pride and sense of honor that felt almost searing. Jiraiya stood utterly dumbfounded. He remained rooted to the spot, his mind a blank slate, unable to process the monumental shock of reuniting with Nagato amidst the overwhelming news. Hanzo of the Salamander. No one understood the terror of that man better than the Sannin of Konoha. He was the one who had once driven them to the brink, bestowing upon them the title of Sannin, a true titan standing atop the ninja world, gazing down upon all. Even he found that presence daunting. Yet, that very Hanzo had been vanquished by Minato? No, not merely defeated. The intelligence stated he had been killed. Jiraiya abruptly turned, seizing Minato's shoulder with a grip that betrayed his astonishment. Minato, is what he said true? Did you truly kill him? His actions were infused with an incomprehensible shock. Nagato stood quietly beside them, fully aware of the report's authenticity. Yet, he was more astonished by the enormous reaction this news incited within Konoha. It turned out that slaying a half-god was indeed a momentous occasion worthy of celebration for this village. Minato observed his teacher's dazed expression, then glanced at the surrounding villagers lost in revelry, and smiled. Yes, he calmly nodded, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, such as what to have for dinner. I defeated him with the light will popsicle and the spiraling Jiraiya double technique. Jiraiya? He was completely flummoxed. He understood each word, but strung together. He could not fathom the nonsensical ramblings of his brilliant disciple. What on earth was a light will popsicle? And what in the world was the spiraling Jiraiya double technique? What does it have to do with me? Suddenly, he recalled a memory. It seemed that such an event had indeed occurred in the past. A few dark lines appeared on Jiraiya's face. This ninjutsu could also be referred to as the Rasengan, correct? Chapter 39, Nagato's Heart. System Reward, Clone Sharingan Technique. The Rasengan. Jiraiya's mind buzzed. This name was like a key, instantly unlocking the gates of his memory. He remembered. It was during a dusky evening at the training ground where Minato, drenched in sweat, excitedly demonstrated a swirling, unstable chakra sphere in his palm. Teacher, look, a technique without hand signs. I want to develop it into a jutsu with supreme destructive power. At that time, Minato was merely an ambitious youth. How had he responded back then? Jiraiya's memory was somewhat hazy. He seemed to recall patting Minato's shoulder, laughing heartily, and offering some encouraging words before turning to ponder the plot of his next novel. He had never imagined that this technique, once so unstable, would one day be used to slay a demigod. Then, Jiraiya's thoughts were pulled back from distant memories. His attention refocused on Minato, who stood calmly in the center of the fervently cheering crowd, draped in the Hokage's ceremonial garb, his face bearing his characteristic gentleness. His figure slowly overlapped with the memory of that boy sweating under the sunset. What a genius! A surge of mixed emotions, pride and astonishment, swelled within Jiraiya. He reflected on what he had been doing at that age. It seemed he was either being chased by Tsunade for peeping at a women's bath or fleeing in disgrace from Hanzo on the battlefield. And now, his student stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, using the jutsu he had created to personally end an era of myths. Nagato stood quietly beside him, absorbing Jiraiya's unabashed pride and satisfaction. A sharp pang of pain spread across his chest. As Jiraiya's disciple, Minato had become the Hokage revered by all, the hero who ended the demigod, the guardian capable of bestowing true peace upon his people. And what about him? He possessed the so-called Eye of the Gods, the Rinnegan, yet had achieved nothing of significance. The ideals of Akatsuki and the vision of peace were utterly fragile in the face of Hanzo's poisonous mists. Had Minato not appeared, perhaps Yahiko and Konan would already have become two forgotten corpses in the cold drainage ditches of Amagakure. Compared to Minato's accomplishments, everything he had done prior seemed like a child's play in the mud. No, it was even less than that. At least playing in the mud wouldn't harm his companions. Nagato lowered his head, a strand of red hair falling to cover half of his face. Your talent is no less than mine, a gentle voice echoed in his ear. Nagato looked up sharply to find Minato had somehow approached his side. Minato patted his shoulder lightly, the gesture imbued with an undeniable strength. You merely lack a stage upon which to fully express your abilities. A stage? Nagato murmured. Exactly, Minato affirmed. Yahiko's ideals are grand, but he needs time and a solid foundation. Amagakure is in dire need of rebuilding. He and Konan will have a tough road ahead. Minato's words momentarily took Nagato's breath away. Thus, I have a proposal. If you are willing, you may temporarily stay in Konoha as the cornerstone and bridge of communication between Konoha and the newly reborn Amagakure. An official liaison. What? Nagato's heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand. To let him remain in Konoha? And to bestow upon him such an important position? How could this be possible? Why did Minato trust him so much? After all, he was a monster with these eyes. Did he not fear that he might have ulterior motives? Did he not fear that he was a spy sent from Amagakure? Countless questions swirled in Nagato's mind, rendering him speechless. You, boy, what are you hesitating for? Slap. A large hand landed heavily on Nagato's back, nearly causing him to stumble. Jiraiya approached with an expression of exasperation, wrapping an arm around Nagato's neck and exclaiming, Minato has paved the way for you. What more is there to think about? Let me tell you, you're a great kid, but your personality needs work. Always so gloomy. Jiraiya's arm tightened, nearly suffocating Nagato. If only you could be half as cheerful as Minato. No, even a third would suffice. With your abilities, you could have already achieved great things. You wouldn't need to be in this position now. Jiraiya's teasing was bold and unreserved. The villagers around them erupted into good-natured laughter. Kushina was laughing so hard she could barely stand, and little Naruto in her arms waved his tiny hands in delight. Nagato's face turned crimson from Jiraiya's grip. He wanted to break free, but found the teacher's strength astonishing. Yet amidst the chaos and laughter, Jiraiya's rough jest cut through the fog in his heart like a lightning bolt. Yes, character. He raised his gaze to Minato at the center of the crowd. He was powerful, yet never arrogant. He wielded authority, yet remained gentle. He could wield the most thunderous methods to intimidate foes, yet embrace his family with the softest touch. This was the true essence of strength. This was who he should aspire to become. Perhaps the measure of power was not the most crucial factor. How one utilized that power, and with what heart, was the true key. Nagato felt the ice of inferiority and confusion within him begin to melt under the warm sunlight of Konoha and the laughter of the surrounding people. He ceased to struggle, yielding to Jiraiya's hold around his neck. His focus felt more resolute than ever. I, too, wish to become an exceptional ninja like Minato-sensei. One who can protect everyone and earn their trust. At that very moment, as Nagato made his vow within, a voice that only Minato could hear resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that Nagato, one of the children of prophecy, has fully returned to his heart, establishing a new life coordinate. The affinity of the Rinnegan he possesses has significantly increased towards the host. Reward acquired. A copy of the research report on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Epic mission. Unification of the ninja world. Stage 3 activated. The troops have yet to mobilize, but provisions must precede them. As the most formidable ninja village in the shinobi world, Konoha finds itself constrained in its finances, necessitating that the host further enhance its economic autonomy. Chapter 40. The Financial Crisis of Konoha. The Betrayal of the Daimyo of the Fire Nation. The bustling streets, still caught in the fervor following the demise of a demigod, have not yet fully settled. Nagato's inner frost has only just begun to thaw, while Jiraiya remains enveloped in a complex emotional tapestry, reflecting on his reunion with his disciple and the overwhelming prowess displayed by his student. At that moment, a member of the Umbu suddenly appears before Minato. Kneeling on one knee, he reports, Lord Fourth, someone has arrived from the daimyo. The daimyo? Minato frowned slightly, sensing that this visitor likely bears ill tidings. Let them come. We shall return to the Hokage building first. Before long, Minato and his entourage arrive at the Hokage office. where a dignified envoy clad in traditional samurai armor strides through the crowd, flanked by a retinue of guards. The emblem of the daimyo of the Fire Nation emblazoned on his chest gradually silences the surrounding cheers, replacing them with a palpable sense of oppression that clashes with the village's spirit. Without indulging in pleasantries, the envoy unfurls a resplendent edict in the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Narashikaku, and other high-ranking officials. By the decree of the daimyo, his voice rings out, laced with an arrogant condescension. The fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, has acted recklessly, igniting disputes among the four nations and plunging the Fire Nation's diplomacy into unprecedented turmoil. To quell the public ire and reaffirm our commitment to peace, we hereby reduce Konoha's budget by 70% for the current year as a warning. I trust the fourth Hokage will take heed. The proclamation concludes, leaving the office in a deafening silence. Hiruzen's pipe clatters to the floor. Jiraiya's smile freezes as he grapples with the absurdity of what he has just heard. Shikaku instinctively rubs his forehead, his mind racing to calculate the catastrophic repercussions of such a decision. A 70% cut. This is not merely a reduction. It is akin to pulling the rug out from under us. Without funds, the remuneration for ninja missions will cease. The procurement and development of ninja tools will grind to a halt, and the maintenance of the village's infrastructure, the care of the wounded, and the operation of the Ninja Academy will all collapse. This is a death knell for Konoha. A budget cut? Minato's voice slices through the thick air, repeating the words. His expression surprisingly devoid of anger, instead tinged with a hint of amusement. Is he instructing me on governance? This question sends a chill through the hearts of everyone present. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Minato rises from his seat and approaches the haughty envoy. With a gentle smile, he delivers words that strike like thunder. I agree. The envoy, Jiraiya, Hiruzen. Everyone is taken aback. The envoy's carefully prepared retorts and strategies are instantly stifled by Minato's succinct acquiescence. This is not the expected script. Lord Hokage is wise. The envoy manages to force out, suppressing his astonishment as he hastily rolls up the edict and retreats with his guards, eager to escape before the golden flash changes its mind. As soon as the door closes behind the envoy, Jiraiya erupts. Minato, have you lost your mind? He strides towards Minato, gripping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Do you understand what a 70% budget cut entails? The village will be doomed. This is far too impulsive. Hiruzen also rises, his expression grave. This is a direct reprimand from the daimyo. It is a capitulation to the pressures from the four nations. You cannot simply acquiesce. This is a serious predicament. Shikaku massages his aching temples. Once our finances are strangled, all our actions will be at the mercy of others. This is more terrifying than outright war. In the face of their anxiety, Minato merely shakes off Jiraiya's grip and strides to the window. He gazes down at the streets below, where villagers murmur anxiously, unsettled by the envoy's arrival. Sensei, do you believe the chicken or the egg came first? He suddenly poses an unrelated question. Jiraiya is momentarily taken aback. What nonsense? Is this the time for such musings? No, the question is not important. Minato turns, his azure eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. What matters is that I am the master of the chicken farm. He announces a decision that leaves everyone once again in a state of shock. From this day forth, Konoha shall completely sever its financial dependency on the daimyo. We shall establish our own economic system. Jiraiya's mouth opens to protest that this is sheer folly, yet, confronted with Minato's resolute expression, he swallows his words. Minato produces a small scroll from within his robes and unfurls it, revealing a complex medicinal formula and preparation process. This is something I have recently developed. I call it healing pills. He hands the scroll to Jiraiya. Its effect is quite simple. It can rapidly heal most non-lethal injuries, far surpassing existing medical ninjutsu. Sensei, I need you to assemble a team of absolute reliability immediately and, as swiftly as possible, locate Lady Tsunade. Tell her I possess a means to revolutionize the medical system of the shinobi world, as well as a way to heal her heartache. Konoha requires her strength to manage this burgeoning industry. Minato's words resonate with increasing intensity. Jiraiya stares blankly at the formula in his hands, feeling the immense weight of this seemingly inconspicuous scroll. From this day forth, Konoha shall not only monopolize violence, Minato declares, his voice echoing clearly in the office, sending a shiver of foreboding through every present heart. We shall also monopolize life. With a mere pill, we will leverage the very economic lifeblood of the shinobi world. Through the ability to heal, We shall forge a barrier more unyielding than any jutsu. The audacity and grandeur of this plan leave both Jiraiya and Hiruzen parched and speechless. That same night, in the Hokage office, Minato discreetly summons the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Hokage, Fugaku kneels respectfully. Rise, Fugaku. Minato gestures for him to sit. Your work in the inspection department has been commendable. It reflects the trust one have in you. Fugaku bows his head, hesitant to take credit. Watergate refrained from further pleasantries, placing another scroll on the table and sliding it towards Fugaku. This was an artifact retrieved from Danzo's most clandestine laboratory, embodying the pinnacle of his collaboration with the traitorous Orochimaru regarding the forbidden research on the Sharingan. Without hesitation, Watergate discarded the pretense. Did it matter whether the recipient believed it? The item was genuine, regardless of its provenance. Fugaku's body trembled violently as he slowly unrolled the scroll. A single glance rendered him motionless. It was densely inscribed with findings on the cellular activity of the Mangekyo Sharingan, ocular power transplantation, rejection responses, and the audacious concept of achieving ocular regeneration and cloning through the fusion of the first Hokage's cells. It was as if Fugaku's breath had been suspended. This report nearly resolved the age-old dilemmas that had plagued the Uchiha clan for centuries regarding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although still in its theoretical phase and rife with immaturity, Watergate calmly articulated that it pointed towards a direction. I require the most exceptional scientific minds of the Uchiha to refine and realize it. Lord Hokage, Fugaku's voice trembled, grappling with the incomprehensibility of Watergate entrusting such a crucial discovery to the Uchiha clan. This was akin to handing them the key to unlock the eternal Mangekyo. Watergate interrupted his musings with a command that sent shivers down Fugaku's spine. Research it. Leaning slightly forward, he enunciated each word. Create a clone of an eye for me. Chapter 41. Tsunade. This medicine is toxic. I, of all people, healed on the spot. In the capital of the Land of Fire. Within the opulent banquet hall of the daimyo's residence, elegantly attired nobles exchanged toasts amidst the incessant sound of stringed instruments. The daimyo, holding a golden goblet, wore a smug expression. Did you all see that? His voice was not loud, yet it silenced the surrounding flattery instantly. That young fourth Hokage from Konoha is still too inexperienced. The daimyo swirled the sake in his cup, relishing the attention of the crowd. He merely slashed their budget by 70%, and he immediately capitulated. Huh, what a yellow flash. What a demigod of the ninja world, merely a beggar in the face of true power. A corpulent noble quickly approached, sycophantically agreeing. Indeed, my lord. The ninja are ultimately tools, and those who wield them are always us. Precisely. The daimyo drank deeply, slamming the golden goblet onto the table. He resolved that the more bluffing Watergate distinguished himself, the more he must understand who the true master of this nation is. The era of ninjas? Ridiculous. As long as we control the resources, they will obediently comply. The daimyo burst into triumphant laughter, the surrounding nobles joining in with their own fawning chuckles, filling the banquet hall with an atmosphere of merriment. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, in a special laboratory heavily guarded by Ambu, the lights blazed brightly. The air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with herbs. The legendary Tsunade, one of the three Sannin and the foremost medical ninja in the world, stood before a stainless steel lab table. Her face was etched with disbelief and irritation. Before her lay not a complex medical scroll, but a formula so ludicrously simplistic it defied belief. This is impossible. Tsunade's voice brimmed with indignation, as though her lifelong expertise were being challenged. The combination of these herbs was, pharmacologically speaking, highly toxic, and it acted rapidly. Tsunade's companion, Shizune, cradling her pet pig, wore a face of anxiety. But, Lady Tsunade, this was personally given by the fourth Hokage. The Hokage cannot turn water into fire. Tsunade interrupted brusquely. Wolfing Watergate may be a genius of war, but he is not a medical ninja. This formula is sheer nonsense. She tugged at her hair in frustration. Yet the image of the golden-haired youth presenting her with the scroll lingered in her mind. His calmness, his conviction, and that phrase, Lady Tsunade. I have a method to heal your heart's affliction. Damn it. Tsunade cursed inwardly. Ultimately, she managed to squeeze out a few words. Shizune, prepare to concoct one pill based on this formula. Shizune gasped in shock. But, Lady Tsunade, consider it a desperate gamble, Tsunade retorted, turning her head away. I must see what that lad is truly up to. Half an hour later, a nondescript black pill, even exuding a burnt odor, was delicately placed on a dish by Shizune using tweezers. Bring in subject C7, Tsunade commanded. Soon, a cage was wheeled in, containing a feeble white mouse. Its abdomen marred by a deep wound from prior ninja tool testing, its life signs dwindling rapidly. Tsunade picked up the pill, grinding it into powder with a mortar and pestle, mixing it with water. She drew the murky liquid into a dropper, pried open the mouse's mouth, and administered the concoction. Having completed the procedure, she crossed her arms, bracing herself to witness the conclusion of this farce, or perhaps the merciful end of this unfortunate creature. 1 second, 2 seconds. The mouse convulsed. Shizune instinctively shut her eyes. Yet, the anticipated demise did not arrive. Instead, a scene unfolded that left both Tsunade and Shizune's minds in disarray. The gaping wound on the mouse began to writhe at a speed that defied the laws of physics. The blood around the edges rapidly coagulated, and pink flesh surged forth from the depths of the wound, swiftly filling the void. The entire process took no more than a few seconds. What had once been a bone-deep gash now bore only a faint pink mark. Squeak! The mouse, which should have perished, suddenly emitted a sharp cry, flipping over and landing on its feet. It shook its fur and began to leap energetically within the cage, more vibrant than it had been before its injury. Crash! The recording board in Shizune's hands fell to the ground. Tsunade stood frozen, seizing the cage and extracting the lively mouse, her hands instantly enveloped in green chakra. Healing technique. Simultaneously, she meticulously examined every cell of the mouse with her chakra. Impossible, Tsunade murmured, her voice filled with sheer astonishment. Cellular activity has tripled, and all internal organ functions are intact. No, they have been enhanced. This is not mere healing. This is regeneration. Shizune was rendered speechless, gazing at Tsunade and then at the mouse, her worldview crumbling before her eyes. Thud! Tsunade's fist struck the stainless steel table, leaving a distinct imprint in the solid surface. Monster! She growled, not out of anger, but from a tremor of pride utterly shattered by the miraculous revelation. Wolfing Watergate, what manner of creature are you? She finally comprehended the true reason Watergate sought her return. She grasped the meaning behind Watergate's words, to subvert the medical system of the shinobi world. This was not merely a medicine, it was a miracle that could be mass-produced. Tsunade gasped sharply and immediately made a bold decision. Shizune, create another one. Dilute it to a potion with 1% of the dosage. Tsunade-sama, you must personally silence. Hurry. Before long, a cup of pale green potion was presented to her. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade drank it down in one swift motion. A gentle warmth instantly spread from her stomach to her limbs. The old injuries that had plagued her for years, accumulated from countless battles, groaned under the onslaught of that warmth, gradually dissipating. The chakra, once sluggish due to anxiety and alcoholism, now surged like a raging river. This sensation, it was nearly comparable to her peak condition when she refrained from using the Yin seal. Tsunade flung open the laboratory door, rushing out heedless of Shizune's worried calls. She needed to see that man. She had to inquire just how much transformative knowledge resided in his mind. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade kicked open the door, the gust of wind scattering papers across the desk. Watergate looked up from his documents, a knowing smile gracing his face. Tsunade-sama, it seems the results have pleased you. Pleased? Tsunade stormed to the desk, leaning forward with her hands pressed against the surface, her body trembling with urgency. Grant me authority, the highest authority. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, radiating an unprecedented vigor. Provide me with personnel. I demand all idle medical ninjas and researchers in the village. Supply me with funds. No, I require an unrestricted budget. Watergate merely smiled, sliding a pre-prepared authorization document toward her. Everything you desire is contained within this. Tsunade seized the document without a glance. 1 month. No, at most half a month. She declared, I will ensure the healing pills manufactured in Konoha saturate the entire shinobi world. I will elevate their worth beyond gold, making them a coveted currency that all daimyos and nobles must beseech. Excellent. Watergate rose and approached her side. The pricing authority is yours, Tsunade-sama. After all, 30% of it is your wager for the future. His calm words ignited a blazing ambition within Tsunade. But remember, Watergate cautioned, gazing out at the bustling village, what we sell is not merely medicine. It is life. For those in high places, life is invaluable. Chapter 42. Economic Blockade? The establishment of the Konoha Merchant Association. Tsunade's decisive style was fully displayed after receiving Watergate's complete authorization. Merely 3 days later, the introduction of the healing pills was announced to the village through a notice posted on the Hokage building's bulletin board. The content of the announcement was straightforward and blunt. 1. All registered ninjas and villagers of Konoha may purchase the healing pills at an extremely low price, near cost, upon presenting proof of identity. 2. Non-Konoha individuals must purchase at 3 times the price. Upon hearing this news, the entire village erupted in excitement. 3 times the price. Isn't that a bit exorbitant? Exorbitant? The Hokage is protecting us. This miraculous medicine should be our exclusive benefit. Indeed, I heard that Captain Ueno, the one whose leg was nearly crushed by an Awagakure ninja's earth technique during a mission, is preparing to retire. After taking one yesterday, I saw him walking with a cane in the yard this morning. Such words silenced the ninjas who were still debating the price. A mixture of joy and disbelief lit their faces. A shattered bone, and he can walk the next day? What kind of divine elixir is this? This is no longer mere healing. It's a miracle. For ninjas, the greatest fear was not death, but the grave injuries that could end their careers. Now, Watergate had proclaimed that this fear would no longer exist. In an instant, the village's admiration for the fourth Hokage reached an unprecedented zenith. Watergate seized the opportunity. Summoning Nara Shikaku. In front of numerous high-ranking officials, he announced a new decision, the establishment of the Konoha Merchant Association. Shikaku was appointed as the first president, fully responsible for the external sales of the healing pills. Nara Shikaku, a man known for his aversion to trouble, did not display his usual lazy demeanor upon hearing this appointment. Instead, he stood upright, quickly digesting the immense potential this decision held to reshape the entire shinobi world. Hokage-sama. Shikaku stepped forward. If this is a merchant association, there must be rules. Oh, Watergate regarded him with keen interest. I propose that the healing pills be categorized into 3 tiers. Shikaku raised 3 fingers. The ordinary version, with effects as you've seen, will only be sold within the Land of Fire at a high enough price to cause discomfort to the nobles, yet they will have no choice but to purchase. The enhanced version, with a 30% improvement, will be sold in limited quantities to the smaller nations with which we have friendly relations, serving both to cultivate alliances and demonstrate our strength. As for the final type, Shikaku's lips curled into a smile that belied his usual persona of avoidance. The perfect version, with effects several times that of the ordinary version, capable of instantly healing all injuries except those that are fatal. I propose that this version be classified as non-commercial. Oh, Watergate's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Not for sale, but for exchange, Shikaku leisurely explained. The Merchant Association can simultaneously initiate a special task list, with tasks personally assigned by you. Hokage-sama. Any ninja, regardless of origin or faction, who completes the tasks and accumulates sufficient special contributions, will be able to exchange for a perfect healing pill. The office fell into a profound silence. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Shikaku with expressions of astonishment. This plan is too cunning. This is no longer merely selling medicine. It is paving the way for Konoha with the lives of all ninjas. A rogue ninja, in pursuit of the miraculous medicine, might resort to assassinating high-ranking officials of enemy villages. A ninja from another nation, desperate to save a loved one, might willingly provide Konoha with classified intelligence. This would be an irresistible overture. Agreed. Watergate decisively proclaimed, let it be so. The news swiftly reached the other 4 great shinobi villages. Initially, they scoffed at the concept. Healing pills? The medical ninjutsu of Konoha is rather unremarkable. What innovation could it possibly yield? The Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in the air with an air of disdain. Humph. Merely a display of trickery. The Raikage, was equally unimpressed, scoffing at the notion that the likes of Minato Namikaze could excel in combat while managing the economy. Preposterous. However, this arrogance was thoroughly shattered 5 days later with a resounding slap to the face. In the Hidden Cloud Village, a high-ranking jonin was accidentally injured during a practice session with the 8 Tails. A devastating wound inflicted by tailed beast chakra left him on the brink of death. The village's finest medical ninja were at a loss, helplessly watching as his vital signs deteriorated. Just when all hope seemed lost, a spy embedded within Konoha risked his life to deliver a common healing pill, purchased at triple the usual price. With a desperate hope akin to treating a dying horse as if it were still alive, Raikage A ordered the administration of the pill. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The horrifying cavity in the Jonin's chest began to regenerate flesh at a visible pace. Within a minute, he astonishingly sat up from his sickbed. Aside from a pallid complexion, he was full of vitality. This is impossible. The medical chief of the Cloud Village lost composure and screamed in shock. With a mighty punch, the fourth Raikage A smashed a nearby table to splinters. Damn it! His face fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Shock from the miraculous effects of the medicine mixed with an overwhelming fury at being made a fool by Namikaze. He finally understood why that man had been so audacious during the 5 Kage summit. Absolute military might coupled with the capacity to endlessly revive soldiers through logistical support. How could they possibly fight against that? The Raikage's roar echoed throughout the Raikage building. A similar scene unfolded in the Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure as well. Those who had recently been subdued by Minato's might now found themselves compelled to lower their proud heads once more. In unison, they discreetly dispatched their most trusted envoys, laden with riches, to Konoha. This time, it was not to declare war or engage in negotiations, but rather to seek medicine. Meanwhile, the daimyo, far removed in the capital of the Land of Fire, remained blissfully unaware. He reveled in the sensation of control following the budget cuts imposed on Konoha, believing he had grasped the village by the throat, oblivious to the fact that Konoha had sprouted wings. A month later, in the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku placed a thick ledger on Minato's desk. Rubbing his temples, he bore an expression of exhaustion mixed with incredulity. Hokage-sama, we are currently facing an exceedingly troublesome dilemma. What sort of trouble? Minato inquired. There is simply too much money. Shikaku gestured toward the ledger, detailing the influx of gold, silver, jewels, rare minerals, and even various secret jutsu scrolls from across the nations, filling the 5 newly established vaults to capacity. Preliminary estimates indicated that the revenue from the Merchant Association in just 1 month had surpassed the total allocations from the daimyo's office for 3 years. Jiraiya sputtered tea, coughing violently. Sarutobi Hiruzen dropped his pipe for the 3rd time. Minato merely smiled as he approached the window, gazing down at the streets that had multiplied in prosperity since a month prior, bustling with traffic and throngs of people. Shikaku, this is merely the beginning. His voice was calm, yet carried an edge that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Next, it was time for the daimyo to experience a taste of Konoha's might. Minato turned, his azure eyes radiating a cold determination. It was time to remind those privileged individuals of their rightful place. The true daimyo of the Land of Fire is the one recognized by the Hokage. Chapter 43, The 12 Guardian Ninjas? A battle resolved in an instant. In the opulent banquet hall of the daimyo's residence in the capital of the Land of Fire, the atmosphere was as frozen as ice. The daimyo, holding a golden goblet, found his hand suspended in midair. What did you say? His voice rose an octave, laced with incredulity. Konoha was not only surviving, but was also constructing new ninja academies? The kneeling spy trembled, forehead pressed to the ground. Yes, my lord. Furthermore, they have established 3 large training grounds within the borders of the Land of Fire. It is said that even ninjas from neighboring small countries are flocking to Konoha. What? The daimyo sprang to his feet, the goblet shattering on the floor, wine splattering everywhere. I slashed their budget by 70%. 70. Where did they procure this money? The spy's voice quivered further. It is the healing pills. The Konoha Merchant Association has amassed income exceeding the total allocations from the daimyo's office for 3 years in just 1 month. Moreover, nobles from other great nations and even some small country daimyo are bypassing you to trade directly with Konoha. Boom. That revelation struck the daimyo like a heavy hammer, causing him to sway unsteadily. Preposterous. The color of his face deepened to a pig liver hue as he seized a memorial tablet from the table and hurled it to the ground. A ninja village. How dare they rise above the nation? Does Namikaze truly believe he is a god? The surrounding nobles bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound. They understood that this time, the daimyo was genuinely enraged. Yet they also recognized another truth. Konoha was no longer the ninja village that had to bow to the daimyo's whims. The daimyo paced back and forth in the palace, his breath quickening, chest heaving. Bring them to me. He suddenly turned, pointing towards the door. Summon the 12 guardian ninjas. I will make that blonde boy understand who the true master of this nation is. 3 days later, at the entrance of Konoha, the 12 guardian ninjas, clad in matching red armor, arrived with an imposing presence. Leading them, The ninja named Riku wore an openly arrogant expression. He cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding Konoha ninjas and sneered. "Bring out your Hokage." The daimyo demands that the Konoha Merchant Association be immediately turned over to the daimyo's office. The gatekeeper's expression shifted, and just as one was about to retort, he was restrained by the umbu behind him. "Wait," came a calm voice from the umbu, though a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The news spread swiftly, igniting a frenzy throughout the village. "What? The daimyo wants to take control of the Merchant Association? On what grounds?" they exclaimed. "That was established by our Hokage. Indeed, the daimyo has slashed our budget and now seeks to seize our achievements." Villagers surged toward the village entrance, their numbers swelling as anger etched their faces. Riku observed the gathering crowd, feeling a twinge of apprehension, yet he maintained his haughty demeanor. "Everyone, step aside. This is the daimyo's command. Those who dare defy it are traitors." Amidst the crowd, one individual could no longer contain himself. "Traitors? You are the true traitors. The Hokage fights tirelessly for the village, while you parasites only hide in the shadows and suck the life out of it." "Exactly. Get out of Konoha. We do not need your kind of uselessness." The roar echoed, shaking the very entrance of the village. Jilu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the villagers of Konoha would dare to so blatantly disregard the authority of the daimyo. At that moment, the crowd fell silent, all eyes turning toward a single direction. Following their gaze, Jilu's pupils constricted sharply. A young man with golden hair, hands tucked casually in his pockets, was sauntering over. Dressed in plain clothes, his face bore a gentle smile, as if he were merely out for a stroll. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant figure compelled everyone to instinctively part ways. "There's no need." The voice of Minato Namikaze was soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of every onlooker. "I am right here." Seeing Minato approach with such leisurely grace ignited a surge of fury within Jilu. "Minato Namikaze, how dare you ignore the commands of the daimyo? You are courting death." Minato halted, tilting his head slightly. "The commands of the daimyo?" His tone remained flat, tinged with curiosity. "When did I ever recall the Hokage being obliged to obey the daimyo?" "You." Jilu's roar erupted at the village entrance, gripping his weapon tightly. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he transformed into a crimson blur, hurtling toward Minato. To Jilu, the golden-haired Hokage appeared to make no defensive stance, presenting a fatal flaw. This was to be the glorious moment for the 12 Guardians of the Leaf. However, in the next instant, Jilu's advancing body suddenly froze. He felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. No, it was not a wall. A foot, clad in standard Konoha sandals, lightly pressed against his weapon-bearing wrist. When had this happened? A faint sound, almost imperceptible, resonated, a sound not of bones shattering nor metal clashing, but rather akin to a ripe fruit being gently plucked. Jilu felt an unexplainable, irresistible force emanating from his wrist. His once proud strength felt as fragile as paper before this deftness. The weapon slipped from his grasp. He watched helplessly as his most treasured blade traced a feeble arc in the air, finally landing with a clatter several meters away, the hilt trembling in the aftermath. Then, a gentle yet undeniable force pressed against his shoulder. His forward momentum was redirected, resulting in an awkward spin. The world around him spun chaotically, culminating in his knee crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Bang! The entire sequence unfolded with the fluidity of a well-rehearsed play, with him cast as the only fool unaware of the script. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously. To the surrounding villagers, it appeared as if Jilu had charged forth in a fit of rage, only for the Hokage to lift a foot, and suddenly, Jilu was kneeling. Simple, decisive, and even imbued with a touch of elegance. For the remaining 11 Guardians, however, what they witnessed was a scene that could upend their understanding. Their visual senses registered their captain's charge, followed by a blur of gold, and then their captain was on his knees. What transpired in between? None could discern. One Guardian, poised to draw his sword, found his hand frozen on the hilt. Another, preparing to form seals, had fingers contorted in an odd shape, halted at his chest. Asuma Saratobi's mind went completely blank. He knew Minato was formidable, the yellow flash, but he had never imagined strength could reach such heights. This was not a battle between ninjas. It was akin to an adult brushing dust off his clothing, so simple and devoid of contemplation. How is this possible? Jilu knelt, his body icy with dread. He could scarcely feel the pain in his wrist, only an overwhelming fear rising from the depths of his soul, a fear named helplessness. He lacked even the qualification to compel his opponent to unleash any jutsu. Minato then slowly lowered his gaze to the man kneeling before him. Calmly, he spoke. Go back and inform the daimyo. Times have changed. If he cannot see clearly, I would be more than willing to assist him in acquiring a new pair of eyes. Boom. These words ignited a powder keg, causing the entire village entrance to erupt in fervor. The Hokage is magnificent. Ha! Look at that. This is our Hokage. The 12 guardians cannot withstand even a second before him. The daimyo is worthless. The villagers' cheers resonated, a cacophony of pride and elation lighting up their faces. Among the 12 guardians, one man bore an expression of deep complexity, Asuma Sarutobi. He gazed at the kneeling Jilu and then at the frenzied villagers. His fists clenched tightly before gradually loosening. The old man, he murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness. You were right. Konoha no longer needs the daimyo. Jilu struggled to rise. But Minato's foot gently pressed against his shoulder, a weight that rendered him immobile. Furthermore, Minato's voice rang out once more. Inform the daimyo that every bit of revenue from the Konoha Commerce Association is earned with our lives. If he desires it, let him come and take it himself. With that, he lifted his foot and turned to leave. Jilu slumped on the ground, trembling not from pain but from fear. He finally understood that the man before him was no mere tool to be manipulated at will. He was a true monster, one capable of upending the very order of the ninja world. Chapter 44, Daimyo of the Land of Fire? Minato, I say it changes, and it changes. The news of the 12 guardians' ignominious retreat back to the capital erupted within the daimyo's residence. Jilu knelt outside the hall, his forehead pressed against the cold floor. Behind him, his 11 companions kept their heads bowed, none daring to utter a word. The daimyo's bellowing voice echoed from within the hall. What did you say? 1 second. You mean to say you knelt in 1 second? Jilu trembled, wanting to defend himself, but the words died on his lips. For the truth was undeniable. He had barely grazed the hem of Minato's clothing before being crushed to the ground. It was not combat. It was sheer domination, akin to an adult treating an ant. Useless. All of you are useless. The daimyo kicked over a nearby tea table, scalding tea spilling everywhere. The surrounding nobles recoiled, shrinking their necks, none daring to utter a single word. Daimyo. Jilu suddenly raised his head, his voice laced with despair. It is not our incompetence. That Minato Namikaze is not human. Did you not see? He stood there, without even using ninjutsu, and I couldn't discern how he moved before I knelt. It was not merely speed. It was something beyond description. Lu found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the terror he felt. Sarutobi Asuma lingered at the back of the crowd, biting his cigarette, silent yet fully aware. Every word uttered by Lu rang true. The Lord's complexion darkened as he listened to these words, rising unsteadily from his seat. He nearly stumbled. What did you say? He demanded. Lu closed his eyes and repeated each word deliberately. Return and inform the Lord. The times have changed. If he cannot see clearly, I wouldn't mind assisting him with a new pair of eyes. As his words echoed, the grand hall fell into a chilling silence. The Lord's face flushed crimson before paling to a ghostly hue. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat constricted as if filled with cotton. In the next moment, his legs buckled beneath him. Thud! He tumbled down the steps. My lord. The attendants rushed forward, fumbling to lift him. The Lord felt icy, collapsing into their embrace, his lips trembling. A monster, he is a monster. At that moment, the Lord of the Fire Nation, who had lived a life of luxury, finally realized a daunting truth. He was not facing a subordinate he could manipulate at will, but a malevolent spirit capable of taking his life at any moment. Someone. The Lord suddenly screamed. Take me back to my chamber. Lock the door. No one is to enter. The attendants exchanged glances but complied with his command. The Lord was carried away. The 12 guardian ninja remained kneeling outside the hall, frozen in place. Even the normally arrogant nobles bowed their heads in deference. The entire Lord's estate was shrouded in a shadow named fear. In the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hokage's office, Minato sat at his desk, cradling a piece of intelligence. Kakashi stood before him, accompanied by Guy. Hokage-sama. Kakashi unfurled a map, his finger resting on a location 300 miles south of the capital of the Fire Country. According to the Umbu's intelligence, the Fire Lord has a brother named Hama, who was exiled here due to political strife. It is said he possesses considerable talent and is deeply dissatisfied with the current Lord's incompetence. Minato did not respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the map. The only sound in the office was the rustling of paper. After a long pause, Minato lifted his head. It is time to find a more obedient master for the Fire Country. These words were spoken softly but struck Kakashi profoundly. Kakashi, Guy, Minato continued, producing 2 kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique and handing them to them. You two must set out at once to locate Hama. Remember, do not alert anyone. Once found, leave the coordinates. I will go to negotiate personally. Kakashi accepted the kunai, nodding in acknowledgement. Guy, shedding his usual exuberance, adopted a rare seriousness. Understood. The two departed. Minato pressed a bell on his desk, and within 10 seconds, the office door swung open. Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha entered, one after the other. Hokage-sama. They knelt on one knee. Minato rose and approached them. Itachi, Shursui, I have a task for you. Keep a close watch on the Lord. From this moment on, I want to know if he sneezes. Itachi and Shursui exchanged a glance, refraining from questioning, simply bowing their heads. Understood. After their departure, Minato found himself alone in the office. He walked to the window, gazing at the bustling streets outside. Military and political unity, he murmured to himself. It is time to truly return the Fire Country to the Hidden Leaf. 3 days later, in the southern region of the Fire Country, an abandoned mansion stood desolate. Once the retreat of a noble, it had fallen into ruin. Hama, the owner, sat in a room with only half a wall remaining. A jug of murky wine and a plate of moldy peanuts before him. The flickering candlelight cast long, distorted shadows. He raised the cup, tilting his head back to drink. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, reddening his eyes. Ha, he scoffed. The Lord? Merely a fool. He slammed the cup onto the table. Just then, the candle extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Hama sprang to his feet, hand instinctively reaching for the short blade at his waist. Who? No answer came. Only the wind whistling through the cracks in the dilapidated walls. Hama held his breath, his heart racing. In the next moment, a golden light flickered in the darkness. A figure emerged, with golden hair, an elegant stature, and striking blue eyes that gleamed even in the shadows. Do not be alarmed, Lord Hama, the figure spoke. His voice chillingly gentle. I am not here to kill you. I have come to offer you an opportunity. An opportunity to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to you. Hama's blade was half drawn, yet his hand froze in midair upon recognizing the visitor. The golden hair, the face renowned throughout the ninja world, Namake's Minato, the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Why you are? Hama stammered, trembling. Minato stepped forward, the candlelight reigniting. He sat opposite Hama, as relaxed as if he were in his own home. I have heard that you harbor discontent with the current lord, Minato said, pouring himself a glass of wine. I wonder if I might have the honor of hearing your thoughts? Hama stared at him, his mind a whirlwind. He could not fathom why this legendary figure, the yellow flash, was here, nor what his intentions were. What do you want? Hama managed to swallow. Minato took a sip of wine, grimacing slightly. This wine is rather poor, he remarked, setting down the glass. What I desire is quite simple. To make the Fire Country stronger, wealthier, and more stable. However, for that to happen, the position of Lord must be occupied by someone with discernment. Hama's body trembled. He understood. You are mad. Are you plotting treason? Minato chuckled. Treason? Lord Hama, you may be mistaken. The true master of the Fire Country has never been the fool sitting in the capital. It is the Hidden Leaf, the ninjas who risk their lives to protect this land. Therefore, I am not plotting treason. I am merely. Minato paused, correcting an error. As Hama listened to these words, he felt his worldview crumbling. Yet, simultaneously, a long-suppressed ambition ignited within him. What makes you think I would assist you? Hama fixed his gaze on Minato. Minato offered no response. Instead, he produced a scroll from his robe and pushed it towards Hama. Here are the accounts of your elder brother from the past 3 years. You may examine how he has betrayed the interests of the nation. Hama unrolled the scroll and, upon a mere glance, was left in stunned silence. The scroll was densely filled with records of the current daimyo colluding with foreign powers, trafficking intelligence, and even evidence of secretly selling the mineral resources of the Land of Fire. Hama's hands trembled. This evidence was sufficient to see his brother nailed to the pillar of shame in the Land of Fire. Minato rose to his feet. I can make you the new daimyo. All you need to do is acknowledge a predetermined fact. The future of the Land of Fire will be dictated by Konoha. Hama lifted his head, meeting those cerulean eyes. In them, he perceived absolute power and an unwavering will that brooked no refusal. He understood clearly, there was no choice to be made. This was not a matter of options. It was a transaction, obedience in exchange for power. Haima inhaled deeply and slowly rose from his seat, then knelt on one knee. I am willing to serve you, Lord Hokage. Minato regarded the man kneeling before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Excellent. He turned to leave. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, the Land of Fire shall welcome a new daimyo. The golden figure vanished into the shadows. Haima remained on his knees, an expression of mingled fear and exhilaration etched upon his face. Power was finally within his grasp, and the price was merely a change of scenery. Chapter 45. The Union of Military and Political Power. The strongest Hokage in history. Outside the capital of the Land of Fire, the figures of Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha emerged from the shadows. Lord Hokage, Itachi's voice was steady, betraying no emotion. The daimyo's residence has descended into chaos. The current daimyo has locked himself in his quarters, refusing to meet anyone, consumed by paranoia. Shursui added, the hearts of the 12 guardian ninja are scattered and beyond the borders, for individuals have already submitted intelligence to us. Minato nodded. This outcome was anticipated. Fear was the finest catalyst. Lord Hokage, Itachi hesitated before voicing his concern. Power can be overturned overnight, but the hearts of men and the system are intertwined. A nation is far more complex than a mere ninja village. How do you plan to govern? This was a question that cut to the core. Itachi's concern had never been about who sat on the throne, but rather the order that upheld that throne and what it could provide for the people. Minato turned, not offering a direct answer. Instead, he posed a more fundamental question. Itachi, what do you believe is the purpose of our ninja's power? Itachi paused. This question felt reminiscent of the first lesson in ninja school. Yet he knew that from the fourth Hokage, it was not merely a simple inquiry. To protect the village, accomplish missions, and embody the will of fire. He provided the most standard and resolute answer. Protect the village from whom? Minato pressed, then answered his own question. From other ninja villages. But Itachi, have you ever considered how often the roots of these invasions stem from those nobles in the capital? Casually drawing lines on a map, or from a banquet of unequal spoils. Itachi's body subtly stiffened. He had witnessed too many sordid missions in the Umbu. Countless unnecessary sacrifices made in the name of some greater good. This was the fundamental paradox of their nation. Minato's voice was calm, yet it sliced through the bloody reality of this world like a scalpel. The daimyo and nobles wielding the highest authority over war and peace never needed to step onto the battlefield. Their children would not perish on the front lines. Meanwhile, we, those who gamble our lives, guarding the nation amidst blood and flames, have no say over the switch that ignites war. Power and responsibility have been severed. Itachi's breath involuntarily grew heavier. Minato continued. The daimyo of the Land of Fire can easily seed a mind to quell the anger of the Land of Thunder because he loses merely a string of numbers. But the leaf ninja who dies to protect that mind loses everything. Minato returned to the table, placing both hands on the map that unfurled beneath him. The territory of the Land of Fire laid bare. Thus, my aim is not mere patchwork. It is to stitch back together the severed threads of power and responsibility. I intend to establish an order where decision-makers can truly feel the weight of every decision. His words transformed from mere empty slogans to a chilling logic. The abolition of hereditary nobility was not for reckoning, but to elevate those truly capable and empathetic to the people's plight. Tasks and achievements would become the sole ladder of advancement, for they were stained with blood and sweat and understood the value of life. Land would revert to state ownership, with ninjas assisting in production. Redistribution would not be for wealth, but to ensure that every individual living on this land becomes the true master of the nation. People will fight fiercely for their homeland, not for the estate of a distant noble. Itachi's fingers unconsciously tightened. He understood all too well. This was not a simple shift in power. It was a redefinition of the relationship between the nation, power, and ninjas. Taxation would be uniformly managed by Konoha, with public accounts not for the sake of profit, but to sever the hands of nobles who incite discord with money and nurture rogue ninjas, ensuring that every penny is spent on protection and construction. Itachi's mind buzzed. He had envisioned countless possibilities, yet he had never anticipated that Minato Namikaze would embark on a profoundly transformative revolution, reconstructing the very fabric of the nation from its roots. He sought to bind the responsibility of ninjas irrevocably to the power of the state, making the Hokage a true guardian, wielding authority and bearing ultimate responsibility. He envisioned a new world built upon the iron will of Konoha, infused with the spirit of the will of fire. In that moment, All of Itachi's confusion regarding loyalty, family, and village seemed to be illuminated by this golden light, leaving no room for evasion. He had found his answer. His heart raced uncontrollably. He beheld a path starkly different from that cursed, conflict-ridden future, a thoroughfare paved with absolute power, leading to genuine peace. I understand now, Itachi bowed deeply. In that moment, the scales in his heart irrevocably tipped in favor of the man before him. The following day, in the grand hall of the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire, the atmosphere was solemn and austere, with ministers flanking either side. The current daimyo, despite his efforts to maintain composure, sat upon the elevated throne, his eyes betraying an unmistakable terror. He listened to a minister's lengthy report, yet his thoughts were far removed from the proceedings. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the chamber, and three figures materialized without warning in the center of the hall. At the forefront stood a youthful man with golden hair. Adorned in the ceremonial garb of the Hokage, a gentle smile gracing his features. Beside him stood a resolute middle-aged man and a guard clad in protective armor, his demeanor submissive. The minister's voice faltered, and an unsettling silence enveloped the hall, freezing all in place. Time seemed to halt in that moment. The daimyo, mouth agape in a comical O shape, stared blankly at the three newcomers. "Brother, it has been a long time," called out the man named Hama, gazing at the pale-faced man on the throne with a smile. This word brother acted as a key, instantly unlocking the stasis of time. You all." The daimyo shot up from his throne, pointing a trembling finger at the trio, emitting a high-pitched scream. "How dare you enter unannounced? What do you intend? A rebellion?" His voice, shrill yet lacking authority, was filled with an evident panic. Watergate, unfazed by his outburst, merely snapped his fingers. The sharp sound echoed through the hall, and in an instant, dozens of masked Umbu ninjas appeared like phantoms in every corner. The chilling presence of chakra surged, sealing all exits. "My heavens! Umbu! From Konoha!" The ministers gasped, retreating in alarm. Some attempted to flee, only to find an Umbu operative blocking their path. Others sought to call for the guards. But half of the 12 guardian ninja remained motionless, heads bowed, as if awaiting a command. "You are mad." The daimyo's voice quivered. "Kamikaze Watergate. You are declaring war on the entire Land of Fire. You will find no place to bury your remains." Watergate smiled lightly, producing a scroll from his robe and tossing it lightly at the daimyo's feet. "I suggest you take a look at this first." The daimyo bent down to retrieve it, his hands shaking. Upon unrolling the scroll, he froze at the sight of the meticulously documented evidence of his collusion with foreign nations, the trafficking of intelligence, and the clandestine sale of the Land of Fire's mineral resources. Each transaction detailed specific dates, locations, and names, with accounts clearly laid out. "Rikuju," Watergate said softly. Nara Rikuju yawned as he stepped out from behind an Umbu, holding a lengthy scroll. His relaxed demeanor was at odds with the tense atmosphere. "By the order of the Fourth Hokage, I shall read the charges against the former daimyo of the Land of Fire." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Charge 1. Collusion with the Hidden Rock Village, selling the defensive layout of the Land of Fire's borders, resulting in the annihilation of 3 Konoha squads. Charge 2. Embezzlement of Konoha's compensation funds, amounting to 30 million ryo. Charge 3. Clandestine smuggling of strategic materials to the Land of Lightning. With each accusation pronounced, the faces of the ministers paled further. This. The daimyo's lips trembled, desperate to deny the claims, yet no words escaped his lips. "This evidence is sufficient to nail you to the pillar of shame in the Land of Fire." Watergate's voice was soft, yet resonated with clarity for all to hear. "Of course, I do not intend to do so, as it would be too troublesome." He turned to Hama, who stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, Hama proclaimed loudly, "By the decree of the Fourth Hokage, Kamikaze Watergate, the current daimyo of the Land of Fire, guilty of corruption and malfeasance, is henceforth stripped of his title. His brother, Hama, shall succeed him as the daimyo of the Land of Fire." The impact of Hama's declaration reverberated like thunder throughout the hall. The ministers' faces turned ghostly pale as realization dawned upon them. This was not a negotiation, nor a threat, but a complete coup d'etat. "No, impossible," the daimyo shrieked, attempting to resist and flee, but was swiftly subdued by 2 Umbu who pinned him to the ground. "Release me, you traitors. I am the daimyo. I am." His cries echoed in the vast hall, yet they rang hollow. Hama approached the throne but did not immediately take his seat. Instead, He turned to Watergate. Hokage-sama. He knelt on one knee. I hereby pledge that the future of the Land of Fire shall be dictated by Konoha. The Land of Fire, in both name and reality, had entirely fallen under Watergate's dominion. He exchanged a glance with Rikuju, smiling. Now we need not worry about the village's financial strain any longer. Chapter 46. Mission accomplished. System reward. Coordinates of the Outer Path Golem. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the epic mission. Unification of the Ninja World, Stage 3. Economic autonomy and political unity. Konoha has fully grasped control over the Land of Fire, achieving military and political integration, laying a solid foundation for the next phase of the plan. Received epic level reward. Coordinates of the Outer Path Golem, incomplete. Wood release analysis progress, 50. Basic wood release techniques unlocked. Wood clone technique, wood wall. For pillars house technique. The series of notifications echoed in Watergate's mind, momentarily halting his actions after managing the aftermath of the coup in the Land of Fire. The Outer Path Golem. Watergate mused, observing the golden text on the system panel, his fingers lightly tapping the table. This reward had come unexpectedly. The Outer Path Golem. The husk of the Ten Tails, also the ultimate connection of the Rinnegan. The system had directly provided coordinates. Yet the crucial detail lay in the parentheses, incomplete. What did this imply? Was it the portion sealed on the moon? Or did this world's Outer Path Golem possess inherent flaws? And as for wood release, was it already at 50? Watergate opened his palm, a slender sapling emerging from his flesh, its verdant leaves swaying gently. The chakra consumption was minimal. The sage body infused with Hashirama cells held far greater potential than anticipated. Hokage-sama, came the voice of Uchiha Fugaku from outside. Enter, Watergate replied. Fugaku stepped through the door, his demeanor more respectful than ever before. He placed a scroll upon the table, reporting to Hokage-sama. Utilizing that research document in conjunction with the body of a willing Uchiha clansman, we have successfully cloned a Sharingan with basic ocular power. This success signifies that Minato has unlocked the potential for mass production of the Sharingan. Although its ocular prowess may not match the original, it possesses the capability to replicate ninjutsu and cast illusions, Fugaku added. Minato rose from his seat and approached the window. The streets of Konoha bustled with life. Just a month prior, apprehension loomed over the community due to budget cuts. Now, smiles adorned the faces of all. Excellent. Minato turned back, allowing the research to continue. Utilizing the cells of Hashirama Senju, he sought to merge the cloned Sharingan with the sage's body cells. I wish to ascertain whether this could spawn a more potent ocular technique. Fugaku's body stiffened momentarily. The fusion of the Sharingan with the first Hokage cells was a realm deemed taboo by both Danzo and the Uchiha clan. Yet now, articulated by the fourth Hokage, it seemed entirely natural. Indeed, Fugaku raised no objections and bowed his way out. Minato resumed his seat, opening a drawer to retrieve a specially crafted kunai, its blade etched with intricate seals. It bore not only the coordinates for the Flying Thunder God technique, but also the patterns of sealing techniques. His thoughts drifted to another individual, Nagato, and to his eyes, not of natural origin, the Rinnegan. Those were the eyes of Uchiha Madara. A being who should have perished long ago had orchestrated an astonishing chess game spanning decades from the shadows, with Nagato as his most vital piece. This was knowledge Nagato himself remained unaware of. However, Minato was cognizant. Now, with the coordinates of the Outer Path Golem, Nagato's original Rinnegan had grown even more valuable. It was time for this piece to leap from the board. Minato located Nagato in the Konoha library, studying the histories of various nations alongside Itachi Uchiha. Nagato. Minato's voice was gentle. I may have discovered a method to enhance your power, even surpassing my own. However, this method is perilous, and you must be prepared. Nagato set down his scroll, lifting his gaze. He looked at Minato, his purple Rinnegan reflecting complete trust. As long as it aids you, Minato-sensei, I fear no danger. Minato nodded in satisfaction, placing a reassuring hand on Nagato's shoulder. He tightened his grip. In the next instant, a flash of golden light enveloped them, and both figures vanished from their location. At the border of the Land of Rain, a dilapidated temple lay shrouded in perpetual drizzle, the air heavy with decay. Another golden flash, and Minato and Nagato materialized at the temple's entrance. Nagato surveyed his surroundings. The temple was vast, but in utter ruin. The murals on the walls had faded into obscurity, leaving only vague, strange patterns discernible. Suddenly, a massive beam overhead, weakened by rot, broke apart, sending debris crashing down. As Nagato prepared to retreat, Minato merely raised a hand. In an instant, several sturdy wooden beams appeared out of thin air, intertwining to form a robust support that securely held the fractured beam in place. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any violent fluctuations of chakra. Nagato's movements froze. He stared, incredulous, at the wooden beams that had materialized before him. This is wood release? Just a trifle. Minato nonchalantly tucked his hands into his pockets, referring to it as a mere byproduct of advanced sage body development. Nagato fell silent. The legendary power of the first Hokage, which once quelled chaos, was merely a trinket in this man's discourse. Just how much strength did he still conceal? Follow me. Minato led the way, navigating deeper into the temple according to the coordinates provided by the system. Nagato suppressed his astonishment and followed closely. He sensed a peculiar chakra fluctuation pervading the atmosphere, faint yet omnipresent. Moreover, with every step deeper, the stirring within his Rinnegan intensified. They traversed a lengthy corridor, ultimately arriving at the temple's innermost sanctum. Before them stood a vast underground chamber, at its center a colossal stone statue. The statue resembled a humanoid form, yet it was covered in spikes, its hands bound by thick chains. Most bizarrely, 9 enormous pillars extended from the statue's back, each inscribed with a numeral from 1 to 9. Nagato's pupils constricted sharply. At the mere sight of the statue, he felt his Rinnegan tremble violently, an impulse to connect surging from the depths of his soul, almost overwhelming his reason. The outer path golem. Minato's voice echoed throughout the expanse of space. The shell of the 10 tails is also the ultimate connection of the Rinnegan. Nagato abruptly turned his head. Minato-sensei, how do you know? I am privy to many things. Minato interrupted, stepping closer to Nagato. Nagato, did you believe your eyes to be a divine blessing, a gift from the heavens to bring peace to the world? Nagato was taken aback. Wasn't that the case? Certainly not. Minato halted before him, calmly dropping a bombshell. This golem and your eyes both originate from the same individual, a specter who should have perished long ago, Uchiha Madara. Boom. Nagato's mind buzzed, blanking out. Uchiha Madara? That legendary ninja, renowned alongside the first Hokage? Impossible. He instinctively retorted, my eyes were awakened by my own will. Were they? Minato countered. Do you recall what your eyes were like before the tragedy of your childhood? Nagato's body trembled violently. He wished to argue, yet he discovered that in his memories, he had never possessed those eyes. Your Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Madara. Minato's voice sliced through the reality Nagato had long accepted. Just before his death, he transplanted his eyes into you, a child of the Uzumaki clan, with the intent of one day using your body and blood to resurrect this outer path golem and fulfill his mad plan for the moon's eye. Everything you have endured, the mission you hold dear, has been a ruse from the very beginning. You are not the savior, Nagato. You are merely a chosen, pitiable pawn. Nagato staggered backward, leaning against the cold stone wall, slowly sliding down. The strength he had taken pride in, the source of his suffering, the meaning of his existence, all of it was a lie. He was just a piece on the board. Yet, you are still you, are you not? Minato smiled, patting Nagato's shoulder. Indeed, as long as one remains true to the self that aspires to follow in the footsteps of Lord Fourth. What difference does it make if one becomes aware of everything? Outside the rain village, a man adorned with a swirling mask stands amidst the downpour. Suddenly, he halts, his movements frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? The Sharingan beneath the mask spins wildly, distorting the very fabric of space around him. This was the clandestine link forged between him and Nagato through the Rinnegan, the cornerstone of the entire Moon's Eye plan. Now, this connection feels severed, akin to a string of a lute cleaved by a sharp blade, completely devoid of sensation. Obito, what has happened? Why have you stopped? A pale figure emerges from the ground, its leaf-like appendages encircling its head, tilting in curiosity. Fool. A chilling voice emanates from the other half of the white figure's body, Kage's manifestation, who realizes that his bond with Nagato has been cut. What? Our plan, silence. Obito roars, a tempest of chaotic chakra surging forth, causing the surrounding rainwater to spiral backward. He fixates intently on the direction of the rain village, his single eye beneath the mask bloodshot with rage. The outer path golem. That was my sole hope of resurrecting the 10 tails and creating a world with Rin. Now, someone has snatched it from my grasp. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, ultimately crystallizing upon a singular golden figure. Konoha's Minato Namikaze. It cannot be anyone else. Damn it. Damn it. Obito's body trembles with unrestrained fury as he seizes the neck of the ordinary white Zetsu beside him, lifting him off the ground. Zetsu, find Nagato. No matter where he is. Use all your clones. I must know what that man has done to him. For the first time, the masked man's voice betrays an unmistakable fury and a hint of fear unbeknownst even to himself. Chapter 47. Kage's Revelation. The ultimate boss exposed early. In the land of Fire's capital, the news of the new daimyo succeeding the previous one spread swiftly throughout the entire country, reaching even Konoha. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, the atmosphere was more vibrant than ever. Have you heard? It's monumental news. Our daimyo has been replaced. An eager Chunin, just back from a mission, exclaimed as he swallowed a mouthful of noodles. Replaced? How is that possible? Isn't the position hereditary? Who could have such power? His companion responded incredulously. You don't know? It's the fourth Hokage himself. He personally went to the capital. My goodness. The Hokage has directly ousted that incompetent old daimyo? Is that true? Absolutely. Now, no one can embezzle our budget or pensions anymore. Long live the Hokage. The entire village, from the bustling streets to the training grounds, was engulfed in an unprecedented euphoria and pride. They envisioned a stronger, more dignified Konoha, no longer shackled by decaying aristocracy, but wholly governed by the Hokage. Meanwhile, this news struck like a thunderclap upon the leaders of the other four great shinobi villages. In the land of lightning, at the Raikage's office, a Cloud Village Jonin burst in, his voice trembling with urgency. Raikage-sama, urgent intelligence from the land of fire. Their daimyo has been deposed. A startled leapt to his feet, crackling with electricity. Deposed? By whom? By Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Jonin swallowed hard. He has supported a new daimyo to rise to power. What? Such a thing has never occurred in the shinobi world throughout history. How dare he? Damn it. Minato Namikaze. What more do you intend to do? A's fist smashed the sturdy desk to splinters, his roar echoing throughout the building. In the land of Earth, at Awagakure, Inoki froze upon hearing his son Kuratsuchi's report. Father, the intelligence states that the daimyo of the land of fire has been replaced. Replaced? What does that mean? Inoki's voice was dry. It was forcibly changed by Minato Namikaze. Now, both nominally and effectively, the entire land of fire is under Konoha's command. How can this be? He is overturning the very rules of the shinobi world. Military and political power united. That boy is utterly insane. Inoki levitated, his body trembling in shock. The other daimyos felt a wave of trepidation. A Hokage capable of arbitrarily replacing a daimyo signifies something profound, and they understood it all too well. Konoha's ascent had surpassed everyone's expectations. It was no longer merely a powerful shinobi village. It was a rapidly expanding formidable force. On the moon, silence reigned as an eternal theme. In this expansive space, the core of the seal, a shadow as dark as spilled ink writhed restlessly. Kage. He had schemed for a millennium. Since the era of Indra and Ashura, he had been like the most patient shadow, silently manipulating history, guiding his pawns towards the ultimate goal of resurrecting his mother. Everything was meant to be flawless. Nagato was the perfect vessel, and Uchiha Obito was the ideal executor. Yet, the events transpiring on that azure planet below were rapidly unraveling a patience that had endured for 1,000 years. Minato Namikaze. Kage's consciousness roared silently. This name was like a venomous thorn piercing the heart of his plans. Too swift. Everything is happening too fast. From slaying Hanzo to subduing Nagato, and then using an incomprehensible economic strategy to bloodlessly overturn the government of the land of fire. Every step taken by this man struck like a heavy hammer on the chessboard he had meticulously arranged. The pieces were slipping beyond his control, or rather, they were being removed one by that man. No, I cannot wait any longer. Kage's form writhed violently, betraying his profound unease. If Minato Namikaze continues to develop unchecked, not only will he be unable to resurrect his mother, but his hidden hand lurking deep within history may also be exposed by that man, as if plucking a worm from the ground. His original plan had entirely unraveled. Nagato, the perfect piece possessing the Rinnegan, had now become a devoted follower of Minato, consumed with thoughts of family and guardianship. Uchiha Obito, his most useful tool, had vanished from sight after losing an arm in confrontation with Minato, like a frightened wild dog hiding in the shadows, too terrified to show itself. Fools. All of them. Kage's fury threatened to ignite the sealing space. He must take action. He must create a sufficiently great trouble for Minato Namikaze. A colossal dilemma that would leave him overwhelmed and unable to attend to anything else. A mad thought surfaced in his mind. Since the chessboard has been thrown into disarray, why not simply overturn the entire board? Unable to guide in the shadows any longer, let the whole world descend into uncontrollable madness. The consciousness of Black Zetsu instantaneously connected with a lurking White Zetsu clone on the ground. It is I. A chilling voice echoed in White Zetsu's mind. The will of the mother. White Zetsu's body stiffened, and he immediately responded with reverence. I need you to do something. Carve a stone tablet from the oldest rock. A tablet? Yes, a tablet that records a prophecy. Black Zetsu began to dictate the contents of the tablet, each word laced with malicious temptation. He intended to proactively leak the plan of the Eye of the Moon. Of course, not entirely. He omitted all truths regarding the divine tree and infinite Tsukuyami, leaving only the most core, greed-inducing lie. Listen closely. When the 9 beasts unite as one, the power of creation will re-emerge in the world. At that time, the Eye of the Moon will open in the sky, and the one who holds the cycle will become the new sage of 6 paths, ruling over all. White Zetsu memorized this passage, his body trembling slightly from the terrifying implications contained within. Master, this is shut up. Black Zetsu interrupted. You need only execute the command. Once carved, deliver it to the most suitable person. Who? The third Hokage of Awagakure, Inoki. Black Zetsu emitted a silent, cold laugh. He intended for all eyes to be focused on the tailed beasts. He sought to plunge the entire ninja world into a frenzied competition for the tailed beasts. And now, with both the 9 tails and the 1 tail in the possession of Konoha, what shall that golden glimmering leaf become? A target for all. Minato Namikaze, are you not quite formidable? Let us see how you alone contend against the greed of the entire world. In Awagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage Inoki floated in midair, gazing at the mountain of bills stacked upon his desk. Each one chronicled the exorbitant expenditures incurred from purchasing healing pills at inflated prices from the Konoha Merchant Association. His heart bled. The intel bore the glaring headline, Lord Hokage, we are currently facing a most troublesome dilemma. What trouble? Too much money. The information from Konoha struck him like a series of resounding slaps, stinging his aged visage. A humiliation, an unprecedented disgrace. First, he was forcefully subdued by that blonde-haired brat. And now he was choked by money. Damn it. Inoki slammed his fist onto the desk, sending papers flying. He had never felt so stifled in his life. Just then, he sensed something. It seemed as if something had materialized in his office. Inoki slowly descended, approaching his desk. At the center of the table, an ancient stone tablet, covered in moss, had silently appeared. Who? Inoki spun around, unleashing a surge of chakra, ready to activate his dust release at any moment. An enemy. Several members of Awagakure's Umbu instantly surrounded the desk. Tsuchikage-sama, what is happening? Inoki did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the stone tablet. There were no remnants of chakra, no signs of infiltration. This object appeared as if summoned from thin air. Everyone stepped back. Inoki waved his hand. Though the Umbu were bewildered, they complied and retreated into the shadows. Inoki extended his hand, cautiously touching the tablet. The cold sensation and rough texture informed him that this was an artifact that had existed for countless ages. Ancient inscriptions he could not decipher adorned its surface. Summon someone. He called for the village's most learned expert in ancient script. The scholar, wearing thick glasses, trembled with excitement upon seeing the tablet. He rushed to the desk, his hands shaking. This texture, these carvings cannot be mistaken. Tsuchikage-sama, this is the legendary script. It exists only in the records of the oldest scrolls from the era of the Sage of 6 Paths. The Sage of 6 Paths. Inoki was equally astounded. Yes, a myth. A living myth has appeared before us. I can actually translate it myself. The scholar stammered with excitement. Half an hour later, the scholar, trembling, handed a sheet filled with translations to Inoki. His face bore a complex expression of fear and fervor. Tsuchikage-sama, what is recorded here is simply, he could find no words to describe it. Speak. Inoki growled. Yes. The scholar cleared his throat, his voice trembling as he recited the contents of the tablet. When the 9 beasts unite as one, the power of creation will re-emerge in the world. At that time, the Eye of the Moon will open in the sky, and the one who holds the cycle will become the new sage of six paths, ruling over all. Boom. Each word resonated like thunder, exploding in Inoki's mind. The power of creation. The new six paths. His once cloudy eyes, aged with time, ignited with unprecedented brilliance. The office fell into a profound silence. After a while, Inoki gradually stood. His diminutive frame now seemed to harbor the power of a volcanic eruption. He approached the vast map of the ninja world. His finger traced over the land of lightning, glided across the land of water, swept over Sunagakure, and finally, it pressed heavily upon the map of the land of fire. Upon the mark of Konoha, the 9 tails and the 1 tail. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an unsettling heat. Minato Namikaze, so this is your true objective? Chapter 48. The Ninja Alliance, assembled online. In a Wagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki floated in midair, clutching a thin sheet of paper. At that moment, the paper felt heavier than any boulder. He had read it dozens of times. Each word seared into his mind like a brand. When the 9 beasts unite as one, the power of creation will re-emerge in the world. The one who holds the cycle will become the new sage of 6 paths, ruling over all. Inoki's hands trembled, not from age, but from a violent mix of fear and ecstasy. So it was like this. So it was like this. He murmured, terrifying light erupting from his murky eyes. All the previously incomprehensible matters suddenly aligned in that moment. Why did Minato Namikaze dare to provoke the 4 great nations in a single day? Why did he have the audacity to steal the 1-tailed Jinchuriki from Sunagakure in front of everyone? Why did he dare to depose the daimyo, turning the entire land of fire into his ironclad dominion? Not out of arrogance, not out of madness, but because he had long known this secret. The voice of Inoki, the Tsuchikage, was as dry as if it had been ground by sandpaper. That blonde-haired boy had already obtained 2-tailed beasts. His ambitions were not directed towards dominance over the ninja world. He aspired to become the next sage of 6 paths. This thought struck him like a bolt of black lightning, cleaving through all his rationality. Fear, the terror of that golden flash, seemed utterly ludicrous in the face of the temptation to become the new sage of 6 paths. If this prophecy were true, whoever controlled the 9-tailed beasts would become the new ruler of this world. If Minato Namikaze could do it, why couldn't Inoki? No, he must not succeed. Inoki dashed towards the communication device, not pausing for a moment to think, and connected to the highest encrypted line leading to the other 3 great ninja villages. Kumo Village. Raikage's office. What did you say? A clenched fist from Ace smashed the special alloy table into a twisted heap. Lightning crackled wildly around him, igniting the air with sharp pops. Become the new sage of 6 paths? That bastard. His secretary collapsed in terror, scrambling to escape the office. No wonder. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. A's roar reverberated throughout the Raikage building. He was not seeking to become Hokage. He aimed to be the new god of ninjas. Minato Namikaze. Suna Village, Kazekage's office. Raza listened to Inoki's frenzied voice emanating from the communicator, feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His limbs were cold. 1 tail, 9 tails. He finally understood that Minato taking Gaara was not for the sake of hostage. It was the first step of a grand scheme. To gather the tailed beasts and unleash that forbidden technique. It must be stopped. Raza's voice trembled. He could not fathom what would happen if Minato succeeded. The entire Suna village, no, the entire ninja world would be transformed. It would not be subjugation, but utter erasure. In the Misty Village, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, listened quietly, his youthful face betraying no extraneous emotion. At the end of the communication, he spoke in a tone devoid of feeling. I agree. We must stop Konoha. Iron Country, a new conference hall. This time, the atmosphere was entirely different. There were no Konoha representatives, only the 4 Kage and their most trusted guards. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, as if a single match could ignite an explosion. Gentlemen, here is the situation. Inoki placed a rubbing of the ancient stone tablet in the center of the table. I cannot explain the origins of this tablet, but the inscriptions have been verified by our village's most erudite scholars to be from the era of the Sage of 6 Paths. I did not even glance at the rubbing, pacing back and forth in agitation. Stop with the nonsense. Old man, the question is, what do we do now? That Minato Namikaze has already acquired 2-tailed beasts. Are we just going to sit here and wait to die, waiting for him to become a god? Attack Konoha? Raza's voice was icy. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Do you think the 4 of us combined could even touch the hem of his garment? A's movement stiffened. The shame of being repelled by a miniature Rasengan in his own office surged to the forefront of his mind. Then what do you suggest we do? I growled. Should we just hand over our village's 2 tails and 8 tails to him, begging him to leave us with intact corpses after he becomes a god? Calm down. Inoki interjected sharply, rising slightly above the table. Individually, none of us are his match. We have all learned that lesson in the most painful way. But now, things are different. His hand pressed heavily upon the rubbing of the stone tablet. We now share a common goal. A reason strong enough to cast aside all our differences and truly unite. The 3 Kage paused in their actions. Minato Namake's wishes to become a god, to dominate all. And what of us? Inoki surveyed the 3 men. Shall we merely remain as ants beneath his feet? No, absolutely not. O was the first to roar. What shall we do then? Raza pressed. Unite. Inoki pronounced each word with emphasis. The 4 great ninja villages shall formally form an alliance. We represent the entirety of the world, save for the land of fire. We shall issue Konoha an ultimatum. His voice grew increasingly fervent, imbued with a persuasive power. We demand that Minato Namake's immediately surrender the 1 tail and 9 tails Jinchuriki into our joint custody. This is for the sake of peace in the ninja world. To prevent the emergence of a madman who would stop at nothing for power. As A's words fell, the entire conference hall fell silent. Fear and greed intertwined within each heart. They feared Minato, yet yearned for the power described on the tablet. If they could not attain it, then it must be destroyed. I agree. Raza was the first to speak. For the sake of Suna, to reclaim Gaara, he had no other choice. It was about time we did this. A flexed his wrists, the joints cracking loudly. Yagura merely nodded. Good. A fervent smile broke across Inoki's face. Then it is settled. From this day forth, we are the Ninja Alliance. Our only enemy is Konoha, Minato Namake's. The 4 hands, representing earth, lightning, wind, and water, came together heavily. A colossal storm, driven by Kage's Black Zetsu, had officially begun to sweep through the entire ninja world. At the same time, in Konoha, Hokage's office, Minato had just set down the documents in his hand and stretched. The reforms in the Land of Fire were nearly complete. Perhaps it was time to consider how to funnel the wealth of other nations into Konoha's coffers? He was speaking to himself when bang, the office door swung open violently. An Umbu ninja, wearing a mask, tumbled in, panic evident in his voice. Hokage-sama. The Umbu knelt on one knee, raising a scroll high above his head. Minato discerned the seal upon the scroll. It did not originate from any single nation, but was a joint sealing technique composed of 4 different chakra styles from the earth: lightning, wind, and water villages. 4th Hokage-sama. The Umbu stammered. This is the highest level ultimatum intercepted by our Umbu, issued jointly by the 4 great ninja villages. Please review it. Above, there are no distinct markings belonging to any single ninja village. Instead, a formidable quadruple joint seal is composed of 4 disparate, yet forcibly intertwined chakras, the earth's weight, the thunder's ferocity, the wind's sharpness, and the water's subtlety. These energies intertwine, exuding an unabashed sense of oppression. Lord Hokage, the voice of the Umbu trembled with alarm. We have intercepted a high-level decree issued jointly by the 4 great ninja villages of earth, thunder, wind, and water. Tobirama Senju lifted his gaze from a mountain of paperwork. He did not regard the Umbu member, who seemed intent on burying his head into the ground, but instead focused on the scroll before him. Quite intriguing. He stood and approached slowly. Within the office, Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku, who had been summoned for overtime, paused their tasks, their expressions turning solemn. A joint decree? Watergate received the scroll from the Umbu, weighing it in his hands and letting out a light chuckle. They have gone to great lengths to present this so formally. Under the anxious gazes of those present, he casually brushed his fingers over the quadruple seal on the scroll. There was no violent clash of chakra, no intricate unsealing gestures. The 4 seals, each containing the tumultuous chakra of 4 shadow-level ninjas, dissipated silently, as if melted by warm water, vanishing as though they had never existed. Such effortless mastery of sealing techniques caused Shikaku's pupils to narrow. It was evident that the opposing forces would not be so accommodating. Nor would they refrain from employing devious tactics. They were not benevolent souls. Only before the 4th Hokage could one expect such ease in unsealing. Had it been any other ninja, they would likely have faced dire consequences even before the scroll was opened. Soon, Watergate unfurled the scroll, in front of everyone. He began to read in a tone almost mocking, as if recounting a story. To the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Namikaze Minato, in light of your recent actions, which have severely disrupted the balance of the ninja world, we possess irrefutable evidence that you are secretly executing a nefarious plan aiming to collect the nine-tailed beasts, to recreate the power of creation, and to become the new sage of six paths, thereby enslaving the entire ninja world. At this point, Watergate couldn't help but chuckle. He continued reading, to maintain peace in the ninja world and to thwart your ambitions, we, the four great ninja villages, hereby present the most solemn of demands. 1. Immediately and unconditionally surrender the tailed beast Jinchuriki you have abducted. 2. Immediately surrender the nine-tailed Jinchuriki possessed by Konoha. The two Jinchuriki shall be jointly overseen by our four nations until the threat is entirely eradicated. This is the only righteous path to preserve the existence of the world. We hope you will act accordingly. As the last words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the Hokage's office. Bang! Jiraiya slammed his palm on the table, causing the sturdy wooden surface to splinter. Damn it! He sprang to his feet, his face aflame with fury. Have these lunatics lost their minds? The new sage of six paths? What a ridiculous pretext. They are spewing nonsense. Lord Hokage, an Umbu squad leader could no longer contain himself, disbelief saturating his voice. This is no longer a decree. This is a declaration of war. How dare they? Nara Shikaku remained silent, yet his brow furrowed deeply. This is troublesome, he murmured. This pretext is too lethal. It could incite every ninja's greed for power and fear of the unknown. As everyone was ignited by the fury of the decree, a leisurely voice broke the tension. They are not mad. Watergate tossed the absurd document onto the table as if it were mere scrap paper. They are afraid. And they are greedy. Watergate approached the vast ninja world map, his fingers gently tapping the surface. Consider this. Who would send such a dubious prophecy at this moment to the ears of the four shadows? I have just taught a lesson. The office fell silent. Everyone was not foolish. Prompted by Watergate's insight, they quickly understood the underlying significance. Someone was stoking the flames from behind the scenes. Jiraiya's anger swiftly transformed into gravity as he realized they intended to use the four great ninja villages to confront us in Konoha. Indeed, Watergate turned, a playful smile gracing his face. A prophecy potent enough to plunge the entire ninja world into chaos conveniently appears before those for whom most desire to trouble us, yet also fear us. It's akin to presenting a treasure map to four starving gamblers. They know it may be a trap, yet they will bet everything in hopes of winning. After all, if they win, they become masters of the world. And if they lose, they're already on the verge of starvation. Could it possibly be worse? This revelation eased the tension in the office significantly, replaced by a sense of absurdity. It turned out that behind the imposing joint decree lay such a farce. What shall we do? Former Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the shadows, inquiring, shall I gather a team to uncover the identity of the instigator behind this? Investigate? Watergate waved his hand dismissively. No need. He walked to the window, gazing at the bustling village below. Lord Third, they have graciously handed us the ladder. How can we not climb it? Huh. Both Jiraiya and Shikaku were taken aback. What does that mean? Watergate turned, his azure eyes reflecting an unsettling calm that sent shivers through everyone present. Transmit my orders. Konoha shall, effective immediately, enter the highest level of battle readiness. This declaration caused hearts to race. Yet, Watergate's next words caused their minds to freeze in disbelief. Command all departments to prepare thoroughly. We shall greet our distant guests with the utmost formality. Greet guests? In a state of highest battle readiness? What kind of operation is this? Lord Hokage, do you mean? Shikaku ventured cautiously. Indeed, Watergate smiled. They desire the one tail and the nine tails, do they not? Let them come and claim them themselves. I wish to see if they possess the capability. Boom. This statement detonated in everyone's minds like a bomb. Wild. Too audacious. In the face of the united declaration of war from the four great ninja villages, the fourth Hokage's response was not one of defense or preparation. Rather, it was to throw open the gates and await their demise. News of this swiftly spread throughout Konoha. Initially, the villagers were shocked and enraged. However, upon learning of the Hokage's response, all negative sentiments transformed into an almost fervent admiration and ridicule towards the coalition of the four nations. Haha, what have I heard? The four great ninja villages are uniting against us. Were they not sufficiently humiliated the last time at the hands of our Hokage? I recall that the Raikage's office has just been renovated, and he wishes to install a skylight. As for the Sand Village, the Hokage merely took their Jinchuriki and did not demolish the Wind Shadow Tower. They should count themselves fortunate. A group of defeated subordinates daring to unite? Do they believe that binding 4 pieces of scrap metal together can enable them to contend with the newly appointed god of shinobi? Throughout the village, there exists not a shred of panic regarding impending war. Instead, an air of joviality pervades. Their trust in Minato Namikaze has reached a level that borders on the absurd. On that very night, within the Hokage's office, Minato completed the last of his paperwork. He pressed a concealed button, and a figure materialized silently before him. Uchiha Fugaku. Hokage-sama. Fugaku addressed. Without raising his gaze, Minato calmly inquired, "What is the progress on the plan for the clone Mangekyo Sharingan?" Fugaku bowed in response. "We have achieved preliminary results. But to reach the stable mass production you require, more time is needed. I cannot wait that long." Minato finally lifted his head. "Allocate all resources without reservation. I need you to expedite the plan with utmost speed." Fugaku's body subtly stiffened. He sensed the undeniable resolve behind Minato's words. Understood. Minato rose and stepped closer. "Fugaku, I require an army equipped with the Mangekyo Sharingan, an army that will not succumb to blindness, a force capable of gazing directly at the so-called deities." Chapter 50. The Puppeteer Behind the Scenes. In the land of iron, deep within the storm-lashed mountains, an abandoned samurai fortress stood. For figures were seated around a cold stone table, the silence pressing the air into a near stillness. So, we sit here staring at one another, merely to acknowledge that together, we cannot handle that blonde-haired boy. The 4th Raikage, A, was the first to break the silence, slamming his fist onto the stone table, causing the hard rock to fracture in a spiderweb of cracks. "I shall say it once more. If we unite the full military might of our 4 nations, I refuse to believe we cannot topple a mere leaf village." And then what? The 3rd Hokage, Inoki, floated in midair, arms crossed, speaking in a tone that dripped with condescension. "By the time your so-called strongest Yunin forces reach the gates of the Leaf Village, Minato will already be seated in your Raikage's office, sipping tea." "You." A crackled with lightning, his fury causing the surrounding snowflakes to evaporate. "Old man, are you mocking me?" "I am merely stating a fact that we all have experienced firsthand," Inoki retorted, his lips curling in disdain. "That man's flying thunder god technique transcends conventional warfare. Numbers mean nothing to him." Across from them, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, wore a grim expression. The thought of his infant son, currently in the Leaf Village being raised as a prize, twisted his heart in anguish. "That Tsuchikage is correct," Raza's voice was hoarse. "What we face is not an army but an unlocatable, unstoppable monstrosity. Unless we can find someone who can match his speed." The fortress fell into a heavy silence once more. Match the speed of the yellow flash? That was undoubtedly the greatest jest in the shinobi world. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, who had remained silent until now, sat stoically, his youthful face betraying no emotion. Just as despair threatened to engulf them all, a sudden voice, tinged with mockery, rang out in the vast fortress. "Ah, esteemed Kage, how could a meeting proceed without me? I am but a good child." With a whoosh, the air distorted into a vortex. A man wearing an orange single-hole spiral mask leapt out in an exceedingly comical manner. "Who are you?" A reacted fastest, activating his lightning release chakra mode, transforming into a bolt of blue lightning as he launched a punch. However, his fist, capable of shattering mountains, passed directly through the masked man's body as if striking nothing but an illusory phantom. A froze mid-strike, his body locked in place. Inoki and Raza also sprang to their feet, adopting combat stances. Physical attacks ineffective? The thought flashed through Inoki's mind, his internal alarms ringing loudly. "Oh dear. Raikage-sama is quite enthusiastic," the masked man remarked, brushing non-existent dust off his black cloak, his tone still flippant. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Toby, an ordinary person wishing for world peace. Stop pretending to be some divine entity." A retracted his fist, glaring intently at the bizarre figure. "What is your true intention?" "My intention?" Toby tilted his head, then spoke in an exaggerated tone of realization. "My goal is the same as all of yours, to deal with that disobedient 4th Hokage of the Leaf." At this, the 3 Kage momentarily paused in their movements. "You?" Inoki scoffed. "A mere specter without a body dares to speak such grandiose claims?" Toby suddenly erupted into a deep, resonant laughter, starkly contrasting his earlier flippancy. Filled with an eerie chill. Alone, I am certainly incapable. However, what if I were to have the assistance of an old friend? Before the words had fully left his lips, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows behind him. This person had pale skin, elongated golden pupils, and a sinister smile gracing his lips. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Inoki and Raza's body stiffened. Orochimaru gritted his teeth at the name, the legendary S-rank rogue ninja. One of the Leaf's 3 legendary ninjas. How could he be allied with this mysterious masked man? Long time no see, gentlemen, Orochimaru said, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. It appears you have encountered quite the predicament. It's you. Raza suddenly recalled something. The stone tablet. This is your doing. Stone tablet? Orochimaru feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. What is the wind shadow talking about? I do not comprehend. Enough. Inoki interrupted them, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru and the man named Toby. What is your purpose in appearing here? Quite simple. Toby spread his arms wide. We have come to present you with a grand gift, a gift potent enough to flatten the Leaf Village and eliminate Minato Namikaze. As he spoke, he abruptly formed a series of hand seals. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom. Boom. 2 massive coffins slowly rose from the cold earth. On the coffins were inscribed 2 bold, crimson characters, 1 and 2. At the sight of these characters, Inoki's diminutive form trembled violently. His breath nearly ceased at that moment. This is impossible. AI and Rasha also uttered incredulous exclamations. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. These 2 legendary figures. The gods of ninja who quelled the chaos of the world. Have you lost your minds? AI shouted in fury. You desecrate the dead. You are challenging the very boundaries of the ninja world. Boundaries? Orochimaru let out a raspy laugh. Lord Raikage, where were your boundaries when your village was trampled by a single man, Minato Namikaze? When your ultimatum was discarded like worthless paper, where was your dignity then? AI's body stiffened, rendered speechless. The Edo Tensei technique is far from perfect, Orochimaru explained leisurely, like an artist showcasing his finest creation. It requires living beings as sacrifices, and the resurrected warrior's powers are significantly diminished. However, he shifted his gaze towards the masked man beside him. My partner here has provided me with a flawless vessel. A finger snap from Akatsuki summoned a featureless, snow-white humanoid creature from the depths of the earth. Rasha felt a wave of physiological discomfort as he gazed upon the eerie white being. Using such a thing as a sacrifice, the resurrected warriors could manifest nearly all their former strength. A mad glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. With the enhancement of the first Hokage's cells, their regenerative abilities will surpass those of their living days. They are immortal. They are unending. They form an army of the undead that could undoubtedly exhaust Minato Namikaze. The entire fortress fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The 4 Kage gazed at the 2 coffins emanating a deathly aura, their breaths becoming labored. Reason told them this was a pact with the devil. Yet, the inner turmoil of fear and greed clamored desperately, urging them to accept this gift. An immortal army, the first and second Hokages, and this masked man, who possesses space-time ninjutsu capable of countering the Flying Thunder God technique. This seemed to be their only opportunity to defeat Minato Namikaze. After a long pause, Inoki slowly spoke, his voice gravelly like stones grinding against one another. How can I trust you? Quite simply, Akatsuki raised a finger. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was the one who developed the Flying Thunder God technique. If anyone in this world can decipher Minato Namikaze's speed, it is him. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. AI's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. A resolute glimmer flashed across Rasha's somber face. Yagura remained silent, yet his silence was a tacit acceptance. Very well. Inoki managed to squeeze out a single word. We shall cooperate. The deal was struck. Satisfaction graced the faces of Orochimaru and Akatsuki. None of them noticed that deep within the fortress's bowels, a pitch-black, sludge-like substance writhed silently. Hee, a silent manic laughter echoed within the consciousness of Kage. Minato Namikaze. All the pieces are now in place. Enjoy this feast prepared for you by the malevolence of the world. Chapter 51. The Awakening of Uchiha. Itachi's Request. The secret laboratory of the Uchiha clan lay hidden deep beneath the South-He River. In the frigid air, a unique scent of disinfectant intertwined with chakra pervaded the space. Uchiha Fugaku stood before a row of enormous glass incubation tanks, his expression grave. Hokage-sama, His voice reverberated in the vast laboratory. According to the theories you provided and the data left by Danzo, the first clone with the 3-tomo Sharingan has been perfectly formed. Within the tank, a faintly green liquid suspended a crimson eyeball. The 3 dark tomo slowly rotated, emanating an ominous aura. Minato merely observed with calmness. 3 tomo alone are insufficient. Fugaku's body stiffened momentarily. He understood the Hokage's implication. To awaken the Mangekyo, an unimaginable stimulation of ocular power is required, along with a perfect host capable of enduring the backlash of such power. Fugaku paused, adding, "This is nearly impossible. Forcing the awakening would lead to the collapse of both the clone and the host." No. Minato retrieved a scroll exuding a sinister aura from his robes. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed grotesque diagrams of human modification. This was Danzo's most classified secret. A forbidden study on the fusion of the Sharingan with the first Hokage's cells. This is the only viable path. Minato pushed the scroll towards Fugaku. Merge the clone with Hashirama Senju's cells, then transplant it into the host. The sage's formidable vitality is sufficient to neutralize the violent impact during the awakening of the Mangekyo. Fugaku stared at the contents of the scroll, rendered speechless. The Sharingan and the first Hokage's cells. This was the taboo realm both the Uchiha clan and Danzo had long desired yet feared. But the risks are exceedingly high. Minato's tone remained calm. The host is likely to be devoured by the vitality of the first Hokage's cells, ultimately becoming a mere monster that can only grow. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Fugaku gazed at the strange eyeball, then at the maddening scroll. His hand trembled slightly. Just then, a cool voice shattered the silence. "Allow me to do it." Uchiha Itachi stepped out from the shadows behind Fugaku. He calmly approached Minato and knelt on one knee. "Please permit me to be the first test subject." "Nonsense." Fugaku spun around abruptly, his voice sharp. "Itachi, do you know what you're saying?" This was the first time he had lost his composure in front of the Hokage. Itachi did not turn back. He merely raised his gaze to Minato. "Father." His voice bore no tremor. "Who else in the clan can withstand this power? Who else can assure the Hokage that this power will forever serve Konoha?" Fugaku was rendered speechless by this question. He looked at his son's silhouette. Those not-so-broad shoulders now seemed to bear the weight of the entire clan's fate. Itachi slowly stood upright, finally turning to face his father. "Father, do you not understand? The future of the Uchiha does not lie in the police force, nor in the clan's territory, much less in past glories. The future of the Uchiha rests with the Hokage. I wish to become the sharpest sword in the Hokage's hand, severing all threats to Konoha, whether from the 4 great ninja villages or any other. This is the only path for the Uchiha." The youth's words struck Fugaku's heart like a heavy hammer. He looked into Itachi's clear and resolute eyes. Within them lay no greed for power, no fear of death. Only a near martyr's pure awakening. Fugaku recalled the future that Minato had painted for him, a time when the Uchiha clan would no longer be met with suspicion, a time when they could truly integrate into Konoha, even becoming the very heart of the village. Now, his son was preparing to lay the cornerstone of that future with his own life. With profound anguish, Fugaku closed his eyes and slowly nodded, the gesture seemingly sapping him of all strength. Minato cast a deep glance at Itachi. This 13-year-old boy had once again made a choice requiring greater courage than that depicted in the original narrative. This was not a reluctant sacrifice born from desperation, but a conscious decision to tread a path fraught with thorns. A path that was both the most arduous and the most luminous. He was a quintessential idealist. "Very well," Minato began. "Itachi, raise your head." Itachi lifted his gaze. "From this day forth, you shall be the captain of my direct ANBU, the first Special Operations Team. Your mission is singular." Minato paused, articulating each word with precision. "Lead your team to welcome our distant guests. I want you, with these soon-to-be-born eyes, to reveal to the entire shinobi world who the true masters of this era are." Itachi bowed deeply once more, this time to his Hokage and to his fate. Yes, the single word weighed heavily, resonating with significance. In the next instant, his figure vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The laboratory returned to an eerie silence. Fugaku remained rooted in place, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. He gazed in the direction of his son's disappearance for a long while before finally turning to Minato and bowing deeply. "Lord Hokage, from this moment forth, the Uchiha clan shall be your sharpest blade." His words carried no hint of the struggles of a clan leader, only the unwavering resolve of loyalty. Chapter 52. The Coalition of 4 Nations. The advantage is mine. "Minato, everyone, stand up and prepare for the show. At the border of the land of fire, banners blotted out the sun, and a murderous aura filled the air. Over 50,000 ninjas formed a colossal army, a black tide engulfing the entire plain. The earthy hues of Awagakure, the white of Kumogakure, the brown of Sunagakure, and the verdant of Kirigakure coalesced into a terrifying force capable of instilling fear in any nation. The Shinobi Alliance. This was the first occurrence of such a massive multinational military alliance since the establishment of the ninja villages. On a high command platform, 4 figures stood side by side. The third Hokage, Inoki, hovered in midair, his small frame exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. The fourth Hokage, was enveloped in crackling lightning, his violent chakra causing the air to pop. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, had his hands tucked within his sleeves, resembling the coldest scorpion of the desert. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, stood at the far end, his youthful face devoid of emotion, as serene as an exquisite doll. The time had come. O was the first to speak, his patience wearing thin. That bastard Minato has disregarded our ultimatum entirely. An hour has passed, and Konoha has shown no response. A Cloud Village Jonin approached, sweat glistening on his forehead. Very well. A's joints cracked, signaling his readiness for battle. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Charge the entire army. Flatten Konoha. Wait. Inoki slowly descended, halting the impulsive Hokage. Our objective is the tailed beasts. Not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Konoha. What difference does it make? A retorted angrily. Unless we defeat Minato, we won't even set foot at the entrance of Konoha. Raza interjected, his voice laced with ice. I only want Gaara. Whoever can bring him back will be rewarded with gold sufficient to fill Sunagakure's treasury. The 4 Kage harbored their own ulterior motives. United by fear of Minato and greed for the power of the Sage of Six Paths, this fragile alliance began to show cracks even before the war commenced. Ultimately, Inoki made a decisive statement. Let us give them one last opportunity. He gestured to the communications team behind him. Send a final ultimatum to Konoha. They have 1 hour to surrender the Nine Tails and the One-Tailed Jinchuriki. Otherwise, Inoki surveyed the boundless army of shinobi below. The coalition shall raze Konoha to the ground. The order reverberated through a special amplification technique, traversing dozens of kilometers, exploding in the skies above Konoha. Within the village, the streets bustled with life. The aroma of grilled meat mingled with the sweetness of dumplings, wafting through the air. Children from the Ninja Academy laughed and chased one another. Everything seemed as it always was, calm and serene, until a voice laden with murderous intent descended from above. The coalition will flatten Konoha. The bustling streets froze instantly. Housewives paused their shopping, and the exhausted genin on the training grounds became statues. Everyone looked up, directing their gaze toward the source of the voice. What was that? The coalition? The 4 great ninja villages have united? What nonsense! What do they want? Are they declaring war on us? After a brief silence, panic and outrage surged among the crowd. Just then, a gentle yet unmistakably clear voice echoed through the same amplification technique, enveloping the entire village. Dear citizens of Konoha and fellow shinobi, this is the voice of the 4th Hokage. All commotion ceased immediately. Every person in the village held their breath, listening intently. I trust you have heard. Indeed, some rather unfriendly guests have arrived outside the village. Minato's words even carried a hint of amusement. They wish for us to surrender 2 of our family members as bargaining chips for peace. This statement ignited the villagers' fury. Bastards! What do they take our Jinchuriki for? Family. The Hokage speaks of family. How dare they? Minato's voice rang out again, quelling all discussions. Thus, I have refused their demands. They are quite angry and prepared to storm in to teach us a lesson. To this, I have but one response. Minato paused, and the village seemed to hold its breath. Today is not a day for defense, nor is it a day for annihilation. Rather, it is a grand celebration. Prepare yourselves to witness a magnificent display of fireworks. Boom. This declaration struck like a depth charge dropped into a serene lake, causing the entire village to erupt. Fireworks? A newly graduated genin stammered. His companion smacked him on the back of the head. Idiot. Don't you get it? The Hokage means we don't need to fight. We just need to enjoy the show. Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. A patrolling jonin leaned against the wall, laughing so hard he could hardly stand upright. Truly, the 4th Hokage is remarkable. Facing the united forces of the 4 nations, he boldly declared he would put on a fireworks display for them. How audacious. I adore it. That group, the last time they faced the Hokage, he single-handedly obliterated 4 villages. Have they not learned their lesson? Indeed. They dare to band together again to meet their demise? I wager a luxurious chashu ramen set that they won't even brush the hem of the Hokage's cloak. All the fear and anxiety dissipated in the face of Minato's nonchalant remarks, replaced by a heartfelt admiration and unwavering trust in their Hokage. War? No. To the villagers of Konoha, this was merely a grand performance about to be orchestrated by their strongest Hokage. At the temporary encampment of the Uzumaki clan, far from the clamor of the village, tranquility reigned. Nagato sat beneath a large tree, observing several Uzumaki children clumsily weaving flower crowns. Their faces radiant with a joy he had never witnessed in the rain village, a joy known as happiness. Here, there was no chilling rain, no hunger, no fear. Only warm sunlight and the company of family. Nagato. A gentle voice called from behind. Nagato turned to see Minato standing there with a smile. He immediately rose. Mr. Minato, please, have a seat. Minato sat beside him, gazing at the frolicking children. Do you like it here? Nagato nodded. Yes, it feels warm. Indeed, Minato smiled. Because this is home. He patted Nagato's shoulder. Nagato, do you remember what I once said? Nagato paused. Your strength lies in what you wish to protect. Minato's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable strength. He pulled out a map from his pocket and spread it before them. On the map, at the border of the Land of Fire, a massive circle was drawn in red ink, with countless arrows, representing enemies, pointed towards Konoha. Now, there is an opportunity. I wish to ask you to use these eyes to protect our home, just once. Nagato gazed at the densely packed arrows on the map, then lifted his gaze to the smiling faces of the Uzumaki clan nearby. He seemed to see Yahiko and Konan, still in the rain village. He saw himself, once powerless, crying out in the rain. He began to understand more profoundly. The power of a god is not for the sake of judgment upon the world, nor to bring suffering. It is to protect. Nagato slowly rose to his feet. He turned to face Minato. His once confused and tormented purple Rinnegan now gleamed with clarity and determination. Yes, Mr. Minato. Chapter 53, The Arrival of the Impure World Army. The most desperate lineup. At the border of the Land of Fire. The last grains of sand in the hourglass of the ultimatum slipped away. Time was up. On the high command platform. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Damn it. The fourth Hokage, slammed his fist against the railing before him, shattering the sturdy ironwood. That blonde kid has completely disregarded us. He is insulting us. Insulting the united forces of the four nations. The violent lightning chakra surged around him, igniting the very air with crackling energy. The third Hokage, Inoki, hovered in midair, silent. His expression was darker than the stormy skies behind him. Konoha offered no response, no plea for peace, no negotiations, not even a cursory reply. Such utter disregard was more painful than any venomous taunt. Hokage, an Iwagakure Jonin rushed onto the platform, his voice trembling with excitement. Time is up. Please give the order. Below, a steel torrent of 50,000 ninja roared with suppressed fury. Their weapons were drawn, their jutsu at the ready. The collective will of the army surged. A tidal wave of killing intent aimed directly at Konoha. What are we waiting for, old man? I shouted, turning to Inoki. Do you intend to give him another hour for tea? Inoki slowly descended to the ground. His small stature bore the weight of expectations and pressure from the four great nations. He glanced at the sullen Raza beside him and the eerily still Shikaku. Finally, he raised his head to the expansive plain before him. Relay my orders. His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly across the battlefield through the amplification jutsu. All troops. Charge. Boom. Like a volcano erupting. 50,000 ninja roared in unison, their voices converging as if to tear the sky apart. The earth trembled violently. The Iwagakure ninja formed a solid earth-style formation, advancing like an indestructible wall. The Kumogakure ninja crackled with electricity, sharp as spears, determined to pierce through any obstacle. The Sunagakure ninja stirred up a storm of yellow sand, transforming it into a lethal wave. The Kirigakure ninja vanished into the suddenly thick fog, akin to the deadliest serpents, poised to strike with lethal precision. A dark tide began to surge forward, fueled by vengeful fury, a greed for power, and a fear of that golden figure. Rushing towards the village that had become, in their eyes, a den of evil. On the command platform, a bloodthirsty smile spread across A's face. Now this feels right. Minato, let us see how you will stop this. However, just as the momentum of the allied forces reached its zenith, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom. The earth began to shake violently, more intensely than a stampede of 1,000 horses. What is happening? An earthquake? The leading Awagakure ninja felt the ground beneath them crack open with massive fissures, and in an instant, dozens fell into the chasms, caught completely off guard. The entire charge of the allied forces ground to a halt, everyone looking down in confusion. This was not an earthquake. It felt as if something colossal was about to emerge from the depths below. This is Inoki's pupils contracted sharply. He saw it. On the open ground before the allied forces stood a man wearing an orange spiral mask, alongside a pale man radiating a sinister aura. Unsurprisingly, they had appeared there without notice. It's them. Orochimaru. Ground his teeth in fury. What does he want? Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, his speed dazzling to behold. Upon completing the final seal, he slammed his hands down onto the cracked earth. Summoning jutsu. Impure world reincarnation. Bang, 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 bang. It was as if the funeral bells of hell had been rung. Hundreds of enormous wooden coffins erupted from the earth in an instant. They stood in orderly formation before the allied forces, each exuding an ominous aura of death and foreboding. The charging ninjas were taken aback by this sudden spectacle, retreating in fear. What is this? Coffins. Is this an enemy trap? Just as doubt and confusion spread among the ranks, a creaking sound broke the silence. The lid of the first coffin slowly slid open, revealing a figure wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy. The moment he emerged, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the battlefield. Inoki's body froze, his gaze locked onto the figure, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The second Tsuchikage, no? Suddenly, the lids of the second, third, and fourth coffins flew open simultaneously. Figures long buried in the annals of history, existing only in legend, began to emerge one after another. A man with a pair of small mustaches, exuding a frivolous charm, surveyed his surroundings as if intrigued by his own appearance. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu. A terrified scream erupted from the ninjas of the mist. A burly man, his body marred by gruesome scars and a massive lightning-shaped scar across his chest, stood there as if he were an insurmountable mountain. Father. On the command platform, AI let out a low roar of disbelief. That was the former strongest Raikage of Kyomogakure. The third Raikage. Two menacing brothers, their faces painted and wielding enormous weapons on their backs, unleashed beast-like roars the moment they appeared, a sinister red chakra emanating from them. Kinkaku. Infamous figures who once dealt a crushing blow to the second Hokage, possessing the chakra of the Nine Tails, and the third Kazekage, Hanzo of the Salamander. One by one, legendary powerhouses emerged like specters from the depths of hell, standing before the allied forces. All were entwined with eerie white patterns. In their eyes, there was no glimmer of life, only the black scara and a frenzied lust for blood. The chakra radiating from them was far greater and more savage than in life. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. 50,000 ninjas stood frozen, paralyzed by fear before this inexplicable legion of the undead. Their faces were etched with terror and despair. What a joke! How could we fight these monsters? Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf everyone, Orochimaru's raspy, serpent-like laughter echoed throughout the field. Hee, fear not, everyone. These are my gifts to the allied forces. An army of absolute loyalty, impervious to death, and possessing infinite chakra. Though uncertain of how that masked figure managed to gather so many powerful corpses, Orochimaru was exhilarated. He too was eager to see how far the man who snatched the title of Hokage from him could go. Boom. This proclamation struck like thunder in everyone's minds. Gifts. An army? After a brief silence, ecstatic cheers erupted. An immortal army. My goodness. It's the second Tsuchikage. And the third Raikage. Ha! We are bound to win. What can Konoha possibly do against us? What can they do against these legendary monsters? No matter how fast Minato is, can he kill someone who can never die? In a split second, the previously anxious ninja alliance erupted into unprecedented cheers. Their morale surged to its zenith. Fear transformed into fervent adoration in the face of overwhelming power. On the command platform, AI gazed at his father, then looked down at the terrifying undead army, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Rashi's eyes rekindled with the flame of hope. Inoki floated in midair, his gaze fixed on his former teacher. A mix of dread for this forbidden art and exhilaration at the impending victory coursing through him. He turned to the distant direction of Konoha, confidence radiating from his once small stature. Minato. His voice rang clear amidst the thunderous cheers. Let us see how you utilize the Flying Thunder God technique this time. Chapter 54. Flying Thunder God and Shinra Tensei? I'm sorry, but you were standing too close together. Konoha, Hokage Rock. The wind howled across the summit, billowing the fourth Hokage's ceremonial cloak. Minato stood shoulder to shoulder with Nagato, gazing down upon the dark mass of moving shadows at the horizon. This was a terrifying army composed of 50,000 ninjas and hundreds of legendary undead, capable of turning any nation to ash overnight. Nagato, do you see? Minato's voice was calm. That is the specter of the old age, driven by greed and puppetry. Nagato remained silent. His Rinnegan allowed him to see the frenzy and malice etched on every ninja's face within that army. The collective malevolence stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Use your strongest Shinra Tensei against them. Minato issued the command with unwavering authority. Nagato's body stiffened, and he turned to face Minato, horror evident on his face. No. Minato-san. His voice rose in urgency. If we unleash full-power Shinra Tensei here, Konoha will be obliterated. The villagers, the clan elders, and Kushina. Minato smiled. He retrieved a uniquely shaped kunai from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Nagato. Its trident-shaped blade was inscribed with intricate seals. Take this. Minato offered gently. Let me ask you, Nagato. Do you trust me? Nagato was taken aback. He looked into Minato's azure eyes, which seemed to contain the entire sky. There was no hint of jest, only an unwavering, reassuring conviction. He recalled the sunlight of Konoha, the carefree smiles of the Uzumaki clan, and finally felt he had found a home, as spoken of by Yahiko and Konan. He nodded firmly, accepting the kunai. I do. Good. Minato's hand gently rested on Nagato's shoulder. Then let us begin. Let them hear the voice of the divine. Nagato closed his eyes. When he opened them again, an unprecedented brilliance erupted from his purple Rinnegan. He slowly spread his arms, as if to embrace the entire world. Shinra Tensei. Boom. An invisible, yet terrifying repulsive force began to converge frantically around him. The air cried out under the unbearable strain. The Hokage rock beneath trembled violently, with tiny fragments detaching from the rock face and floating upwards. The entirety of Konoha village felt the cataclysmic force emanating from the pinnacle of the village. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, the noodle maker paused in his motions. Oh. This drew the attention of the ninjas training in the exercise field, who simultaneously halted and gazed up at the Hokage rock. Such formidable chakra. Is it the Hokage? Is a fireworks display about to commence? Instead of panic, the villagers emerged from their homes, gathering in the streets, their faces reflecting complete trust and anticipation. However, when this power reached the coalition's headquarters several dozen kilometers away, it elicited a starkly different reaction. What is this power? The body of the third Hokage, Inoki, shook with shock, nearly losing his ability to maintain flight. As a master of dust release, he could distinctly perceive the essence of that power. It was pure, unreasonable repulsion, capable of reducing all things to dust. Impossible. Such a scale of repulsion exceeds even my dust release. He could find no words to describe it. What on earth is that? The lightning surrounding the fourth Hokage, dimmed under the weight of this terrifying pressure. Even from such a distance, he could feel his skin prickling. Does Konoha harbor such a monster? Standing beside him, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had already turned as pale as a sheet. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, the man who had always manipulated everything at will, found the sinister curve of his lips frozen in place. His golden slit pupils fixed intently on Konoha. This power, this strength, comparable to tailed beast bombs, perhaps even surpassing them in some respects. Why? Why does Konoha possess such a thing? On the battlefield, the 50,000 ninjas who had just been clamoring to level Konoha now stood frozen. The fervor on their faces was replaced entirely by an emotion called fear. Even the emotionless, reanimated corpses instinctively looked up toward the source of this power. The second Hokage, Mu, the third Hokage, and the legendary brothers, Kin and Jin, all sensed a terror capable of threatening their immortal existence. The repulsion continued to escalate. The entire space seemed compressed to its limits, emitting crackling sounds. Just a millisecond before this world-destroying force was about to unleash its fury. Now, Minato called out. A flash of golden light. The Flying Thunder God technique. He and Nagato vanished from the summit of Hokage Rock. The oppressive force bearing down on Konoha dissipated like mist. In the next instant, At a marked point at the center of the 50,000 coalition forces and hundreds of reanimated corpses, a golden radiance appeared as if it were divine retribution, materializing out of thin air. Minato and Nagato materialized there, his hand resting gently on Nagato's shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. On the command platform, Inoki's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit a fist. A.'s brutish visage bore the first hints of despair. Orochimaru trembled uncontrollably. He finally understood what Minato meant by welcoming guests. Shinra-tensei. Nagato's voice echoed across the silent battlefield, clear to every ear. The accumulated repulsion exploded from the point of their appearance, radiating outward in all directions. The entire world transformed into a blinding expanse of pure white. Chapter 55. The Four Nations Coalition. The advantage is ours. Minato. One-click clear screen. Thank you for participating. Silence reigned. The world was deprived of the ability to produce sound in that instant, with Minato's chakra supporting it. A circle of pure white light erupted from the very center of the battlefield. Its expansion outpaced sound, surpassing the dynamic vision that all ninjas prided themselves on, transcending their understanding of ninjutsu. On the command platform, the movements of the four Kages froze. The light ring rapidly expanded in their sight, engulfing the sky, consuming the earth, swallowing the iron torrent of 50,000 ninjas before them. Then, destruction descended. This was not a mere shockwave, it was annihilation. The earth was stripped away in vast segments. Uprooted. Before reaching its apex, it transformed into the most primitive of dust. The thousands at the forefront of the ninja coalition had no time to utter a single scream. Their bodies, their armor, their weapons, evaporated silently in that pure white light, disintegrating into nothingness. Sandgold. Raza let out a desperate roar in the last moments before his consciousness was engulfed. Golden sand surged from his sleeves, attempting to form a defensive barrier. Yet, that absolute defense, capable of withstanding a tailed beast bomb, disintegrated the instant it made contact with the white light, like dewdrops under the sun. He, along with the other three Kages and their guards, were violently hurled away by an indescribable, irresistible force. Their bodies tumbled through the air, bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Inoki attempted to dismantle that force with dust release, but his chakra was utterly dispersed upon contact with the pure white, creating not a ripple. A's lightning armor, reputed as the strongest defense, held momentarily, but he could not maintain his footing. The next instant, he was completely blown away. The entire world spun and rolled in this soundless obliteration. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. Finally, the light dissipated. Boom, boom, boom. Survivors hurled into the sky like kites with severed strings crashed heavily onto the cracked earth. Raza, using the last of his strength, controlled the remaining sand gold, barely catching the majority of the scattered ninjas. Inoki, A, Raza, and Yagura were shielded by their guards at the cost of their lives. Even so, they landed in a disheveled heap, disoriented and battered. O was the first to struggle to his feet. He shook his dizzy head and looked ahead, only to be stunned. All the survivors behind him also struggled to rise, gazing forward, and then they too were struck dumb. The entire world had descended into an absolute, maddening silence. Before them lay not a plain, but a gigantic circular pit that transcended the realm of reality. The diameter of the pit was estimated to exceed 10 kilometers. Its edges were smooth as if carved by a knife, the bottom as polished as a mirror, even reflecting the overcast clouds above. It seemed as though an invisible divine hand, wielding an unimaginably massive spoon, had forcibly excavated a portion of this land. 50,000 ninjas, hundreds of reanimated soldiers, where had they all vanished? A lone cloud ninja, kneeling on the ground, extended his hand as if to grasp something, yet ultimately clutched only the emptiness of air. On his face, there was neither fear nor sorrow, but a pure void, born from an inability to comprehend the scene before him. Gulp. Ado swallowed hard, the movement of his throat echoing in the stark silence of this desolate world. The visage, once marked by savagery and arrogance, now wore a mask of bewilderment. Where was his most formidable cloud unit? Where was the proud coalition of ninjas he had once commanded? Gone. All was lost. This was not ninjutsu. Inoki floated in the air, his body trembling from the violent impact that had nearly rendered him upright. He stared vacantly at the colossal pit, his murky eyes reflecting utter despair. This is not ninjutsu, he repeated, as if trying to convince himself. This is divine retribution. A punishment from the gods. Gaara sat motionless on the ground, gazing at the empty chasm, suddenly erupting into a fit of hysterical laughter tinged with tears. Haha, this is all retribution. Orochimaru stood at a distance, propping himself up with one arm to avoid collapsing. He observed the smooth, mirror-like surface of the massive pit. And for the first time, the madness and inquisitiveness characteristic of a scientist were eclipsed by an emotion known as powerlessness. He had calculated everything. He had exploited the greed of the Fourth Hokage. He had resurrected legendary spirits. He believed himself to be the player in a grand game, only to discover that his opponent had never engaged in a match. They had merely stepped forward and crushed the board beneath their feet. In the despair potent enough to shatter any spirit, an anomaly occurred once more. At the edge of the pit, the minuscule remnants of flesh, smaller than a fingernail, began to bizarrely writhe and converge. Paper scraps, rubble, grass clippings, all coalesced under an invisible force, reconstituting into form. 1, 2, 10, 100. The second Tsuchikage, the third Raikage, Kinkaku, Ginkaku, and Hanzo of the Salamander. All those who should have been entirely erased stood unscathed before the coalition's survivors in mere seconds. Not a single scar marred their bodies. This spectacle of immortality did not instill hope in the survivors. Rather, it birthed a deeper, more absurd despair. What was the point? If they were to rise again, would they not simply be swept away in another devastating strike? Damn it! Edo gazed at his unscathed father and then at the vast pit, finally succumbing to despair as he unleashed a primal roar. Minato, come out, you coward. Let us fight face to face. His cries echoed through the empty expanse, sounding both ludicrous and mournful. He would not come. A cold voice interrupted Edo's fury. It was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, standing at the forefront of all the reanimated soldiers, arms crossed, his expression unchanged. He surveyed the enormous pit and then glanced towards the direction of Konoha. Interesting, Tobirama calmly remarked. To compress enough repulsive force to obliterate a nation into a singular point, and then deliver and detonate it through the flying thunder god technique. How fascinating. He paused, seemingly savoring the moment. My brother's cells, combined with my techniques, the fourth Hokage has truly brought our powers to life in remarkable ways. Chapter 56, The Legendary Turnaround. The acknowledgement of the first and second Hokage. At the command platform, Inoki floated in midair, his body quaking uncontrollably. His murky eyes fixated on the horizon. A circular pit spanning 10 kilometers, its bottom smooth as glass, reflected the somber sky. 50,000 ninja coalition members, gone. Hundreds of reanimated soldiers, also vanished. All obliterated by a single divine technique. Impossible. This cannot be. Inoki's lips moved, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking to himself. He mastered dust release. He understood all too well what that level of repulsive force signified. This was no longer ninjutsu. It was a power reserved for deities. At that moment, a violent surge of chakra erupted from the direction of the reanimated army. Inoki whipped his head around. The magnitude of that chakra was more terrifying than all the Kage present combined. It was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His body, marred by cracks, trembled violently. How interesting. So very interesting. Hashirama laughed heartily, his voice resonating through the desolate expanse. With a sudden burst of strength, he shattered the bindings placed upon him, as though they were fragile spiderwebs. Wait. Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he frantically formed hand seals, attempting to regain control. But it was too late. The ground began to quake violently. Countless sturdy trees burst forth from the earth, akin to frenzied serpents, instantly ensnaring all the reanimated soldiers around. Awaken, Hashirama declared. Forming hand seals. Would release. Birth of the world of trees. In an instant, the vicinity transformed into a dense, primordial forest. The reanimated soldiers found themselves ensnared by the robust trunks. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? The control over reanimation was flawless. He continued to form seals, his hands moving so swiftly that they left afterimages. Crack! A branch lashed out like a whip, striking his hand and interrupting his technique, sending him flying backward several meters. Do not waste your efforts, boy, Hashirama said, turning his head with a gentle smile on his rugged face. Your little tricks are insufficient before me and Tobirama. Just as he finished speaking, the figure of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, suddenly appeared beside Hashirama, arms crossed, and his face as cold as ever. "Brother, you are too slow," Tobirama remarked as he surveyed the controlled reanimated soldiers. He raised his hand. Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash of silver light, all control techniques binding the reanimated soldiers were severed in an instant. Orochimaru sat slumped on the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, his golden slit pupils filled with a profound sense of resentment. The plan had collapsed, utterly shattered. Damn it! He ground his teeth, his nails digging painfully into his palms. At that moment, the resurrected Edo Tensei warriors, having broken free from his control, began to stir. The second Tsuchikage sighed, feeling humiliated for being used as a pawn by his own descendants. He glanced at Inoki, who was slumped on the command platform, disappointment etched into his voice. "You foolish child, I warned you long ago not to let power cloud your judgment." Inoki trembled violently, his voice choked with emotion. "Master." The third Hokage flexed his neck, the joints cracking audibly as he approached his son, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Son, it is time to concede." A lifted his head, his face a mask of defiance. "Father, I refuse to be ashamed." The third Hokage's tone remained calm. "There is no shame in losing to such a monster." Just then, the cold voice of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, resonated once more. He surveyed the vast crater, then raised his gaze towards the direction of Konoha. "Fascinating." Tobirama spoke with composure. "To compress a force capable of obliterating a nation down to a singular point." He paused. "And then to employ the Flying Thunder God technique for a long-range pinpoint delivery and detonation." A subtle smile played on the corners of his lips. "Such tactical ingenuity has surpassed my own." Boom. The revelation struck like thunder in the minds of all present. The second Hokage, the very man who had developed the Flying Thunder God technique, had openly acknowledged being surpassed. Inoki trembled uncontrollably. A's fist dropped weakly. Raza closed his eyes, while Yagura remained silent. Yet for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed his youthful face. "Ha!" The hearty laughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, shattered the oppressive silence. He approached Tobirama, giving his shoulder a hearty slap. "Tobirama, do you see this?" Hashirama's face radiated joy. "This is the village we protect. This is the legacy of the will of fire." He turned towards Konoha, his eyes brimming with unreserved admiration. To wield Tobirama's techniques with such mastery, and to possess a chakra level rivaling my own in this generation of Hokage. He laughed heartily. "Remarkable." The four shadows had completely crumbled. "Kneel." A Cloud Village Jonin was the first to discard his weapon, dropping to his knees, forehead pressed to the ground. "I surrender. I surrender." This act was akin to toppling the first domino. The remnants of the allied forces, thousands of ninja, cast aside their weapons, collapsing to the ground, wailing in despair. "We have lost, utterly lost." This battle was on an entirely different level. On the command platform, Inoki descended slowly, observing the kneeling allied forces, then glancing at the Edo Tensei warriors who had broken free. Finally, his gaze settled on the distant Konoha, where a golden figure stood quietly atop the Hokage rock. Inoki closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the fervor and greed had vanished, leaving behind only desolation. He turned to face the other three Kage. "Everyone." His voice was hoarse. "Let us concede." Beneath the moonlight, deep within a hidden cave, Kurizetsu's form twisted in the shadows. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn that Minato Namikaze." A silent roar echoed in his mind. Even the dead stand by him. How is this possible? The first and second Hokage were clearly controlled by Edo Tensei. Kurizetsu's body quaked violently. The plan had once again collapsed, this time more thoroughly than before. The Edo Tensei army had turned against him, and the Four Nations Alliance had surrendered. The meticulously crafted trap aimed at Konoha was rendered feeble before that man. This cannot continue. Kurizetsu's consciousness began to race, desperate to devise a new plan. Within Konoha village, the streets were teeming with people. Villagers cheered and wept tears of joy. "We won. We won. The Hokage is incredible." The allied forces, with their 50,000 troops and those legendary strong warriors, were all defeated in a single move by the Hokage. At Ichiraku Ramen, the chef trembled with excitement. Raising his hand high, Today, I will treat the entire village to ramen." In the training grounds, countless ninja knelt before Hokage Rock, bowing deeply in reverence. At the temporary encampment of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face as pale as paper. The immense chakra expended in his last Shinra Tensei had nearly drained him entirely. Yet, an unprecedented smile graced his lips. Mr. Minato, he spoke softly, I did it. Surrounding Uzumaki clan members rushed to him, offering food and water. Nagato, you're amazing. This is what it means to be our protector. You are our hero. Grateful voices echoed in his ears as Nagato's eyes misted with tears. This was the first time in his life he had truly felt the warmth of recognition. Minato withdrew his hand from Nagato's shoulder, returning to Hokage Rock. He gazed at the distant remnants of the kneeling allied forces and the freed Edo Tensei warriors. A smile crept upon his lips. The performance has finally concluded. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. It was Itachi Uchiha. Hokage-sama. He knelt on one knee. His voice calm, yet tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. News from the laboratory. He paused. The fusion of the clone and the first cells. Itachi lifted his gaze to Minato. It was successful. Chapter 57. The Price of Humiliation and Despair of the Four Nations. In the Hokage office of Konoha. The decor was simple, sunlight streaming through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the wooden desk. Yet today, the air within this office felt more stagnant than the perpetual frost of the Iron Country. For the four strongest Kage of the ninja world, accompanied by their most trusted guards, sat in silence on the guest sofa. They were once the pinnacle of the ninja world, the unquestioned autocrats of their respective villages. Now, they find themselves as vanquished foes, mere prisoners awaiting judgment. Namake's Minato slid the final cup of steaming tea before the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, his demeanor unruffled, devoid of any haughty triumph, as if this were merely an ordinary tea gathering for dignitaries. Thank you all for journeying from afar. Do partake of this year's new tea from the land of fire. No one stirred. The fourth Raikage, struggled to contain the tumultuous chakra swirling within him. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, hovered half a foot above the ground, his hands tucked within his sleeves. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, averted his gaze, his face obscured beneath his hat. Minato paid no heed. He poured himself a cup and retrieved 4 identical scrolls, each swathed in the finest brocade and tied with golden thread. Since you have traveled such a distance, it seems only fitting to leave you with a memento, Minato stated, pushing the scrolls onto the coffee table before the 4 Kage. At this proclamation, A's body tensed involuntarily. A memento? What an affront. Namake's Minato, growled, on the verge of erupting. Anoki interjected, restraining the impulsive Raikage. He reached for the scroll belonging to a Wagakure and slowly unfurled it. A single glance froze his hand. His eyes, clouded by age, widened in shock. The other 3 Kage followed suit, each taking up their respective scrolls. In the next instant, bang. A's fist shattered the coffee table into splinters, scalding tea splattering everywhere. You bastard. Are you out of your mind? A leap to his feet, pointing at Minato, his body trembling with rage. You call this reparations? You're condemning us, the Cloud Village, to bankruptcy. In the office, Nara Shikaku yawned, lazily picking up a copy of the scroll and reading aloud, War Reparations Agreement. 1. The wind, lightning, earth, and water nations must pay Konoha a one-time sum equivalent to all economic revenues from their respective ninja villages for the next 6 months. 2. The wind, lightning, earth, and water nations must provide Konoha with 10A rank or higher forbidden jutsu scrolls. As the words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the office. 6 months of total economic revenue. Anoki's lips quivered as frantic calculations raced through his mind. All rewards for missions, mineral trades, commercial taxes, everything would be surrendered. What did this mean? It signified that a Wagakure would have no funds for ninja compensation, equipment upgrades, or even to pay for the tasks of genin. This sum was enough to regress a Wagakure's national power by a full decade. You madman, Anoki murmured. Sunagakure has always been impoverished. Raza's voice trembled, laced with despair. Kimogakure is large and prosperous. They might scrape by. But a Wagakure is severely weakened, and we in Sunagakure already teeter on the edge of subsistence. This reparations is not merely a sacrifice, it's a severance of our very backbone. I refuse. A's roar threatened to shatter the ceiling. We would rather fight to the last man than sign such a humiliating treaty. Oh, Minato finally set down his teacup. He neither retorted nor displayed anger. From his ninja tool pouch, he produced a uniquely shaped kunai, its trident blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, inscribed with incomprehensible seals. He twirled the kunai casually between his fingers. Refusal? I do not insist upon it. He rose and approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the peaceful village below. However, I suddenly have a thought. What do you all think of that massive crater from the battlefield? Those words struck the four Kage like an invisible hammer upon their hearts. The crater, over 10 kilometers in diameter, smooth as glass, an ominous testament to divine retribution. That blow had annihilated 50,000 ninja from the allied forces. It had become an indelible nightmare in their hearts. If Minato turned, placing the flying thunder god Kanai gently upon the map next to the land of fire, such craters were to appear in each of your villages, or perhaps dozens of them. That would indeed be a spectacular sight, wouldn't it? His face retained the gentle, soothing curve of a spring breeze. Yet his words enveloped the four Kage in frigid despair. A.S. fury extinguished in an instant. Anoki's calculations ground to a halt. Raza's despair deepened into a profound numbness. They finally comprehended. This was not a negotiation. This was not extortion. This was the new generation's god of ninjas informing mere ants of the tribute they must pay. There was no room for bargaining. Either they signed the agreement, regressing their villages by a decade, or they refused and vanished entirely from the map. After a lengthy silence, Anoki slowly descended to the ground. He staggered to the desk, grasping the pen, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, he thought, a wave of absurd regret washing over him for the first time. If only he had not believed the words of that stone tablet. If only he had not been blinded by greed. How could a Wagakure have fallen to such depths? With every ounce of strength, he inscribed his name upon the agreement. Closed his eyes, stepping forward to seize the pen, signing his name in a flourish, then slamming the pen onto the desk, a motion imbued with unwillingness and rage, yet so utterly powerless. Raza approached like a soulless automaton, signing his name, drained of all spirit. Finally, it was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. He had not spoken a word throughout. Silently, he advanced, eschewing the pen, biting his finger to draw blood, pressing his crimson mark heavily upon the document. That blood-red impression was striking. The four agreements were finalized. Konoha had single-handedly transformed the four great ninja villages into colonies destined to labor for their benefit over the next 6 months. The four Kage, accompanied by their guards, prepared to depart, their backs etched with unspeakable humiliation and desolation. Oh, by the way, just as they were about to exit the office, Minato's voice rang out once more from behind them. The footsteps of Rasha suddenly halted, his body frozen in place. There is no need for concern regarding the Jinchuriki. Minato's voice remained gentle. Gaara will receive the finest education in Konoha. We will nurture him as if he were our own child. After all, a Jinchuriki is a precious asset to the village, not a tool to be discarded at will. Am I right, Lord Kazekage? Boom. Rasha's mind was engulfed in a void. He abruptly turned around, his face, concealed beneath the brim of his hat, twisted in profound rage and humiliation. He glared intensely at Minato but ultimately remained silent. Instead, he turned and quickened his pace, almost fleeing from the suffocating office. With the four Kage departed, tranquility returned to the office. Nara Shikaku approached the window, observing the retreating figures with a deep sigh. He turned back to the four agreements laid on the table, capable of altering the landscape of the ninja world, and rubbed his throbbing temples. Lord Hokage, this truly is troublesome. Shikaku picked up one of the agreements, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Konoha may indeed become extraordinarily wealthy. Too much money can also be a burden, though. I wonder where to invest it. Chapter 58. The New Policies of Konoha. The Rise of an Economic Empire. The door to the Hokage's office stood ajar, sunlight streaming in and illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air. Yet, no one in Konoha paid heed to the dust. Everyone was immersed in a revelry. Extra. The Allied forces have unconditionally surrendered. The four Kage have signed a peace agreement in the Hokage's office. A young newspaper boy sprinted down the street, his voice hoarse yet glowing with excitement. At Ichiraku Ramen. There was no ramen being served today. The owner had pushed all the tables together, laden with drinks and grilled meat. Cheers. To the fourth Hokage. To Konoha. Recently returned ninjas, teachers just finishing classes, and patrolling police forces all crowded together. Their forehead protectors glinted under the lights, and genuine smiles adorned every face. Did you hear? That compensation agreement. My goodness. The total income from the four great nations for the next 6 months. How much could that be? I've never seen so much money in my life. It's not just about the money. There are secret scrolls from each village. A full 40A rank and above ninjutsu. A bespectacled Chunin waved his arms excitedly. Does this mean Konoha is going to strike it rich? We'll be swimming in wealth. Haha. Can we demand double pay for missions now? Think again. It's village welfare that will double. Pension funds. Medical subsidies. No more worries about injury leading to retirement. From the streets to the alleys, the entire village was engulfed in an unprecedented joy named prosperity. Villagers discussed not when the next war would come, but which new business street had the biggest discounts. Ninjas no longer debated which nation's shinobi were more formidable, but rather how much the newly released welfare policies would enhance their homes. The clouds of war were thoroughly dispelled by the sunlight of wealth. In the Hokage's office, Minato summoned all the high-ranking officials of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, Jiraiya, along with the first and second Hokage, who had just returned from the front lines. They had chosen to stay, having witnessed Minato's astonishing display of power, wanting to see how this recognized successor would elevate Konoha. Everyone. Minato placed a new plan on the table's center. We have the funds. Now, it is time to discuss how to allocate them. Nara Shikaku picked up the plan, taking only a glance before gasping in astonishment. He forgot to smoke his cigarette. Konoha Economic Boom Plan. He read the title, incredulity lacing his voice. Minato nodded. The first step is a comprehensive upgrade of infrastructure. He approached a large map of Konoha, tracing his finger across it. We will establish 3 new ninja academies, 1 comprehensive hospital, and 5 large training grounds. All main roads within the village will be widened, the commercial street will be replanned, and a unified drainage and energy supply system will be constructed throughout the village. With each statement, the heartbeats of all present quickened. This was not merely patchwork. It was a complete reconstruction of Konoha. The second step is reforming ninja welfare. Minato's finger pointed to the ninja roster. All rewards for C rank and above missions will be increased by 30%. The compensation for ninjas who die in service or are injured will be doubled. We will establish the Konoha Honor Retirement Fund, providing the highest level of pension benefits to all ninjas who have served the village for over 20 years. Bang! Jiraiya's half-written manuscript fell to the floor. He stared blankly at his disciple. If this plan could truly materialize, Konoha would become a paradise for all ninjas. No longer would they be forced to undertake perilous missions for survival. No more heroes would suffer in their twilight years after shedding blood and sweat. Minato. Jiraiya attempted to speak, but found his throat constricted. Will this budget suffice? Uchiha Fugaku posed the critical question. This plan was colossal. The funds required were astronomical. Not enough. Minato replied with a smile, turning to Nara Shikaku. Thus, we require a third step. Shikaku, is the Konoha Merchant Association prepared? Nara Shikaku extinguished his cigarette, rising with unprecedented solemnity. Lord Hokage, we are ready to commence at any time. Excellent. Minato turned to everyone. From this day forth, Konoha Healing Ointment will serve as the lever to propel the entire ninja world's economy. The standard version will continue to be sold at high prices to the feudal lords and nobles of various nations, extracting their last coins. The enhanced version will be treated as strategic material, sold only to our recognized allies. As for the perfect version, Minato paused. It will be tied to S-rank missions, available only as the highest reward for those who make significant contributions to Konoha. We will ensure that the resources, talents, and intelligence of the entire ninja world are willingly at our disposal. We will make the words Konoha manufacturing a currency harder than gold. The office fell into a profound silence. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief by Minato's declarations, their minds blank. They believed that the triumph of war marked the pinnacle of their achievements. Little did they realize that within the blueprint of the Watergate, this was merely the inception. His aim was not to conquer through force, but to establish a new world order, with Konoha as its unequivocal nucleus, through economic means. 3 months later, Konoha had undergone a remarkable transformation. The newly paved asphalt roads were broad and smooth, flanked by a multitude of shops. The sounds of children reciting their lessons echoed from the newly constructed Ninja Academy. The hospital beds were occupied by dignitaries from foreign lands, waving their currency in pursuit of a healing pill that could extend their lives. The wallets of Konoha's villagers were fuller than ever, each face glowing with joy and pride. In stark contrast, the other 4 great ninja villages were engulfed in despair. In Awagakure, Inoki gazed at the empty village treasury and the petitions for compensation from the ninjas, his hair turning gray overnight from worry. He was compelled to issue an order to temporarily suspend all pensions and subsidies for ninjas. The news spread like wildfire, inciting widespread discontent throughout Awagakure. In Kumogakure, smashed his newly acquired desk in frustration. Due to budget cuts, Their esteemed Kumogakure forces had not engaged in any substantial combat drills for 3 months. Many young ninjas, tempted by recruitment notices from Konoha, began to waver. In just 3 months, over 50 ninjas from Awagakure and Kumogakure had defected to Konoha, bringing their families and forming long queues at the village entrance, eager to join this prosperous community. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya sighed as he perused the intelligence report in his hands. He approached the window, observing the vibrant scene below, then glanced at the young yet resolute profile of the Hokage carved into the Hokage rock. "This kid, Minato," Jiraiya murmured. "He shattered the backbone of the old era with force, and with wealth, he has bestowed upon the new world a heart named Konoha. He possesses strength, the ability to generate wealth, and an understanding of the human heart." Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. "This is the true Hokage." The prophecy of the Sage of the Six Paths perhaps did not hinge on whose strength was superior, but rather on who could genuinely bring an end to this age of relentless conflict. At that moment, Minato completed the final document and rose from his seat, moving to the opposite side of the office where a vast, pristine map hung. This map was no longer a traditional depiction of the 5 great nations, but an intricate economic chart, densely annotated with minerals, resources, populations, and trade routes. Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi stood before the map. "Hokage-sama," Fugaku bowed respectfully. "The Ninjutsu Research Center you ordered has completed its preliminary framework. We have categorized and archived 40 A-rank ninjutsu collected from the 4 nations, which are now being analyzed by the clan's elite." Minato nodded approvingly. "Excellent." He turned to Itachi. "What do you believe is the essence of ninjutsu?" Itachi was taken aback by the unexpected question. "A tool for killing?" he ventured, providing a direct and harsh answer. "No." Minato shook his head. "Ninjutsu is a technique, and all techniques can be optimized, replicated, and mass-produced." He produced a new plan from his robe, its cover emblazoned with a line that sent shivers down the spines of Fugaku and Itachi. White paper on the standardization and industrial production of ninjutsu. Chapter 59, Undercurrents. Black Zetsu's new conspiracy. Konoha, Ninjutsu Research Center. Once the underground base of Root, it had been transformed into Konoha's most advanced laboratory. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi, the clan head of the Hyuga clan, stood alongside Minato. On the experiment table before them lay a palm-sized scroll. "Hokage-sama," Fugaku said, picking up the scroll and presenting it. "In accordance with your standardization and modularization concept, this is our first developed product." Minato accepted the scroll and unfurled it. There were no complex ninjutsu symbols, only a simple trigger-type technique. "What is this?" "A one-time ninjutsu tool, which we call the Fire Release Explosive Tag Modification," Fugaku explained. "Any newly graduated genin can instantly unleash a C-rank fire release technique, the Great Fireball Technique, with just a small infusion of chakra." Hyuga Hayashi added. "Our Hyuga clan members utilized the Byakugan to successfully analyze and replicate the optimal pathways of chakra flow within the chakra network, which have been solidified in this scroll." The Uchiha clan, in turn, fine-tuned and stabilized the technique using the Sharingan. Minato held the scroll in silence. A C-rank ninjutsu was trivial for a jonin. But what if 1,000 or 10,000 genin employed it simultaneously? The nature of war would be irrevocably rewritten. "What is the cost?" Minato inquired. "Quite high," Fugaku replied. "Currently, the cost of one scroll is approximately equivalent to the reward for a B-rank mission. However, as the process matures, the cost can be reduced to 1/10. Minato nodded. He closed the report, now designated as the Scientific Ninja Tools Report. "Very well. I hereby approve the establishment of a new department, to be named the Scientific Ninja Tools Department. Hayashi, you will serve as the first minister. Continue your research. I require more products that are cheaper and more powerful." Fugaku and Hayashi exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the magnitude of this new creation. The moon. Silence is the eternal theme here. Within the vast space that serves as the core of the seal, a shadow, dark as spilled ink, writhed in agitation. Black Zetsu. He had schemed for a millennium. Since the era of Indra and Ashura, he had been a patient shadow, silently altering the course of history. Yet, the events unfolding on the Azure planet below were rapidly dismantling his centuries-long patience. The economic surge of Konoha, the industrialization of ninjutsu, the humiliating subjugation of the 4 great ninja villages. The man named Minato Namikaze was entwining the entire world into a singular entity, with Konoha as its undeniable core. Minato Namikaze. Black Zetsu's consciousness roared silently. This name pierced the heart of his plans like a venomous thorn. No, it cannot wait any longer. If Minato Namikaze continues to develop at this rate, there will be no hope of reviving my mother. The hidden hand, deeply entrenched in history, is likely to be extracted by that man as one would pull a worm from the earth. Engaging in direct confrontation has become utterly futile. The fate of the 4-nation allied forces and the reanimation army serves as irrefutable proof. Thus, the plan is to dismantle from within. A frenzied thought emerged in his mind. Namikaze Minato, do you not cherish your village and your family above all else? Then let me make you experience the anguish of losing your loved ones. The consciousness of Kage Black instantly connected to the ground. In the land of rain, within a subterranean base, the atmosphere here is dark and damp, permeated by a grotesque amalgamation of blood and medicinal scents. Uchiha Obito lies upon a stone bed. His severed right arm has been reattached with white Zetsu cells, yet the shadows of that battle are indelibly etched in his soul. He is lost utterly. Defeated by the very teacher he once revered the most. A chilling voice echoed throughout the vacant base. A mass of white material emerged from the ground, taking on a humanoid form, revealing Kage Black's half-visage. Obito remained still, his eyes shut. Leave. Are you still moping over your defeat? Kage Black rasped with a mocking laughter. Do you truly believe you have lost? Obito finally opened his single crimson eye. What do you mean? Namikaze Minato is indeed formidable. Yet he has made a critical mistake, Kage Black coaxed. He divided the Nine Tails into two halves. The yang half was utilized to revive Uzumaki Kushina. However, the truly pivotal aspect, the Yin half, imbued with a greater and more primal chakra, has been sealed within the body of that infant. Obito's body subtly stiffened. The Yin Nine Tails. Indeed, Kage Black continued to entice him. That is the essential core for you to initiate the Moon Eye plan and create a world with Rin. What you require is not merely ordinary Nine Tails chakra, but the purest essence derived from the Ten Tails' original power. If you obtain it, you can amend this failure and even become stronger than before. The phrase "a world with Rin" struck Obito's most vulnerable nerve like an incantation. He bolted upright from the stone bed, his single eye ablaze with madness. Rin, I shall create a world with you. But first, I must reclaim the Nine Tails. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Minato was reviewing the list submitted by Kakashi regarding the first batch of war reparations from the 4 great ninja villages. Wealth, gold, silver, rare ores, and secret scrolls, piled high, continuously flowing into the village's warehouses from across the globe. Hokage-sama. With a sudden swish, a figure appeared silently in the center of the office. It was Uchiha Shursui, kneeling on one knee, his demeanor unusually grave. During a routine inspection, the monitoring division intercepted suspicious intelligence. Minato set down the report in his hands. Speak. There are unidentified forces covertly investigating Master Naruto's movements. Shursui raised his head. They have conducted extensive surveillance, detailing Master Naruto's daily routines, the shift changes of the Umbu responsible for his protection, and even the patterns of Lady Kushina's outings. The air in the office became instantly tense. The smile faded from Minato's face. He slowly stood and walked to the window. Below, the village thrived as ever, basking in the sunlight. Yet, a bone-chilling dread coursed through him. Someone has set their sights on his son, on the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Minato. Jiraiya also sensed the perplexing atmosphere. He put away the light-hearted banter and approached. What is the matter? Minato did not respond. He merely turned, speaking calmly. Shursui. Yes. Relay my orders. Minato donned the Hokage hat atop his head. Effective immediately, elevate Naruto's security detail to the highest level. You and Itachi will personally select all Umbu responsible for his protection. Any suspicious individuals attempting to approach, regardless of their identity or reasoning. Minato paused, placing his hand on the solid wooden desk, pressing down gently. Crack. The sturdy tabletop instantly fractured with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from his palm. Kill without hesitation. Chapter 60. A Unified Front. Major upgrade to the Nine-Tails seal in the afternoon sunlight of Konoha. The atmosphere was warm and inviting. Uzumaki Kushina leisurely pushed a specially designed double stroller along the shaded paths of the village. Inside, 2 cherubic infants slumbered peacefully. On the left was Naruto. Inheriting his father's golden hair, his rosy face occasionally puckering as if tasting sweet dreams. On the right lay Gaara, untainted by the taint of Shikaka's chakra, his pale face serene beneath his light red hair, resembling a porcelain doll devoid of dark circles. Since being brought back to Konoha by Minato, this once dreaded Jinchuriki of Sunagakure has experienced the serenity of a peaceful slumber for the first time under Kushina's tender care. They truly are little angels. Kushina paused, gazing at her two children, her face radiating a mother's unique tenderness. Even the passing villagers greeted her warmly. Hokage-sama's wife is out for a stroll with the children again. Young Master Naruto and young Master Gaara are simply adorable. Kushina smiled in response, savoring this hard-won peace. The shadows of war seemed to have dissipated completely, with the entirety of Konoha basking in the glow of prosperity and tranquility. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Minato observed the harmonious scene outside the window, yet his heart was far from tranquil. The order to kill without hesitation had been issued, but it was merely a defensive measure. Since the enemy could target Naruto, it indicated they possessed a means of tracking him. What could that method be? Minato closed the economic report in his hand, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. The next moment, he appeared at home. The house was quiet. Kushina and the children had not yet returned. Without lingering in the living room, he made his way directly to Naruto's nursery, lost in thought. He must uncover the potential beacon, or else Naruto would remain perpetually exposed to unknown dangers. In the evening, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. "I'm back." Kushina's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet more so, satisfaction. Minato immediately greeted her, taking the stroller from her hands. "You've worked hard." He bent down and lifted Naruto, who had just awakened, his large blue eyes wide with curiosity. At that moment, Minato discreetly infused a trace of Sage Chakra into his sensory system. Sage mode. Unbeknownst to Kushina, his perceptive abilities were heightened to their zenith. His consciousness delved into his son's tiny body through their connection. The golden 8 trigram seal slowly rotated in the darkness, unyielding and impregnable. The immense and ferocious chakra of the Nine Tails was firmly sealed within, unable to budge even a fraction. The sealing was flawless. However, Minato's perception continued to delve deeper, exploring every minute node of the sealing technique. At last, he discovered it. In an inconspicuous corner of the outer layer of the seal, there was a faint chakra fluctuation, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. This energy did not belong to the seal itself, nor to Naruto. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. Because Naruto's body was still that of an infant, his meridian system had not yet fully developed, making it impossible for him to wholly contain the immense power of the Nine Tails. While the seal functioned perfectly, it naturally expelled a trace of chakra that the body could not accommodate in order to protect its host. This trace of chakra was akin to a wisp of smoke in a dense fog. For an ordinary ninja, it would be utterly undetectable. Yet, for those with a unique sensitivity to the chakra of the Nine Tails, it served as a clear tracking beacon. So that was it, Minato realized. What's wrong? Kushina, having placed Gaara down, approached Minato and gently caressed Naruto's small face, noting her husband's momentary distraction. Minato looked up, offering her a reassuring smile, before softly revealing his discovery. The seal might leak? Kushina paused, her delicate brows immediately furrowing, her face filled with concern. "Do not worry." Minato freed one hand, tenderly drawing her into his embrace, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. "It is merely an inconsequential trace of chakra, yet it poses a potential hazard." With her husband's warm embrace, Kushina felt her tension dissipate significantly. She looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with trust. "What should we do?" "I have an idea." Minato lowered his gaze to his wife's worried face, gently tucking a rebellious strand of her red hair behind her ear. "Rather than block, let us optimize. With your Kongo sealing and my sage techniques, we can improve this sealing technique together. Not only can we seal the loophole, but we could also turn it to our advantage." A hint of excitement laced Minato's voice as he proposed converting the Nine Tails chakra into pure life energy, which would be fed back to Naruto. In doing so, they would not only eradicate the risk of leakage, but also assist Naruto in adapting to the Nine Tails' power more effectively. Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Transforming the tailed beast chakra into a nurturing supplement for the host? Such a fantastical idea could only come from him. Yet, for some reason, she believed he could achieve it. All right. Kushina's eyes rekindled with enthusiasm as she grasped Minato's hand. Together, in the stillness of the night, Minato and Kushina gently placed Naruto in the center of a bed adorned with sealing techniques. Kongo sealing. Kushina formed hand seals, and several golden chakra chains extended from her back. Like the most dexterous brush, they swiftly sketched countless intricate runes in midair, embodying the essence of the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Minato joined his hands in prayer, immense sage chakra surging forth. Like the most precise carving tool, he illuminated each rune, deftly imprinting them onto the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen. Their chakras intertwined seamlessly, their movements fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. An unspoken understanding flowed between them. For a full 3 hours, as the last rune was imprinted, the 8 trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen radiated a soft, golden glow. The previous leakage point was replaced by a new, more intricate cyclical sealing technique. Success. The new seal was at least 30% stronger than before. Moreover, it truly possessed the ability to convert Ninetales chakra into life energy. Excellent. Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face alight with joy as she gazed at her sleeping son and then at her husband, her heart brimming with happiness. But it's not over. Minato smiled as his gaze shifted to Gaara in the adjacent crib. Since we VE started, let us do it all. They exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their efforts to enhance Shikaku's seal. On another tranquil afternoon, Kushina pushed the baby carriage out for a stroll once more. With the leakage issue resolved, her last thread of worry had vanished. She even hummed a tune from her hometown. However, as she passed a secluded grove, her singing abruptly ceased. An indescribable chill surged up her spine. It was not the presence of malice, nor any chakra fluctuation she recognized. It was a cold, inorganic sensation, as if a venomous serpent lurked from the depths of the earth. Kushina halted her steps, instinctively pulling the baby carriage behind her, her body tensed. Her intuition warned her. Something was watching them. No, it was fixated on Naruto in the cradle, in the shadows of the grove. An inconspicuous plant bore leaf patterns that formed a twisted human face. It was a clone of White Zetsu. They had found him. The Ninetales Jinchuriki was right there. Next to him was the One-tailed Jinchuriki. Both were present, a fortuitous opportunity indeed. The White Zetsu clone recorded the information and slowly melded into the tree trunk, disappearing without a trace. On the shaded path, Kushina abruptly turned around. There was no one behind her. The sensation of being watched had vanished without a trace. Yet she knew it was not an illusion. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her instincts regarding danger surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Kushina remained silent, continuing to push the carriage, feigning nonchalance as she walked forward. But her left hand had already stealthily reached for her wrist, where a small, specially crafted Hiraishin mark from Minato was woven into a red cord bracelet. She gently pressed her thumb against the cool metal mark. Chapter 61. Itachi, I want to take a look at this world for Sasuke. Within the secret laboratory of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha slowly opened his eyes on the cold metal operating table. There was no discomfort. His vision was clearer than ever. Fugaka stood beside him, handing over a pill exuding a rich vitality. This is a healing pill specially made by Lady Tsunade using the Hokage's formula. Itachi accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it whole. A warm energy instantly coursed through his body, and the slight rejection sensation from the newly transplanted eyes vanished within minutes. He rose to his feet and activated his ocular techniques against a specially designed target. Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu. The skeletal form of Susanoo flickered and vanished. After employing a series of high-intensity ocular techniques, his eyes experienced no pain, nor did they shed a single tear of blood. The searing pain and darkness that had once accompanied each use of his ocular power had completely dissipated. He could feel that the power of these eyes surpassed even his previous pinnacle. These eyes were crafted by cloning his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan as a template. Yet, they are not merely replicas. His father acquiesced to his sole and most capricious request to incorporate a trace of Sasuke's genes during the cultivation process. From this moment forth, these eyes shall also belong to Sasuke. They are to serve as Sasuke's eyes, enabling him to perceive the beautiful new world that the Hokage is about to transform entirely. Although they still fall short of the genuine eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, these eyes allow him to unleash at least 70% of its formidable power without fear of blindness. Itachi turned to face his father. Father, his voice was calm and resolute. I am prepared. In the dead of night, within the temporary clan dwelling of the Uzumaki, in Minato's home, a solitary dim yellow lamp illuminated the room, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and warmth. Kushina Uzumaki sat beside the cradle, softly humming an ancient lullaby known only within the land of whirlpools. In the cradle, Naruto and Gaara were sound asleep, their cherubic faces adorned with serene smiles. All was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Kushina's humming ceased. She abruptly lifted her head, glancing towards the corner of the room. There, the space began to twist in a manner that defied the laws of physics, forming a vortex. A man clad in an orange single-hole mask, accompanied by several faceless, entirely white humanoid creatures, emerged slowly from the whirlpool. In the same instant they appeared, for members of the Hokage's elite Umbu, concealed around the house and tasked with protection, were abruptly distorted and vanished into thin air, drawn away by an invisible force. There was no struggle, no sound, not even a ripple of chakra. They simply disappeared. Long time no see, the masked man said, observing the wary Kushina with a tone that was both flippant and reminiscent of an old friend. Kushina, Uzumaki. Kushina remained silent. She gradually stood, positioning herself to shield the cradle behind her. Beneath her loose home attire, her muscles tensed in readiness. Who are you? My identity is inconsequential. The masked man replied, spreading his arms wide. What matters is that I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. He pointed a finger towards the cradle behind Kushina. The 9 tails I shall retrieve. These words ignited a spark within Kushina, unleashing a torrent of chakra throughout her being. Bastard! She shouted in fury. In an instant, dozens of golden chakra chains erupted from her back, like enraged dragons with a life of their own. Adamantine Sealing Chains. This was the Uzumaki clan's most powerful sealing technique, and their most terrifying offensive maneuver. The chains, shrieking as they tore through the air, sealed off all possible escape routes for the masked man. However, the masked man stood still, motionless. The golden chains passed right through his body, as if he were a mere illusion, non-existent in this realm. Kushina's movements faltered. Damn it, the adamantine sealing chains are ineffective? It must be his space-time ninjutsu. Useless. He chuckled darkly. Your attacks hold no power over me. At that moment, as Kushina hesitated in shock, the white Zetsu clones sprang into action. They moved like phantoms from various angles, lunging towards Kushina. Get away. Kushina snapped back to reality, her anger eclipsing her astonishment. Her chakra surged once more. This time, it was no longer merely golden. A violent, ominous crimson chakra erupted from her being, intertwining with the golden chains. The power of the 9 tails. With a fierce thrust, 2 chains entwined with tailed beast chakra pierced through the bodies of 2 white Zetsu clones as easily as a hot knife through butter. Yet, more white Zetsu surged forward fearlessly, entangling Kushina's chains with their bodies and conjuring countless vines with wood release, attempting to restrict her movement. Wah! Wah! The commotion roused Naruto from his slumber, and he cried out loudly. As he did, a colossal, primal, and ferocious dark chakra of the 9 tails threatened to erupt from his small frame due to their resonance. The 8 trigram seal on his abdomen flickered erratically, yet remained steadfast. Had it not been for its upgraded modifications, there would have been a risk of it bursting due to the resonance. Now, the masked man's single eye glimmered with intent. His target had never been Kushina. It was this infant, whose emotional upheaval might loosen the seal. Taking advantage of the moment Kushina was entangled by the white Zetsu, he flashed beside the cradle. Stop! Kushina cried out in despair. She desperately urged the chains to return for defense, but it was too late. The masked man's hand had already grasped the corner of the cradle. Farewell, Kushina. The space in front of him began to distort once more. He intended to take the entire Jinchuriki into the Kamui space. Just then, a pitch-black blade of light sliced through the shadows, silent and swift. The blade bore an unmistakable resolve to sever fate. Aimed directly at the masked man's arm that clutched the cradle, the masked man froze, compelled to activate his intangibility to evade the lethal strike. Consequently, his grip on the cradle loosened. Itachi Uchiha appeared like a specter between the cradle and Obito Uchiha, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. It's you? The masked man exclaimed, surprised by the sudden appearance of the Uchiha clan member. However, he had no time to ponder further, for something even more terrifying was about to unfold. Upon the cradle where Naruto wailed, an inconspicuous talisman sewn onto him by Kushina suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light. Buzz! An extraordinarily intricate golden formula expanded instantaneously from the talisman at its center. This was a formula the masked man would never forget, the Flying Thunder God technique. This is bad. The thought detonated within his mind. In a flash of golden light, Minato appeared at the cradle's side. He lifted his right leg, delivering a precise kick that struck the masked man's cheek. The force was both exacting and swift, causing the air to tremble in its wake. Minato-sensei. Astonishment erupted in Obito's eye behind the orange mask as disbelief washed over him. The name, the figure, is his deepest nightmare that haunts him in the midnight hours. How could he be here? How could he possibly be so swift? Contemplation? He has no time for that. Bang! A terrifying force erupted. Obito was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a battering ram, soaring dozens of meters away. His body lost control, tracing a chaotic arc through the air before crashing through a wall. Debris and dust exploded violently, filling the entire space. The specially crafted hard mask on his face cracked open a menacing fissure from the upper right corner. Even as he remained suspended in midair, his bones groaned under the unbearable strain. The sense of impending death clung to his back like a venomous serpent. Rasengan. Minato's figure arrived in the nick of time. He pursued Obito closely. The rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere, with a terrifying howl capable of tearing through all, descended with great force. The frenzied energy of the chakra caused the surrounding air to emit a mournful wail. This technique, still so swift, alarm bells rang in Obito's mind. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Hand seals. He had no time. Reflection? Even less time. The kaleidoscopic pattern in his eye spun wildly. His ocular power pushed to its limits. Kamui. Buzz. The space twisted violently around him. Just a millisecond before the Rasengan would shatter his back, his body was forcibly pulled into another dimension. Boom. The Rasengan's power erupted against the wall, leaving behind a bottomless pit. And what of Obito? Only a torn piece of his black cloak, shredded by the violent chakra, and his right arm, which was unable to fully phase out and was brutally torn away. The severed wound bled profusely. Quick to react, Minato glanced at the severed arm and shook his head slightly. Such a pity, I couldn't seal you completely. Kushina, holding the frightened Naruto, sat helplessly on the ground. Tears of relief streamed down her cheeks. Minato, are you okay? I'm fine, Minato replied gently. Yet his senses remained locked onto the surrounding space. Hundreds of meters away, atop an abandoned warehouse, the space distorted. Obito tumbled out of the Kamui dimension, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. His harsh breathing echoed painfully in the stillness of the night. That was close. He clutched the cracked mask. His chakra, having forcibly activated Kamui, was in chaos. Sensei is still so strong. He suddenly looked down at his empty right shoulder. A surge of resentment and rage flooded his heart. The agonizing pain from his severed arm made his single eye begin to bleed. However, in the next moment, the fury on his face was replaced by a deeper, more profound fear. At the side of his severed arm lay a uniquely shaped trident kunai, embedded there conspicuously. The technique inscribed on the blade emitted a faint glow. That light resembled the gaze of death. What is this? Obito's body froze suddenly. A chilling thought exploded in his mind. When did this happen? He had not felt the kunai strike him at all. Was it at the moment he was kicked away? Or when the Rasengan came crashing toward him? No, that's not right. He vividly recalled the moment he was struck. Minato-sensei's movement. At the moment of impact, the kunai had been thrown. The force of the kick concealed the throwing motion. It was precisely nailed to the spot where he was about to be hit by the Rasengan. He had calculated everything. He knew he would escape with Kamui. He understood he could not fully phase out. He had foreseen it all. Golden light flashed once more. Obito's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. Minato's figure, like a persistent parasite, reappeared behind him in an instant. In his hand, another kunai, sharp enough to sever fate itself, silently swept toward his neck. The blade of the kunai glimmered coldly under the moonlight. This time, it bore a sealing technique. If touched, his Sharingan would be sealed immediately. Damn it. Obito let out the most terrified scream of his life. He had never felt such an imminent, unavoidable death this close. Kamui. He pushed his ocular power to its utmost limit, disregarding the excruciating pain in his eye. Just a second before the kunai's blade could slice through his skin, he pulled himself back into that void once more. His figure shattered like a broken mirror, vanishing into thin air. Minato retracted the kunai, gazing at the empty rooftop. Did he escape? He knew that with Obito's time-space ninjutsu, as long as he did not wish to engage in direct combat, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill him. But this time, it was the last chance he would afford him. If he dared to try again, Minato would not hesitate to show Obito his full strength. Meanwhile, Minato sensed the chakra belonging to White Zetsu stirring around the room, attempting to burrow underground to flee. Since they have come, Minato's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Let them all stay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of flying thunder god kunai erupted from his hand like a celestial shower, with incredible angles. They were precisely pinned around each of the White Zetsu clones. Golden light flashed repeatedly. Minato's figure transformed into multiple streaks of golden lightning throughout the estate. Each flicker was accompanied by a White Zetsu's despair. Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions sounded like the concluding symphony of this battle. The fearless White Zetsu clones had no time to comprehend what was happening. One after another, the descending Rasengans obliterated them into minuscule particles. Flesh and soil mixed with leaves, splattering everywhere. In mere seconds, the warm-up had just begun. Yet, the world fell silent once again. Kushina, clutching the still-sobbing Naruto, sat on the ground. Tears of relief continued to cascade down her cheeks. Minato approached his wife and son, kneeling down. He gently embraced them both. It's all right now, Kushina. In his arms. Naruto seemed to sense his father's presence, his cries gradually diminishing to mere whimpers. Minato clumsily comforted his frightened little son, his face adorned with unprecedented tenderness. Yet, the overwhelming wrath, touched upon the wrong chord, simmered silently beneath the calm surface like magma in a tranquil sea. Chapter 63, A Single Punch Shatters Space. Head of the Hyuga clan, Lord Hokage, are you in charge of the demolition? It's all right, it's all right. Minato embraced his wife and child. The heart that had been racing with anger finally found a semblance of calm amidst their warm presence. Naruto's cries gradually subsided. Though he still sobbed in a manner that betrayed his distress, his small hands clinging tightly to his father's garments. Kushina's body continued to tremble slightly, but leaning against her husband's shoulder, the overwhelming fear that had threatened to engulf her was at last dispelled. I am here, Minato whispered soothingly, casting a glance at the ruins of the wall and the deep crater created by the Rasengan. Obito, this shall be your third and final chance. Next time, you will not escape. At that moment, a luminous screen, visible only to him, unfurled before his eyes. Ding. Detecting that the host has successfully protected his family and repelled an S-rank rogue ninja, the core system module has been upgraded. Please select one of the following 3 rewards as a permanent enhancement to this upgrade. Upon the screen, 3 orbs of varying brilliance rotated slowly. 1. God of the Ninja Body. Each of your taijutsu attacks will carry a spatial tremor effect equivalent to 50 power. Wherever your fists land, space shall shatter. 2. Sage's Permanence. After utilizing Sage Mode, your rate of natural energy absorption will increase by 100 for half an hour, while the consumption of Sage Chakra will be halved. 3. Flying Thunder God Technique. After each use of the Flying Thunder God Technique for displacement, the first ninjutsu you employ within 3 seconds will have its effects doubled. Minato pondered briefly over the 3 options. The Sage's Permanence was undoubtedly practical, significantly enhancing his endurance. The Flying Thunder God Technique offered a straightforward boost, making the power of the Rasengan unimaginable. However, both options represented enhancements to his existing capabilities. His gaze settled on the phrase God of the Ninja Body. Spatial Tremor. This represented an entirely new mode of attack. It was neither ninjutsu, which could be absorbed, nor jinjutsu, which could be dispelled. It was a pure, rule-based destructive force acting on the physical level. If he were to possess such power, Obito's prideful defense would no longer be insurmountable. As long as his fists were swift enough to enter the field of force before Obito could fully phase out, the spatial tremor would be sufficient to rip him back from the realm of illusion. Moreover, the future of the ninja world was not merely confined to Kage. There existed those from beyond the stars, capable of absorbing all ninjutsu, the Otsutsuki clan. To confront them, pure physical strikes would prove the most effective means. I choose the God of the Ninja Body. Minato resolved within himself. Choice confirmed. Ability God of the Ninja Body has been loaded. A hum resonated throughout his being. Minato instinctively clenched his fist. He could feel a minute space surrounding his knuckles resonating with an imperceptible, high-frequency vibration, as if he could unleash a blow capable of fracturing reality at will. At that moment, Minato's gaze shot upward. His sage senses detected an unusual disturbance. It was not within his home, but at the far end of the village, the Hyuga clan's territory. A foreign chakra, laced with a hint of malice, was moving at high speed. Within that chakra, he discerned an exceedingly faint life force, belonging to an infant. Damn it! Minato reacted instantaneously. The village had just endured the war with the Four Nations Alliance. Its defenses were unprecedentedly tight, yet someone dared to infiltrate Konoha at this moment. Targeting the Hyuga main house, he immediately attempted to pinpoint the intruder's location to activate the Flying Thunder God. Damn it! There are no technique markers in that direction. Kushina, take care of Naruto. Do not leave the house. Before Minato could finish his sentence, a surge of golden chakra, akin to a volcanic eruption, enveloped him instantaneously. The Ninetales chakra mode. A brilliant golden streak shot skyward from the breach in the wall, hurtling towards the Hyuga clan's territory at a speed that surpassed sound itself. In the forest bordering Konoha, two Jonin-clad in Cloud Village ninja attire raced through the night. One of them cradled an infant in swaddling clothes. The baby remained silent, seemingly sealed by some technique, but its pure white eyes were filled with terror. It was Hinata Hyuga. Faster. We're almost at the village's edge. Haha. I never expected it to go so smoothly. Konoha's defenses are nothing to write home about. Once we bring the Hyuga princess back, Raikage-sama will reward us handsomely. As they fled, their excitement blinded them to the grim presence looming behind. Suddenly, the leading Cloud ninja halted abruptly. Hey, did you hear that? Hear what? Some strange sound. It started faintly like wind, but soon morphed into a shrill screech of something slicing through the air at high speed. Finally, it crescendoed into a terrifying roar akin to thunder. The two spun around, only to witness the most horrifying sight of their lives. A golden comet, seemingly composed of fragments of the sun, trailed a long tail of light and tore through the night sky towards them at a velocity their eyes could scarcely comprehend. What in the world is that? It's a yellow flash. Impossible. How could he be this fast? He didn't even use the Flying Thunder God. Fear gripped their hearts as they attempted to flee, to form seals, but their bodies could not keep pace with their panicked minds. In the face of such absolute speed, all struggles were futile. The golden light closed in. Minato's figure materialized before them. He did not even glance at the two Cloud ninjas. Instead, he nonchalantly directed a punch towards the one holding Hinata. There was no Rasengan, no wind techniques, just a seemingly ordinary straight punch. Yet, it carried the immense sage chakra fused with the colossal power of the Nine Tails. However, before Minato's fist, the space ahead twisted and ruptured as if a stone had been cast into still waters. Crack! A visible, spiderweb-like fracture flashed through the air. An invisible yet terrifying shockwave erupted. Boom! The Cloud ninja cradling Hinata had no time to scream. His body was struck head-on as if by an invisible giant hammer. The entirety of his skeletal structure, internal organs, and meridians shattered in an instant under the relentless force of the tremor. The infant Hinata slipped from his grasp, her body momentarily frozen in shock. Yet, Minato was already poised to catch her. He secured the startled baby with steady hands, gently patting her back. Boom. It was only then that the lingering waves of spatial disruption fully radiated outward. Within a 50-meter radius centered around Minato, every tree, regardless of its girth, was violently reduced to a flurry of wood shavings by that invisible, colossal force. A flawless circular clearing emerged as if conjured from thin air. Another Cloud ninja, completely paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, his pants damp with warmth, uttering incoherent gasps. He gazed at the golden figure standing amidst the swirling debris, one arm cradling the infant while the other remained poised in a striking stance. The face, etched with terror, was consumed by a singular thought. Monster. This is no mere ninja. This is a deity. Chapter 64. The director of the Konoha Relocation Office is online. Minato. Next, the Hyuga clan. The surviving Cloud ninja sat in a daze. What had he witnessed? He had seen nothing. He simply felt his comrade, the Jonin holding the hostage, vanish in the moment the golden figure unleashed a punch. Not propelled away, not turned to mist, but entirely erased, along with the 50-meter diameter forest behind him, leaving only a cloud of wood shavings and a surface as smooth as glass. This is not ninjutsu. His lips trembled, unable to form coherent words. This is not taijutsu. This is power beyond human capability. Monster. God. His mind shattered, witnessing a punch that transcended comprehension. Minato paid no heed to the ninja who had lost control of his faculties. Hinata, frightened, was on the verge of tears. Minato channeled a gentle chakra, soothingly patting her back, employing the tender motions of a parent calming their child. Don't cry, it's all right. The golden figure, cradling the rosy-cheeked infant, stood at the center of the flattened clearing. The scene exuded an eerie harmony. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures suddenly materialized in the vicinity. It was Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, and Shursui Uchiha. They beheld the spectacle before them, collectively struck into silence. Sensei, Kakashi blinked his deadpan eye, struggling to articulate. Did you just give the forest a buzz cut? Or a crew cut? Shursui surveyed the immaculate circle and the pulverized remnants of trees, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Lord Hokage, this is taijutsu, Itachi concluded, his Sharingan having captured and analyzed the fleeting moment. Pure strength acted upon the very fabric of space itself, he added. Although I cannot fully comprehend it, I am profoundly shaken. Kakashi and Shursui exchanged incredulous glances with Itachi. Is it truly appropriate for you, a prodigy of the Uchiha, likely to become the new clan leader, to utter such words? Don't look at me, Itachi replied, his expression unchanged. If Lord Hokage had directed that punch at my Susanoo, I might need to be reforged. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader, arrived with a contingent of elite members from both the main and branch families. They had just received an urgent notification from the monitoring department. The clan leader's daughter, Hinata, had been abducted from their heavily guarded clan grounds. This was a grievous humiliation for the Hyuga clan. Driven by fury and intent to confront the threat personally, Hayashi rushed forward, only to behold the scene before him. The fourth Hokage standing at the center of the clearing, cradling his daughter. Hayashi's steps halted abruptly, as did those of all Hyuga clansmen behind him. The rage etched on their faces solidified into a complex array of emotions: shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Lord Hokage? Hayashi's voice was parched. He yearned to inquire what had transpired, but as he observed the flattened forest, the question felt superfluous. Clan leader, you have arrived too late. Minato turned to face him, still holding Hinata. There are considerable gaps in your defenses. Hayashi's face flushed crimson. Being confronted by the Hokage regarding his clan's shortcomings was more humiliating than any invasion. He rushed forward, taking Hinata from Minato's arms, inspecting her carefully before exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming she was unharmed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hayashi bowed deeply in gratitude. All Hyuga clansmen followed suit, bowing in unison. Lord Hokage, what of the scoundrel who abducted Miss Hinata? An inquisitive branch family ninja could not contain himself. Minato gestured towards the crumpled cloud ninja, now dazed and incoherent on the ground. And the other? Minato pointed to the scattered remnants of what was once a human form, now reduced to splinters. Oh, you may need brooms and dustpans to piece him back together, he remarked nonchalantly. All Hyuga clansmen stared at the clearing, then recalled Minato's words, a disconcerting hypothesis forming in their minds. Lord Hokage, do you mean to say that you reduced an elite jonin and this entire forest to rubble with a single punch? Indeed, that is more or less the implication, Minato replied with an air of casualness. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. A punch. What jest is this? How could it be possible? Even with Lady Tsunade's utmost effort, she could only shatter a mountain. This was a complete flattening. Moreover, the precision was remarkable, a perfect circle. Is this the power of a god? The Hyuga ninjas were utterly unsettled, gazing at Minato as though he were a tailed beast clad in human skin. At that moment, a small, unsteady figure emerged from behind Hayashi. It was a child, seemingly 3 or 4 years old, clad in the attire of the Hyuga clan, with no marks upon his forehead. This was Hyuga Niji, who had just recently learned to walk. Unlike the adults around him, he felt no fear. Instead, he gazed curiously at the golden figure radiating warmth and charm. Gold, 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 Niji exclaimed, extending his small hand, toddling towards Minato with innocent delight. Hinata Hayashi's younger brother, Hinata Hizashi, hurriedly attempted to stop him. Niji, come back. Do not be disrespectful to Lord Hokage. It's fine. Minato waved his hand, crouching down to observe the approaching child. So this is Niji, the future genius, yet marked by the identity of the branch family, destined to live a life akin to a caged bird, forever trapped in an inescapable fate. Minato's gaze swept over Niji's innocent face, lingering on his smooth forehead. Then he raised his head to meet the anxious expression of Hinata Hayashi. Clan head Hinata. Minato's voice was calm, as though inquiring about a trivial matter. At what age is the mark of the caged bird typically inscribed upon the branch family? Boom. This question struck like a thunderclap, landing heavily on the heads of Hayashi and all the Hinata clan members present. Hayashi's body stiffened abruptly, the color draining from his face in an instant. Was Lord Hokage inquiring about the caged bird? Chapter 65. The Tragedy of the Caged Bird? No. This is the absolute commitment of the Hokage. Minato's voice remained tranquil. Clan head Hinata, at what age is the mark of the caged bird inscribed upon the branch family? This question landed like an invisible hammer, crashing down on the hearts of every Hinata clan member present. The air became thick with tension. Hayashi, holding his daughter, suddenly froze, his complexion paling visibly. Lord Hokage was asking about the caged bird. Why would he ask this? What was his intent? In an instant, countless fearful thoughts erupted in Hayashi's mind. The dozen or so Hinata clan members behind him, whether from the main family or the branch family, stood frozen in place. Even their breathing stilled. The fallen cloud ninja? The flattened forest? In this moment, they became inconsequential. The only thought remaining in every Hinata clan member's mind was those 4 words, caged bird. That was the most profound and darkest sore hidden beneath the glorious facade of the Hinata clan. It was the curse from which the branch family could never escape. The absolute iron grip with which the main family maintained its dominance. Now, this veil of shame was casually ripped away by the highest authority of Konoha. Right before everyone's eyes, Lord Hokage, an elderly and arrogant voice shattered the silence. A clan elder stepped forward, leaning on his cane, attempting to lend weight to this inquiry with his age. This is a secret passed down through our Hinata clan for 1,000 years. The existence of the caged bird is to protect the Byakugan bloodline from being seized by outsiders. It is to prevent the leakage of village secrets. The elder's voice rose higher, as if reciting a sacred scripture. Your inquiry is an interference in our clan's internal affairs. Internal affairs? Minato chuckled, still crouched, playfully teasing Niji, who curiously tugged at the red corner of his robe. The gentle smile upon his face belied the words that sent chills down the elder's spine. With me around. In just a few years, who would dare to covet Konoha's Byakugan? Minato lifted his gaze, sweeping over all the Hinata clan members present. Or do you believe that the 50,000 lives lost in the 4th Great Ninja War and that 10-kilometer-wide crater are insufficiently persuasive? The elder trembled violently, unable to utter another word. Indeed, persuasion. When one's power is enough to obliterate a 50,000-strong army with a mere thought and reduce a forest to dust with a single punch. What could be more persuasive than that? Konoha's might was at its zenith. Though a troubling matter had arisen, it presented a prime opportunity to set an example. Just a single decisive blow against those who dared to covet the Byakugan would ensure that in the future, they would think twice before attempting to seize the Byakugan. Perhaps even refraining from daring to breathe loudly. The justification of protection had become a complete farce. Protection? Minato stood, taking Niji's small hand, and walked step by step towards Hayashi. I see it as enslavement. He stated the fact with calmness. Using pain and death to threaten your own kin. Forcing them to die for the main family. Sacrificing their lives to safeguard your glory. Is this the will of fire of your Hinata clan? Hayashi swayed, nearly losing his balance. Behind him, Hizashi, Niji's father, displayed for the first time a violent fluctuation on his face, usually marked by restraint. Other branch family ninjas instinctively lowered their heads, yet their tightly clenched fists betrayed their inner turmoil. The will of fire? Hayashi's lips trembled as he sought to retort, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Rest assured, I won't be so foolish as to directly order the abolition of the caged bird, for I have prepared a far better choice for you. Minato averted his gaze from Hayashi's shamed expression. He released Niji's hand, retrieving a blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurling it before all. Biting his finger, he swiftly began inscribing on the scroll with his blood. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation or contemplation, as if he were not creating, but rather replicating a blueprint etched deeply within his soul. A brand new set of runes, 100 times more intricate than the caged bird, yet imbued with an extraordinary sense of harmony, rapidly took shape beneath his fingertips. All present ninjas, including Kakashi and Itachi, were unable to comprehend what he was creating. However, they could feel an immense and pure sealing power converging upon that scroll. What is he doing? A branch family ninja could not help but exclaim. Is he creating an entirely new sealing technique on the spot? Impossible. This cannot happen. The elder from the main family, who had collapsed on the ground, abruptly lifted his head, letting out a roar of disbelief. Sealing techniques are the most rigorous system among ninjutsu. Every rune's position and stroke must be flawless. How could one possibly create something out of thin air? My Sharingan cannot decipher the composition of this technique at all. Itachi's body involuntarily tensed, his Mangekyo spinning wildly as he attempted to replicate and comprehend the technique before him, only to find it a realm of utter chaos beyond understanding. He could see the movements and structure clearly, yet the profound intricacies eluded him. This was the art of sealing. He was not contemplating. Hayashi's gaze was fixed on Minato's flowing fingers. As the clan leader of the Hinata, he understood better than anyone the difficulty of creating a sealing technique. He murmured to himself, appearing almost mad. These runes seem as if they were inscribed upon my very soul from birth. Teacher. Kakashi watched the golden figure, feeling his understanding once more reshaped, as if the term genius had been redefined entirely. Amidst the overwhelming shock of the crowd, the final stroke of the Watergate was inscribed. A gentle yet divine golden light erupted from the entire scroll. This newly conceived sealing ninjutsu, which I have named the Guardian Seal, was presented by the Watergate for all to behold. This technique will also be etched upon the bodies of your Hyuga clan members. It possesses two functions. First, at the moment of the wearer's death, the seal will automatically activate, obliterating the Byakugan along with the surrounding visual nerves, leaving no cellular remnants. The Watergate gazed at the pale-faced elder of the main family. This is the true form of protection, rooting out the problem entirely. Secondly, the Watergate's gaze shifted towards Hinata Hayashi and all the branch family members behind him. This seal has no control function, thus, it cannot be activated from the outside, cannot inflict any pain upon the wearer, nor can it be used to usurp their life. Its sole purpose is to preserve your final dignity after you have sacrificed your lives for the village. Henceforth, the Hyuga clan shall consist solely of warriors who protect Konoha, no longer slaves who accompany the main family to the grave. Boom. This proclamation struck like a thunderclap, resonating deep within the souls of every branch family member. Hinata Hayashi suddenly lifted his head, gazing at the scroll in the Watergate's hand, then at his still young son. His body trembled violently from profound excitement. Freedom, this word, which they had never dared to dream of across generations, was now so effortlessly laid before them by their fourth Hokage. No, this cannot be. The elder of the main family shrieked in a fit of hysteria. The caged birds have been freed. How could the branch family still heed the orders of the main family? The Hyuga clan will descend into chaos. Chaos. The Watergate finally directed his cold gaze upon this obstinate old fool. What they need to obey are the orders of the Hokage, the commands of Konoha, not those of you, a decrepit elder of the main family. As for your main family, the Watergate turned to face the ashen-faced Hinata Hizashi. From this day forth, the caged birds are abolished. All branch family members must transition to the Guardian Seal within 3 days. The Watergate's voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable will. Hinata clan leader, he emphasized the title, entrusting this matter to you. Or, he paused, my Umbu can take care of it. A profound silence ensued, the kind where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Is this a choice? No, it is not a choice. It is a notification. If Hinata Hizashi chooses to act, then the main family may retain a semblance of dignity. If he refuses, the Hokage's Umbu and the Uchiha's monitoring department will trample upon the threshold of the Hinata main family, employing the most formidable means to execute the Hokage's will. At that moment, the 1,000-year glory of the Hinata clan will be reduced to nothing but a laughingstock of Konoha. Hinata Hizashi painfully shut his eyes, both in terms of righteousness and internal family dynamics. After the Watergate opened this door, all branch family members regained hope. He understood that he had no choice left. The rules that had been passed down through the generations of the Hinata clan were utterly crushed before this man today. I obey. He squeezed out those 3 words through gritted teeth, each one seemingly draining him of all his strength. This is a betrayal of our ancestors. The elder of the main family attempted one last struggle. Ancestors. The Watergate looked at him as if he were a pitiable fool. The ancestors of the Hinata clan lie buried beneath the land of Konoha, basking in the offerings of the village. They are first and foremost the spirits of Konoha, and only then your Hyuga ancestors. In Konoha, the will of fire surpasses all. This statement became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The elder's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Upon hearing those words, Hinata Hayashi could no longer contain his inner excitement. He looked at the golden figure, akin to a deity, who had brought light to their branch family. Then he glanced at his innocent son, who was destined to bear the mark of humiliation in a few years. Thud. Hinata Hayashi pushed aside the clan member in front of him and strode forward. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he knelt heavily before the water gate. His forehead pressed deeply against the cold ground. Hokage-sama. His voice trembled with excitement, yet carried an unprecedented resolve. Please, let it begin with me. Chapter 66. All branch family members stand up. I declare that from today, the Hokage is my father. Thud. Hinata Hayashi's knees struck the ground with a resounding thud. He did not hesitate in the slightest, his forehead firmly pressed against the cold, wood-chip-laden earth. Hokage-sama. His voice quivered, each word imbued with a lifetime of repressed excitement and determination. Please, let it begin with me. This act of kneeling was akin to a massive stone thrown into a still pond, stirring up tremendous waves. All the ninjas of the branch family trembled violently. They gazed at Hayashi's resolute back and at the golden figure, who descended like a deity bearing good tidings. As a surge of repressed fervor from countless generations erupted within them. Hayashi, you have lost your mind. The elder of the main family, now sprawled on the ground, cried out with the last of his strength. Abolishing the caged birds. That is a death sentence. You will be consumed by the power of the curse mark, burned alive. Silence. Hinata Hayashi abruptly turned around, unleashing a furious rebuke at the elder. This was the first time he had scolded a respected elder of the clan in front of outsiders. The elder was taken aback by the outburst, his face a mask of disbelief. Hayashi paid him no mind. He turned back to look at his kneeling brother and then at the calm, almost omnipotent fourth Hokage. His lips moved slightly, and he ultimately found the strength to speak. Hokage-sama, the curse mark of the caged birds is intertwined with the life and chakra of the caster. Once inscribed, it cannot be reversed. To forcibly remove it will only what? The water gate interrupted him. He crouched down, placing the freshly inscribed scroll, emanating a golden glow, before Hinata Hayashi. As long as I am here, it will not come to harm. This seemingly simple statement was imbued with an absolute confidence that left the entire Hinata main family breathless. The water gate ceased to waste words. He extended his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers as a strand of exquisitely refined, golden-hued sage chakra gathered at his fingertips. He did not touch Hayashi's forehead. Instead, his fingers hovered just an inch above the turquoise curse mark before he began to inscribe anew. Buzz. All members of the Hyuga clan, who had activated their Byakugan, beheld an unforgettable spectacle. Countless golden chakra threads, finer than a strand of hair, flowed from Minato's fingertips. They swiftly intertwined in midair, forming a new, intricate three-dimensional seal, 100 times more complex than the bird in a cage seal. This golden formation resembled a meticulously crafted cage, enveloping the bird in a cage seal on Nichi's forehead from the outside. What is this? What is he doing? He is reconstructing the structure of the seal. Impossible. The core technique of the bird in a cage is immutable. How can it be interfered with from the outside? A few ninjas from the main branch screamed in terror, their worldview being ruthlessly shattered. The Hokage seemed to be deciphering Itachi Uchiha's spinning Manjikyu Sharingan. No, he was not deciphering it, but rather employing a more advanced, perfect sealing technique to overlay and consume that inferior seal. Minato's fingers moved. He gently raised them. One word, rise. A nauseating sizzling sound echoed. The bluish-green swastika seal on Nichi's forehead was as if grasped by an invisible hand, being forcibly peeled away, inch by inch, from beneath his skin. The seal writhed and twisted violently in midair, struggling like a venomous snake out of water. Yet it was firmly ensnared by the golden cage of the technique, unable to escape. Nichi emitted a painful groan, veins bulging on his forehead, his body drenched in sweat. Nichi. Hisashi Hyuga stepped forward anxiously. Do not move. Minato did not turn his head. With a gentle wave of his other hand, he infused a gentle life energy derived from purifying the Nine-Tails chakra into Nichi's body, instantly alleviating the agony caused by the seal's removal. Do you see? Minato's voice resonated clearly in the ears of every Hyuga clan member. This is the tool you take pride in, used to control your own kin. It possesses its own life. It will resist. It will struggle. From the moment of its creation, it has been filled with resentment and unwillingness. Minato's fingers pressed down once more. Now, it is time to end this. Sealing technique, absorption release. The golden cage of the technique abruptly constricted. The bluish-green seal trapped within emitted a silent shriek. Then, before the gaze of all the Byakugan users. It was thoroughly decomposed and purified by the pure sage chakra, ultimately transforming into specks of green light that dissipated into the air. Everything had come to an end. Nichi's forehead was smooth and renewed. The mark symbolizing humiliation and enslavement was no more. The entire scene fell into an absolute silence. Time seemed to halt at that very moment. Nichi Hyuga slowly raised his hand. His fingers trembled as they brushed against his forehead. Smooth. Warm. It is gone. That shackle that had entangled him for half his life. That made every breath a sting. That nightmare that prevented him from even daring to resist in his dreams. It is truly gone. He attempted to channel chakra within him. The chakra flowed smoothly through his pathways, lighter and freer than ever before. No longer was there the threat of excruciating pain that could ignite at any moment, leaving his mind a blank void. A suppressed sigh, indistinguishable between laughter and tears, escaped from Nichi's throat. He gazed at his own hands, liberated from all constraints. Then, 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down from his pure white Byakugan eyes, bursting forth. He wept, like a child, sobbing uncontrollably, releasing decades of sorrow and despair belonging to the entire branch family. His cries echoed through the empty woodland, causing all the branch family ninjas present to redden their eyes. After weeping for a long time, Nichi suddenly ceased his cries. Once more, he knelt heavily before Minato. This time, it was with even greater force and sincerity. Thud! His forehead struck the ground with a heavy impact. Hokage-sama, this grace and favor, Nichi Hyuga will never forget. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. The Hyuga branch family shall be your sharpest spear and strongest shield for generations to come. For you, for Konoha, I shall not hesitate to face any peril. Behind him, a rustling sound arose. All the ninjas of the Hyuga branch family, at that moment, pushed aside the main family members before them without hesitation and knelt in unison, one after another, like waves of grain swaying in the wind. They offered their utmost respect and unwavering loyalty to that golden figure. Hisashi Hyuga observed this scene, his body stiffening. He understood. From this day forward, the Hyuga clan had undergone a transformation. The once dominant main family had lost its absolute control over the branch family. In its stead stood the fourth Hokage, who single-handedly overturned the millennia-old rules of the Hyuga clan. He had lost with complete conviction, lost to the extent that he felt a sense of relief. He slowly approached Minato, handing his daughter to his wife behind him. Then, he bowed deeply to Minato, lowering the proud head that belonged to the clan leader. Hokage-sama, from this moment forth, the Hyuga clan shall fully comply with your will. He produced an ancient scroll made of special materials, containing records of all the core sealing techniques of the Hyuga clan, including the bird in a cage seal. He reverently presented it to Minato with both hands. Standing among the crowd, Neji Hyuga stared blankly at all of this. He did not understand what the bird in a cage meant, nor did he grasp the concept of loyalty. All he saw was his father, the usually taciturn man with a face etched in weariness, weeping like a child, yet smiling so joyfully. He then glanced at the man, radiating golden light, whom everyone was bowing to. That man seemed like the sun, so warm. Neji blinked his pure white eyes in confusion. He reached out his small hand, clutching his father's clothing, and innocently asked, "Daddy, are we going home?" Nichi turned his head, tightly embracing his son, his tear-streaked face illuminated by an unprecedented radiant smile. "Yes, Neji, we are going home." Chapter 67. The Raikage's Furious Incompetence. An exorbitant lumber bill. Kimogakure. Upon receiving the news, this time, the Raikage did not slam the table, for the newly rebuilt Raikage building had collapsed. Boom. Before our eyes. The colossal structure fractured in the midst of a cloud of dust and the terrified cries of countless ninjas, transforming into a heap of expensive rubble. The fourth Raikage, hovered in the air, gradually descending. His body was enveloped in a tempest of lightning chakra, so wild it seemed on the verge of losing control, igniting the surrounding air with crackling sounds. Two elite jonin. A's roar echoed above the village hidden in the clouds, the fury contained within causing the ninjas below to feel a prickling sensation on their skin. Not even a body was recovered. They simply vanished into thin air. Beneath him stood Darui and Ki, who, despite being merely in their teens, was sucking on a lollipop, gazing at the ruins and then at the furious figure above. Exhaling a languid sigh. "Lord Raikage, please remain calm. This is the second building to collapse this month. The village's finances are already strained. This statement fell upon A's anger like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, finances. Since that calamitous defeat and the signing of that humiliating compensation agreement, the term finances had become a dark cloud looming over the heads of all cloud ninjas. Mission rewards had been slashed, pensions delayed, and even the upgrading of ninja equipment had stagnated. The entire village was tightening its belt, working for Konoha without pay. Now, he had personally brought down another building. This was an additional blow to a village already struggling. As A descended slowly, the lightning around him diminished, yet his bronze visage remained etched with humiliation and resentment. Minato Namikaze. He ground out the name through clenched teeth. Each utterance felt like tearing at his own scars. Just then, a ninja hawk from Konoha swooped down, dropping a scroll wrapped in the finest silk before the rubble. All movement ceased. A Konoha scroll? At this moment? Was it a declaration of war? A's body tensed, a new wave of murderous intent brewing within him. He stepped forward, cautiously picking up the scroll and confirming it held no traps before respectfully handing it to A. A tore opened the scroll, bracing himself for any humiliating words. However, upon reading its contents, he was left in stunned silence. The rage on his face froze. Then, that fury transformed at a visible speed into bewilderment, then into an extreme, incomprehensible absurdity. What is this? A's voice quivered for the first time. Darui leaned in curiously to look at the scroll, and his lollipop fell to the ground with a thud. At the top of the scroll, in the most precise official script of the Land of Fire, a title read, Compensation Notice regarding the illegal invasion of the Land of Fire by ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds and the resulting environmental damage. Below were detailed entries. 1. Nature of the incident. 2 Jonin from the village hidden in the clouds illegally infiltrated the territory of the Land of Fire on the night of October 28th. 51st year of Konoha, without permission, and attempted to kidnap important figures from another nation, a grievous act. 2. Result of the handling. Our 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in a legitimate act of self-defense, regrettably caused the immediate death of your 2 Jonin due to excessive force, for which we express our condolences. 3. Items for compensation. 1. Destroyed timber, a total of 342 trees over 50 years old, priced individually. 2. Soil restoration fee, cost for surface hardening and chakra residue cleanup due to battle aftermath. 3. Ecological restoration fee, including replanting saplings and providing psychological comfort for frightened woodland creatures. 4. Labor attendance fee, personal attendance of the 4th Hokage, calculated at S-rank mission standards. At the end of the scroll was an astronomical figure marked in red ink, sufficient to bankrupt any medium-sized nation. A profound silence enveloped the area. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Compensation notice? A cloud Jonin stammered, questioning whether he had misheard. You want us to compensate for the forest? And for the psychological comfort of animals? They referred to it as excessive force? That was outright turning a person into dust. This was no longer humiliation. This was pressing our faces to the ground and grinding them with sandpaper. Following a brief silence, uproar ensued. All cloud ninjas felt an unprecedented, bone-deep absurdity and rage. They killed our people, and now they demand we pay? Compensate for the trees you destroyed? Has there ever been such an outrageous occurrence in the history of the ninja world? Suddenly, a burst into laughter, a sound filled with endless sorrow and madness. He crumpled the scroll in his hand. This is too much. This is too much. Relay my orders. The entire village must prepare for war. I will fight Konoha to the bitter end, even if it means sacrificing the last cloud ninja. The tempest of lightning chakra erupted once more. However, Lord Raikage, Darui interjected. Picking up the fallen lollipop and placing it back in his mouth, his tone still languid yet imbued with undeniable calmness. Do you remember that pit? A's movements abruptly froze. The pit. That terrifying chasm over 10 kilometers in diameter, smooth as glass, which buried 50,000 allied forces. That divine punishment created in an instant by Minato Namikaze using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato Namikaze can create a 10-kilometer pit with one use of the Flying Thunder God technique. He could create 10 of them in the village hidden in the clouds with 10 uses. By then, we may not even have ground to stand on, let alone prepare for war. The lightning around it gradually extinguished. Yes, resistance? What could they use to resist? Their heads to fill that pit? He, the 4th Raikage, one of the fastest men in the ninja world, inheritor of both the strongest spear and shield, felt as fragile as an infant before that man. The opponent did not even need to come in person. A single thrown shuriken, and the entire village hidden in the clouds would vanish from the map. A painfully closed his eyes. He recalled his father, the Third Hokage, and the former glory of the village hidden in the clouds. Then he looked at the present. After a long while, he opened his eyes, which now held no anger, only a bottomless numbness. He extended his hand, a hand capable of tearing everything apart. Now trembling slightly, he gradually unfurled the crumpled scroll, smoothing it out. Then, in a voice nearly hoarse, he issued the command, "Darui, go, pay the money." News rapidly spread throughout the entire ninja world. In Awagakure, the third Hokage, Inoki, remained silent for an extended period after receiving the intelligence, ultimately letting out a cryptic, bitter smile. "To kill with a bill, that brat Minato is even more ruthless than I was in my youth." In Sunagakure, the fourth Kage, Raza, sat in his frigid palace, idly toying with a piece of gold sand. To humiliate the Hokage is a warning to us all. Do not make any unnecessary moves, otherwise, the next delivery to our village will not be a mere bill. In Kurogakure, the atmosphere was still as the Mizukage chair remained unoccupied, while the once boisterous elders, who had clamored to reclaim their glory, now fell silent. The entire ninja world found itself ensnared in an eerie peace in the face of Konoha's preposterous lumber bill. Everyone recognized a stark reality. In the era of Minato Namikaze, the rules of war had fundamentally changed. He could not only obliterate you physically, but could also utterly crush you mentally and economically. In the Hokage's office, Minato was reviewing documents, accompanied by Narashikaku, who had just been appointed as a special advisor. Lord Hokage, Shikaku massaged his temples, a look of bemusement on his face. "Isn't this bill a bit excessive? The Hokage might truly have a heart attack from anger." Minato looked up and chuckled softly. "There's no way around it. One must pay the price for their misdeeds. This is a lesson I intend to impart to Naruto in the future, and it applies to them as well." His words were gentle, yet sent a shiver down Shikaku's spine. Those who had provoked the fourth Hokage were indeed unfortunate. He certainly did not wish to stand against such a fearsome presence. It was too psychologically taxing. At that moment, a member of the Umbu knelt in the center of the office. "Lord Hokage, an urgent message has arrived from Amigakure." Minato halted his actions and accepted the scroll, unfurling it. With just one glance, the calm and gentle smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a grave expression. Chapter 68. Orochimaru, the advantage is mine. Minato, lure you into the pot, close the door, and release the hounds. In the Hokage's office, Shikaku filed the last document, yawning deeply. "Lord Hokage, the first payment for the lumber has been sent from Kumogakure, not a single ryo less. That Hokage, it is said, has also collapsed the newly constructed Hokage Tower." A troubled expression crossed Shikaku's face, but anyone could hear the schadenfreude in his tone. Minato set his pen down, remaining silent. The urgent message on the table came from Amigakure. The handwriting was hasty, filled with urgency. The Wagakure's ninja were beginning to assemble at the borders of the Land of Rain. Their numbers were few, only a few hundred, but they were led by Kuratsuchi, the daughter of Inoki, the third Hokage. This was no longer a mere test. It was a provocation. Clearly, some had not learned their lesson. "Minato, it's a Wagakure," Shikaku remarked, extinguishing his cigarette. "Inoki is the one who lost the most, and now can no longer sit idle. They dare not strike directly at us. So they seek to regain some face in a place like Amigakure, hoping to recoup their losses. Such fools, they will not shed tears until they see the coffin." Minato stood and approached the large map of the ninja world, his finger resting on the location of Amigakure. "What of Nagato and the others? Yahiko has largely consolidated the village's strength, but facing Awagakure's regular troops is still too daunting. They hope we will send reinforcements," Shikaku replied. "Reinforcements?" Minato shook his head. "I will not send a single Konoha ninja there." Shikaku paused, perplexed. Amigakure is now a special administrative district of Konoha, the first window through which we showcase the new order. If they are defeated by Awagakure, what will become of Konoha's prestige? The war has ended. Minato turned around. Now, it is an economic war, a war of public opinion. He retrieved a blank communication scroll from his drawer. "Notify the Konoha Merchant Association that, effective immediately, we shall impose a comprehensive economic blockade against Awagakure. All trade of healing pills, scientific ninja tools, food, and weapons shall be severed. Simultaneously, announce to the entire ninja world that Awagakure has unilaterally torn up the peace agreement and has actively instigated war. Konoha, representing the other three great nations, will impose the highest level of sanctions against them. Shikaka's mind raced as he grasped Minato's intentions. To cut the roots, this combination of strategies would lead to a Wagakure's internal collapse within a month. That's truly ruthless, Shikaka murmured. To kill, yet also to strike at the heart. As for Amigakure, Minato picked up his pen and inscribed a line on the communication scroll. Inform Nagato to return. This is their own foundational battle. I have faith in them. However, a bit of technical support can still be provided. Minato handed the scroll to an Umbu, instructing him to dispatch it immediately. Shikaka leaned in to take a glance. The scroll contained but a single phrase. Do not forget, your eyes can see the moon. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of grass and the land of fire, in a dark, damp underground cave, a massive white python slithered silently from a crevice in the ground. Its mouth opened, and a figure slid out. It was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, long thought to have vanished. He extended his long tongue, licking his lips, savoring the peace emanating from Konoha. What a nauseating peace it is. A sickly fervor flickered in his golden-slit pupils. In the scientific ninja tools department, capable of mass-producing ninja techniques, Orochimaru mused, Minato Namikaze. You remain so naive to publicly expose such keys that touch upon the truth. His body transformed into countless smaller snakes, dispersing and silently merging into the dark forest of the night. Konoha's defensive barriers appeared to him as mere illusions. The patrolling Umbu were blind in the face of his exquisite stealth skills, like a ghost traversing the shadows. He effortlessly bypassed all sentries and arrived at his ultimate destination, the Ninja Technique Research Center, now the Scientific Ninja Tools Department. This location had once been the root base of Danzo, boasting the highest level of security in the village. Yet Orochimaru was far too familiar with it. He even knew 3 secret passageways unknown to others. A bunch of fools, he thought as he emerged from an abandoned ventilation duct, his body coalescing back into form. He had successfully infiltrated without triggering any alarms. The process went so smoothly that he found it somewhat dull. Clearly, the war had indeed depleted Konoha's vitality, rendering its defenses alarmingly lax. A flicker of disdain crossed Orochimaru's mind as he pushed open the final door and stepped inside. This was the core laboratory of the entire department. However, the anticipated site, filled with intricate instruments and precious data, did not materialize. The laboratory lay starkly empty, impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust, as if it had just been thoroughly swept. In the vast expanse, ample enough to accommodate hundreds of researchers, stood only a solitary experimental table. Upon it rested a singular item, a scroll, placed conspicuously and lacking any sealing techniques. Orochimaru halted in his tracks. Something was amiss, far too amiss. This scene did not suggest a lapse in defense. Rather, it appeared to be a stage meticulously prepared for him. A trap? The thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly chuckled to himself. What of a trap? Orochimaru, would he fear such trivialities? His thirst for truth overshadowed the last vestiges of caution. He approached the table slowly and reached for the scroll. It felt surprisingly light in his hand. As he unfurled it, he found no intricate techniques, nor any data pertaining to scientific ninja tools. Only 2 grand characters inscribed in vivid crimson ink, bait. At the instant Orochimaru discerned these words, a hum resonated. The floor, walls, and ceiling of the entire laboratory ignited with a plethora of golden runes. In a heartbeat, these runes intertwined, forming an unimaginably vast 3-dimensional sealing barrier. With a thunderous crash, the door through which he had entered, along with all the secret passages he knew, were sealed shut by chakra steel plates several meters thick. The entire laboratory transformed into an impeccable, absolute cage, constructed from the most advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru's body stiffened. It was not fear that immobilized him, but rather an intense sensation of humiliation, as if he were a mere pawn in someone else's game. A low, rumbling laugh escaped him. Just then, a gentle voice, reminiscent of an old friend's reunion, echoed through the desolate laboratory. Long time no see. Welcome home, Orochimaru-senpai. Orochimaru's body stiffened once more. He slowly turned around. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the laboratory glowed with a dense array of golden runes. A colossal 3-dimensional sealing barrier had fully formed. He was trapped within a cage, one meticulously designed for him, composed of the highest caliber sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru hissed a low laugh, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. The fervor of a scientist morphed into a morbid excitement under the weight of his humiliation. Do you think such a thing can confine me? At that moment, three figures emerged slowly from the shadows of the laboratory. Leading them was a boy who appeared no older than 13 or 14. Clad in the standard uniform of the Hokage Zanbu, his face bore the characteristic coldness of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. Behind him stood the similarly youthful Shursui Uchiha and the recently famed silver-haired prodigy, Kakashi Hitaki. Three individuals, two pairs of half-blood red, uniquely patterned Sharingan. Orochimaru's laughter ceased. It was not fear that silenced him, but absurdity. Three mere children? Was this the welcoming ceremony that Minato Namikaze had prepared for him? The Hokage wishes to invite you back for a discussion, Itachi stated, presenting a fact. Invite me? Orochimaru chuckled again. With just the three of you? A massive, chilling aura of killing intent erupted from his being, crashing towards the three youths like a tangible wave. This was the murderous pressure belonging to the legendary Sannin, potent enough to shatter the spirit of any ninja below the rank of Kage. Yet, Itachi stood there, unperturbed. As the suffocating aura approached him, it met an invisible wall, dissipating silently within 3 feet of his form. Kakashi and Shursui behind him didn't even flinch. Orochimaru's body stiffened once again. How could this be possible? 3 youths, combined, barely his size, could disregard his killing intent. It appears the senpai is unwilling to cooperate. Itachi's voice remained devoid of inflection. He raised his hand. Engage. In an instant, combat erupted. Shadow snake hands. Orochimaru unleashed a barrage of sinister serpents from his sleeves, striking like black lightning from all directions toward the trio. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Shursui swiftly performed hand seals, releasing numerous fireballs that ignited each serpent midair, filling the air with a pungent scent of charred flesh. Just as flames and smoke obscured vision, lightning cutter. The sharp cry of a bird pierced the air. Kakashi's figure, like a specter, pierced through the haze. His hand-wielding lightning aimed straight for Orochimaru's heart. Foolishness. Orochimaru's neck elongated at an impossible angle. His upper body twisted like a serpent, deftly evading the thrust of the lightning cutter while opening his mouth wide to bite Kakashi's shoulder. Yet, he chomped at emptiness. Kakashi's form dissipated into a bolt of lightning before his fangs could close. A clone. No. Orochimaru's internal alarms blared. He shot his gaze upward. Above, dark flames had gathered, their ominous presence seeming to devour light itself, exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation. Amaterasu. It is Itachi Uchiha. He stood at a distance. A crimson Sharingan aimed directly at Orochimaru. The black flames, as if imbued with life, suddenly contracted, forming a cage that ensnared Orochimaru completely. These flames. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils constricted sharply. He could feel his chakra igniting upon contact with the black flames, consumed entirely. How fascinating. Utterly fascinating. An unprecedented sense of crisis ignited within him, fueling a more fervent desire for exploration. But still, it was not enough. Orochimaru's body suddenly slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, and from his gaping maw, he expelled a new, pristine version of himself. Orochimaru's body flickered as he executed the substitution technique. In the instant he broke free from the flames of Amaterasu, his hands moved with remarkable speed to form seals. Forbidden art. The serpent's array. Boom. The very ground of the laboratory was violently torn apart. Countless colossal serpents surged forth from the depths below, like a raging flood unleashed from a dam. They writhed and roared, swiftly engulfing Itachi and his companions. It was over. Orochimaru stood atop the writhing mass of serpents, surveying the hellish scene below. He acknowledged that these 3 youngsters were formidable, particularly Uchiha Itachi. Yet, the disparity in experience and hidden cards was insurmountable. At that moment, a calm voice resonated directly in his mind. Your experimental data is quite intriguing. What? Orochimaru whirled around. Uchiha Itachi had appeared behind him, mere inches apart. When did he come so close? Why was I completely oblivious? Orochimaru instinctively attempted to retreat, but his body refused to obey. He found the world before him transformed. The sky was a deep crimson, and a black moon loomed overhead. He was bound to a cold crucifix, utterly immobile. And there stood Uchiha Itachi before him. Jinjutsu. When was I ensnared in this illusion? Welcome to my world. Itachi's voice echoed through the desolate expanse. Here, time, space, and mass are all determined by me. Tsukuyami. In the next instant, Orochimaru beheld himself, a version clad in a white lab coat, advancing toward him with a scalpel in hand. No, no, Orochimaru screamed in terror. Recognizing that gaze, it was the same he bore while conducting inhumane experiments on his subjects. Cold, fervent, devoid of any emotion. Let us exchange insights on our experiments. Shall we, esteemed senior? The first topic, the rejection response of the first Hokage's cells. The chilling scalpel sliced through his flesh. An excruciating pain coursed through his body in an instant. Time stretched infinitely in that moment. 1 second, 1 day, 1 month. In this blood-red world, he was dissected, studied, and stitched back together by his own self, again and again. All of his forbidden techniques and secrets were coldly analyzed and documented by that youth. 72 hours passed. While the hands of the clock in the outside world barely moved, Orochimaru's spirit had been relentlessly shattered in this hell for 72 hours. Thud. In the real world, Orochimaru collapsed backward, his body convulsing, foam escaping his mouth. The once golden pupils were now devoid of any brilliance, replaced by a primal state of collapse born from utter incomprehension. It was over. Itachi released the Tsukuyami. He gazed down at the legendary Sannin sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, his expression unyielding. The Hokage was indeed correct. Kakashi remarked as he appeared beside him, observing Orochimaru's plight with a sense of unease. This man's mind is filled with inhumane notions. Shursui approached, eyeing the serpents still writhing, now beginning to devour one another without their master's control. What should we do now? Should we take him back directly? Just then, the fallen Orochimaru suddenly melted into a pool of white liquid. Meanwhile, beneath a wall crushed by the serpents, a piece of human skin began to stretch open. The true Orochimaru emerged, his face as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. He cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi in the distance. The pride of a strong man and the fervor of a scientist overshadowed for the first time by the emotion of fear. He uttered not a single harsh word. Instead, he turned and crashed through the wall, fleeing into the dark depths of the underground passage without looking back. Should we pursue him? Shursui inquired. No need. Itachi shook his head. Our goal has been accomplished. We have established dominance. Furthermore, during those 72 hours, the coordinates bearing the Flying Thunder God technique were deeply imprinted into Orochimaru's very soul. From this day forth, no matter where Orochimaru attempts to flee, he shall be a kite, with the line firmly held in Konoha's grasp. Chapter 70. The Twin Kamui, Kakashi Online. Minato, your external aid has been credited. Please confirm receipt. In Konoha's underground secret laboratory, the lights shone brightly, illuminating the cold metallic instruments devoid of warmth. Kakashi Hitaki slowly opened his eyes. His vision was extraordinarily vivid, capturing every intricate detail of the metal patterns on the ceiling. There was no rejection response, no stinging sensation. An unprecedented sense of belonging coursed through him, as if these eyes were always meant to be his. How do you feel? Minato's voice drifted from beside him. Uchiha Fugaku presented him with a pill exuding a rich aura of life. Lady Tsunade has specially formulated this new healing pill to accelerate cellular fusion. Kakashi remained silent, accepting the pill and swallowing it whole. A wave of warmth surged within him, completely erasing the last remnants of discomfort from the transplant. He rose to his feet. His body swayed slightly, not from weakness, but from the unfamiliarity of this newfound power. Hokage-sama, these eyes, like your other eye, they originate from Obito's sample, Minato replied calmly. They were cloned from his cells and infused with your own genes during the cultivation process. Theoretically speaking, you now possess a truly complete set of Mangekyo Sharingan that belongs to you. Kakashi's body stiffened imperceptibly. A complete set. Instinctively, he closed his eyes before opening them wide again. Buzz. In both crimson irises, 3 tomo spun rapidly, ultimately settling into a perfectly identical, shuriken-like pattern. Kamui. The world instantly warped within his perception. The left eye wielded the power to distort space from afar, while the right eye enabled phasing and teleportation at close range. These two previously disparate powers harmonized in unprecedented unity within his consciousness. He sensed that, should he choose, he could activate both abilities simultaneously at will. This was a power of dual Kamui that Obito never possessed. Though the compatibility was remarkably high, it was still not the true eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi spoke, his tone as impassive as ever. Given your non-Uchiha physique, prolonged high-intensity usage will still impose a significant burden upon your body, and it will gradually deplete your ocular strength. However, this gradual process will be considerably longer than before. Kakashi retracted his ocular technique, the crimson hue fading from his eyes. He regarded his hands. These hands, once stained with the blood of comrades, now grasp a power that was never meant for him, a gift from former allies, now foes. I understand, he murmured softly. In Konoha, at training ground number 7, one of the village's most secluded training arenas, surrounded by dense forest, Minato decided to help Kakashi acclimate to the dual powers of Kamui through practical combat exercises. Give it a try, Minato instructed from 100 meters away. Kakashi nodded, lifting his hand as lightning began to coalesce in his palm. The sharp cries of birds filled the air once more. Raikiri, in an instant, his form vanished, transformed into a streak of white lightning, piercing towards a massive rock in the distance. Boom! The rock was swiftly penetrated, leaving a smooth incision. The might remained, as did the speed. Did you see that, Kakashi? Minato's voice echoed from behind him. Kakashi turned. When you unleash Raikiri, your field of vision narrows, and all your focus is directed towards the target ahead. Without the Sharingan's dynamic visual aid, I could have ended you in 3 different ways just then. Minato's words fell like a cold shower upon Kakashi. He was acutely aware of Raikiri's vulnerabilities. It was precisely this awareness that had led him to rely so heavily on the eye left to him by Obito. The Sharingan is a formidable tool, yet it is not your entirety. Minato approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. Your father, the White Fang of Konoha, had no bloodline limit. Yet he instilled fear throughout the ninja world. He relied on his blade and himself. Kakashi, you need a weapon that truly belongs to you. Kakashi fell silent, recalling his father's lonely silhouette and the villagers' scornful gazes. He had once despised that weakness, wrapping himself in rules and missions. Now, he seemed to grasp something deeper. Sensei, what should I do? Though you now possess a Mangekyo Sharingan, it is ultimately not an eternal one. It can merely serve as your trump card. What you must do is develop entirely new combat techniques. The essence of your Raikiri lies in compressing the form and nature of lightning release chakra to its utmost point. Minato extended a finger, illustrating how it achieved unparalleled penetrating power while sacrificing all versatility. What you need to do now is to unravel this compression. Release it. Kakashi was taken aback. Release? Wouldn't Raikiri simply become a useless current once released? Not merely release, but control. A blue chakra sphere ignited in Minato's hand. Rasengan. The Rasengan also lacks a change in nature, yet it can generate sustained destructive force through a change in form. Your lightning release can do the same. Do not confine yourself to the notion of piercing. Let the lightning transform into a whip, a net, or any form you desire. Kakashi observed the Rasengan in Minato's hand. Deep in thought, he raised his hand again, this time refraining from emitting the characteristic cry of Raikiri. Instead, he concentrated the lightning release chakra in his palm and attempted to extend that turbulent energy outward. Crackle! A chaotic burst of electric sparks erupted from his hand, extinguishing almost instantaneously. A failure. His control was insufficient. Your understanding of lightning release chakra is still rooted in destruction. Feel it, Kakashi. Sense its flow, its leaps, its essence. Kakashi closed his eyes, discarding all knowledge of Raikiri from his mind. He began to recall the primal sensation from his first encounter with chakra nature transformation in the Ninja Academy. Numbness, tingling, fury. Beneath that fury, however, there was a strange pulsation, following some unseen rhythm. After a long while, he opened his eyes. This time, the lightning in his palm was no longer a blinding white, but a deep, foreboding shade of purple. The purple lightning emitted no piercing shriek. It merely danced quietly in his palm, as if possessing a life of its own. You've succeeded, Minato smiled. When you ceased to cling to imitation and instead sought to understand the essence, you created something truly your own. This power may lack Raikiri's extreme penetration, but it is freer, purer. It represents the most primal color of your chakra. Kakashi rose, gazing at another intact boulder in the distance. He made no run-up, merely waving his hand forward with the purple lightning. Go! Swoosh! A streak of purple lightning shot forth like a serpent from its lair, crossing dozens of meters in an instant. It emitted no sound, silently wrapping around the boulder. Then boom! The entire rock was instantaneously reduced to a cloud of dust by the ferocious purple lightning. Kakashi stared blankly at his hand. There was no narrowing of vision, no inertia propelling him forward, and even the chakra expenditure was far less than that of Raikiri. This was an entirely new power, completely detached from the original ninjutsu system. This technique shall be called the Zero-style Rapid Purple Lightning Thunder Technique. No, that S too long. If I haven't finished saying it by the time the enemy is dead, let us just call it Purple Lightning. Minato's voice broke through. It suits you. Kakashi mulled over this name, sensing that the heart once rendered cold and heavy by the deaths of his father and comrades was, at this moment, reignited by the violet flash. Just then, swish. An Umbu agent knelt on one knee, appearing in the training ground, shattering the tranquility. Lord Hokage. Urgent military information from the Rain Village. Minato's actions halted. He accepted the scroll, unfurling it. After a mere glance, the relaxed smile on his face gradually faded. Lord Hokage. What is it? Kakashi sensed the shift in atmosphere. Nothing. Minato tucked the scroll away, looking at Kakashi. It seems the old stubbornness of a Wagakure is not fond of peace. Nagato's activities have incited a stronger backlash. He paused. It appears your purple lightning will soon find its purpose. Minato turned toward the Hokage building. However, before that, we must resolve a little internal trouble first. He murmured to the air, Itachi. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared silently behind him. Lord Hokage. A visit to the Hyuga clan. The sound of the water gate was tranquil and undisturbed, suggesting that the transition of the protective seals was nearing its conclusion. It was time for the entire village to witness the transformation of the Hyuga clan. You must inform Hinata Hizashi that tomorrow, I expect to see a formal announcement regarding the abolition of the main and branch family system of the Hyuga clan on the village bulletin board. I want all the clans of Konoha to understand that the old era has completely passed. Chapter 71. The spiraling sphere can be manipulated this way? Kakashi Shursui, please. Cease the display. At Training Ground 7, the trees still bore the charred scars left by the disintegration caused by purple lightning. Continue. Kakashi Hitaki stood firm. A flicker of uncontrolled purple arcs occasionally dancing across his palm. He was striving to adapt to this newfound power. Itachi Uchiha had gone to inform the Hyuga clan, leaving only Shursui Uchiha a short distance away, quietly observing. His control was still insufficient. Minato Namikaze observed Kakashi and identified the issue. Your purple lightning essentially represents the ultimate explosion of lightning chakra from a point, liberating it into a free-flowing line. Yet it remains too wild. Minato extended his hand, condensing a deep blue, spiraling sphere in his palm. See, the spiraling sphere epitomizes pure transformation, stable and controllable. As he held the buzzing chakra sphere, he suddenly paused mid-sentence, a thought emerging unbidden in his mind. Since developing this technique, it seemed he had not contemplated upgrading it. The speed of the Flying Thunder God technique was so swift that most opponents lacked the time to react. Those who could react, however, could hardly withstand even the most basic spiraling sphere. He had never encountered an adversary requiring him to develop a new variant of the spiraling sphere. This was rather dull. Minato glanced at the chakra sphere in his hand, then at the two talented juniors before him, one a copy ninja and the other a master of instant movement. It would be a tremendous waste not to have such keen observers witness the birth of a new technique. Since they were present, he might as well experiment. Kakashi, Shursui. Minato's expression took on a playful tone. Do you not think the ironclad rules of ninjutsu are meant to be broken? Kakashi and Shursui exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's confusion. For instance, everyone claimed that the spiraling sphere could not incorporate nature transformation. Minato continued. As a wisp of orange-red flame spontaneously ignited at the fingertip of his other hand. But what if I insist on trying? The next moment, a scene unfolded that defied belief before their keen, perceptive eyes. The orange-red flame was not dispersed by the high-velocity currents of the spiraling sphere. Instead, it was drawn in by an unseen force, actively merging with the blue chakra sphere. Buzz. The form of the spiraling sphere transformed instantaneously. The once pure blue was entirely engulfed, replaced by a mini tornado of orange-red flames, continuously collapsing and rotating inward. The surrounding air temperature surged in an instant. The ground of the training field became parched and cracked due to the intense heat. This is impossible, Kakashi exclaimed, his mind blank. This completely contradicted everything he had learned regarding ninjutsu theory. Forcing nature transformation into form transformation would only result in a violent clash of chakra, ultimately leading to the technique's collapse or even backlash against its wielder. Such terrifying power. The air around seemed to wail. Shirsue's body stiffened in place. His newly adapted Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, attempting to decipher the astonishing phenomenon before him. He could see it. He could clearly observe the wind nature chakra and fire nature chakra coexisting within that minuscule sphere in a rhythm that could only be described as perfect. They did not repel each other. Instead, the wind fueled the flames, and the fire borrowed the wind's strength. They formed a flawless, self-sustaining energy cycle. The Hokage had not merely forced it in. He had reconstructed the internal structure of the spiraling sphere, transforming it from a mere grinding machine into a furnace. A tidal wave of realization surged within Shirsue. Go. Minato casually tossed the newly formed spiraling sphere towards a distant rock formation. Fire release. Flame tornado spiraling sphere. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The orange-red fireball silently adhered to the rock formation upon contact. Then, with a hiss, the towering 10-meter-high solid rock melted at a visible pace from the point of contact, as if an ice block had been tossed into a steel furnace. In less than 3 seconds, the entire rock formation, along with the ground surrounding it, vanished, leaving behind a vast molten pit with edges displaying a glassy texture. Emitting billowing steam. Hiss. Kakashi inhaled sharply. Is this ninjutsu? This is akin to a natural disaster. Hokage-sama, this must be an S-rank forbidden technique. Shirsue's voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of fear even he had not noticed. It's just the beginning, Minato remarked, clapping his hands together as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, you are a genius of lightning release. Thus, you should find this technique quite appealing. Once more, he gathered a spiraling sphere in his palm. This time, a blinding blue-white current erupted from his fingertips, entwining around the blue chakra sphere. If the previous flame tornado spiraling sphere was a searing furnace, then this one was a bound thunderbolt. The ferocious lightning danced chaotically across the surface of the spiraling sphere, emitting a piercing shriek. As if 1,000 birds were singing simultaneously. The air was saturated with a dense scent of ozone. Lightning release. Lightning tornado spiraling sphere. Minato casually hurled the lightning sphere away. Boom. This time, an entirely different spectacle unfolded. The lightning sphere detonated upon striking its target, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning that formed a massive electrical net, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Within that area, all trees, rocks, and even the air were utterly disintegrated by the furious currents, reduced to powder. An even larger, crescent-shaped area of destruction, bordered by charred crystalline remnants, emerged before the two. Kakashi stared blankly at the devastated landscape. He then glanced down at the flickering purple lightning in his palm. If his purple lightning was a sharp dagger, then Minato's earlier technique was a colossal hammer capable of splitting mountains. They were entirely different leagues of power. In the presence of Minato-sensei, my lightning release felt like a child's play. An emotion known as defeat surged through this talented individual for the first time with startling clarity. Fire release is high temperature, while lightning release is explosive. The kaleidoscope of Shirsue spun rapidly, diligently recording all data. The Hokage, based on the unique characteristics of various attributes, executed 2 distinctly different optimizations on the structure of the Rasengan. How did he achieve this? No. How many secrets does the Hokage still harbor? Just as Kakashi and Shirsue's worldview was irreversibly shattered by 2 successive shocks, Minato spoke again. The immense power was not the most terrifying aspect of this technique. Sometimes, silence proves to be the deadliest. He coalesced the Rasengan for the 3rd time, and once more infused it with lightning chakra. However, unlike before, the blue-white currents did not dance wildly on the surface of the Rasengan. Instead, they flowed into it, quietly merging with its core like a stream flowing into the sea. In the next moment, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before Kakashi and Shirsue. The Rasengan, initially emanating a blue glow and buzzing sound, began to flicker erratically. Its light became unstable, and its sound diminished until it vanished entirely. Ultimately, under the gaze of 2 Sharingan, it simply ceased to exist. Indeed, it vanished. No light, no sound. Even the fluctuations of chakra had diminished to an almost imperceptible level, as if Minato's hand held nothingness. Yet, both Kakashi's combat intuition and Shirsue's Mangekyo were blaring the most frenzied alarms. Danger. Mortal peril. A terrifying energy capable of erasing them in an instant coalesced in the Hokage's empty hand. Kakashi's voice was dry. Is this an illusion? No. Shirsue's body trembled uncontrollably. He understood. It was precisely because he understood that he felt a deep-seated shiver from his very soul. He disrupted the light and air surrounding the Rasengan with the high-frequency vibrations of lightning chakra. The light was refracted, rendering it invisible. The sound was nullified, making it inaudible. An invisible Rasengan. Minato offered no explanation. He merely tossed the mass of air toward a distant hill several hundred meters away. No sound of displacement. No trace of energy. Within the realm of the Sharingan, there was only a void hurtling toward the target at a terrifying speed. 1 second. 2 seconds. Nothing occurred. Just as Kakashi thought his judgment had faltered, the hill collapsed silently. It was neither an explosion nor a rupture. It was a subsidence. The entire hill imploded like a punctured balloon, collapsing inward in an instant, transforming into a cloud of dust. Moments later, a powerful shockwave finally arrived, causing the garments of the three to flutter. Kakashi and Shirsue were left utterly speechless. Their minds had abandoned any semblance of thought. The Flame Vortex Rasengan is an S-rank high-temperature melting technique. The Lightning Vortex Rasengan is an S-rank area explosion technique. Yet, this silent, invisible Rasengan is a flawless S-rank assassination technique that is utterly indefensible. And these three forbidden techniques, capable of driving any ninja village to madness, were merely trifles for this man, conjured effortlessly in mere minutes. In truth, this was not even its final form. Minato's voice finally roused them from their petrified state. If the cutting power of wind release could be perfectly integrated, it might create a shuriken that possesses both invisibility and extraordinary penetrative capabilities. However, the control required over chakra is exceedingly high. Even I am still in the exploratory phase. Even he is still in the exploratory phase? Kakashi and Shirsue were numbed by the revelations. Minato turned to face the two juniors, who now harbored doubts about their own existence, and offered a gentle smile. So, Kakashi, Shirsue, having witnessed so much, do you wish to learn? The question struck them like a thunderbolt, resounding in their minds. Learn? Such divine techniques, can they truly be mastered by mere mortals? Just as their minds teetered on the brink of collapse from information overload, a masked Umbu figure appeared, kneeling on one knee. His presence carried a heavy scent of gunpowder. Hokage, urgent military news from the front lines of Awagakure. Minato's smile gradually faded. Speak. Anoki has mobilized all the elite forces of the village for a full-scale assault. The defenses of Amigakure have crumbled. Lord Nagato has remained behind alone to cover the retreat of his comrades. His fate is currently unknown. Chapter 72. Invitation to the Ninja World Summit. Failure to attend will result in village annihilation. The moment the Umbu ninja finished speaking, the previously charged atmosphere of training ground number 7, which had witnessed the birth of a new technique, abruptly cooled. It was as if an invisible hand had seized the throats of all present. The violet lightning Kakashi had just gathered disintegrated instantly. The shock on Shirsue's face solidified into a grim resolve. Minato's gentle smile vanished entirely. He spoke not a word, but turned to face the Hokage Tower, the direction of Amigakure. Clearly, some individuals prefer to repeat their mistakes in the same place. Minato's voice was soft, yet sent a chill deep within Kakashi and Shirsue's souls. It was not malice. It was a pure, calculated calmness, indicating an impending strike of thunderous retribution. Hokage, shall we assemble the troops? Kakashi stepped forward. Troops? Minato shook his head. Too slow. Besides, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? He softly called into the air. Itachi guy? In an instant, two figures appeared on the training field almost simultaneously. Uchiha Itachi returned after delivering the message, maintaining his usual impassive demeanor, as if nothing could ruffle his composure. Might Guy, in stark contrast, struck a flamboyant pose upon landing, giving Minato a thumbs up. Hokage, no matter the mission, I will accomplish it with the fervor of my youthful spirit. Minato regarded these four young individuals, each representing the pinnacle of Konoha's new generation, and nodded. Let us go. He placed his hands on Kakashi and Shirsue's shoulders. We are headed to Amigakure. Let those antiquated relics of Awagakure witness firsthand what constitutes modern warfare. Before he finished speaking, a flash of golden light flickered and vanished. And the four figures, along with that golden silhouette, disappeared from the training ground. Only the scorched earth, shaped like a fan and still emitting wisps of smoke, remained. In the land of rain, the incessant cold rain mingled with blood and mud, transforming the entire terrain into a quagmire of despair. Boom! A colossal stone giant rose from the ground, swinging its fists with great force toward the figure suspended in midair. Nagato gasped for breath, a hint of fatigue evident in his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force shattered the stone giant into fragments. Yet, more attacks surged from all directions. Doton, Doton, Mud River. Doton, Doton, Iron Cannon Technique. Hundreds of IWA ninjas formed a battle formation, unleashing a torrent of Earth-style ninjutsu upon him. In the sky, the third Hokage, Inoki, formed hand seals, a white light cube radiating a terrifying aura slowly materializing in his palm. Little brat, this ends here. I shall claim your Rinnegan. Dust Release. Original World Separation Technique. A white beam capable of disassembling everything at the molecular level tore through the rain, aimed directly at Nagato. Where the beam passed, even the cold raindrops were instantaneously disintegrated, creating an absolute vacuum. Nagato's pupils constricted. He sensed that it was not mere energy, but a force that acted on a fundamental level of existence, an inescapable obliteration. However, just when everyone believed his demise was imminent, Nagato's purple Rinnegan suddenly flared to life. He did not retreat. Instead, he extended his right hand toward the beam of death. Hungry Ghost Path. Buzz. An invisible, twisted gravitational pull erupted from his palm. A transparent chakra shield unfolded before him, and the dust release beam, which could flatten a mountain, began to twist and disintegrate upon contact. As if ensnared by an endless black hole, being violently absorbed into Nagato's body. What? Inoki's body froze in midair. The smugness on his face instantaneously morphed into sheer disbelief. He is absorbing my dust release. This is impossible. Dust release is a bloodline limit. A technique that transcends elemental transformation. How could it be absorbed? The IWA ninjas were equally dumbfounded. Their proud Hokage most formidable attack was devoured by that red-haired brat. The process of absorbing the dust release was no easy feat for Nagato. He felt a wild force capable of tearing him apart at the atomic level raging through his chakra pathways. His body trembled, his complexion turned pale, and a trickle of crimson blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Yet he endured. When the last beam of white light was absorbed into his palm, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Nagato swayed and fell from the air, kneeling on the muddy ground, gasping heavily. Damn it! Inoki snapped back to reality. Replaced by a raging fury. Everyone attack. He is at his limit. Kill him. The IWA ninjas, shaken from their stupor, rekindled their murderous intent, ready to launch a full-scale assault. Just then, a golden light flickered unexpectedly beside Nagato. The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared out of thin air. He reached out, gently placing his hand on Nagato's shoulder, a gentle yet immense life force flowing into him, instantly stabilizing Nagato's faltering body. You've done well, Nagato. Now, leave the rest to me. This voice seemed to carry a magical power that calmed the heart. Nagato looked up at the man who descended like a deity, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Mr. Minato, the yellow flash. When did he arrive? The IWA ninjas' charge came to an abrupt halt. Fear spread like a plague within their hearts. Minato Namikaze. Inoki gritted his teeth. What does it matter that you are here? Even at your fastest speed, you cannot breach the absolute defense of IWA. With a command, all IWA ninjas immediately formed hand seals. Doton, Doton, Earth Flow Wall, Rumble. Dozens of thick stone barriers rose from the ground, layered upon one another, providing comprehensive protection for the entire army. However, Minato merely raised his right hand. In his palm, a miniature sun composed of orange-red flames, continually collapsing inward and spinning, hovered silently. Defense? Minato casually pushed the sun toward the seemingly impenetrable stone barriers. Before the absolute temperature, no defense could hold. Fire release, fire vortex Rasengan. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The orange-red fireball silently adhered to the first earth flow wall upon contact. Then hiss. The solid rock melted at a visible rate, as if ice were thrown into a steel furnace. First, second, third, the fire vortex Rasengan surged forth without losing momentum, effortlessly penetrating all defenses and directly crashing into the densest formation of IWA ninjas. An absolute silence blanketed the area. Hundreds of IWA ninjas, along with their proud Earth-style defenses, were instantaneously melted into bubbling magma by the terrifying heat. A chasm of glassy lava, hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep, appeared in the center of the battlefield. Run, run. The surviving IWA ninjas were utterly shattered, abandoning their weapons and turning to flee from this hell where a demon had descended. However, Minato's figure had already appeared on their retreat path. In his hand, he held another Rasengan, a blue-white lightning sphere composed of raging electricity, emitting the piercing cries of 1,000 birds. Since you're here, Minato gently tossed the lightning sphere. Let it all remain. Lightning release. Lightning vortex Rasengan. Boom. The terrifying lightning erupted. A massive electric net enveloped the area within hundreds of meters in an instant. After the lightning, everything vanished. The fleeing ninjas, the muddy ground, the cold rainwater, only a vast area of devastation, its edges adorned with charred crystalline remnants, remained. The battlefield once more fell into silence. We surrender. Inoki exerted every ounce of strength to force those words from his throat, collapsing as if all his energy had been drained. Minato did not cast him another glance. He turned to Uchiha Itachi, who had appeared at some point behind him, and spoke calmly. Itachi, go. Send out an invitation to the Kage sitting in the offices of the various ninja villages. Inform them that on the first day of next month, Konoha will hold the first and final 5 Kage summit. Minato paused for a moment. The theme of the meeting revolves around the final decision regarding the future new order of the ninja world, held in Konoha. It is imperative to include a concluding remark at the end of the letter. Minato gazed at the group of Awagakure ninjas, utterly lost, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Those absent shall be deemed to have voluntarily forfeited their village's right to survival. The news, as if taking flight, spread throughout the entire ninja world within a day. In Kumogakure, the 4th Hokage, held the invitation letter in his hand, shattering the newly constructed 3rd Hokage building with a single punch. Such deceit is intolerable. Darui, chewing on a lollipop, stood amidst the ruins, languidly sighing. Hokage, we should prepare to set off. Otherwise, the next letter we receive may not be an invitation, but rather a demolition notice. In Sunagakure, the 4th Kazekage, Raza caressed the gold dust in his hand, staring at the sternly worded letter in silence for a long time. In Kirigakure, Yagura set down the scroll, the elders beneath him holding their breath in reverence. Everyone understood this was not a negotiation. It was a judgment, a final verdict by Konoha, by the man named Namikaze Minato, on the obsolete order of the ninja world. Chapter 73. The Medical Ninja's Transition to New Employment? Tsunade, Lord Hokage, you're not ill, are you? In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the atmosphere was not as ominous as the outside world imagined. Rather, it resembled a finely tuned commercial enterprise in full operation. Success. Tsunade kicked open the office door, slamming a bottle filled with pills onto Minato's desk. With your theories and the assistance of the 1st Hokage's cell samples, I have refined the formula. The efficacy remains unchanged, and the cost has been reduced by a full 30%. With her hands on her hips, Tsunade beamed with uncontainable pride. Minato picked up a pill, using Sage Chakra to sense it. Pure life energy, a perfect blend. You've worked hard, Lady Tsunade. From today, the new healing pills will be standard issue for Konoha ninjas. Regardless of rank, every ninja will receive an ample supply of healing pills as mission provisions. A radiant smile spread across Tsunade's face. This was the contribution to the village she had always envisioned. However, I made a small modification. Minato placed a pill on the desk and formed hand seals. A faint shimmer of a nearly invisible microsymbol flashed across the pill's surface. This was a chain sealing technique. Upon the bearer's death, all healing pills they carried would disintegrate within 3 seconds, dissipating into pure chakra. Tsunade's smile froze. Disintegrate? You intend to turn my hard work into vapor? Namikaze Minato, do you comprehend the value of these pills? I do, Minato replied calmly, raising his gaze. Precisely because I understand, they must not fall into enemy hands. These are strategic resources for Konoha, not spoils to be seized at will. Tsunade opened her mouth. Yet no words emerged. She looked at the man before her, sensing for the first time that the so-called Hokage's perspective was entirely different from her own. Having completed this, Minato summoned all the high-ranking officials, Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, the leaders of all clans and departments in Konoha gathered together. Today, I announce a new reform. Minato surveyed the assembly. Effective immediately, Konoha will gradually abolish the fixed allocation of medical ninjas within traditional three-man squads. Boom. This statement detonated like a bomb within the meeting room. What? Abolishing the medical ninja allocation? Lord Hokage, this is unacceptable. Medical ninjas ensure a squad's survival rate. An excited Jonin captain stood up. Minato ignored his protests, directing his gaze toward Kakashi, who stood in the corner. The tragedy of Rin cannot be repeated. That name pierced Kakashi's heart like a needle, causing his body to stiffen. The previously exuberant Jonin fell silent in an instant. Indeed, Noera Rin. Once, to protect her, a medical ninja, Obito, nearly died, and so did Kakashi. Medical ninjas are always the primary targets for enemies on the battlefield. They may not excel in direct combat, yet they hold the lifeblood of the team. Such an imbalanced allocation is inherently a significant weakness. With healing pills, every Konoha ninja possesses formidable self-rescue and mutual aid capabilities. Minato's voice resounded once more. We no longer need to place precious medical ninjas, who are ill-suited for direct combat, on the most perilous front lines, rendering them the team's Achilles heel. Henceforth, medical ninjas will be concentrated in hospitals and research facilities at the rear. They will focus on developing advanced medical ninjutsu and tackling complex ailments. Minato paused, then articulated a conclusion that sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present, particularly Nara Shikaku, and provide the highest quality and most expensive medical services for the entire ninja world. The entire meeting room fell into a profound silence. Nara Shikaku lowered his head, resting his hand against his forehead, emitting a barely audible groan. This is troublesome. This man intends to transform life itself into Konoha's exclusive commodity, turning medical care from mere battlefield assistance into a supreme power monopolized by Konoha. All present were astute individuals. They quickly grasped the chilling true purpose behind this reform. War had transcended mere battlefield slaughter. On the second day of the new policy's implementation, a delegation from Sunagakure arrived in Konoha, led by the fourth Kazekage, Raza. As he walked along Konoha's wide and tidy streets, his heart brimmed with vigilance and caution. However, the anticipated hostility and display of arrogance did not manifest. The villagers, upon seeing these foreign visitors adorned with the Sunagakure forehead protectors, displayed expressions of curiosity mixed with genuine confidence and affluence. The entire village emanated an atmosphere of happiness that he had never encountered before. At that moment, a small boy stumbled while running along the street, scraping his knee and bursting into tears. His mother hurried over, not panicking but skillfully retrieving a small, white jar from her pocket. She twisted off the lid, dipped her finger into a green ointment, and gently applied it to her child's wound. The boy's cries ceased almost instantly. Raza halted in his tracks, fixated on the white jar. It bore a symbol he would never forget, the Uzumaki of Konoha. Even ordinary villagers possess such potent ointments. His face, perpetually shadowed by dehydration and scheming, for the first time revealed an expression of sheer astonishment. In the Hokage office, Rasha reverently placed a thick scroll on Minato's desk. Hokage-sama. This represents the entirety of Sunagakure's financial revenue for the coming year as a token of our meeting. His demeanor was notably humble. Minato nodded, signaling Kakashi to accept it. There is one more matter. Rasha's lips twitched, as if he found it difficult to voice. I wish to meet Gaara. Minato granted permission and personally escorted Rasha to his backyard. The afternoon sun was splendid, warm yet gentle. In the yard, Kushina Uzumaki lounged in a deck chair, knitting a sweater while keeping an eye on two children nearby. The two cherubic little ones were crouched in a sandbox, diligently constructing a crooked sandcastle. The blonde child was Naruto, and the red-haired one was Gaara. Suddenly, Rasha's body froze. The child bore no dark circles under his eyes, nor did he possess the grotesque lines etched by Shikaku's chakra. His face was adorned with a smile, a joyful, innocent smile that Rasha had never witnessed, nor dared to imagine. Naruto, don't bring sand over here. I didn't. You did it yourself. The two children squabbled over a handful of sand, then tumbled onto the soft ground, erupting into a chorus of delightful laughter. Rasha stood still, transfixed. He observed the creature he had deemed a failure, the village's ultimate weapon, joyfully building a sandcastle under the sun, just like an ordinary child, laughing exuberantly. At that moment, he comprehended the depth of his loss. He had not merely lost a battle, he had forfeited everything. Chapter 74, a grand Versailles scene in Konoha. Following Sunagakure, delegations from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, And Kirigakure also arrived in Konoha. The gates of the village stood wide open. No longer were they guarded by the traditional Chunin teams, but rather by squads of Konoha shinobi clad in pristine uniforms, well-equipped and ready. Their forehead protectors gleamed under the sun. But what was even more striking were the peculiar ninja tools they bore on their arms and waists, all uniform in design and exuding a metallic sheen. Each tool was inscribed with intricate runes, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. These were scientific ninja tools, the latest innovation spearheaded by Minato Namikaze, poised to revolutionize the very nature of warfare in the shinobi world. Each standard-issue scientific tool contained the potential to execute at least 10 C-rank jutsu. This meant that any Konoha ninja present, even a freshly graduated genin, possessed a sustained firepower that even seasoned Chunin would find difficult to rival. As the representatives from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure crossed the threshold into Konoha, they were met with the sight of such a formidable army, an unprecedented force that standardized strength and industrialized ninjutsu. The fourth Raikage, halted abruptly, his gaze fixed upon the Konoha shinobi and their incomprehensible equipment. An absurd sensation washed over him, and the elite from Kumogakure fell into a collective silence. They had prided themselves on their honed physiques and formidable lightning techniques, but Konoha had now demonstrated that these could be mass-produced. The third Hokage, Inoki, hovered in midair, his murky old eyes fixed intently on the scientific tools. As a master of bloodline elimination, he understood better than anyone what this signified. The disparity of talent had been erased and the value of effort diluted. Warfare would no longer be a stage for geniuses and powerhouses, but a clash of resources. Minato Namikaze, Inoki's throat emitted a dry whisper. "You madman." The fourth Raikage, strode at the forefront, each step seeming to threaten to shatter Konoha's stone-paved road. His muscles bulged, radiating an aura that warned others to stay away. The third Hokage followed closely behind, floating in the air, his wrinkled visage darker than the skies of the land of rain. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, quietly trailed at the end, his fellow Kirigakure shinobi appearing as if war had drained their very essence. Upon entering the village, they were greeted by the waiting fourth Kazekage, Rasha, alongside the man with the gentle smile, Minato Namikaze. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar," Minato said, stepping forward. A scoff escaped A's lips, and he remained silent. Inoki exhaled sharply through his nostrils. "Minato Namikaze, spare us the pleasantries. We are here for a meeting, not to reminisce." Of course, Minato nodded, his smile unwavering. "However, before the meeting commences, I would like to invite you to tour the new Konoha." "A tour?" A's voice rose sharply. "What do you take us for? Mere tourists in your village?" "I merely wish to show you how we have utilized the compensation you provided," Minato replied, his words piercing the hearts of the three leaders like an invisible arrow. He afforded them no chance for rebuttal, gesturing to two ENBU behind him. "Kakashi, Shursui, you shall serve as guides for our esteemed guests." Kakashi and Shursui emerged from the shadows, bowing slightly to the leaders before leading the way. Their demeanor resembled that of guards escorting prisoners rather than welcoming dignitaries. A's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Their first stop was Konoha's newly established ninja academy. In a spacious, brightly lit training ground, a group of 6- and 7-year-olds practiced the most fundamental of jutsu. "A bunch of brats," scoffed an Iwagakure jonin. Yet, Inoki's expression grew grave. He observed as each child's hand seals and chakra refinement were aided by a metallic ring worn on their wrists, emitting a gentle glow that appeared to regulate the flow of chakra within them. "What is this?" Inoki could not restrain his curiosity. "Chakra guiding rings," Shursui answered calmly. "The latest product from the Scientific Ninja Tools Department, designed to help beginners master precise chakra control more swiftly. Its cost is roughly equivalent to a bowl of ramen." Inoki, standardizing talent with inexpensive tools? What does Minato Namikaze intend to transform ninjas into? They then proceeded to Konoha's most bustling commercial street. The streets are lined with shops, bustling with merchants and travelers from every corner of the Land of Fire. Each face radiates an aura of prosperity and stability, creating a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of their own village. Behold, the latest product from the Konoha Merchants Association, the automatic targeting explosive tag. Once the chakra mode of the target is set, it will fly directly to it. And this, the chakra activation patch. When affixed to the body, it unleashes a surge of power for a brief period. The shelves are filled with various scientific ninja tools previously unknown to them, though the prices are steep. Eager buyers flocked to make their purchases. At that moment, a young leaf genin, appearing no older than 12 or 13, dashed past, chasing a lively black cat that nimbly leaped onto the rooftop of a 3-story building. Frustrated, the genin halted, panting. Instead of climbing up, he retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Unfurling it, he infused it with chakra. Water release. Water trumpet technique. A powerful jet of water erupted from the scroll, accurately knocking the cat off the rooftop and safely into the arms of his companion. The entire process flowed seamlessly. A mere genin effortlessly executed a C-rank ninjutsu with a single scroll. The fourth Hokage, abruptly halted, his bronze visage turning an ashen hue as memories of his youth flooded back, days spent under waterfalls, enduring countless hardships to master his first C-rank technique, leaving behind scars on his body. Yet now, a leaf genin required only a scroll. What does this signify? It is the most blatant insult to all ninjas who have honed their strength through blood, sweat, and tears. Hokage Darui felt the impending eruption of A's fury and lazily offered a cautionary remark. Silence. A growled, suppressing his rage. The tour continued, leading them to the ninja hospital. They did not enter, but merely passed by the entrance. A leaf jonin, appearing to be in his 30s, emerged laughing with a companion. His left arm was a wooden prosthetic, yet it moved with such agility that it could perform hand seals with ease. That is Iwata Jun, a guard of a Wagakure beside Inoki, who gasped in disbelief. During the Kikyo Mountain battle, his left arm had been disintegrated by Inoki's dust release. Inoki froze mid-motion, recalling the jonin he had personally incapacitated. Now, he had returned to the battlefield, seemingly unscathed, thanks to Konoha's groundbreaking technology. Minato Namikaze was not merely crushing them with wealth and technology. He was showcasing a miraculous medical advancement. Revealing a despairing truth, the lives of Konoha's ninjas are far more valuable than theirs, and they are undeniably more resilient. This was no longer a battle. It was an unidirectional, dimensional assault. The pride that Inoki had built through dust release began to fracture once more. The final stop of the tour was the temporary settlement of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi and Shursui halted before a sunlit expanse of grass. The afternoon sun bathed the scene in warmth. 2 toddlers, one with golden hair and the other with crimson, were happily playing in a small sandbox. Uzumaki, Naruto, and Gaara, like any ordinary children, bickered over who could build a taller sandcastle, their laughter echoing in the air. Not far away, the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, stood silently, observing the son he had once deemed a failure, now displaying a smile for the first time. In that moment, A's fury exploded. Enough! His thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A terrifying surge of lightning chakra erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, fracturing the ground beneath his feet into a spiderweb of cracks. Blue-white electricity danced wildly around him, igniting the surrounding air with crackling intensity. Minato Namikaze. A's body trembled with seething rage. Cease these trivial antics. Let us commence the negotiations. I wish to see what your duplicitous intentions are. Chapter 75, The 4 Kage Summit. A contest wagering the future of the ninja world. In the Konoha conference room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A's furious roar seemed to linger, the residual energy from his lightning chakra causing the windows to vibrate. Rising, Minato Namikaze maintained his gentle smile. Let us begin, he gestured invitingly. A huff disdainfully. Striding into the conference room, followed closely by the other 3 Kage. As they pushed open the heavy wooden door, all footsteps came to an abrupt halt. In the center of the room stood a massive round table. Across from them sat 2 figures that should not exist in this world, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. The deceased Hokage, now in the form of impure world reincarnation, sat quietly. Hashirama wore a genial smile, while Tobarama exuded a cold indifference. Ah, it's been a while, Inoki. Hashirama greeted warmly. I remember you as a mere child back then, shorter than this table. Inoki's face flushed crimson. He wished to retort, yet his throat felt constricted, unable to utter a single word. The impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, now the very inventor sat before him. Minato Namikaze. A's voice seethed with restrained fury. You insult us. Insult? Minato took his seat. You misunderstand. Today's meeting concerns the future of the entire ninja world. I merely wished for these 2 esteemed predecessors to witness this discussion. Witness? The term felt like a resounding slap in the face to all present. The first Hokage and second Hokage were relegated to mere observers? What did that make the Kage of their generation? Everyone, please take your seats. Behind Minato sat Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade on either side. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi represented the two prominent ocular clans. Occupying the Konoha side were First Hokage Senju Hashirama, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. The formidable assembly of the three legendary ninjas, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the Raikage, instantly extinguished the fierce resolve of the Raikage and Tsuchikage. A sense of trepidation enveloped them. Aizawa clenched his teeth and took a seat, while Inoki hovered in midair, refusing to settle. Yagura and Rasha exchanged glances, silently occupying their respective positions. Thus, the meeting commenced in earnest. Minato unfurled a scroll from the table, revealing his proposal, the concept of a ninja world alliance. The term alliance caused the bodies of the four Kages to tense simultaneously. Minato elaborated on breaking down the barriers between villages to establish a unified system for task allocation and distribution. His fingers glided over the scroll as he explained. All S-ranked and A-ranked missions will be assigned by the alliance, while B-ranked and lower missions shall be undertaken by the individual villages. The rewards for tasks will be fairly distributed based on completion quality and contribution. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Rasha's breathing quickened. The Baron Suna village was enticed by the prospect of high-paying missions. If this alliance could indeed secure more S-ranked tasks for them, Suna's financial situation would undergo a significant transformation. Yet, Inoki immediately pinpointed the core issue. Such eloquent words, he scoffed. Unified distribution? Reward based on contribution? Do you think we are fools, Minato? With Konoha's current strength, you will seize all high-value tasks. The rest of us can only scrape by with meager D-ranked and C-ranked missions. And as Konoha offers higher rewards, all ninjas will flock to your tasks, who will undertake the cheaper missions in our villages. Konoha operates like a high-speed machine, advancing rapidly, while other villages stagnate. Over time, the gap will only widen. Inoki's words resonated with everyone present. Indeed, Aizawa slammed the table, reducing its corner to dust. This is nothing short of a veiled annexation. You aim to reduce us to mere laborers for Konoha. Minato offered no rebuttal. He merely observed the furious Raikage and smiled. Since there are concerns regarding the distribution of strength, let us allow strength to speak for itself. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Strength to speak? Did he intend to declare war? Yet, the combined might of their villages could not rival Konoha's, as they had learned from past encounters. However, unexpectedly, Minato proposed a new scheme. 1 week from now, Konoha will host the inaugural Ninja World Summit Tournament. His words detonated like a bomb within the conference room. Each village shall dispatch their strongest young ninjas for combat. The rules are simple, a one-on-one elimination format until the strongest emerges. The final rankings will directly determine the S-ranked mission priority and revenue share for each village in the Ninja World Alliance for the coming year. Silence engulfed the room once more as everyone pondered the implications. Was this a trap, or had Minato truly lost his mind? Are you certain? Inoki squinted, his tone laced with skepticism. I am certain, Minato affirmed, nodding. Moreover, to ensure fairness, I shall not participate. The Konoha participants will all be under 20 years of age. Under 20? Aizawa and Inoki exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the same opportunity. This is our chance. Despite Minato's prowess, he could not possibly dominate single-handedly. The elites from their villages would surely not falter against Konoha's merely well-equipped youths. Humo possessed Darui, the prodigious lightning-release ninja, while Iwa had Akatsuchi, the direct disciple of the third Tsuchikage. They were confident that as long as Minato did not personally engage, any challenger would suffice. Very well, Inoki declared. Representing the four Kages, let us accept this wager. 1 week hence, we shall see just what your young generation in Konoha is capable of. A deeper smile crept across Minato's lips as he regarded the eager faces of Kakashi, Itachi, and others behind him. At last, an opportunity had arisen to showcase these prodigies to the world. The meeting concluded, and the four Kages departed from the Hokage building, each harboring their own calculations. Within the conference room, only the upper echelon of Konoha remained. Hokage-sama, you are playing with fire, Nara Shikaku remarked, massaging his temples, concern etched on his face. We shall not lose, Minato interrupted. Shikaku, have you witnessed Itachi's Tsukuyomi? Shikaku nodded. I have read the reports. The psychological torment lasts 72 hours, Even the legendary Sannin would struggle to endure it. Then have you seen Kakashi's double Kamui? Shikaku was taken aback. And Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukumi, Fugaku's Susanoo, and Gai's eighth gate, Minato, enumerated. Each of them possesses strength on par with the Kage, and they are all yet under 20. Shikaku's body stiffened as the realization dawned upon him. The younger generation of Konoha, under this man's tutelage, had transcended the ordinary. They were monsters, capable of altering the very landscape of the ninja world. Thus, from the very outset, this tournament held no suspense. Minato rose and approached the window. I merely wish for the entire world to witness the true strength of Konoha's future. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden rays upon him. In that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared as a true deity. Chapter 76. The Hidden Cards of Each Village. A grand gamble sweeping the ninja world. The news of the Ninja World Summit Tournament spread like wildfire across the entire realm. In Konoha, tea houses, taverns, and the streets buzzed with vibrant discussions. Hokage-sama is truly remarkable. He dares to invite representatives from all nations to compete in Konoha, exclaimed a villager, pride radiating from his demeanor. This is not merely a competition. It is a display of authority. Another corrected. I see those foreign ninjas, each of them trembling with fear. Our young generation in Konoha has been personally trained by Hokage-sama. Which village can compare? Exactly. With Kakashi, Itachi, Shisui, and Guy participating, victory is assured. The initial shock on the people's faces swiftly morphed into fervent confidence. They believed in Minato and, more importantly, in Konoha's might. This confidence was not unfounded. It was rooted in the village's burgeoning prosperity and the rapid enhancement of their ninjas' abilities. The citizens of Konoha had grown accustomed to the miracles brought forth by their Hokage. However, the atmosphere in the other ninja villages was starkly different. In the training grounds of the Hidden Cloud Village, several jonin were drenched in sweat, yet their movements bore a hint of agitation. Placement matches? I see it as a humiliation contest. One of the Cloud ninjas gritted his teeth. That scoundrel, Minato Namikaze, clearly intends to grind us into the dirt. How infuriating. What can we do? Lord Raikage has already demolished the office building twice in his fury. Within the barracks of the Hidden Stone Village, low murmurs of curses rose and fell. Why does Konoha have the right to do this? Why must we serve as their stepping stones? Lord Tsuchikage stated that this is a wager for the future of the ninja world, and we cannot afford to lose. But what if we do lose? Are we truly meant to stand by and watch Konoha dominate? At the fishing port of the Hidden Mist Village, ninjas silently mended their fishing nets, their faces overshadowed by gloom. Placement matches, indeed. One mist ninja let out a bitter laugh, wondering if their village had anything of worth to showcase. The Mizukage has already dispatched someone. We can only hope they return safely. Safely? On the stage of Konoha, that may prove more challenging than on the battlefield. Ninjas from various nations harbored an unspeakable rage and humiliation within. They had been forced into this trap of a competition by Minato Namikaze. Yet, they could not deny that Konoha's might had instilled in them an unprecedented sense of oppression. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, the atmosphere remained tense after the departure of the four Kages. Minato Namikaze stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the bustling village below. Shikaku Nara rubbed his temples, struggling to find the right words. Hokage-sama, this time you've truly dragged everyone into the depths. Minato turned, a gentle smile adorning his face. Shikaku, what sort of contenders do you think the Kages from each village will send forth? Shikaku paused, quickly regaining his composure. Killer Bee is too old. The Hidden Cloud will surely send Darui. He counted on his fingers, noting that while he appeared laid back, Darui was among the most capable of the younger generation, combining Lightning Release with his Storm Release bloodline limit for both offense and defense. As for the Hidden Stone Village, Inoki was a safe bet. But they might also deploy the Explosive Release specialist Kuratsuchi, and if they were desperate, the two Jinchuriki with ambiguous ties to Inoki might even make an appearance. The situation in the Hidden Mist Village was complex, yet at least one of the 7 ninja swordsmen was guaranteed to take part. As for the Hidden Sand Village, Shikaka hesitated, noting that Raza was unlikely to send his main forces, merely putting on a show. Minato nodded. Thus, our true adversaries are only the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone. He returned to his desk, retrieving a list from the drawer. Kakashi, Itachi, Shisui Guy. As he read these 4 names, Shikaku's expression twitched. Hokage-sama, this is not a competition. This is sheer bullying. Bullying? Minato chuckled. You underestimate the hidden strengths of the other villages. He placed the list on the table. A, with his temperament, would never send only Darui. According to intelligence, he possesses a replica of the 6 paths ninja tools, the amber purifying bottle. Shikaku's expression grew grave. That artifact, if one agrees to the opponent's queries, can seal them away? Indeed, Minato affirmed. Although it is a replica and lacks the potency of the original, in the context of a match, it remains a formidable weapon. The situation with Inoki is even more intricate, Minato continued. He has spent his life scheming. How could he reveal all his cards? I suspect he has further secrets up his sleeve. Shikaku fell silent. So, Hokage-sama, your true objective is to test. Minato interrupted him. To probe the hidden strengths of each village, to gauge their true capabilities, and more importantly, he paused, to see if those lurking in the shadows will reveal themselves. Shikaku's pupils constricted. You mean, Obito? Minato softly uttered the name, along with that of the one who had been orchestrating everything from the shadows, Kage. They would not miss this grand spectacle. In the hidden cloud village, the ruins of the Raikage's office had been cleared away, a new building now standing in its place. The 4th Raikage, A, stood by the window, with Darui kneeling on one knee behind him. Darui, A's voice rumbled like thunder, you must win this match. Yes, Darui replied lazily, lollipop in mouth. I don't care what means you employ. A turn to face him, fixing him with a steely gaze. I only require results. If you lose. I did not finish his sentence, but the murderous intent was palpable. Darui yawned. Lord Raikage, you're really pushing me to my limits. Enough with the chatter. A slammed the table, its corner crumbling to dust. He produced a sealing scroll from his pocket, retrieving a large, ancient gourd, and tossed it to Darui. Darui caught the gourd, the lazy demeanor vanishing from his face. This is the replica of the amber purifying bottle, stated solemnly. Though it cannot compare to the original, it is sufficient for the match. Once the opponent agrees to your question, they will be sealed within. However, it can only be used once before shattering. Darui remained silent for a few seconds. Lord Raikage, you are truly placing all your hopes on me. What other option do I have? I retorted coldly. That scoundrel Minato has backed us into a corner. If we win, the hidden cloud village has a future. If we lose, A's fists cracked ominously. We shall be forever in Konoha's service. Darui stood, fastening the gourd to his waist. I understand. As he reached the door, he turned back to say, however, Lord Raikage, next time you slam the table, could you please show a bit of restraint? The village's finances cannot bear your relentless destruction. A paused, staring at the shattered desk once more. He took a deep breath, suppressing his simmering fury. Get out. In the hidden stone village, the 3rd Hokage, Inoki, hovered in the air before the duo of Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. You two will participate together in this match. Inoki declared in a low tone. Kuratsuchi, you are responsible for defense and containment. Akatsuchi, your role is to attack. Understood. They replied in unison. However, Inoki's tone suddenly darkened. I have also prepared a contingency. He produced a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Kuratsuchi. What is this? Kuratsuchi inquired as he took the scroll. Open it and see. Upon unfurling the scroll, Kuratsuchi's expression shifted dramatically. This is a summoning scroll for Edo Tensei? Indeed, Inoki nodded. It contains the spirit of a legendary ninja from the hidden stone village, the 2nd Hokage, Mu. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, summon him. Although he will be in a reanimated state, paired with your commands, he will be capable of turning the tide. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Father, is this decision not too reckless? Huang too hesitated, knowing that the impure world reincarnation was indeed a forbidden technique. But what if it were discovered? Inoki scoffed, remarking that even Namake's Minato had summoned the 1st and 2nd Hokage, so what did it matter if they employed the impure world reincarnation? Moreover, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. This competition was a matter of life and death for the Iwagakure village. He would not place all his hopes on these youngsters. In the Kirigakure village, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, sat in his office, his expression unervingly calm. Behind him stood a shadowy figure cloaked in black. The figure spoke in a low, gravelly voice, send out Pipa Shizuku. Yagura nodded mechanically, like a marionette, repeating, send out Pipa Shizuku. The shadowy figure gradually faded into the darkness, leaving behind a single remark. This competition is a splendid opportunity. Let me see what kind of monster Namake's Minato has nurtured. In the Sunagakure village, Raza stood in his courtyard, watching two toddlers, Temari and Kankuro, who were still learning to walk. Send them both to compete, Raza instructed his advisor. Consider it a gesture of goodwill towards Konoha. Lord Windshadow. They are still too young, the advisor hesitated. I know, Raza replied. Thus, in this competition, we do not need to win. We merely need to demonstrate Tsunagekyu's willingness to cooperate. He turned his gaze towards the land of fire. Namake's Minato had become powerful beyond their reach. Instead of futile resistance, it would be wiser to follow him, for at least Gaara could live like a human being. In the underground gambling den of Konoha, the largest clandestine intelligence organization in the ninja world had opened betting for the competition. Konoha's odds stood at 1.05, while Kumogakure's odds were 3 and Awagakure's at 4. Gamblers flocked to the tables, crowded with eager participants. I bet on Kumogakure. That Darui kid is a genius. I bet on Awagakure. Inoki's son is formidable. You all are fools. Of course, bet on Konoha. The Yellow Flash's disciples can't be weak. But the odds are too low. Betting 10,000 Ryo only nets 500. How stingy. Amidst the clamor, a masked figure approached the betting table. I bet on Kumogakure, 10 million Ryo. Instantly, the den fell silent. Everyone turned to gaze at this audacious gambler. 10 million Ryo? That's the total reward for an A-rank mission. Sir, are you certain? The dealer stammered. Accepting the pouch of money. Certain. The masked man nodded, then turned and vanished into the crowd. Another figure, wearing a straw hat, approached. I also bet on Kumogakure. 5 million Ryo. The dealer swallowed hard. What is happening today? One big spender after another? Unbeknownst to him, these wealthy patrons were all pawns arranged by Nara Shikaku, tasked with inflating the betting heat and collecting information on the bettors. Each individual daring to place such vast wagers had an intriguing background, and their names would ultimately reach the Hokage's office. At the Hokage Rock in Konoha, as the sun dipped low, its golden rays illuminated the 4 colossal stone statues. Namake's Minato stood beneath his own statue, flanked by Kakashi, Itachi, Guy, and Shursui. Unleash your full potential, Minato's voice was soft yet firm. Show the world your strongest abilities and most exquisite artistry. I seek a grand performance, unprecedented and unparalleled. Kakashi no longer needed to conceal his eyes with a forehead protector. He slowly lifted his gaze, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Sensei, do you wish for us to lay bare all our trump cards? If we don't reveal everything, how can we catch our prey? Minato smiled. I want those lurking in the shadows to witness how powerful Konoha's youth have become. I aim to instill fear and anxiety in them, compelling them to reveal themselves. Itachi remained silent, standing quietly. Shursui was somewhat excited. Can we use Koto Amatsukami this time? Yes. Minato nodded. Any means are permissible, as long as no one dies. By the end of this performance, I wish for every spectator to willingly offer applause and wealth to Konoha. The 4 exchanged glances and responded in unison, yes. Minato turned to gaze at the vibrant night scene of Konoha. The lights shone brightly, and the sounds of the crowd filled the air. This was the village he had rebuilt from ruins in a year. And now he intended to make the world aware that Konoha was the true center of the ninja world. Obito, Kage, he murmured, will you come to witness this spectacle? The night breeze carried away his words. In a distant corner, a pair of crimson Sharingans silently observed the golden figure atop Hokage Rock. Interesting. This is the Hokage currently governing Konoha. Chapter 77, The Opening. Might Gaius' Declaration of Youth. The newly constructed Grand Arena in Konoha was alive with excitement. The roars of tens of thousands of spectators converged into a deafening crescendo, nearly tearing apart the clouds above. Flags representing Konoha's various ninja clans and merchant associations fluttered in the wind, creating a vibrant sea of colors. This was the epicenter of fervor. Yet, the atmosphere was starkly different in the esteemed viewing platform. The 4th Hokage, crossed his arms over his chest, his bulging muscles nearly straining against his specially tailored robe. He surveyed the frenzied crowd cheering for Konoha below, feeling as though he were not attending a conference, but rather being paraded as a beast in an arena. What a grand spectacle, he scoffed. The 3rd Hokage, Inoki, floated above, his wrinkled visage harder than a Wagakure's stones. That brat Minato clearly intends to use us 4 as appetizers for his grand performance. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, remained silent, sitting quietly, but his hands, clenched and released repeatedly on his knees, betrayed his inner turmoil. Mizuki Jigura sat there like a finely crafted puppet, exuding an aura of insignificance. At that moment, the cacophony of the arena reached a fever pitch as Namake's Minato appeared in the center of the field. He did not employ any amplification ninjutsu, yet his words resonated clearly in every ear. Welcome, everyone, to Konoha. Today, we shall not speak of hatred or the past. We will decide the future of the ninja world solely through the purest strength and will. I hereby declare the first Ninja World Summit Ranking Tournament to commence. As the announcement concluded, Tsunade strode purposefully towards a massive scroll at the side of the arena, which bore the names of participants from the 5 great ninja villages. She extended her hand, channeling chakra into it. The inscriptions on the scroll began to whirl rapidly, eventually locking onto 2 names in shimmering gold, which were magnified and projected onto the colossal screen above the arena. The first match, Konoha Might Guy against Kumogakure's Ki. This outcome plunged the entire arena into a momentary silence, swiftly followed by an uproar. Might Guy? That brawny, clumsy martial artist? What on earth? He is being sent out first? His opponent is none other than Ki from Kumogakure, the right hand of the Raikage, a seasoned jonin. This is disastrous. A grim omen indeed. From the stands of Konoha, doubts arose from various nations. To them, Guy was merely a hot-headed, eccentric martial artist devoid of rationality. On the viewing platform, Raikage A, upon hearing the match announcement, was momentarily taken aback before erupting into unrestrained laughter. Ha! Minato, are you jesting with me? Sending such a green creature to his demise? Ki, finish this swiftly. Don't waste time on such a wretch. He believed this was a guaranteed victory. A resounding slap in the face presented by Konoha. Amidst the boos and skepticism, a green figure shot from the contestant-s corridor like a cannonball, executing a perfect 360-degree flip before landing heavily in the center of the arena. Bam! Might Guy, clad in his signature green spandex, struck a pose he deemed the most striking, giving a thumbs up towards Minato. Click! A dazzling flash of white teeth sparkled in the sunlight. Hokage-sama, I shall seize the first victory for Konoha with my burning youth. Tsunade, who had just taken her seat behind Minato, was visibly taken aback by Guy's entrance. She furrowed her brow, her expression a mix of disbelief and concern as she leaned towards Minato and whispered, "Are you certain this fellow is truly capable?" To her surprise, Minato exhibited no signs of worry, instead revealing a cryptic smile. "Fear not, Lady Tsunade. This young man's vitality has been honed by my own training." In the next moment, Ki stepped onto the battlefield. Observing his exuberant opponent, he confirmed the intel was accurate, purely a martial artist, devoid of any resistance to Jinjutsu. The referee raised his hand high, then brought it down with a flourish. The match began. Lightning release, thunder illusion lightning pillar. Ki's movements were a blur, his hands forming seals in an instant. The very moment the match commenced, he unleashed his most proficient Jinjutsu. Blinding lightning erupted from him, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. In the perception of all, Might Guy's figure should have been utterly ensnared by that descending lightning pillar, rendered immobile. However, as the lightning dissipated, Guy remained steadfast in his position. He had not altered his stance in the slightest, a radiant smile still gracing his face. Ki's movements froze. The confidence on his face began to crack. What is happening? Ineffective? My A-rank Jinjutsu, completely futile against him? Is this all you've got? Guy rolled his neck, emitting a series of crisp cracks. How utterly feeble. Before the sheer vigor of youth, he abruptly clasped his hands to his chest, his body slightly crouching. As a visibly potent green chakra vapor erupted from him in a thunderous burst. Any illusory technique is merely a paper tiger, he roared. The purity of his bloodline chakra sweeping away the remnants of the Jinjutsu chakra like a tempest. What? Ki's body trembled violently, unable to comprehend. Breaking through Jinjutsu with sheer will? What manner of creature is this? Just as he was momentarily dazed, the leaf hurricane, Guy's figure vanished from his spot. It was not speed, it was disappearance. He felt a gust of wind rush towards him, leaving him no time to react. In the next second, that green figure had appeared before him like a specter. A foot clad in orange leg guards loomed larger in his vision. He sensed the power contained within that foot, not chakra, but a pure, absolute force capable of shattering mountains. Bang! The resounding thud was so profound it made teeth ache. Ki barely managed to scream. His entire being was sent flying like a baseball struck by a bat. Boom! His heavy body crashed against the arena wall. reinforced by earth techniques, several dozen meters away. The thick rock face instantly spiderwebbed, with cracks radiating from the point of impact. Keys form, akin to a torn canvas, slid helplessly down the wall, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. One move. Merely one move. The renowned Jonin of Kumogakure, the Raikage's right-hand man, was obliterated in an instant by a martial artist deemed eccentric by the people of Konoha. The entire arena plunged into an utter silence. Time seemed to halt in that moment. Thousands of spectators stood agape, staring at the green figure gradually retracting his foot, striking a victorious pose once more. 3 seconds later, a thunderous ovation erupted like a landslide. He won. One move. My heavens. What have I witnessed? My guy? My guy? My guy? The doubts from the stands of Konoha instantaneously transformed into fervent adulation. They chanted his name with wild abandon, as if to lift the very dome of the arena. On the viewing platform, the smug smile on the face of the fourth Raikage had utterly frozen. He gazed at Ki, who was being carried away by medical ninjas, unconscious and unresponsive, then at the green-skinned oddity on the arena floor, blowing kisses to the audience. He felt his face burn with an excruciating sting, as if it had been sanded down repeatedly with searing grit. Damn it, I never anticipated that Minato still had such tricks up his sleeve.